All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 1925. The young man has a promising future. Wait, I'm under arrest again. Scott's eyes widened. WTF? What lunatic came up with this arrest spiel? Why can't I hire a lawyer? I'm going to file a complaint. He had only been out of prison for a few months. Thinking that, Scott really wanted to die. No, that wasn't it. How could this D*MN giant ant be a police officer? Thoughts flashed through Scott's mind, and he couldn't help but ask, which unit are you from? The Trailblazer's dark eyes flashed slightly. Pacific Detective Department. Scott. Dr. Pym. Hope. Scott couldn't help but ask, are you talking about the Hawaiian Police Department? The Trailblazer said, that's within our jurisdiction. Scott was a little uncertain. Is this Pacific Detective Department a new special FBI department? The Trailblazer said, we're responsible for the safety of all mankind, so that they are spared from alien attacks or crimes committed with superpowers. We're not under any one nation. Scott's face darkened. A vigilante is a vigilante. Do you think calling yourself the Pacific Detective Department will scare anyone? It can effectively intimidate people who like to use their superpowers to commit crimes, the Trailblazer said, like you, for example. Scott hashed it, but he was unwilling to give up, and did his best to defend himself. But I'm doing a good deed right now. The Trailblazer. Burglary. Grand theft. Scott was shocked. FCK. How did you know? Then, he realized that the other party already knew his name. Of course they would know his personal history. Scott said helplessly, would you believe me if I said that this is a misunderstanding? The Trailblazer. I believe you. Scott. What? Looking at the download progress bar which read 87% on the virtual screen, Luke chuckled. Trailblazer 2 suddenly let go of Scott and stepped back. Sorry, I just heard that you broke into the Avengers base a few days ago and beat up Rhodes, so I couldn't help but want to spar with you. Scott. Dr. Pym. Hope. Scott patted himself all over. After confirming that he was fine, he said gloomily, it's an honor to meet you, but can I complete the mission first? This is about saving the world from danger. No problem. The Trailblazer turned around and looked at Anthony, the wingless flying ant. I'll send you there. Scott was relieved. Thank you, but there's no. He was placed on the Trailblazer, and the legs in the middle flipped up to secure him in place. Scott couldn't help but ask Dr. Pym, what the hell is this ant? Dr. Pym smiled bitterly. It only looks like an ant. Luke had never planned to make it look exactly like an ant. Its size, curves, and 4 antennae were very different from an ordinary ant. Dr. Pym, who had created a lot of ant robots, could tell at a glance that something wasn't right about this Trailblazer. It was just that Scott had only received urgent training recently and hadn't had the time to learn more about ants, which was why he subconsciously said that it was an ant. A moment later, Scott despaired. Bro, can you hurry up? Trailblazer 2, which was crawling unhurriedly at the speed of an ant, was unmoved. It simply said, I consumed a lot of energy in the fight just now. I can't run fast for now. Scott. I don't believe you. UD*MN ant. No, UD*MN machine. Dr. Pym said helplessly, alright, cut the crap. He just doesn't want you to reach the backup database too quickly. Scott got it, but what could he do with 2 ant legs wrapped around his waist in the Trailblazer? Insisting on sending him over. He was full of despair. In fact, the trio knew that the Pacific Detective Department was using Scott as a hostage. It was hard to say exactly what the other party wanted, but they definitely wouldn't let Scott interfere with their operation. By the time Scott reached the backup database, Trailblazer 1 had completed the data transfer and had just left another way. Trailblazer 2's legs also released Scott's waist. It stretched out one of its front legs and patted Scott's head, helmet. You have guts, young man. Do a good job as Ant-Man in the future. I have high hopes for you. With that, its red eyes lit up again and it dashed back into the duct. Scott looked at the empty space in front of him and then at the duct. *T. Is this the Avengers, Revenge? That was quick. A few days ago, he had gone to the Avengers, new base to steal an anti-signal device, and had short-circuited Rhodes's suit, but hadn't hurt him. Now, the big ant hadn't hurt him, and had just scared him. Dr. Pym, who already suspected this was the big shot's doing, had a dark expression on his face. Finish destroying the backup database first. We'll talk about the rest when we get back. Scott also came back to his senses. Suppressing his gloom, he instructed the army of ants to get to work. A moment later, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly rang out in PIM Technologies. An announcement rang out in the building. Emergency. Emergency. Suspicious explosives detected in the building. All personnel, please evacuate immediately. Everybody in the building was stunned. Security at the company was very tight. How could this happen? However, most of them put down their work and quickly withdrew. It was better to believe than not. In any case, the building belonged to the company, while their lives were their own. The security guards in the building, on the other hand, were shocked and quickly did a search. That was because the collective notification had come from the surveillance room, but they weren't the ones who had sent it out. In other words, someone had hijacked the broadcast system to release this fake information. Their goal was probably to create chaos and seize the opportunity to sneak in. At that moment, Hope, who had returned to the RV, took out a remote and pressed a button. In a remote hallway on the second floor, a 1 centimeter model next to the wall instantly returned to normal size, and the red 1500 countdown suddenly turned to 1459. The security guards, who had been running around, paused when they heard the latest news from the surveillance room in their earpieces. A suspected explosive has been detected in corridor C13 on the second floor. It's very big. Countdown. 14 minutes and 56 seconds. The security guards. A moment later, the security guards rushed through the hallways and did their best to maintain order as they roared for everyone to evacuate. 10 minutes later, a lot of people were still hanging around outside PIM Technologies. They hid hundreds of meters away and talked to each other on the phone. There was no point counting on the police department. It had been so busy recently that nobody was able to come over for a while. At that moment, many people were looking at PIM Technologies. According to the security guards who had evacuated everyone and set up the blockade, the countdown was coming to an end. Boom! With a loud bang, orange fire exploded in the building. Everybody subconsciously stepped back, but in the next moment, the orange fire was suddenly sucked inward, and it was as if the entire building was crushed by an invisible hand. In the end, it collapsed into a dot of light and disappeared. Everybody was horrified when they saw the empty location where the building had originally been. What the hell sort of bomb was that? Chapter 1926. Deal with Dr. Pym 1. When Darren received the news and came out of the hospital that very night, his eyes immediately welled up when he saw the empty land which PIM Technologies had been on. DMN old man, what the FCK? At a glance, he knew that it was definitely the PIM particle. How could an ordinary explosion completely destroy a building? Apart from him, Drive, Pym was the only other person who knew how to use the PIM particle. The other party had already directly made his building disappear. Did they still need to look for him? Obviously not. They had been mentor and student for many years, and knew each other well. Dr. Pym had been appearing often lately, which was how Darren knew that he was definitely on the right track, and which was why he had sped up his research. He even knew that it was Dr. Pym who had hired Scott Lang to do the dirty work. He had come up with a perfect plan to lure the snake out of its hole and catch it in one go. In the end, everything was gone. It would take at least 3 to 5 years for the current database to be rebuilt. At that moment, Darren gnashed his teeth in hatred. He didn't just hate Drive Pym, but also the guys in the government who didn't allow him to make more backups. If there were extra backups, even if the building was gone, it would just be a loss of some capital and equipment, which could be restored in a few months. Do you really think I'll take this lying down? He took out his phone with a dark expression. Carson, we have a deal, but I have a request. For the people of San Francisco, the PIM Technologies building disappearing overnight wasn't anything big. If it hadn't been on the news, most people wouldn't know that San Francisco had this company at all. Besides, it wasn't just a 20-story building, but a building on the outskirts of the city. Last month, more than 5 buildings in downtown San Francisco had been completely written off, more than 20 had been sealed up for inspection, and hundreds of residential houses had been severely damaged. Any one of the 5 abandoned buildings was an edifice which stood 30 to 50 stories high. PIM Technologies was nothing. Also, the radiation cleanup in the city was still ongoing, and would be completed in a month. More than 40% of the residents couldn't return to their homes right away, and were displaced. They were all victims. Who cared about the lives of capitalists? Thus, the disappearance of PIM Technologies didn't draw public attention. However, this matter caused a stir in the government and among the higher-ups. In the last decade, several forces had invested billions of dollars and built up a huge amount of connections. The golden fruit that was this exclusive business was about to ripen, but in the blink of an eye, half of it was dug out. How could they bear it? Dr. Pym was already on the blacklist of various intelligence agencies. Although there was no public arrest warrant, as long as this old man dared to show his face, he would definitely be caught and handed over to Darren. At that time, no matter how the old man died, it would be an internal matter of Pym Technologies. On the other hand, Drive, Pym's daughter, Hope, was completely fine. Hope didn't know much about the Pym particle technology, and she was a victim. This time she had a lot of shares in Pym Technologies. Now that the building had evaporated, so had a lot of her assets. She had been a major shareholder on Darren's side, and had kicked Drive Pym off of the board of directors of Pym Technologies back then and made Darren the CEO. She and Dr. Pym had never gotten along all these years, which gave Darren a chance to take the top spot. In this society, it was common for rich families to fall out over money. It didn't make sense that she would work with Dr. Pym. Thus, the American government couldn't go after Hope, and even had to appease her. Otherwise, given the amount of shares she had, it would make sense if she worked with the other shareholders to audit the company's internal management. After all, someone had actually made such a big building disappear. Right now, the management of Pym Technologies would be deemed incompetent at the very least. If she made a fuss, it would hinder the reconstruction of Pym Technologies tremendously. Scott didn't show his face at all. He wasn't a magnate, and was on parole. Even if he was arrested, nobody would speak up for him. But Scott wasn't an idiot. After blowing up Pym Technologies, he went into hiding with Dr. Pym. In any case, he was unemployed and didn't even have a fixed address. It was normal for him to roam about. In fact, Luke had tipped off Drive Pym in the name of the big shot and told him to hide Scott well. After the operation that night, Drive Pym couldn't take it anymore. After finding a place to rest, he immediately contacted the big shot, or rather, interrogated him. Luke gave him face and personally met him as the big shot. In the face of the furious old man's question about whether or not the Pacific Detective Department was related to him, the big shot nodded calmly. They're important partners. Dr. Pym choked. He had sold a lot of Pym particles to the big shot in the last few years, and had been upgraded from a friendly partner to an important partner. He had even obtained the water of life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so energetic right now. Thus, he knew that an organization that could obtain the authority of an important partner from this big shot definitely wasn't simple. Looking at the big shot sitting opposite him, who had a faint smile on his face, Drive Pym finally tried his best to suppress his bad temper. I want to take back all the data on the Pym particle. The big shot nodded. Okay. Dr. Pym was stunned. In the end, he heard the second half of the sentence. What's the reward for this commission? Dr. Pym, I want that D*MN detective department to return my data. But looking at the smiling big shot, he couldn't say anything. For the past few years, they had made fair deals. The big shot had mentioned twice about buying more of the Pym particle, but Drive Pym had refused. The other party didn't turn hostile or threaten him. After that, business prices remained the same, and the goods arrived on time. In short, they had a pure business relationship. Now that Dr. Pym wanted the data back, he naturally couldn't rely on just his words. Business was business. He had to give the big shot whatever he wanted. After a long silence, Drive Pym said, they can name their price. Luke raised an eyebrow. Who said this old man was inflexible? Look, when people were under pressure, they suddenly knew how to behave. He chuckled inwardly, but his expression didn't change. Okay, I'll contact them now. Dr. Pym heaved a sigh. The beginning was always the hardest. If the most difficult first step was successful, there was at least a chance to get the data back. Luke, however, said unhurriedly, however, Hank, I have to remind you that you have 28 credit points in your account. It probably won't be enough to buy back the data. Dr. Pym's expression froze. Chapter 1927, Deal with Dr. Pym. 2. Drive Pym had always been very strict about how many Pym particles he sold. He basically sold them when he needed to, and never kept too many credit points. However, a commission via the big shot could only be negotiated with credit points or upon discussion between both parties. In other words, Drive, Pym, who didn't have any credit points, had to trade something else for the backup data. The problem was, what did he have that could compare with the data on the Pym particle? But the old man was stubborn and thick-skinned. Despite his fluster, he simply pulled a long face and maintained an "I'm very angry" posture. Unfortunately, it was useless on Luke. Dr. Pym had already been exposed by his mental fluctuations. But compared with most people, Drive, Pym's fluster was nothing, as expected of a man who had once dismantled a missile in midair. The big shot took out his phone in front of Dr. Pym and contacted the Level 1 clone. Both parties talked for a moment. Then, the big shot put away his phone and pretended that he didn't know anything about the ant robots spying on him. They request purchasing rights for products related to your research on the Pym particle in the future, the big shot said unhurriedly. Dr. Pym's face darkened. That's impossible. Wasn't that treating him like a laborer? The big shot didn't think much of it. You can decide the volume that you want to sell. Dr. Pym didn't say anything. The big shot said, this will not include anything that was produced prior to this agreement. This meant that Dr. Pym wasn't required to sell the Ant-Man suit. Dr. Pym's expression, however, didn't look any better. Darren was already going to come up with a similar suit, and with the backup data, the PDD would be able to come up with one sooner or later, so they naturally didn't need to buy the Ant-Man suit. However, Drive, Pym was slightly relieved. What the big shot said matched the content of his conversation on the phone. This proved that the big shot was still as neutral as ever. Otherwise, Drive, Pym wouldn't be able to negotiate at all. Dr. Pym's mind whirled and he didn't say anything for a long time. The big shot didn't rush him. He didn't have to do business the ordinary way. For a private transaction, there was no need to get a bunch of lawyers to haggle for months before coming up with a contract that both parties would be happy with. For example, Drive, Pym and Luke, as a manager of the PDD, had extraordinary identities. The more straightforward the seller was, the less room there was for the buyer to bargain. It was just like when Dr. Pym sold the Pym particle, the deal was done in just a few words. If they couldn't reach an agreement, they immediately went their separate ways and didn't bother each other. In the end, Drive, Pym had the big shot confirm a bunch of details before they finally reached a deal. In the end, both parties took a step back. Dr. Pym didn't guarantee that he would provide the technology, and the PDD only guaranteed that the Pym particle technology wouldn't be leaked, nor would it be sold or used on a large scale. Nobody was an idiot. Dr. Pym didn't actually believe that the PDD wouldn't keep anything for itself even if they handed the data over. Luke didn't believe that Dr. Pym would obediently hand the product over if he really made something good. The essence of this deal was that given the big shot's credibility as a guarantor, both parties wouldn't turn hostile toward each other and there would be restrictions on how the Pym particle was used. It wasn't like Dr. Pym made a loss. If the big shot hadn't tipped him off, the operation this time wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Besides, Darren wasn't dead, and this event would only set him back a few years. If Darren succeeded in rebuilding the data, the American government would definitely obtain a copy of it. At that time, Drive, Pym really wouldn't be able to do anything. It would be much more troublesome than the PDD obtaining the data. The big shot had even told Drive, Pym that the PDD belonged to the Bat Squad. Even if it produced results, it was the Bat Squad that would use them. Even Drive, Pym, who thought highly of himself, knew that given the Bat Squad's technology, they didn't need the Pym particle to get things done. But Drive, Pym still added a special clause to this deal. Tony Stark absolutely couldn't have the Pym particle or any of the related technology. This alone amply demonstrated Drive, Pym's feelings about Stark. What could Luke do? Naturally, he agreed. In any case, Tony had too much to study. Why steal Drive, Pym's job? There was still a long way to go. Dr. Pym definitely still needed water of life, if not for a longer life, then for a better physique to keep working. Once their relationship deepened, the big shot would be able to find an opportunity to learn Drive Pym's abilities and then match it with the data from Darren. Luke had helped Drive Pym and the doctor's live-in son-in-law, Scott Lang. It wasn't too much to ask for some benefits. This was a long-term objective. At the very least, Luke wouldn't take action until he had bled Darren dry of all the backup data, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. After what couldn't be called a satisfying deal, the big shot said goodbye and left. Scott walked in from the hallway and looked at Drive. Pym in surprise. You're letting him go just like that? Doctor. Pym looked at his cheap son-in-law angrily. Otherwise, Scott thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. We can't afford to offend him. Doctor. Pym turned away angrily. Do I need you to tell me that? Scott mumbled something and fell silent. Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Drive. Pym turned around and looked at him. Why are you still in the living room? You can train when you have the time. We're not done yet. Scott hesitated for a moment before he said, when can I visit my daughter? Also, I'm on parole now, and I have to report in regularly. Doctor. Pym waved his hand angrily. Fine, I'll help deal with your parole, but don't think about going out for the time being. If Darren can't find me, he'll look for you. Scott. You're a rotten old man. If it wasn't for Dr. Pym, he would at least still be able to see his daughter even if he didn't have a job right now. Fine, it was because of his visitation rights that he had fallen in with the doctor to begin with, which hadn't been any better than the current situation. Only then did Pym remember that he should have entrusted Scott's problem to the big shot in passing. But it wasn't too late now. As long as he sorted out the pesky details and submitted the relevant information, he could directly issue a quick commission to the big shot. After a review, the big shot would send back a letter to confirm the commission, including the price. As long as there were no problems, Pym could click confirm, and credit points would automatically be deducted from his account. All he would need to do after that was wait for word that the commission had been successfully completed. Dr. Pym didn't waste any time. He got up and took out a special phone from the safe for issuing a commission. Less than 10 minutes later, the confirmation letter was sent back. Dr. Pym read the content and tapped confirm. Insufficient account balance. Please recharge before confirming the commission. Stumped for a moment, Pym looked at the credit points required for the mission 30. This could be considered the cheapest of commissions. It didn't take much to get rid of Scott's parole record. But Pym could only look heavenward speechlessly. He was short by 2 points. Chapter 1928. Each family has their own difficulties when it came down to it. Pym was a wily old fellow. Under Scott's expectant gaze, he simply put his phone away and nodded calmly. Okay, just wait, we'll get a reply in a week at the latest. Scott made the sign of the cross in thanks. Doctor, Pym said impatiently, aren't you going to train? You actually lost to an ant this time, and were even captured alive. Are you still so proud of yourself? Scott was dumbfounded. Didn't you say that it was a robot ant? Doctor, Pym snorted. Just because it's a robot, it's no longer an ant. It was a robot, so of course you would lose. Then why didn't you just admit defeat when you went up against that patriot or whatever? Depressed, Scott left. He couldn't reason with the old man. Besides, there was hope. Letting this cheap father-in-law scold him wasn't a big deal. Scott perked up as he left. Doctor, Pym watched him leave. Once Scott's footsteps faded, he quickly took out his phone and sent a request for a deal concerning the Pym particle, along with a commission to wipe out Scott's criminal record. The Pym particle deal was of high priority. He might not have enough credit points in his account, but he could get credit points in advance. This was what it meant to be an important partner. Seeing the accepted notification for both items, Pym took a deep breath before he smiled bitterly. It really isn't easy to have a daughter. But he had no choice. After all, he had lost his daughter's mother. Seeing Pym's request for a deal as well as a commission to clean up Scott's record, Luke accepted them and chuckled. Old man, you're really good to your cheap son-in-law. That alert notification earlier had been deliberate on his part. Otherwise, because of a lack of 2 measly points, this commission would have remained in the background for the time being, and the alert about an insufficient balance would never have gone out. Dr. Pym had always dealt directly with the big shot in the past and rarely used this phone, so he didn't know that was the normal procedure. If it were the Bat Squad, they would know at a glance that something wasn't right. Dr. Pym was an inflexible geezer. Luke didn't want the big shot to forsake his integrity and screw the other party over while doing business together. But it wasn't a bad thing to beat up this old man a little. Even if the old man found out in the future, it didn't matter. This was to prevent him from becoming big-headed. This was also to sound out Pym's attitude towards Scott. At the very least, he wasn't just making use of the other man. recalling Scott and Hope's PDA in front of Dr. Pym. It was clear that the two had a thing. Dr. Pym didn't have many weaknesses and was a tough character, but Scott and Hope weren't that troublesome. As long as they interacted more in the future, it wasn't impossible to pull this pair into the Justice League. When the time came, the Justice League would enjoy all sorts of benefits. Were they going to just hide the technology and not use it? Ivan and Donnie had created a lot of things, which they had given to the big shot in exchange for credit points. If these two youngsters could put their pride down in this sort of environment with mutual benefits, how could Drive Pym himself not do the same? If Dr. Pym hadn't made a deal with the big shot, it would make sense if he hid things. But if he went back on his word after making a deal, who would dare trust him in the future? One day, Drive Pym would understand that what goes around, comes around. Luke couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. It was just that the Pym particle was really extraordinary, and the Ant-Man suit was just the most basic application of this technology. It was just like how Tony's armor looked cool, but the core technology was still the third-generation arc reactor. A lot of side products could be created with the arc reactor. Many of them weren't any worse than the Iron Man suit, but they weren't necessarily suitable for battle. Thanks to the large arc reactor, Tony's energy company already supplied 27% of the total electricity used by major cities in America. He made no less money than before, and his profits were increasing steadily. A reputation for making a high-tech new energy source was worlds apart from selling weapons. It was also more suitable for Tony, who liked to do things above board. The Pym particle was similar in that it could change Earth's technology in many ways, even beyond that of other worlds. Luke had obtained the data, but in the end, that was just the bottom line. What he really wanted was for Dr. Pym to continue working on the Pym particle. For this reason, he was even prepared to give Drive Pym some water of life. It would serve the old man right to keep him busy for decades. Otherwise, how would he be able to live up to Luke's investment? It was similar to the situation with Tony. If it were anyone else who had created Ultron, Luke would have definitely taught them a good lesson. Tony, on the other hand, had only been mocked and told to remember the consequences of his mistakes. Talent was the biggest protection a person could have. Valentine's Day passed peacefully. San Francisco was a sister city to Los Angeles. After the earthquake a few years ago, its people were more tenacious than anyone else. In just 2 months, the residents' negative emotions basically disappeared, and the people even bounced back better than ever. After all, thanks to Luke's arrangements, there had been very few deaths. The casualties and property damage were far less than during the Battle of New York, or even when the Enchantress wreaked havoc in Grand Rapids. Both the Californian and San Francisco authorities had put together formidable disaster relief programs. The classic government method of wrangling over disaster relief for a few months was not the norm here. With the cooperation of many parties at the state and city levels, and with many big shots with real power giving the green light, at least 80% of disputes in the disaster relief operation were done away with. On top of that, Tony's and the Bat Squad's foundations provided ongoing support, and monster fans from all over the world were now making pilgrimages. The entire city was recovering quickly. After the radiation cleanup, except for where the Mutos had gone ashore and fought, most people could finally return home. After the situation settled down, it was already the middle of March, and San Francisco on the west coast was filled with the smell of spring. 840 Winter Street welcomed an unexpected guest. Maggie stood at the top of the stairs and glared helplessly at the man who was hugging his daughter, Cassie. "Scott, you don't have visitation rights." Scott didn't care. He simply made a face at his daughter. "I'm just here to see my little peanut." Maggie put her hand to her forehead. "Scott, you promised last time that you would find a job and settle down. Then, you disappeared for more than a month. You didn't even call during that time. Now, you suddenly show up." Scott's hands paused for a moment before he finally let go of his daughter. He rubbed her head and gave her the gift bag. "Go to your room and open your present first. I'll come find you later, okay?" Cassie rolled her eyes as she looked between her parents. "Okay, but you have to eat with me later. Paxton does a tasty barbecue." Scott nodded hard and watched his daughter run upstairs. Then, he raised his hand and gestured at Maggie. Chapter 1929. Fishing, Favor, Tool. The two of them walked away, and Maggie looked suspiciously at the Ant-Man suit which Scott was wearing. "Don't tell me you're cosplaying Iron Man. His suit's made out of metal." Scott didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just think of it as me wearing it to make little Peanut happy. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I have been in some trouble recently. It's inconvenient for me to call, so I could only come here in secret. Maggie's face changed, and she seemed to understand something. She covered her mouth and exclaimed in a low voice, Oh my God, don't tell me you haven't been checking in with your parole officer. It was quite troublesome for anyone who broke parole to live properly after that. She put her hand to her forehead again and took a deep breath. Let me get Paxton to think of a solution for you. Scott rolled his eyes. He wasn't breaking parole. Why the hell did he need that guy? Paxton was his ex-wife's husband and a police officer. Last time, on Scott's daughter's birthday, he as the ex-husband had almost quarreled with the current husband over seeing his daughter. That was why he had decided to do one last burglary job. Scott wasn't jealous of his ex-wife, nor did he blame Paxton. However, he was extremely unhappy about being kicked out of his daughter's birthday party. Depressed, he could only stop Maggie and explain his situation. Maggie had divorced him because he had insisted on robbing the rich to help the poor, which had put him in jail. After listening for a while, her eyes widened. Are you kidding me? You just came out, and you want to go back in for this? Scott quickly denied it. That's impossible. I don't even have a criminal record anymore. I'm a good citizen. Maggie almost spat in his face. Thankfully, she had never learned or used this killing move. She simply sneered and was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Scott could tell what his ex-wife was thinking at a glance, and he quickly revealed important evidence. If you don't believe me, have Paxton go to the police department tomorrow to check my file, and you'll know if I'm telling the truth. Seeing his expression, Maggie was skeptical. Are you serious? Yep. Scott then remembered something else. He took out a paper bag from his backpack and gave it to Maggie. Cassie's child support. Maggie's expression turned ugly, as if she had thought of something bad. She took the paper bag and opened it. Her face immediately darkened, and she threw it back. Get lost. Cassie doesn't need this sort of dirty money. Scott subconsciously caught the bag and was confused. This is my reward from my last job. How is it dirty? Maggie gnashed her teeth. Look at what you're wearing. You're even wearing a helmet to cover your face. It's all new $100 bills, and you can't even be bothered to change the envelope. Scott looked at the bank logo on the paper bag in his hand and was enlightened. He handed it back. Like I said, you can ask Paxton to check my account. You know the number. If I've robbed the bank, you can give this to him as stolen money and have him issue a warrant. Looking at Scott's calm expression, Maggie finally wavered. You really didn't steal this? Scott smiled bitterly. I wouldn't give you stolen money. Maggie frowned, but still pushed the paper bag back. If that's the case, take the money. Live well first. This is all Cassie needs. Helpless, Scott tossed the paper bag that contained $20,000 to the side and turned around. Cassie is my daughter. I have the right to spend money on her. Maggie hesitated for a moment before she chased after him. Wait. While they were whispering to each other as they made their way to Cassie's room, a huge camera was aimed at 840 Winter Street through a gap in the curtains of another house diagonally opposite. On camera, Scott and Maggie were clearly arguing in low voices. At sunset, there was still some light outside, but the room was dark. The person pressed a button and a voice rang out. Boss, Scott Lang is here. He's with his ex-wife. A moment later, Darren looked at the photo of Scott's daughter, Cassie, on his phone. He grinned maliciously. Good. What a man. You blew up my building and still dared to come out to meet your ex-wife for a family reunion. As he spoke, he walked toward a black and yellow suit. Scott, once I've caught you, let's see if that old man will come out to die. At the same time, on the porch of 850 Winter Street, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man holding a tablet smiled. Darren, don't disappoint me. Otherwise, how can Scott owe me a favor? This person was naturally Luke's level 1 clone. After exchanging credit points for legal income from the big shot, Scott had rushed to San Francisco. Luke had already arranged for an android to be stationed at 850, in case Darren was desperate. He also knew about Darren's underling who was monitoring Scott's ex-wife's house. Of course, Luke wasn't letting Darren, this bright red name in the system, live out of goodwill. He was purely waiting for him to complete his final task as a tool. In fact, Darren's phone was under constant surveillance, and his whereabouts and external communications were completely transparent to Luke. Now that this tool had finally thought of a plan, it was time to put an end to things. 10 minutes later, Scott was enjoying the Paxton barbecue, which his daughter brought to him, when he suddenly heard a small but clear voice. Darren is coming after you in his suit. The Benz coming from the west is his. Stumped for a moment, Scott then darted to the window and craned his neck. He saw a black Benz approaching at a normal speed. He hesitated for a moment before he put down the meat. Little Peanut, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll come back to eat again after that. As he spoke, he exited the bedroom and instantly shrunk before leaving a side room. Several flying ants had just taken off outside the house. They caught Scott as he jumped down from the second floor, and they flew toward the Benz. It wasn't that he was impulsive, but that he had seen Darren in this black Benz before. It was always better to be sure. The flying ants quickly reached the Benz and Scott threw himself onto the car. Scott looked through the windshield and saw a figure in a yellow and black suit. Scott's expression immediately changed. Hope had mentioned Darren's research results before, and she had indeed mentioned that the suit was yellow and black. Scott's heart tightened. No, he couldn't let Darren charge into Maggie and Cassie's house and hurt them. Chapter 1930. Backyard Battle. Good guys. Ambush. Scott was quite talented in combat. He was quick-witted and determined. He slid down the hood to the front of the car. He reached underneath, and a steel cable immediately dropped to the ground. At the same time, his body instantly returned to normal and he did a flip. The steel cable grew bigger and thicker. As Scott flipped, he shot the other end of the cable to the top of the Benz. Bang! In the backseat, Darren was shocked when he suddenly saw the sharp end of a steel cable. If this thing had been a little further back, wouldn't it have pierced his head? Then, the steel cable tightened, and the Benz had no choice but to stop. Darren's expression was fierce. He rolled down the window a little, and his body in the yellow and black suit suddenly shrunk and flew out through the gap. As soon as Scott landed, he saw a black and yellow dot flash toward him. He subconsciously shrunk to avoid the attack. 840 Winter Street was still the scene of a happy family party. In the backyard, the men were drinking beer and eating barbecue as they talked big. The women were gossiping, and the kids were playing mini ping pong on one side. Everything was so beautiful and harmonious. Suddenly, two mosquito-like black dots entangled with each other dropped into the garden next door. Then, one was kicked, and he flew through the shrubs into the backyard of No. 840. Scott, who had been kicked away, looked at the rapidly approaching grill and the faint red light in it. He cursed inwardly and decisively enlarged his body. Clang! With a loud bang, the entire barbecue grill and the remaining meat on it were sent flying and scattered everywhere. All the adults and children subconsciously turned around, only to see a guy in a helmet and strange clothes lying on the ground, clutching his waist and yelling. The grill, which weighed dozens of kilograms, had been sent flying, and Scott had hit his waist hard. The other dot instantly enlarged itself, and Darren appeared in a yellow and black suit. Compared with the gray Ant-Man suit, his yellow and black suit was much more eye-catching. There were yellow lenses on the mask and two sharp insect-like appendages on the back, which looked very fierce. Darren turned around and looked at Maggie, who was quietly retreating with her daughter, Cassie. He then turned around and sneered. Just nice, I'll let you have a taste today of what it's like to lose everything. Scott, who was rubbing his waist, also noticed Darren's actions. His expression was extremely ugly. Be starred, come at me if you dare. Darren grinned maliciously, the appendages on his back swaying slightly. As you wish. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly shrunk and flew at Scott. The two appendages shot out two tiny blue lasers. Scott moved almost at the same time and rolled to avoid the blue laser beams. White smoke rose from a small hole in the grass where he had been lying. Darren smiled smugly. What bullshit, Ant-Man. He couldn't compare with his yellowjacket suit at all. Your entire family will be reunited shortly. Thinking that, he sped up and lunged at Scott. After dodging the blue laser beams, Scott was about to get up, when he touched something on the ground. His mind whirled, and he smoothly grabbed the item under his hand. He turned around and swung it at Darren, who had shrunk in size and was lunging at him. Bang! Darren was slapped hard by the extremely elastic blue rubber, which sent him spinning. The bean-sized Darren flew in an arc like a fly and hit the blue bug zapper lamp that was on the porch. Crackle! There were small electric sparks and smoke on the lamp before there were no longer any movements. Stumped for a moment, Scott looked down at the ping-pong bat in his hand. So useful, it seemed he had a talent for ping-pong. Thinking that, He stood up with some difficulty and took a few steps forward to hand the ping-pong bat to a frightened girl. The bat was hers, and she had dropped it when Scott knocked over the grill. The little girl stared blankly at the bat and then at Scott's strange mask. "Wah, Mom, save me. Weirdo." Just like that, the little girl screamed and cried as she fled. Scott looked at the others awkwardly. "So I'm a good, boom." Everybody ran off with their kids. Who would believe him? This weirdo clearly wasn't anything good. Scott shook his head with a bitter smile. He took a few steps forward and placed the ping-pong bat on the table. Just as he was about to check on Darren, two people rushed out of the back door. They raised their pistols and shouted, "SFPD. Don't move, put your hands up. You son of a b***tch, put your hands up." Scott slowly turned around and raised his hand. "Do you want me to keep still or raise my hands, Paxton?" As he spoke, he pressed on his mask to reveal his face. Sergeant Paxton, who was Scott's ex-wife's current husband and her daughter's stepfather, was in disbelief. "Scott, why are you here?" He put his gun back into his holster. Scott heaved a sigh of relief and walked over to them. "Paxton, listen to me." After putting his gun away, Paxton took out another gun from his waist and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The taser instantly hit Scott in the chest. Z. Scott's body jerked and he twitched as he fell to the ground. There was only one thought in his mind. Paxton, D***mn it. He actually used a sneak attack. But no matter how he wanted to curse, he couldn't. He could only be detained by Paxton and his colleague. While the three of them were messing around, Darren was sizzling on the bug zapper like a mosquito. He was even more miserable than Scott. But the yellowjacket suit gave him some protection, and he didn't lose consciousness. He could only look hatefully at Scott as he was taken away. "B****, just you wait. I'll definitely kill you, and then your entire family." Suddenly, the bug zapper abruptly turned on. Darren blacked out. Before he passed out, a thought flashed through his mind. What was going on? Pa! The fuse box of the Paxton house also shorted out, causing a clamor of exclamations. On the dark bug zapper, the unconscious Darren suddenly disappeared. A transparent shadow quietly left in the dark. Nobody knew that he had been there. Half an hour later, Scott returned to a 3-story building in the woods on the outskirts of the city with a gloomy expression. He entered the living room and saw Dr. Pym and Hope looking at him. Scott coughed uncomfortably. "What's wrong?" Chapter 1931. "He's still a kid, she's not a kid anymore." Drive. Pym turned around angrily and glared at his daughter. Hope was also a little angry. "If we hadn't gotten the message, we wouldn't have known that someone ran off to his ex-wife's house and even started fighting in front of everyone. Don't make it sound like I was fighting Maggie." Scott had just finished cursing inwardly, when he suddenly came back to himself. "FCK, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead." While a very scared Scott faced his soon-to-be girlfriend and cheap father-in-law, Luke's clone had already left for the Pacific Ocean. Over the dark ocean, Luke sighed. "Darren, I gave you such a good opportunity, but you didn't use it." Just now, his clone had been hiding next to Maggie and Cassie, ready to save them at a critical moment. The best time was undoubtedly when Scott failed and Darren was about to attack the mother and daughter. For Scott, who valued his daughter more than himself, this would be a true life-saving debt that he would never forget. In the end, Luke had come up with many plot lines, but he hadn't expected Darren to be so useless. Scott had been wearing an outdated Ant-Man suit, yet he had taken Darren down with one hit. It could only be said that Darren was one of those trashy villains who, when they lost, even did so in such a stupid way. Back then, Obadiah's Ironmonger, which had been worth tens of millions, had lost to the bad darts, but it was Batman who had thrown them out. Darren had lost to a ping-pong bat and a bug zapper. Was he worthy of the Pym particle? Was he worthy of those appendages that could shoot out laser beams? How embarrassing. An utterly depressed Luke had simply given the bug zapper another boost of electricity before he put an unconscious Darren into space too. He had failed in his biggest goal, but it wasn't a loss since he had been able to obtain a clearly functional yellowjacket suit. Now that Darren had entered space too, Luke naturally had to interrogate him about everything he knew. Although it was impossible for him to remember all the data on the Pym particle, he would definitely know the key points like the back of his hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the person in charge of the most advanced tech at Pym Technologies. Luke hadn't earned as much from this plan, but he hadn't lost out. Thinking that, the clone put away its regret and flew further over the Pacific Ocean. In the mountains of New Jersey at the end of March, Luke and Frank were busy at the grill. Carrie, Mindy and Alice were playing on the other side of a creek. Luke asked casually, "Is Alice really willing to let Carrie go to school?" Frank flipped the meat and checked the temperature. "Carrie brought it up herself. Alice is worried, so she wanted to ask you." Luke hummed in understanding. He was currently using his Big Dipper alias, and Big Dipper was the one who had rescued Alice and Carrie. Big Dipper was also recognized as the superhuman with mental powers on the team, and hence was the same as Carrie. Whether or not Carrie's mental state was good enough for her to attend school would be up to him. As for the witch Wanda, Frank and Alice didn't consider her at all. It wasn't a matter of ability, but of trust. Given how Wanda had almost annihilated the Avengers, Frank didn't dare hand his adopted daughter over to the witch for an inspection. Frank didn't get a response. He turned around and saw Luke looking thoughtfully at Carrie, who was jumping around the creek with Mindy. His heart tightened, and he asked in a low voice, "Is there a problem?" Luke shook his head and continued cutting the bacon. "No, her condition has stabilized. However, it's best to give her a relatively simple environment at the beginning." Frank heaved a sigh of relief. "I've discussed it with Alice. Carrie will be 16 soon. We can send her to a private middle school in New Jersey. If she's fine for a year, she can attend a university in New Jersey." Luke was amused. "The same one as Mindy?" Frank also smiled. "Well, they're very close." Luke didn't say anything else. Frank was indeed concerned about Mindy, but it mainly had to do with her father, whom he had beaten up. Even heroes had a soft heart for beauties. Luke sighed inwardly, but that was a good thing. Given Alice and Carrie's situation, it was impossible for them to find an ordinary man to be the head of the family. He wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure at all. Of course, this wasn't a reference to Alice's body weight. Certainly, Frank had indeed been using life one strangely often for a while, but that was a private matter between him and Alice. In any case, Frank was fine and hadn't been crippled. Luke wasn't stupid enough to ask this cheap uncle what it felt like to have his bones broken. However, since then, Frank had asked Knight a lot more about cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique. Also, since this cheap uncle could have a wife and daughter again, Luke could be considered to have repaid the favor which Robert owed him. Although this favor didn't mean much to Luke and Frank, it was very important to Robert. Soon, Luke was done with his part. He took off his gloves and said to Frank, "I'll talk to Carrie in private." Frank hummed in response. When Luke walked to the creek, Frank looked at Luke's back and sighed. Given Big Dipper's personality, it was very kind of him to talk to Carrie even after already saying that it was fine. Luke said a few words, and Alice nodded with a smile. She grabbed Mindy, who was about to join in on the fun. "Let's see if Frank needs any help first." Mindy rolled her eyes. After confirming that she had no chance to eavesdrop on Big Dipper and Carrie, she could only accept her fate. It was impossible to struggle. It wasn't a problem for Alice to stand there and let her struggle for 100 years. Luke put his hands in his pockets and slowly led Carrie up the creek. Once they were out of sight, he said, "Are you sure you want to see this world for yourself?" Carrie gave an affirmative. Luke said, "That's true. Otherwise, your mother and Frank would be worried." Carrie hummed in agreement again. Luke changed the topic. "What's going on between you and Mindy?" Carrie was silent. Luke turned around. "Joseph is still young. He's still a kid." Carrie burst out laughing, and her laugh grew louder and happier. Luke didn't stop her. He simply shrugged and continued walking. Carrie giggled for a long while before she finally stopped. "Don't think he never told me that joke." Luke smiled and nodded. "Don't hold back if you can understand the joke. You've grown up." Carrie's smile faded. She picked up her pace and hugged his arm. "I'm still growing. You become my brother, too." Luke was helpless, but he didn't shake her off. "Do you want to say that you're still a kid?" Hearing that, Carrie recalled that video meme of everyone in a family taking turns to say, "He's still a kid." She couldn't help but laugh out loud. As she laughed, she didn't forget to punch his arm. "Don't make me laugh. Mindy learned bad things from you." Luke shook his head solemnly. "She's not a kid anymore." This time, Carrie didn't say anything and simply punched him. Chapter 1932. Little brother, little sister, little brother's wife. After laughing for a while, they walked deeper into the woods where it was quieter. The faint sound of birds and insects, and the dense trees and shrubs had a calming effect. Carrie said in a low voice, I really can't tell them your identity. Luke didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, how's your mental communication coming along? Carrie said, I have a grasp of the basics. Under normal circumstances, my senses are 97% accurate. Luke said, if Joseph ran into someone with a similar ability, do you think they won't use it on him? Carrie shook her head regretfully. It wasn't that she didn't understand. However, Joseph and Mindy really had an extraordinary relationship. If this information could be made public, Mindy and Joseph could be considered like family. But if Joseph knew that Luke was Big Dipper, and Mindy knew that Big Dipper was Luke, and Big Dipper had access to their conversations in the Ursa Minor chat, Carrie didn't dare imagine it. This was better. She was the only one who knew that Big Dipper was Luke. It wasn't that Luke was careless, but that Carrie had been different from the others from the very beginning. She had always known that he was Big Dipper, but she hadn't known that Luke was Joseph's brother. After she got to know Joseph, she met Luke once in a while. The memories of Luke rescuing her and her mother, Alice, in Rumford immediately surfaced. Luke's Star of Justice clone was exactly the same as her spirit form. The spirit form was as sensitive to mental fluctuations as Sharp Nose was to smells. The mental interference technology which Luke had developed had only become functional in the last 2 years. The previous armor and nanomask didn't have this function. Thus, whether it was her spirit form or her real self, Carrie could recognize the same person. However, Carrie had severe autism back then and rarely spoke to her mother, Alice. It was Luke who had been giving her mental therapy all this time, and he had repeatedly reminded her to keep this little secret. Strictly speaking, Carrie was Luke's super trump card. Her 4 abilities, spirit form, telekinesis control, mental resistance, mental communication, were enough to form a complete set of abilities. However, it would be a waste to let a master of such mental powers participate in a head-on battle. Support behind the scenes was the most suitable position for her. This raised an old problem. Carrie's mental state wasn't stable. In fact, she was autistic because she was sensitive to other people's emotions. As a little girl, she had been able to vaguely sense the negative emotions of the adults around her. It would be strange if she didn't close herself off. As long as she worked behind the scenes, it would definitely be quieter for her. Luke was willing to protect this girl, who had given him 1/2 of her cloning ability and her unique mental resistance ability, for life. In any case, he had Bobby Max, who was good at mental communication, and his 2 clones. It wasn't like he needed her. But now that she had taken the initiative to make contact with the outside world, he wouldn't stop her. As for becoming her brother, that was because of Joseph and Mindy. Mindy and Joseph had family and friends, but Carrie didn't. Since Carrie wanted a ready-made brother, what could Luke do? He could only acknowledge it. What's going on with Joseph and Mindy? A lot of thoughts flashed through Luke's mind, but he changed the subject. They're going to college together. What's that got to do with me? Carrie decisively shifted the blame. Luke rubbed his forehead. Mindy beat people up in school. You know that, right? Carrie snorted. Who told that little B*TCH to flirt with Joseph? He's just a kid. That's against the law. Saying that, she remembered the kid joke and laughed again. Luke was helpless. Mindy had grown up and had a much better temper. She had only slapped the girl twice. The girl didn't even have a concussion or broken bones. The real cause was Joseph. This 12-year-old brother had grown up quickly. He had inherited Catherine's delicate looks and mature mindset. At 12, he was too much of a pretty boy. With life won in training that was grounded in science, he stood taller and straighter than an ordinary child. It was common for college girls to hit on him while he was out and about. Many girls might now know that he was only 12, but it was just like how boys liked to flirt with beautiful girls. When girls saw someone like Joseph, they wouldn't give up. Luke wasn't worried about Mindy hitting on his little brother. After all, they weren't ordinary people. Also, the extroverted Mindy wasn't a match for the intellectual Joseph. Luke knew who was conning whom. He had already let Mindy down by giving Joseph 2 private warnings. When the 2 brothers were talking, Joseph said, I think Selena treats you pretty well too, which made Luke choke. Joseph had only used words and psychology on Mindy. He hadn't really done anything bad, much less 2-timed her. Luke had conned Selena into becoming his housekeeper, to do all sorts of things for him. He was much more shameless than Joseph. He didn't like to use his status as his big brother to forcibly change his siblings' views. In the end, He could only tell Joseph, "If this blows up in your face in the future, the most I can do is save your life." Joseph shook his head thoughtfully. "That's unlikely to happen. Mindy will just break my bones at most. Turn me into a paraplegic? I don't think so." Luke looked at his arrogant brother coldly. "You don't know her that well. If you piss her off, she might chase you down and beat you up for the rest of your life." Picturing this terrifying scenario, Joseph couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly came back to himself. "Wait, we're just friends." Luke chuckled. "Have you forgotten what I do?" "Joseph, you're a private investigator, huh?" Then, his eyes widened. "You investigated Mindy. It's just an ordinary check. It's not like I tailed her." Luke was very calm. "So far, you're the boy she's closest to, and the only one." He wasn't a pervert. There was no way he would monitor his brother and Mindy's private affairs. He got up and patted Joseph's shoulder. "Just because you deny some things doesn't mean they're not true. Be careful." This kid was still too young. From young, he had relied on his face and brain to scam food out of his female classmates, but Mindy wasn't an ordinary little girl. If Joseph pissed her off, she would really beat him up. Chapter 1933. Each has their own worries. After dealing with this family matter, Luke didn't dwell on it. Time was fair. Mindy and Joseph weren't the only ones who had grown up in the last few years, they were just the youngest. Claire and Stacy had already made their relationship public at a family gathering last year. At that time, Robert and Catherine had gotten strange expressions when they saw how Stacy looked helpless and pitiful in Claire's arms when she was half a head taller. After some astonishment, Grandpa Drax said calmly, as expected of our Coulson family, "You have a knack for finding a girlfriend." Robert's face immediately darkened. "Claire is a girl. Also, her girlfriend is right in front of you." "Old man, is it all right for you to say that?" In the end, it really was all right. It was clear that Claire had explained to Stacy what Drax's character was like, and the two of them pretended not to hear him. Catherine only looked conflicted for a moment before she returned to normal. She wasn't a high school teacher anymore. Because of Claire, Catherine had learned a lot about the entertainment industry. Something like this wasn't unusual at all. With a gentle smile on her face, she called for Stacy to join the party. Seeing how Luke and Joseph minded their own business as they ate and teased Cindy on the side, Catherine knew that the three elders at home were indeed the last to know. While Stacy was in a steady relationship, the twins had their own little online scandals. It was just that they weren't as devoted as Stacy, and had already dated several guys. In one sense, they had grown up only to be useless. Fortunately, Luke had never thought of tyrannically forcing every reserve member to become a superhero. Stacy had given him his super disguise technique, and the twins had given him elementary sound wave. It had taken no more than some money and 100 hours. If it wasn't for the fact that Stacy had stabbed him in the back and infiltrated his family, this would have been an absolutely profitable investment. Nikki and Monica were still in Ursa Minor. They had already graduated from university, and had no intention of entering the superhero circle. They joined the company which Ursa Minor used to make money, and were in charge of administration and finance. Luke's arrangements for them were the same as for Stacy and the other two. He told them that it was enough to keep up a certain amount of professional training and not to really turn into mediocre and useless people. Carol, who worked as Catherine's personal bodyguard in Shackelford, was still as obedient as ever. She hadn't even looked for a boyfriend. However, she was in good spirits. After work, she rode horses, went camping, planted flowers, and studied cooking. She was more like a cultivator in seclusion. On the other hand, Lorna was caught up in a mess while giving birth in Chile. Because of the intense pain, her magnetic control exploded. Thankfully, she wasn't short of money, and the doctor she found was experienced and had a good work ethic. She didn't run away just because the building creaked, and insisted on delivering the baby. Thanks to Luke checking on her training progress every now and then, Lorna didn't completely panic amidst her pain. Sensing how her nerves and pain had caused her ability to explode and shake the hospital, she hurriedly got a grip of her emotions and forced her ability to slowly subside. Otherwise, the doctor, who insisted on sticking to her professional ethics, might be crushed to death when the building collapsed, and wouldn't live to see the end of Lorna's labor. After this incident, Big Dipper went to Chile to clean up after Lorna. All metal objects within a kilometer had been affected by the explosion of Lorna's ability. A superpower incident of this level wasn't something she could deal with herself, let alone when she had just given birth to a daughter. It was troublesome, but Lorna's ability had taken an important step forward. Originally, she could only create dangerous weapons by manipulating sheet-like metal objects. After she gave birth, it was a little hard for her to throw a car, but she was more than strong enough to smash people with a motorcycle. The vast amounts of small metal objects she could now control also far exceeded what firearms could do. But Lorna's problems didn't end there. After the shock and joy of giving birth, Lorna and her boyfriend, Marcos, moved back to Brazil. The two were unused to living with a child, and they gradually started to clash with each other. Not long ago, they felt that they really couldn't continue living together, and could only break up. At that moment, a new conflict arose over who got their daughter. Neither of them was willing to give her up. Luke could only make a personal trip to get these two youngsters, whose one moment of happiness had led to a lifetime of headaches, to reach an agreement. Luke went over and didn't waste time spouting bullshit to these two wan-looking youngsters. He simply looked at Marcos and asked bluntly, "As a father, you need to be able to support yourself and your kid first before you can discuss other things. What do you think?" When Marcos heard that, he wilted. Apart from his superpower, he didn't even have a high school diploma. He also wasn't as in awe of Big Dipper as Lorna was. While Lorna persisted in her training and learning, Marcos had only gone through with it for a while before he stopped. Luke had even offered him some pretty good job opportunities through Rebecca, who was in South America, but Marcos had never treated them seriously. After evaluating the guy's personality, Luke decisively gave up on him. Not all superhumans were qualified to join the PDD. Otherwise, the superhuman criminals whom he had killed would probably be full of resentment in death. They were more capable and had a much better attitude than Marcos, but they never got the chance to give it a try. Marcos was unable to respond, and was naturally taken out of the running. He only had visitation rights. If he worked hard in the future, he could naturally fight for custody of his daughter. But if he continued to just get by, it would be best for him to find another woman to have children with. Lorna was much better than Marcos, but only to a certain point. However, she was too overpowered, and was also a woman. Compared with Marcos, it was much easier for Luke to influence her thoughts and attitude toward life. Besides, she had Carol as her best friend. Carol had a very close bond with Lorna. She had no plans to fall in love or have children herself, but she liked her niece very much. Her salary as Catherine's personal bodyguard wasn't low. It covered most of her living expenses. She basically hadn't used her salary in the last few years, which was enough to cover the cost of raising her niece. After sending Marcos packing, Luke took Lorna and her daughter, Dawn, back to Dallas. That day, Carol flew a private fixed-wing plane to the rendezvous point. When the Big Dipper clone got out of the car with Lorna and her daughter, Carol ran over with a smile and hugged Lorna. Luke smiled and didn't forget to carry the 3-year-old girl over. If Marcos, who had been on the receiving end of Big Dipper's dark expression the entire time, could see his face now, he would definitely curse him for being biased. But Marcos was a man. Whether it was in terms of feelings or practical benefits, Luke would stand on the side of Carol, whom he was closer to, and the prettier Lorna. Useless Marcos, get lost. The only reason he hadn't beaten up the guy this time was because the 2-year-old girl was cute, and he didn't want to beat up her father in front of her. Chapter 1934, Education. I'll be watching you. It had been more than a year since the two friends last met. Their reunion was a warm one, and they chatted for a long while. Seeing that it was about time, Luke had Carol play with Dawn in the backyard. He and Lorna sat on the back porch. On the table were biscuits and coffee which Carol had just made. Luke poured coffee for himself and Lorna before he asked, "Have you thought it through?" After Lorna and Marcos split up, Luke told her to think about what to do next, and had suggested 2 paths for her. Lorna had said that she wanted to think about it, and Luke had said that he would wait until they got here. He usually didn't stay long. It was only because he wanted to pay Carol a visit that he hadn't left immediately. Luke returned to Shackelford every now and then, but he didn't want Big Dipper to appear at the same time. Carol was very concerned about her savior, Big Dipper, and had mentioned several times that she would treat him to a taste of her cooking when he had the time. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone for the 3 of them to have dinner together. Drinking his coffee leisurely, he didn't rush the uncertain Lorna. She was already 21, and was the mother of a 3-year-old. It was normal for her to be more worried. On the way here, she had been anxious and couldn't make up her mind. Luke didn't use his mental abilities to influence her. A person who was forcibly hypnotized could easily turn around and stab him in the back. Unless their names were bright red in the system, Luke just went with the flow. Lorna watched Dawn, who was playing in the backyard. After a long while, she said uncertainly, "I still want to grow up with Dawn, so," Luke hummed and waved his hand to cut her off. He wasn't in a hurry to ask anything of her. It was good enough to know what her thoughts were. "Okay," said Luke, "but you have to at least meet the minimum requirements for your studies in the future." Lorna, thinking about the study courses which covered all sorts of things, she was a little scared. Luke took a sip of his coffee. "This isn't revenge." Lorna pursed her lips and looked angry but didn't dare say anything. This was clearly saying that she was uneducated. Since he had the time, Luke didn't mind explaining it clearly. "If you choose to join us, you'll have to do well in your studies, and even excel in some subjects." He glanced at her with a faint smile. "So, you're right to choose not to join us. This indeed isn't something just anyone can do." Lorna's mouth dropped open. Are you kidding? She wasn't interested in studying, but she remembered the list of courses very clearly. There were so many courses, how could someone do well or even be outstanding in all of them? More importantly, this was just the basic requirement for joining the Bat Squad. Were all the members of the team monsters? They did seem unusual. Lorna suddenly felt better. Why compare herself with a bunch of extraordinary monsters? Sensing her emotions, Luke chuckled. They didn't know everything when they joined, but they worked hard to improve themselves. At most, they learned less if they didn't like it. They're not lazy. Frustrated, Lorna lowered her head. Wasn't he saying that she was lazy? Luke said, "They are still working hard, even in their 30s or 40s. Are you going to give up when you're only in your early 20s? Lorna was lost for words. Luke snorted, "You're just getting by because nobody is minding you." Lorna kept her head down and rubbed her toes on the wooden floor, like a weak student who had been asked to stay back by a teacher. But Luke's goal wasn't to beat her down, so he changed the topic. "In the future, I'll find a private tutor to start teaching you middle school subjects. You can take your time studying. When the time comes, you can contact a suitable university. As a person, you should study more so that your mind isn't blank." Lorna turned around in shock. "What, I have to study?" Luke looked at her disdainfully again. "Of course. Are you going to be illiterate forever?" Lorna opened her mouth and moved her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. She couldn't say, "Yes, I like being illiterate." Luke continued to talk reason. "You love Dawn, right?" Lorna subconsciously nodded. Luke said, "You're willing to provide her with the best, and you definitely won't stop her from going to college in the future, right?" Lorna nodded again. Luke said, "In another decade or so, when Dawn goes to college, will the both of you have nothing in common to talk about then?" Lorna was stumped. How much in common could a college student have with someone like her, who hadn't even gone to high school? There would be a huge difference in their way of thinking. It was hard to have anything in common. Even ignoring the communication barrier that might be caused by age, Lorna hadn't even gone to high school. If her daughter encountered a problem at school, how was she supposed to help her? Throw all the students, parents, and teachers into the sky. If that happened, it would be strange if the mother and daughter could still communicate smoothly after that. Luke wasn't lying. In his previous life, he had been able to communicate with his nephew and niece because he lurked online for a long time, and knew all the behavior and lingo of the younger generation. Most of the time, his nephew and niece's parents could only exhort them to study or work hard, and take care of their health. Under this constant nagging, the children weren't willing to share their thoughts, and their parents didn't know what their children were thinking. Lorna clearly didn't want that. Listening to Luke's warning, she finally felt a sense of urgency. It wasn't like she expected her daughter to be as close to her once she grew up, but it couldn't be to the point of having nothing to say to each other. Sensing her emotions, Luke knew that this was enough. If he pressed further, Lorna would be utterly crushed, and it would take a lot of effort to lift her up again. If it wasn't for the fact that Lorna's ability was a huge cheat and she had the potential to become an important trump card, he wouldn't have bothered to say so much. At that point, Luke simply got up and left to chat with Carol, leaving Lorna alone to think. In early April, Dawn's cheerful shrieks of laughter rang out amidst the backyard greenery on a Texan afternoon. Lorna sat on the porch in a daze as she watched Dawn pull Big Dipper along to play. The little girl wasn't afraid of his poker face at all. It seemed that her daughter was closer to him than to her. Was this the charm of education? Lorna was at a loss. If Luke knew what she was thinking, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could education compare with a superpower? He could use mental communication to convey friendly feelings to Dawn, and the little girl would naturally approach him. This had nothing to do with his poker face at all. That night, the little girl went to bed early, and Carol and Lorna saw Luke off. Looking at the reluctant Carol and the complicated expression in Lorna's eyes, he hugged Carol with a smile. Don't let yourself suffer too much. You've already done very well. Carol blushed and nodded silently. Luke looked at Lorna again. The arrogant young mother looked away. He hugged her and patted her head. You're not a kid anymore. You should work hard for yourself and Dawn. Lorna's eyes were a little hot, and she could only lower her eyes to hide them. She heard a deep, stern voice. Don't slack off anymore. I'll be watching you. Chapter 1935. A straight man's solution. After dealing with Carrie and Lorna, Luke still didn't have time to relax. That was because there was still Sky. Luke could only sigh. Spring had arrived, and it was the season of love. Fine, that was pure nonsense. The fact of the matter was that the reserve members whom he had invested in were younger on average, which was why all the problems were piled up here. The Supergirl trio, Lorna and Sky, were all in their early 20s, and were indeed at an important stage of their lives where they had to decide on their futures. An ordinary person without resources or guidance would have muddled their way along in society for a few years. By the time they came to their senses, they would realize that they were closing in on 30. At that time, not everyone would have the willpower and courage to change and work hard. Most people would just live like that and become part of the masses, leading ordinary lives. Lorna was a little like that, but Luke chose to intervene because of her heaven-defying superpower. The others were different. Luke had never overlooked their training. They had received long-term training that exceeded the elite level. Even the twin sisters, who were relatively idle, were still far more learned than a regular kid. One of them was a B-list singer, and the other was a top internet celebrity. They had mostly relied on themselves to get to this level. Apart from their professional skills, they had at least received passable grades in psychology and economics. They might not be as good as some outstanding college students, but in terms of development and real-world practice, they were better. Stacy and Claire were together, but not only didn't Luke relax, he demanded even more from Stacy. Her pride exploded when he said, "Claire is so outstanding. Aren't you afraid that someone better will pursue her?" Stacy's ability made her far better than an ordinary person. With strict self-discipline, it was easy for her to be outstanding. But these girls couldn't compare with Sky. She had always been proactive in learning, and had been collecting and sorting out intelligence for the PDD for a long time. Now, she had even joined the Justice League. If Carrie, Lorna and Stacy were trump cards 1, 2 and 3, then Sky was king of the trump cards. Her intelligence, character, support abilities, and combat skills were all outstanding. To put it another way, those who were smarter than her weren't steady enough. Those who were steadier than her weren't strong enough, and those who were stronger than her weren't smart enough. Luke basically didn't have to worry about such an outstanding girl, yet she was the one he saw the most often. That was because the person she knew was Luke the detective. The problem this time was a rich young man whom Sky met in college. She only treated him as a friend, but he wanted to be her boyfriend. If the other party was a playboy, it wouldn't be a problem. Sky wouldn't like him, nor even give him the time of day. However, this guy was outstanding in all aspects and he wasn't fickle. Even with Sky's intelligence network, she couldn't find anything wrong with him. She had even guessed that this person was gay and was only looking to use her as a shield. Unfortunately, there was no evidence that this outstanding young man liked men. This was just a small interlude in life, and wasn't worth Luke making a fuss over. But Sky had come looking for him twice recently. Luke was a straight man and had even more straightforward ways. He could easily sense Sky's thoughts. The young man wasn't important. The important thing was that this person had caused Sky to start fixating on Luke. Who could he blame? He could only blame it on the fact that spring had come. That was the biggest headache for Luke. He was the one who had found Sky in the sewers. He had sent her to school and resolved the danger of her ability hurting her. He had also found Big Dipper to suppress the restless Jiang. He wasn't surprised at all that Sky had a good impression of him. But they were too close to each other, he would never make a move. He wasn't the only one who was close to Sky. Selena, Mindy, Joseph, and the neighbors in Clinton were all close to both him and Sky. Also, everybody in the Bat Squad knew Sky's code name, Hand of Destruction. If he really made a move, then the subsequent trouble. Luke had been unable to control himself at the very beginning and had fooled around for a while in the first year or so. In the 5 to 6 years after that, he was only intimate with Jenny, Elena and Max. He had never touched any other woman. He had so much tech and equipment to play with in his lab, he really wasn't interested in picking up women. There were too many women who looked at him with sparkling eyes, and most of them just lusted after his body. Elizabeth, who had followed him from LAPD to NYPD, genuinely liked him. However, they crossed paths less and less, and he used this as a way to indirectly turn her down. Sky, on the other hand, was the trump card he had groomed, and she was working for the Justice League. Solving Sky's problem was much harder than solving Lorna's problem. After careful consideration, Luke smiled. He was overthinking it. He wasn't a Casanova to begin with, he should just act like the blunt straight man that he was. So, he accepted Sky's dinner invitation, and they went to a Spanish restaurant in Long Beach. After a few years, Sky was no longer a malnourished little girl. Her face was rosy and her lips were full. Her long black hair was smooth and shiny, and her eyes were full of confidence and determination. Sitting down opposite Sky, Luke didn't hide his admiration. He nodded with a smile. "It seems you've been doing well recently." Sky wasn't shy. She nodded gracefully and asked, "Thank you for your concern. What about you?" Luke chuckled. "Shouldn't we talk after we order?" Sky slapped her forehead. "Yes, you like to enjoy delicious food." Luke summoned the waiter and quickly ordered. Sky couldn't help but ask, "Can you be full with so little food?" Luke nodded. "Of course not, but few people come here to get full, right?" Sky couldn't help but laugh. Luke didn't want to beat around the bush. He asked, "Do you want a boyfriend?" Sky's heart jumped, but she said calmly, "Are you talking about that rich young master?" "I'm not interested." Luke chuckled. "Don't forget that I'm also a rich, young man." Sky's eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't help but laugh. "You, young man," Luke shrugged. "I'm only 25, I can't be considered a middle-aged man, right?" Sky choked. She suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was indeed very young. Although Luke's face had always been young, he had always acted too middle-aged, which made people subconsciously overlook this point. Sky was silent for a moment before she asked casually, "So, is someone rich also chasing you?" Chapter 1936. Crack open. Luke glanced at Sky's right hand, which was subconsciously fiddling with a table knife. He shook his head. "I've always had a steady girlfriend." The table knife paused, and Sky looked surprised. Who is she? At that moment, she almost exploded. There really was such a person. After meeting Luke, Sky went to college, joined the PDD, and then joined the Justice League. Her path had been too smooth. When she joined the PDD as a temp worker, Luke had said that he had helped her find the job, which meant that he was at least connected to the PDD. Everyone's identities in the Justice League were absolutely confidential, and interrogating each other was prohibited. For example, Hammersmith and Lady Deathstrike were together, and Lady Deathstrike's daughter was Silent Mage and Ursa Minor, but this wasn't something that could be investigated in the League's intelligence database. When it came to Luke, his family connections were no secret, but his girlfriend wasn't in the intelligence database, which meant that this girlfriend was probably extraordinary. Luke shook his head with a smile. "That's a secret. Also, it's not her, but them." Sky's hand jerked, and the table knife fell to the floor. Her eyes widened as she looked at the calm Luke, and she suddenly felt a little stumped. Although this was a common answer from rich men, she had never expected to hear it from him. Sky was stunned for a moment, and it was only when the waiter helpfully put down a new table knife that she came back to her senses. Shaking her head, she tried to control her chaotic emotions and couldn't help but ask, "Then, Selena?" A faint smile appeared on Luke's face, but he nodded. "She knows everything." Crack. The table cracked. Luke sighed and called for the waiter. He paid the bill and said to Sky, "Let's go and talk somewhere else." As soon as they left, a black van arrived. 4 men in black suits entered the restaurant and packed up the table. The restaurant manager was about to say something, when he was escorted out by 2 men in black suits. One of them slapped a paper bag on the manager's chest and said coldly, "This is compensation for damage to the table and chairs." The manager subconsciously caught the paper bag. When he opened it for a look, he couldn't help but reach inside to touch a few more times. Looking up at the man in the black suit, he nodded sincerely. Then that's fine. Please come again. There was at least $1,000 to $2,000 in the paper bag. A new table would only cost $200, the extra was undoubtedly a tip. Besides, while one man gave him the money, the other had a hand in his pocket. That was a dangerous-looking stance. The manager didn't think that the second man was carrying another paper bag on him. As the manager of a high-end restaurant, the ability to read people was a basic requirement. So, he immediately made the safest choice: take the money and watch the black van leave with a smile. Elsewhere, Luke took Sky to his black SUV and drove unhurriedly east of Long Beach. He drove into a parking lot. Luke stopped the car and got out, followed by Sky. They strolled along the seaside road. Looking at a diner not far away, Luke pointed at it. "Do you remember that?" Sky's eyes flickered. "That's where you bought me a meal for the first time." Then, she looked to the east. Although it was blocked by trees, she knew that there was a sewer entrance there. She had once lived in that sewer for months. One day, a guy who called himself a rookie detective knocked on her door and took her out of that dark memory. After a brief silence, Luke asked, "Do you know why I sought you out back then?" Sky was stunned. "You were investigating a case." Luke shook his head. "No, it was because I already realized that you were special." Sky's heart jumped, and she felt uncomfortable. Luke didn't look at her as he slowly walked forward. "It turns out that you're indeed gifted." Sky stopped and bit her lip as she glared at his back. Luke stopped and turned around. "So, you don't have to thank me. After all, my goal isn't simple." Sky's eyes stung again, but she took a few deep breaths. "Are you saying that you're investing in me for a purpose?" Luke nodded. "You can think of it that way." Crack. A crack appeared in the ground under Sky's feet. Luke's lips twitched. This soft girl was about to flare up. But it was better to rip the band-aid off all at once. If he stopped halfway, it would hurt again next time. Furious, Sky stepped forward again. "How many people like me have you invested in?" Luke said. "Well, maybe 8 or 10. Crack. Another piece of the road broke. This time, Sky only paused slightly. After walking some distance, she asked, "Are you like me with all of them?" Luke said, "Pretty much." Crack. The road cracked again. Luke smiled wryly. "All right, there are both guys and girls. Some have entered certain departments, and some are free." If he dealt Sky another blow, the road would probably split open, and it would be very troublesome to wrap things up. Sky was silent for even longer this time. She walked over to the sewer she had been in and stared blankly at the dark entrance. After a long while, she asked, "Then what about Selena?" This time, Luke didn't answer immediately. After a long while, he said, "We're partners who trust each other." Sky chuckled. "Partner? How long can you trust a partner for? A decade? Several decades?" Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Probably, forever." Sky turned around with a stunned expression. "Forever? Then what about your girlfriends?" Luke shook his head. "That's a different matter." Sensing the girl's emotions, his heart finally softened. "I have a reason why I can't give up my girlfriends. What they feel for me might be love, but I can only say at most that I have some feelings for them." Thinking hard, Sky quickly analyzed the information in her head. Luke left her to it. He was the one who had taught her to stay calm in any situation. He simply continued, "I'm a very ordinary and practical person. Feelings between a man and a woman aren't that important to me, so I don't mind my partner knowing that I have a lot of girlfriends, understand?" Sky couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wasn't stupid. She had been pretty upset earlier because Luke was practically indirectly saying, "Don't cling to me." But now, fine, it was actually the same. It just proved that it wasn't a problem with Sky, but with him. It was like feeling embarrassed at being rejected by a man, but when he said that he was gay, you suddenly felt better. That was right, that was it. Sky stressed that to herself in her heart. Chapter 1937. Non-stop problems during spring. Taking a few deep breaths, Sky deliberated for a moment before she finally asked, "Then, can I become someone like Selena?" Luke was lost for words. "Do you want to sunbathe in front of me too?" Even as he roasted her inwardly, he stretched out his hand solemnly. "I can't say for sure, but I look forward to the day we become unshakable partners." Stunned for a moment, Sky finally stretched out her hand, and Luke pulled her into a half-hug. "Good girl, I have high hopes for you. Let's go, I'll take you home." With that, he immediately let go of her and walked back. Only then did Sky react. Wait, something didn't feel right. Then, she got it, and chased after Luke. Don't run. When will that day be? If you don't tell me the exact time, then you're just a thug, Luke chuckled inwardly. You'll understand when I really act like a thug with you. Selena was good at fighting and even gave him benefits every so often. She wasn't stupid enough to ask these sorts of sensitive questions. Want to compete with Selena? Hee, this little girl was too young. Besides, was it wrong for him to reject Sky? He would really be scum if he led her on. If he made a move on everyone who had a good impression of him, then the twins, Carol, Nikki and Monica all had a chance. If he was really that much of a playboy, it wasn't necessarily impossible even with Mindy, who had met him before she met Joseph. But what would be the point? He didn't want to live a life like Bobby's, where he switched women every day. Actually, Luke had always hated trouble. To him, exchanging sweet nothings with a bunch of women every day wasn't enjoyment, but torture. Compared with trying all sorts of means to sweet-talk women into bed, he would rather work on technology and equipment in the lab. If he was interested, he would pick it up, and if he wasn't, he would put it down. They didn't need to be coaxed, and there was no end to the fun. Even excluding these things that didn't have emotions, didn't he still have 2 sisters and a brother? If he didn't mess with his siblings, what fun was there in being a big brother? Claire and Joseph had grown up and weren't fun anymore. But there was still little Cindy. This little sister was only 5, and was the most fun to tease. A man with a healthy body, a warm family, good parents, entertaining siblings, endless research on technology and equipment, endless money, and who even had a few girlfriends. Why would he look for trouble by playing around? Luke didn't want unnecessary problems. If a man dallied and drew things out, it would cause even more problems. A man should be open and frank from the beginning. This wasn't unusual here. As long as a couple wasn't married, it wasn't uncommon for both parties to have a few partners at the same time. Even when introducing someone to a friend, there were special terms like casual, exclusive, engaged, and married that could be used. Luke had never said that he had an exclusive girlfriend. Sky clearly didn't want to be that sort of girlfriend, which automatically excluded her. Of course, it could also be because she was too close to Luke, and was too embarrassed to say that it was okay to be that sort of girlfriend. But that wasn't Luke's problem. There was nothing wrong with girls being a little more reserved. When he dropped Sky off, she simply said goodbye and entered the house without even a smile. Watching her enter the house, Luke chuckled and shook his head before he drove off. The lights in the house came on, and a person stood by the window and watched the SUV leave. She was silent for a long time. That wasn't the only problem that spring brought. Luke's level 1 clone had been in the Pacific Ocean for 3 months after April passed. However, it wasn't hard for his clone at all. Apart from going into the ocean to educate the octopus baby, he spent most of his time in Hawaii. It was no different from a holiday. Haley, who had been roaming the world, also came. She said that she hadn't seen the Joker in a long while, and she also wanted to get life won from him. This was the wage which Luke had used to tempt the symbiote, Agony. It sounded reasonable, but he still firmly believed in what he felt. This was all because of spring, even if it was more like summer in Hawaii. It had been a few months since they last met, and Dr. Haley's looks and figure had become even more outstanding. This proved how amazing the combined effect of life won and the symbiote was. Luke silently noted down the results of this experiment. When there was time in the future, he would get the Doghead's clone to give everyone in his family full healthcare cover. This was far more valuable than just using life won alone. The Doghead wouldn't lose out either. Dr. Haley clearly wasn't asking for life won just for herself. Agony also couldn't wait. The benefits of this thing for the symbiote were obvious. After a shot of life won, what happened next was quite horrifying. Agony instantly entered the complete symbiotic form. It was clearly very excited. Dr. Haley, who had turned into a blue woman, still had her senses about her. She jumped into the shallow waters outside the house. She knew very well that the Joker didn't like her blue-skinned form. He looked at her like she was an experiment. Conversely, he always admired her original looks. However unhappy Agony was, Haley much preferred to be looked at by the Joker. In any case, Agony couldn't leave her if it wanted life won. She didn't want the Joker to grow distant toward her. 10 minutes later, when Dr. Haley came out of the ocean, she was back to normal. Her wet white nightgown clung to her body, fully exposing the female doctor. Luke admired the beautiful view, but didn't plan to go any further. He didn't want to do anything with the symbiote. Just thinking about it grossed him out. But that was where the problem with Spring came in. He didn't want to, but he couldn't stop people from having different thoughts. After Dr. Haley came in, she didn't go to the bathroom. Instead, she walked over to him and sat down. Not only did her face draw closer to his, she also put her arms around his shoulders. I think I've only taken half my salary for the past 6 months. Luke smiled and rubbed her face. No, dear Haley, you're spending your own life. Haley's eyes flickered. Really, I don't believe it. Before she finished speaking, the arms on Luke's shoulders turned blue. A wicked smile appeared on Luke's face, but he cursed inwardly. I take you in as a subordinate, and you want to sweet-talk me. You even brought the symbiote with you to persuade me. You're crazy. With a thought, a strange vibration spread from his body to Haley's arms. The blue color instantly faded to reveal 2 fair arms. With the same smile, he withdrew his hands from Haley's face and placed them on her arms. Do you believe me now? Chapter 1938. How about we buy another dog? Luke grabbed Haley's arm and pressed her down on his knees. He didn't show any mercy at all as he smacked her. It wasn't just the female doctor, but Agony also screamed in agony. Luke wasn't just using brute force, but also a trace of faith. He wasn't going to kill the symbiote, but he could make it suffer. In human terms, the sensation was like rubbing menthol balm on your thighs. Haley's behavior earlier was a tacit understanding between her and Agony. Ever since Luke snatched her from Simon, he realized that her mental ups and downs caused her serious mental issues. She actually didn't hate Simon for using her as a test subject. Conversely, she became addicted to being studied. But Luke had easily sent Simon packing, and Simon was forced to go into hiding. His position in Haley's heart had completely collapsed, and Joker naturally became the leader. It could be said that what the female doctor enjoyed the most right now was being ruthlessly taught a lesson by the Joker. But Luke didn't have that much free time. He wasn't Simon, and didn't have time to play mind games with Haley every day. So, when he had taken Haley around with him as a newbie, he had first found a dog for Agony as a temporary host. Without the mental immunity which Agony gave Haley, Luke swiftly tweaked Haley's consciousness. Luke spent some time fixing her reflex mechanisms so that her pursuit of pain as a research subject was turned into a proper amount of pain which brought pleasure. It wasn't like Luke was giving her special treatment, it was just that the female doctor's mental issues could only be alleviated and not completely resolved. Agony would instantly eliminate any lasting effect of his abilities. It was impossible for Luke to use his mental abilities and pheromone control to slowly resolve the problem like he had done with Alice and her daughter. The female doctor's name was Bright Red, and she had a restless temperament. It didn't matter if Luke was a little rough. As a master of physical techniques, it was a piece of cake for him to make someone feel immense pain without damaging their body. This was much easier than using mental abilities on the symbiote. Agony's thinking was even simpler. It would use the opportunity when Haley acted out to rebel. If it succeeded, it could escape, but if it failed, it would only suffer a little. Thus, this was a sneak attack, and lesson that all 3 parties present knew would happen. Haley collapsed on Luke's knees in pain. After feeling the sting, Agony decisively shut down. Softly rubbing the skin that was gradually turning red, Luke said unhurriedly, I've already given you a thrashing. How much longer are you going to lie here? Haley wriggled unhappily. I was busy outside for half a year. Luke smiled. You get what you earn. If you want more, you have to earn it. As Haley slowly got up, she rubbed her plump chest against his legs before she stood up. I'm going to take a shower first. 10 minutes later, she came out in a new silk nightgown, toweling her hair. Sitting on the armrest of Luke's chair, she turned around and curled her legs around Luke. Luke locked the phone and placed it on the other armrest. Okay, tell me what you found in Europe. Luke's mission for Haley had been to start with the higher-ups in Europe and look for leads on Hydra's hidden heads. Still, he had a lot of reservations about Haley, this strange, 3-star teammate. Batman was known to be rolling in tech, while the Joker was known for his evil abilities. Naturally, the way they did things had to be different. Haley didn't get a powerful AI program or any of the PDD connections, and her intelligence network was very low-end. It was just an ordinary phone network. For the sake of secrecy, Haley collected and stored most of the information herself, and would only send Luke very important information in code. The Joker wasn't afraid of the American government, nor did he care about provoking the European government, so Haley had nothing to worry about. With the changeable mask, her extensive knowledge of psychology, and the drugs and small tools which Luke provided her with, she could find many opportunities to get close to key figures for information. Luke tagged the targets in order of how red their names were. Most of them went missing, committed suicide, or went to prison, while a small number were left as bait. For half a year, Europe was Haley's playground. Manipulating these high and mighty bigshots like puppets before destroying them gave her great satisfaction. Help the dying and heal the injured. Forget it, this was the right answer. She came back in high spirits, and Luke gave her another shot of life once again. This was what she wanted. This gave her both physical and mental pleasure. Hearing Luke's question, Haley curled up in the most comfortable position and whispered in his ear. Luke placed his hands on her smooth legs and rubbed them slowly as he absorbed the intelligence he was hearing. Her legs were very fair and smooth, and weren't blue. He didn't feel the least bit burdened at touching them. Haley had brought back a lot of information this time, and Luke would interject every now and then. Naturally, his hands didn't stay still. So, an hour later, although the swelling had gone down, Haley still felt warm. When she was done, she switched positions, closed her eyes, and lay back lazily. Luke's hands could only switch positions. Looking thoughtfully at the starry night sky outside the window, he mumbled, "Whitehall. He actually hid in Finland for 2 years before coming out. No wonder I couldn't find him." When Haley woke up on the couch, Luke was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the thin blanket over her, she asked Agony and learned that the Joker had left not long after she fell asleep last night. She couldn't help but mumble to herself, "How about I buy another dog today and you camp out there for a couple of days?" Agony. Get lost. They had just gotten a shot of life one last night. Even with Agony's help, it would take a week to completely absorb it. It would be a huge loss if it was chased out to occupy a dog. Besides, why should a grand symbiote like it combine with a dog? This woman was crazy. Without Agony's help, she might have been bedridden for days with her butt in the air. Now that her butt was fine, she wanted to burn the bridge and ditch it to hook up with that hateful Joker. Dream on. But after Haley cleaned herself up and left after breakfast, she really went to the pet store. Agony objected wildly in her head, but Haley was unmoved. She could still live well without Agony. Agony couldn't live well without her. It couldn't get life one. Haley also knew very well that the Joker was biased. Every time he saw Agony's blue skin form, he was clearly disgusted, but he appreciated Haley herself. She wouldn't change her biggest goal for Agony. The Joker had to be with the Queen forever. Chapter 1939, Useful. Can be used. How? Agony roared wildly in Haley's consciousness, but it didn't dare control her body. It had made a pact with the Joker. Controlling Haley's body against her will was an absolute taboo. It was like training a dog. Once a dog saw itself on the same level as its master, it would be hard to teach it. Agony was much more dangerous than a dog. Thus, Agony could only watch Haley buy a husky. Who the hell knew why someone would sell huskies in Hawaii? After buying this half-grown husky, Haley returned to the seaside villa. She fed the dog, watched the news, drank some juice, swam in the ocean, and waited leisurely until night fell. It wasn't until she heard a dog barking that she got up with a smile. She lowered her head and looked at the person next to the half-grown husky. Surprise. Luke looked away from the little idiot who was looking at him with its head tilted and asked, "Do you like this breed?" Haley chuckled. Agony likes it. It has taste. Luke nodded thoughtfully. As expected of a symbiote, it had odd taste. Ignoring the husky who was still glaring at him, Luke sat down on the couch. Haley immediately followed and sat down next to him. Luke paid no attention. He leaned back against the couch and said, "You've been busy for so long this time. Take a break. You can go anywhere for a month or two." Haley's eyes flickered. "Then give me a bonus first." Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Change to something else." Haley smiled, but she was roaring at Agony in her heart. "Be starred, you dare go back on your word. Are you going to get lost or not? Do you believe that I won't get him to teach you a lesson right now?" Agony cursed. "You ugly, crazy woman. Did I say yes? What gives you the courage to tell me to get lost?" Haley sneered. "I think Agony has been a little," swoosh. A blue liquid shot out of her back and landed on the husky next to the couch. The husky glared at her fiercely before it ran off. Luke's lips curled up in a friendly smile. Did I say you could leave? The husky, who was about to run, froze. One of its front legs paused in the air, and it didn't dare put it down. Luke finally looked at Haley. What about it? The husky trembled and turned around to beg Haley for mercy. Haley coughed and said, "It's nothing. It's just that it's been working hard for half a day. Should I give it a small reward?" Luke looked back and forth between the woman and the dog for a moment before he hummed lightly and said, "Give it a dose of life later. You're so good to me." Haley leaned against Luke's chest and smiled arrogantly at the dumbfounded husky. "It's fine. You can leave first." Swoosh. Thump. The husky instantly charged out of the room and jumped into the ocean. It had to calm down. This woman actually dared to play with it like this. It had to, forget it. She had casually asked for a dose of life. This was really too much. In the ocean, Agony suddenly regained its calm. What that crazy woman wanted to do had nothing to do with it. It was fine as long as it could get life won. This Earth was too dangerous. Riot, who had come with them, had disappeared in Japan. There was also a guy who looked like Venom lurking around San Francisco. Shriek never showed its face. If any one of them had succeeded, they would have long made some sort of move. This meant that their situation might be even worse than Agony's, so why should it stick its neck out? Agony had completely forgotten that a few years ago, a piece of trash had been forcibly launched from the symbiote planet. To its mind, that guy was dead for sure. It was possible that it had flown into a star or a black hole, leaving nothing behind. A certain dog head, who was eating strawberry ice cream and watching a TV show on its phone in New York, suddenly sneezed. Looking at the ice cream which had splattered on its phone screen, it wanted to cry. "Dollar, you stupid dog, why do you like to sneeze so much?" In the small villa by the sea, Haley listened to the sound of running water and smiled brightly. She raised her head. Lit tlepud ding. Luke tightened his grip. "Haley." "Ah." Luke calmly let go. "All right, what's wrong with Agony?" Haley paused in rubbing the sore spot. She got what he was trying to say, and she quickly shook her head in denial. "No, I just don't want it to disturb us." Luke grabbed Haley's chin and turned her face to look into her eyes. "Really?" Haley blinked. "Really?" Luke let go of her. "That's good." As he spoke, he sighed again. There were too many worries this spring. Without Agony to block her, Haley couldn't hide her mental fluctuations and pheromones at all. It was as clear as if she were shouting in his ear. Luke hesitated again. If they got too close, how could he use her in the future? Haley didn't feel guilty at all about using dirty methods. In comparison, most people in the Bat Squad didn't want to live that way. Frank and Damon had been prime examples in the past, but these two were now good men who focused on their families, and had much better tempers. Angel was already Jenny's official bodyguard, while Ivan simply indulged in research and threesomes. These two couldn't take charge, but could carry out orders. Luke wanted to be their boss, not their nanny. Haley was a genius at planning, executing, and completing tasks. It would be too much of a waste if she couldn't be used in the future. As Luke's thoughts raced, he was kissed on the lips. For a moment, he was conflicted. Useful, could be used, how? These three questions came down to quality, which made it even harder to make a decision. He could turn Sky down because she was a good girl who had never had a boyfriend. Haley, on the other hand, was bright red in the system and was a mature woman. Doing something to her wasn't crossing the line. Besides, it was obvious who was the one with the craving right now. Countless complicated thoughts flashed through Luke's mind, and the images of the angel and the demon in his head turned into afterimages. Haley's red lips slowly opened like a flower as she drew closer and closer. "Ow!" An extremely wretched cry rang out in the distance. Haley couldn't hear it because she didn't have elementary sound wave. Luke's face darkened. He picked Haley up and put her aside. The female doctor was dumbfounded. "You," he said coldly, "something's happened to Agony." Chapter 1940. "I'll give you a chance to rethink your words." As soon as he said that, Luke drifted out the door. Agony hadn't closed it when he left. Haley turned around and asked anxiously, "Wait, what about me?" Luke's voice came from afar. "Be careful, Haley. Is that what I'm asking?" You be asterisk starred. In any case, Luke finally had an excuse to slip away. Whether he could be persuaded or not was a serious question. He couldn't do it just because she said so. He still needed more time to think about it. However, Agony shouldn't be in danger here. The symbiosis with the husky shouldn't affect its life-saving abilities. Could it be? With a thought, his clothes were instantly replaced with the outfit of the big shot who sold everything. Recently, he had been using this alias to educate the octopus baby. The octopus baby was face-blind, but it had a deep impression of his mental powers. Soon, Luke was 10 kilometers away. He didn't go into the ocean. Instead, he activated his vibration ability and sent out a special shock wave to summon the baby. A moment later, a big yellowish-orange head poked out of the ocean, the eyes on it looking around warily. When it saw the big shot floating over the ocean, it hissed excitedly and leaned over. Luke stepped forward and landed on the big head. His exclusive throne immediately took shape, and he sat down comfortably. "You're being naughty again, Brother Octopus." The octopus baby waved its 2 tentacles in front of Luke to say that it hadn't done anything bad. Luke sighed. "Then what's with that dog you caught?" The octopus baby was stumped for a moment before it finally remembered that Shriek had gotten it to catch something earlier, and the octopus had almost stuffed it into its mouth. Thankfully, Shriek stopped it. Now that Luke was asking about its prey, the octopus baby immediately thought of the little black and white fatty that had been let go, and it hissed in melancholy. Luke patted the arm of the throne. "All right, why bother eating such a small thing? Bring it here." The octopus baby immediately did as it was told. A trembling husky wrapped in a small tentacle was lifted up and placed in front of him. Leaning on his cane with both hands and wearing a monocle, Luke bent forward and observed Agony. He nodded. "A symbiote, right?" The husky tilted its head and looked at him, pretending to be stupid. Luke chuckled and lightly poked the head under his feet with his cane. "Shriek, come out and say hello to your kind." A yellow semi-liquid rose from the head of the octopus in front of him and condensed into a yellow head with a mouth full of fangs. It looked at the husky disdainfully. "Agony, you're a disgrace to the symbiotes." Stunned for a moment, a blue, semi-liquid head with long fangs appeared on the husky's back. "Shriek, why are you here? Who is he? Why are you listening to this human?" Shriek subconsciously looked at the big shot and saw that he had no intention of stopping it, so it replied, "Rude. Call him Mr. Pennyworth, or I'll kill you." "Agony, Haley is like this, and so are you. Are you crazy? Why do you want to be someone else's lapdog?" Luke tapped with his cane again, and Shriek immediately fell silent. With a faint smile, he said to Agony, "You should be glad that I am informed. Symbiotes are very rare test subjects on Earth. Many labs want a piece of you." Agony couldn't help but step back. After being in a symbiotic relationship with Haley for so long, it naturally knew what test subjects were, and it also knew how popular alien test subjects like itself were. It had run several times before. The longest time it had remained in hiding was for a month in a remote Nordic forest. Yet the Joker had still caught it. Then, the guy used a lot of strange tools to pierce it inside out. The symbiote wasn't afraid of ordinary physical damage, but Luke had attached a small amount of faith to the tools. The tools felt like a branding iron when they worked Agony over. After a few times, Agony didn't dare run anymore. It didn't know that those chances to escape had been part of that terrifying Joker's trap. As long as it failed to escape, it would be stabbed with even more tools. It could only accept the deal with Joker. To gain freedom, it had to defeat him once. Although the chances of success were slim, and it would hurt for a while when it was beaten up after if it failed to escape, at least it wouldn't be tortured. After saying that, Luke didn't bother with it. It had become a habit to casually beat up Agony, in case this guy really thought that it was easy to survive on Earth. Using another identity as a threat was to make it understand that a dog without backing might die very suddenly. He looked at Shriek. "Shouldn't Brother Octopus be sleeping? Why is it here?" Shriek glanced at Agony again. Seeing that Luke didn't object, she said, "A disgusting guy came. Brother Octopus and I don't like it, so we gave it the trench. Give up their resting place." Brother Octopus basically ate whatever it caught in the ocean. How could it give in? Luke was astonished. "What is it?" "Agony. It's a big 6-legged monster. It doesn't look easy to digest, and it doesn't smell tasty." A thought flashed through Luke's mind. "Just one." Shriek. "Just one." After a brief hesitation, it added, "It also looks like it's dragging a long, round object. It's probably some big machine made by humans." Luke tapped the octopus's head 3 times, and Shriek immediately released the mental shield so that Luke could communicate with Brother Octopus. Several seconds later, he nodded. "Let's go. Show me the monster." Brother Octopus immediately did as it was told, and Shriek sank back into its body. Agony rolled its eyes and pretended to lose its balance before it fell into the ocean. With a thought from Luke, Brother Octopus wrapped a small tentacle around the husky. Agony couldn't pretend anymore. It hurriedly said, "Wait, human, this has nothing to do with me. Let me go first." Luke glanced at it before ignoring it. A small head popped up on the tentacle wrapped around Agony, and Shriek chuckled. "Agony, since you're a little stupid, I'll give you a chance to rethink your words." After more than 10 seconds of silence, Agony ventured, "Merciful sir, please let the weak and pitiful me go." Sitting on the octopus's head, Luke hummed and said, "Just stay here. You won't die anyway." Agony was lost for words. "If I had known, I would have endured it. Why did I come out to swim at night?" No matter what Agony thought, Brother Octopus gripped the husky and, with the big shot on its head, headed 100 kilometers across the ocean. As they moved forward, metal detectors kept appearing in the big shot's hands, which he threw into the ocean. He put on his monocle again and the readings from the detectors were immediately projected. He wondered, is it really that thing? How many of them are there? Chapter 1941. Brother Octopus, Godzilla, let's go. Brother Octopus had only swam 10 kilometers, before Luke's expression turned strange. Looking at a certain sound signature which had been picked up by the ocean detector, he poked with his cane and said, "Go left." Brother Octopus immediately changed directions. After swimming another 50 kilometers, Luke looked at the image of the creature sent back by the detectors he had just tossed into the ocean and chuckled. "We meet again, buddy." 10 kilometers away, the black beast seemed to sense something and looked at Brother Octopus. Then, it continued walking on its short legs. Since Brother Octopus wasn't its archenemy, it had nothing to do with it. Luke stood up and flew lightly toward Godzilla. Brother Octopus, continue following it at this distance. Brother Octopus waved his 2 tentacles to indicate it understood as it watched its master fly away. The husky's eyes flashed. "Agony, for the sake of our kind, let me go. I promise I won't report your betrayal to Riot." Shriek's head popped out of the tentacle again, and it looked at Agony like the latter was an idiot. Agony felt offended and growled, "What? Are you going to betray the symbiotes?" Shriek looked down its nose at Agony. "Mr. Pennyworth told you to stay put, so just stay put. If you talk nonsense again, I'll crush your dog host to death." Hearing the word, dog, Agony got even more unhappy. "Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you piss me off, I'll steal your host." It had shared 3 doses of Life 1 with Haley, and was much stronger than when it had come. It was very confident it could steal Shriek's host. But if Shriek didn't let go, and just called out, that strange old man would definitely come back. So, it was better to get Shriek to let it go and escape. Shriek chuckled. "Idiot, why do you think I said you should respect Mr. Pennyworth? Even if Riot dares come, I'll beat it up." Bullshit. Agony didn't listen at all. Life 1 was too hard to obtain. It didn't believe that Shriek was as lucky as it was. Since threats didn't work, Agony could only endure it. The most important truth it had learned from Joker was don't court death, especially not when the situation is unclear. You might really die. The old man clearly wasn't an ordinary person, and he had no intention of killing Shriek. It was better to wait a little longer. Maybe the Joker could save it. That crazy woman was his partner, and he definitely wouldn't be willing to abandon such a powerful symbiote. Luke didn't turn around. He had only flown several hundred meters, and Shriek and Agony's conversation carried clearly over the ocean. Of all the symbiotes, apart from Riot, who had already become nothing more than a test subject, Agony was the most restless and had run away many times. Luke felt that this guy's name really suited it. It and Haley were quite the match. Both of them were extremely masochistic. However, Agony had the guts and brains of a symbiote, and ultimately wasn't very smart. Otherwise, why didn't it learn not to be stupid even after being tortured so many times? Resolving to double the time required to educate Agony in the future, Luke flew over to the big guy and dropped soundlessly into the ocean. The big guy, who seemed to be in a good mood, blinked and turned to look at the person who had appeared next to it. He looked familiar. Then, it received a familiar mental communication. It turned around. So, it was the little guy who liked to whisper in its ear. Luke smiled. "I'll help you fight that enemy." It immediately turned around and blinked at him, as if to ask, "Really?" Luke replied affirmatively with mental communication. The big guy paused for a moment, then nodded and swam toward its archenemy. There was no need to wonder why this little guy wanted to help it. In any case, he had indeed helped it fight its archenemy before, so it was fine. As for a certain someone climbing up to stand on it, the big guy simply ignored him. On an April night in Hawaii, the busiest part of the bay lit up with lights and laughter. Near the ocean, a Hawaiian singer in the classic getup of sunglasses, a straw hat, a floral shirt, shorts, and slippers played on a ukulele at an open bar. The beach was full of tourists who were drinking and chatting, and the advent of dusk did nothing to dampen the party. Suddenly, countless phones pinged with text messages and F2F notifications at almost the same time, creating an abnormally loud sound effect. Everybody couldn't help but stop talking and look around. Puzzled and uneasy, they turned on their phones. Then, exclamations rang out. "That's impossible. Fake news. Ridiculous. Liar." But the next moment, many people suddenly shut up. Looking at the name and logo attached to the warning on the screen, they couldn't help but wonder. This was a warning from the Dark Knight, and the bad logo was something that most people knew. This person was a hero of justice, but it seemed that wherever he appeared, it would easily turn into a scene of chaos. Suddenly, a middle-aged man picked up his daughter and pulled his wife along as he ran to the hotel not far away. It was as if a button had been pressed. Everyone else also started to move. In the end, most of them started to run inland. Only the drunkards or those who were far away from the crowd and didn't have their phones on them lingered. A moment later, a high-pitched siren rang out. It was a tsunami warning. In a hotel close to the beach, the doorman and security guards watched in horror as people ran over and poured into the hotel like a horde of zombies. They could only shout frantically, don't push, or you might fall." The manager in the lobby was smarter. Hearing the tsunami siren and seeing the crowd pouring in, he immediately ran to the security room and activated the hotel's broadcast system. "Everyone, we're the closest to the sea. The tsunami will hit us first. The Four Seasons Hotel and Sirius Hotel are behind us. They are bigger and are on higher terrain." When the crowd heard that, most of them chose to run hundreds of meters to the safer hotels at the back. The manager was slightly relieved. If he hadn't diverted their attention, the hotel would probably have to be renovated. This fault for all this might lie with the tsunami warning, but that didn't necessarily mean he wouldn't be unlucky. A few minutes later, crowds of people squeezed onto the upper floors of buildings. Those who were more afraid of death even headed for higher ground inland. A Coast Guard helicopter also took off, and soon sent back a message. System malfunction, system malfunction. We're going down, we're going down." The commander of the Coast Guard, who had just arrived at the command center, couldn't help but curse. "Idiots, are you serious?" The Dark Knight said that it might be a Muto. Chapter 1942, Baby Mount's first kill and assistance. The team members in the command center were dumbfounded. "We sent out the helicopter because of the tsunami warning." It was this commander who demanded that their cell phones be left in their lockers on the grounds that they interfered with work efficiency. There were landlines here, it wasn't like they couldn't contact anyone. In the end, what happened tonight was so sudden, and everyone had received a text warning, but the Coast Guard didn't know, so they simply sent out a helicopter. The commander fell silent. He also remembered that it was his own rule that no phones were allowed at work. It was very likely that the two team members on the helicopter had died in the line of duty. He had mixed feelings. While the team was feeling low, the two team members on the helicopter looked down with dumbfounded expressions, and their minds went blank. Just now, when the helicopter was spinning and falling, it suddenly jerked to a stop. Then, the helicopter descended steadily and quickly. Terrified, the two craned their necks and looked down, only to see a dome-like object glowing with a hazy yellow light on the ocean below them, and a huge black ribbon-like object which stretched all the way to the helicopter. As the helicopter descended, they saw a person sitting on the yellow dome. When the helicopter was on the same level as the man, the two team members looked at him from 10 meters away. It was an old man in his 50s. He was wearing a black suit and a bowler hat, and had a cane. When he turned his head, there was a glint in his left eye. The two team members were lost for words. Am I crazy? Am I hallucinating? Why is an old man here? At that moment, the old man nodded at them and waved his hand. The helicopter can no longer fly. We'll give you a ride back. The two team members. Then, the helicopter doors creaked open, and the safety buckles on the two team members popped open. They screamed in fear. A tentacle reached in, and they screamed as they were swept out of the helicopter. Suddenly, they landed on something soft. The huge tentacle let go of them and drew back. The old man's voice rang out again. You should put on the safety belts now, or you won't get a chance later. The two team members, who were focused on the rubber boat under them, came back to their senses. Looking at each other, they put on the safety belts without hesitation. As soon as they started moving, they heard a muffled violent roar in the distance followed by heavy thuds, which made their hearts jump. Their hands shook a little, but they weren't ordinary civilians, and buckled themselves in firmly. The low rumbling gradually drew closer. They grabbed the handles on both sides of the rubber boat and stared in the direction of the sound. The water in front of them rose, getting taller and taller until it turned into a huge wave dozens of meters tall that crashed down like a landslide. The two team members turned pale and gritted their teeth. Luke waved his hand, and the rubber boat charged up the huge wave before coming down on the other side. Now that they had avoided this first wave, the two team members were pretty much safe. Luke turned his attention back to the projection on his monocle. The deep ocean to the west was sending out an electromagnetic signal every few minutes, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Luke instructed the big baby under his feet with mental communication, "You can dive now. Remember that you have to lock onto your opponent on the first try." Brother Octopus's small tentacles tapped in front of Luke a few times to indicate that it would be fine. The yellow light faded and the huge body turned gray as it quickly dove into the ocean. A few kilometers away, a female Muto was fighting Godzilla. It kept moving east toward Honolulu, kicking up huge waves. Deep in the ocean, Luke raised his head and calculated the average speed of the two beasts. He then looked at the estimated time on the virtual screen. He shook his head. He would wait another minute. If the male Muto coming from the west didn't arrive by then, he would have to get rid of it by shrinking it. Doing so would be a waste of the male Muto's body, but Luke couldn't ignore the lives of the civilians in Hawaii. Besides, there was still the female Muto. The female's body was bigger, and would be enough to use for a while. As he thought about the aftermath, his wait was soon over. A huge shadow swooped down from the sky and aimed its long legs at Godzilla's head. At Luke's warning, Godzilla suddenly lunged forward and tackled the female Muto. The male Muto that had swooped down missed and crashed into the ocean before it could change its trajectory. It subconsciously spread its wings to swiftly neutralize the impact. When its long legs touched the ocean floor, it immediately wanted to kick out and return to the surface. At that moment, however, it suddenly saw numerous yellowish-orange eyes that looked like light bulbs light up and stare at it. The male Muto was stunned. Before it could react, 8 huge shadows wrapped around it. It roared angrily and kicked its long legs. But resistance was futile. The 8 tentacles were slippery, soft and bouncy, and easily deflected the massive strikes. After all, the Muto's long legs were smooth. With a terrified roar, the male Muto was wrapped up in 8 tentacles and dragged toward Brother Octopus. The huge and fierce Muto was like a fly that had fallen into a flytrap. It was weak, helpless, and pitiful. Luke poked the surface under him. "Okay, Shriek, get to work." Shriek immediately controlled the tentacles on Brother Octopus's head and stretched them out. They slithered toward the male Muto's mouth and stuck a few metal rods inside, preventing it from closing its mouth. Then, a small yellow tentacle wrapped around Luke's large katana and entered the Muto's body through its mouth. The male Muto struggled for a moment before it went limp. Only then did Shriek draw back with the katana that had just pierced the male Muto's heart. The octopus let go of the body and immediately headed toward the female Muto. The female Muto sensed the danger, but couldn't escape Godzilla. In terms of raw strength, Godzilla was 1 to 2 times stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that the Mutos usually moved in pairs, they really couldn't fight Godzilla. Now, the female Muto had nowhere to go. When Brother Octopus was 100 meters away, its tentacles stretched out from the ocean and wrapped around the Muto's 6 long legs, making it hard for it to move. Seeing Godzilla lunge at it, the female Muto opened its mouth in desperation. Godzilla opened its mouth, and a blue light lit up in the depths of his throat. He-tui, bang! The female Muto was beheaded and died with its eyes wide open. Godzilla roared in excitement. Only then did it remember the male Muto, and it looked around. It saw the body of the other Muto bobbing on the surface of the ocean. It grabbed the body and, after confirming that it was cold, tossed it aside in disdain. Returning to the female Muto, Godzilla reached out with 2 claws to crush the big belly and the eggs inside, and finally completed the entire process of eliminating the enemy. Chapter 1943. Serial education. After finishing everything, the big guy roared at Luke to express its gratitude. Luke waved at it with a smile. "All right, go to bed. I hope you can sleep well after this." This big guy felt much more exhausted than last time. 2 battles within a short period of time had greatly reduced its energy reserves, and it would definitely need to rest for a long time. Who knew how many years it would be before they met again? Godzilla blinked and roared lightly. It dove into the water and happily swam west. Luke watched until the 3 rows of spikes on its back were completely submerged, then looked away and snapped his fingers. "Brother Octopus, Shriek, let's get to work." At his order, the 8 tentacles along with the small one holding the katana quickly dismembered the bodies of the 2 Mutos. Luke had obtained a detailed understanding of the structure of this strange creature from the female Muto's body last time, and he had first-hand experience at dissecting a Muto. He instructed Brother Octopus to use brute force to manipulate the Muto into 18 different positions, while Shriek cut through the internal tissue and turned the Muto into numerous parts as quickly as possible. Luke also went down to the ocean floor where the female Muto had first been discovered, and collected a Russian submarine. This was the long, round machine, which Shriek had mentioned. Because of the nuclear fuel inside the submarine, the Muto had caught it as food for its pregnancy. All the soldiers in the submarine were confirmed dead. Luke was going to find a suitable opportunity to send it back to Russia. After all, these soldiers had suffered a sudden disaster, and it wasn't hard to send it back to where it had come from. This place was only dozens of kilometers away from Honolulu, and the submarine couldn't be left here to pollute the environment. After Luke picked up the submarine and went back, the real work started. The diligent Brother Octopus and Shriek busied themselves on the ocean floor. They first took off the Muto's long legs, then the male Muto's bat wings, before dissecting its body into pieces. Luke stood guard on the side and tossed the dissected parts into his inventory. Last time in San Francisco, he had collected the entire Muto's body in one go because of time constraints. The 2 clones suffered a backlash and fell into a vegetative state. After that, he dissected the Muto and performed some specific experiments before coming up with several plans for collection, including those that his level 1 clone could carry out. The mental strength required to collect 100,000 tons in one go wasn't a few times, but dozens of times higher than to collect 10,000 to 20,000 tons. He had a lot more time now compared with in San Francisco. He would rather deal with it safely than take any risks. 2 hours later, when the Coast Guard arrived on a speedboat after confirming that the electromagnetic interference had basically disappeared, there was nothing but murky water, and the bodies of the 2 Mutos had disappeared. While the male Muto was being dissected, Luke didn't forget to leave the best audience spot for Agony a few meters away from his seat. At this distance, Agony could clearly hear the big shot's comments. Things like, "This thigh isn't bad. It can be melted into a high-quality alloy," or, "The scalp can be peeled off and the skull can be turned into a wall ornament," and so on flooded its head, making Agony tremble. The way the Muto was being cut up reminded it of how the Joker had stabbed it with 18 different tools on the lab bench. Agony sensed deep malice. What was even more tragic was that it knew that this wasn't an act. The old man was cutting up the Muto to make full use of it. If Agony became a test subject, it would be in an even worse state than this Muto. At the very least, the Mutos only became research material after they died, but Agony would be a living test subject, possible even for hundreds of years to come. It wasn't afraid of pain, but few intelligent creatures could tolerate being dismembered and turned into research material. After watching the male Muto being dismembered, Luke controlled an android to fly over as the Joker. The Joker told the big shot to let Agony go. Agony was scared out of its wits. The moment it regained its freedom, it immediately dog-paddled away. After Luke put on a show with the android, the latter left. The diligent Brother Octopus and Shriek only glanced at them and didn't care about such a small matter at all. It took an hour to dismember and put away the Muto's bodies. By the time the Coast Guard speedboat arrived, the clone had already turned back into the Joker and returned to the seaside villa on Molokai Island. At that moment, he was sitting on a beach chair outside the house, with Haley sitting on him and the dejected husky in front of them. Haley had already been attacking Agony for over 10 minutes. Even though Agony made what happened sound very dangerous, the smart female doctor didn't fall for it. First of all, Agony wouldn't die so easily. Secondly, it had come back on its own first. Naturally, Haley speculated that the Joker had a connection to the old man, probably because the old man also had a symbiote. Lastly and most importantly, Agony, this idiot had ruined her best chance to get close to the Joker. Back then, she had really sensed the Joker's indecision. After he returned, he was as calm as ever, and decisively rejected her hints. If she didn't know that symbiotes weren't afraid of physical attacks, she really wanted to chop Agony into minced meat and feed it to the dogs. At that moment, she could only vent on Agony. Thankfully, Luke's hands soothed her anger. Luke turned a deaf ear to her venting and reviewed this operation in his heart. It wasn't until half an hour later that he collected his thoughts and patted Haley. "All right, it's getting late. Go get some rest." Haley wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'm sweating. Since you're back, let's take a shower together." Luke pulled her away and put her on the side. "You're already an adult. You can do things on your own." Haley. Luke got up and walked into the house. "All right, we've rested enough here. Let's go to Europe and carry out the rest of the plan." Haley jogged over and jumped onto his back. She whispered in his ear, "Really?" Luke hummed and didn't say anything else. Haley said, "Are you for real, little pudding?" Luke grabbed her arms and squeezed. Haley. The lonely husky was left on the beach outside. Dejected, it lay down on the porch and didn't dare enter the house at all. Earlier, before the Joker returned, Haley had already told it to stay with the dog for the next few days. If it ruined her plans again, she would definitely settle the score with it. Agony could only prioritize its safety, and simply stayed outside. It knew very well that the woman was a lunatic who couldn't be reasoned with at all. Walking around under her nose at night might drive her crazy. Besides, Agony had suffered too much tonight. It had to calm down and think about what it should do in the future. Earth was too dangerous. It had received training before it set off, but it had never heard about Earth. This was a bad start to the symbiotes' invasion. Chapter 1944. 3 Women's Thoughts. The next day, Haley excitedly took the husky on a speedboat to Honolulu to check the post-disaster situation, and had Agony identify the crime scene. Thanks to Luke's text notification last night, there were very few deaths. It wasn't like the female doctor had come to gloat. She didn't care about strangers at all. She just wanted to go to the scene for an idea of the monster battle last night. She was now a superhuman, and naturally had to pay attention to this circle. She was especially interested in the old man called Pennyworth. She had asked a lot of questions last night, but Luke had found it noisy, and had used hypnosis on her before tossing her onto the bed. Since she didn't have Agony, it took no more than a thought to make the female doctor sleep like a pig. For the next few days, Hawaii bustled with activity. Godzilla and the Mutos had appeared again, and the news of the battle in Honolulu attracted all kinds of people. There were people everywhere on the beach who asked about what happened that night. Dozens of kilometers away, speedboats shuttled across the ocean. Every now and then, someone would take out specialized equipment to collect strange-colored seawater in order to bring it back for testing. Around Luke and Haley's villa, few people showed interest. This beach villa was on Molokai Island, which was almost 100 kilometers away from Honolulu. The villa was on the south side of the island. The monster battle had taken place to the north. Even the tsunami hadn't affected this place, to say nothing of people seeing anything. The only troublesome thing was the temporary neighbors. The male tourist in the villa on the right had caught sight of Haley and would come over every now and then to chat her up. The family on the left had a daughter who was 15 or 16 years old. She was very interested in Luke, and had come to chat him up while he was reading files outside. Luke was now using Jack Bode's face. It couldn't be said that he was earth-shatteringly handsome, but coupled with his physique and mental strength, he could still attract some girls. It was impossible for him to be ugly. He was here on vacation, not on a mission. Naturally, he wouldn't use some passerby identity. A few days later, Haley came out with Juice one evening and successfully drove that shameless little B*TCH away with one look. She put down the juice in her hand and lay down in a chair on the side. She jerked her chin at the girl who was walking away. "It's fine if you don't hypnosis on that little girl from 32, but why can't I deal with that gross man in 34? Without looking away from the tablet in his hand, Luke picked up the iced juice which Haley had just brought over and took a sip. "Would you spend time studying the difference between any 2 grains of sand under your feet?" Haley said, "No, but the sand won't talk, much less stick out its butt and release hormones to hook up with you." Luke hummed and said, "Don't worry, yours is prettier than hers." Haley chuckled. "What's the point of just talking? I'm like the sand being stepped on." Luke suddenly put down the tablet and looked behind him. Haley also turned around. What's wrong? Luke narrowed his eyes. It seems an old friend has come. Haley was alarmed. A woman, Luke said. I asked her to be a guest back then. Haley smiled brightly and walked into the house. Then I'll go in and change first. The so-called guests referred to the survivors of the Game of Courage, all of whom really wanted to kill the Joker and Queen. The reason Haley ran so fast into the house was to get Agony. Otherwise, given her combat ability, she would only be a burden to the Joker. A few seconds after she entered, a strong wind blew from the back of the house. A moment later, a Quinjet broke stealth mode and landed on the grass behind the house. The back door opened, and 2 people walked out. Looking at the 2 people on the surveillance feed, Luke smacked his lips and lay back down in his chair before he picked up the tablet again. It couldn't be helped. They were too familiar with each other to do anything. Even though he was the Joker now, he was too lazy to fight the other party. He might as well figure out their purpose first. They were both women. One was tall and slender, but her chest wasn't as developed. The other had boobs and a butt, but her legs weren't long enough. What was even more troublesome was that they were all wearing the armor which Luke had sold himself. There were few women who could fly a Quinjet and come looking for trouble with the Joker in armor. Avenger team members Maria Hill and Natasha undoubtedly had these guts. Haley walked out of the house in a floral dress. The 3 women turned to look at each other. Women who were beautiful were natural enemies to a certain extent. They wouldn't fight immediately, but would subconsciously compare themselves with the other party in all aspects. Their thinking probably went something like this. Hill, her legs aren't as long as mine, but her other assets stick out more. Natasha, except for longer legs, she's pretty ordinary. Haley, the tall one doesn't have my assets, the short one doesn't have legs as long as mine. The tall one has a cold attitude, and the short one uses crude methods. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the undisguised mental fluctuations of the 3 women. Hey, I'm the protagonist. Or do the 3 of you want to fight it out first? Finally, Hill was the first to break the standoff. She was an administrator to begin with, and wasn't that aggressive. Natasha and Haley, on the other hand, were a little similar. Both of them were on the front line in gathering intelligence. It was just that Haley was more of an academic, while Natasha was more of a hands-on person. Hill walked over to Luke and saw him slowly raise his eyes. Her thoughts suddenly froze. At that moment, the Joker wasn't wearing his signature purple suit, but ordinary jeans and a white shirt. He didn't have the eye-catching white face, black eyes, or blood-red clown makeup, but the normal appearance of a fair and thin young man. The only thing that hadn't changed was his cold and mocking gaze. In that instant, Hill forgot everything that had been on her mind before she came. Her eyes were now meeting those of the person who had appeared in her dreams countless times. It's him, it's really him, she murmured inwardly. Not far away, Natasha sensed the abnormality in Hill and said to her over the private channel, Hill, don't be distracted. He's a psycho murderer, not your boyfriend. Hill turned around blankly. What did you say? Natasha gritted her teeth. If you need a man, why don't you go out on dates after work? But she only cursed inwardly. If the Joker really was a simple person, it would be impossible for him to escape the Dark Knight several times. Also, follow-up analyses revealed that the Joker could have retreated beforehand each time, but he never did. Instead, he waited for the Dark Knight to arrive and beat him half to death before he slipped away with a smile. Natasha and Hill also knew that Knight was Batman. So, this was a bad guy who hadn't become crippled after being beaten up by Batman several times, but was still alive and kicking. That was the most terrifying thing about the Joker. Chapter 1945. A good defense can't beat a quick delivery. Luke put down the tablet and smiled. Long time no see, beautiful Miss Hill. Both Haley and Natasha frowned. Haley was naturally unhappy with the beautiful lady, but Natasha was unhappy because the Joker's attitude toward Hill was indeed unusual. As if waking from a stupor, Hill raised her hand, and the palm cannon lit up. Remove your hypnosis on me. Now. Hypnosis. Luke was stunned for a moment, before he shook his head in amusement. Sorry, I've never used it on you. I can't remove something that doesn't exist. Haley and Natasha frowned again. The 2 women had done a lot of analysis of the Joker's personality. He was a serious mental case, but it was beneath him to lie about something like this. If he truly had hypnotized Hill, there was no need for him to deny it. As for being afraid that Hill would shoot him with the palm cannon. What a joke. Knight had shot the Joker dozens of times with the palm cannon, and this guy was still lying here basking in the sun in Hawaii. He had even hooked up with a female doctor. The female agent cursed inwardly. Hill was stumped for a moment before she shook her head. That's impossible. You're lying. Luke stood up and walked toward Hill. Don't move. Natasha raised her hands slightly, and the tasers, tranquilizers, and nets were all activated. Luke turned his head and gave her a bright smile. Don't worry, Miss Romanov. If I wanted to attack her, I wouldn't have waited until now. Frowning, Natasha finally didn't attack. It wasn't that she was hesitating, but that his words made sense. According to the intelligence, the Joker had killed a lot of people, but most of them had died in his survival game. The survivors of the game never saw him again. These people were more like the game spectators. The Joker just wanted these people to witness the deaths of other people. Because of this, the Joker was on the American government's wanted list. Some people had even contacted the Avengers and wanted them to deal with the Joker. But the Joker had killed a lot of Hydra members and upper-level figures who were in cahoots with Hydra. Apart from traumatizing those who had ulterior motives, this mental case had practically no impact on social order or civilians. Tony had also told everyone early on not to provoke this lunatic, and that Knight would deal with him. Thus, there had never been a direct conflict between the Avengers and the Joker. This time, the Avengers' intelligence system had discovered the Joker through an F2F photo uploaded by the little girl in 32. Hill and Natasha had come together on their own. They had come in armor mostly for safety reasons. Given the armor's current shielding function, the Joker using hypnosis would trigger an alarm, and it wouldn't take effect immediately. If they couldn't beat the Joker, taking off and leaving was just a matter of giving an order. Everybody was silent. Luke walked over to Hill and gently pushed the arm with the palm cannon to one side. Natasha cursed inwardly. Was this hypnosis? It had to be. Luke didn't stop. Instead, he pressed his finger to Hill's forehead. The armor won't solve your problem. Only by opening your heart will you be free. After a brief silence, the mental shield function on Hill's armor was turned off. Natasha was too tired to mock anymore, and just silently prepared to throw out a stun grenade. If someone else wanted to offer themselves up, she could only look after them for a bit, not forever. However, she was thinking, should she go back and find Knight to get rid of this Joker? It would be best to completely crush him and scatter his ashes so that Hill stopped acting like this. It wasn't that she wanted to interfere with her friend's private life, it was just that the Joker wasn't a suitable candidate. Staring at Hill for a moment, Luke nodded. My apologies, it seems I was the one who caused this problem. He turned to look at Natasha. You can contact Big Dipper, right? After a brief silence, Natasha replied, yes. Luke said, have him take a look at Miss Hill and also find a psychiatrist he can trust. Natasha couldn't help but look at the female doctor. Haley's eyes flashed with eagerness. Why don't I treat her now? Natasha immediately warned her, your psychiatrist license has been revoked, Miss Haley Cohen. Haley didn't think much of it. But my professional abilities are trustworthy. Natasha curled her lip and sneered. She wasn't brainless. Why would she let Haley treat Hill? As for the Joker, Hill had offered herself up too quickly, and Natasha had been too late to stop her. Luke couldn't be bothered with the two women. He sat down on a beach chair and picked up the tablet again. This is the extent of my preferential treatment for beautiful ladies. You can go now. But his words just now made Natasha even more suspicious, and she really didn't want to do anything. After Luke sat down, Hill suddenly woke up. Looking at Luke, who had lowered his head to look at the tablet again, she had a complicated expression. Natasha coughed. Hill, we should go. After hesitating for a few seconds, Hill finally looked away and walked to the back of the house. Her footsteps slowed down before she finally rushed onto the Quinjet, as if she was running away from something. Natasha, on the other hand, had her helmet up, and she didn't put her hands down as she slowly retreated backward. Most sneak attacks and counterattacks happened when you had your guard down. She didn't want to die here. But right up until she retreated to the fighter plane and it took off, nothing happened. In the pilot's seat, she looked at Hill next to her, who had taken off all her gear. What happened just now? After Hill removed the mental shield, there was no alarm, and the Joker didn't make any particular moves, which meant that he hadn't used hypnosis on Hill. But why did he say that? Hill was silent for a moment, not knowing where to start. The Joker wasn't lying. Could she tell Natasha that she suddenly realized that the reason she often dreamed of that game was because the Joker had left a deep impression on her? It didn't feel like love, but more like a mental suggestion. It was like how someone telling you not to think of something had the opposite effect. The Joker had left a deep impression on her. Given Hill's personality, she wanted to get rid of it herself. However, the more she tried, the more she couldn't break free. Hill's mind was in a mess. It wasn't until Natasha slapped her thigh that she smiled bitterly. He made me understand that there's something wrong with my mind. Natasha was lost for words. Why do you sound like you want to see him even more? Chapter 1946. She wants treatment. You need treatment too. Hill was lost in thought for a long while before she finally took a deep breath. Alright, forget the Joker. How about Big Dipper? Can he be completely trusted? Natasha wouldn't let Haley treat Hill, nor would Hill let just anyone treat her. It would be too easy for someone to tamper with her subconsciousness. So, even though Hill knew most of Big Dipper's situation, she still had to confirm it with Natasha. Pondering for a moment, Natasha didn't say anything. I'll ask Knight. If there are no problems, I'll issue a commission through the big shot. Hill thought for a moment before she agreed. With an endorsement from both Knight and the big shot, there shouldn't be any problems with Big Dipper's reliability. This was much more reliable than an endorsement from Hill's current boss, Tony. After all, the tycoon had been unreliable for too many years. On the beach, Haley raised her head and watched the Quinjet take off and turn invisible before she walked over to Luke. How did they find us? Luke didn't think much of it. Don't worry about it. Given the Avengers' intelligence system, it's already a surprise that it took them this long. Haley sat down on the armrest and put her arms around him out of habit. What's wrong with Hill? In any case, this is still Spring's fault, Luke mumbled to himself, but he said, she was a special guest a few years ago. It's just that the memory of that time left too deep an impression on her. Haley ran her finger over his shoulder. That's right, you were so beautiful, of course you left a deep impression on her. Luke said, if you have time to ask about this, why don't you go and pack up? We'll leave when it gets dark. Haley hummed and suddenly remembered something. She looked back at a certain idiot who was gnawing like crazy on a chair leg on the porch. Can we bring it with us? Luke looked at her in surprise. Are you sure the one who likes it is Agony and not you? Haley shook her head with a smile. Agony just told me that it likes being with the dog. It feels like freedom. With a faint smile, Luke let her go. Whatever. In any case, it's just a dog. And that applied to both Agony and the husky. After Haley went inside the house to pack up her things, Luke looked at the setting sun and couldn't help but sigh. Women were really troublesome. When it got dark, Luke had Haley take him and the husky into the ocean. After entering the ocean, Haley turned into the complete symbiotic form and wrapped her long blue hair around the man and the dog, who were wearing oxygen masks, and they moved quickly. Dozens of minutes later, they came ashore on a beach in Honolulu. They found the items which Luke had placed nearby beforehand. After disguising themselves, they stuffed the husky into a pet carrier. Then, they boarded a private plane with the husky and flew straight to Europe. In the new Avengers base, Natasha and the Big Dipper clone had just come out of a treatment room. It wasn't that the level 2 clone was slow, but that the Quinjet had only just returned. Natasha had contacted Knight on the plane before issuing a commission through the Big Shot to treat Hill. By the time they arrived, the Big Dipper clone had just flown over from New York. After exchanging greetings, the three of them entered the treatment room. Natasha secretly asked the Big Dipper clone about the treatment plan and duration, only to receive a very simple reply. 1 minute each time, once every 3 days in the early stage, then once every 10 days. All up, it'll be about 10 times. Natasha. So, Hill's treatment would only take 10 minutes. Big Dipper didn't make Natasha leave during the treatment. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and locked eyes with Hill for a minute. Then, he turned around and waved for Natasha to follow him. Closing the room, they stood outside the transparent observation window and looked at Hill, who was now sound asleep. The Big Dipper clone said, her mental issue isn't too serious. After a few more rounds of mental resistance, her insomnia will be significantly alleviated. Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, it's unlikely that it'll be completely eradicated. Find someone to give her regular counseling in the future. When you're free, persuade her to find a boyfriend. She's already so old, it's easy for her to develop mental issues if she keeps holding it in. Natasha's arms tightened around her chest. Who are you talking about? Why do I feel offended? Big Dipper looked at her and snapped his fingers again, and mental resistance instantly fell on her. Alright, don't cross paths with the Joker. You can't outplay him. Mental resistance suddenly calmed Natasha down, and her complicated thoughts quickly faded. She was especially clear-headed now. Play. The Big Dipper clone chuckled. Did he fight you? He glanced at her and then at Hill in the room with that light, annoying smile. Natasha. Number. Big Dipper said, you should be glad that this is a game between the Joker and Knight and has nothing to do with anyone else, or I would have to become your professional therapist. Natasha rubbed her arms and felt them go numb. Is he that strong? To put it another way, he's difficult or annoying. Big Dipper patted her shoulder. You should relax when you have the time. It's not hard to find Knight to treat your internal injury. Natasha narrowed her eyes and stepped back from his hand. What are you talking about? Big Dipper shook his head and chuckled. Don't act like a hurt little girl. Your little problem is just a little more time-consuming. I'm not pitying you. As he spoke, he turned around and walked away. We can solve the problems one by one. It's easy for even bigger problems to pop up if you avoid treatment. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around. Where's the little witch now? Pretentious. Natasha said coldly, Friday, take him to Wanda. A gentle female voice rang out in the hallway. Okay, Natasha. Mr. Wilson, please follow me. It wasn't until Big Dipper disappeared around a corner that Natasha's face fell. How free is this guy? Dishing out treatment left and right. That being said, she was a little tempted. It was really important to her to recover the complete body of a woman. It wasn't like she wanted to have a kid for now, just like how there were few single men who would want Ed, this was more a matter of dignity. Luke had his own reasons for proposing this. Just a little more of life won and the light dagger was needed to heal the damage to Natasha's body. If he used light of life directly, however, her recovery would be better and faster. At the same time, he would be doing Natasha a huge favor. This female agent's debt had dwindled recently, he needed to give her some new motivation. Thinking that, Luke walked into a spacious training room. There were 4 people inside. 2 were sparring, 1 was watching from up close, and the other was standing far away at the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The moment he stepped through the door, the person at the window turned around, and their eyes met. Luke observed him calmly. Vision, Chapter 1947. 1, twice, but not 3 times. The man was tall and slender. He was wearing a t-shirt and casual pants. More importantly, his skin was no different from a normal person's, he no longer looked like he was painted red. Vision nodded. Hello, Mr. Wilson, Luke said, you look much nicer now. Vision looked down at his clothes. Really, I don't know much about this. Wanda picked them out for me. Luke raised an eyebrow. She picked them out for you. Vision felt an inexplicable sense of danger, but he didn't know why. Yes, Luke said, it seems you're getting along very well. Vision's sense of danger increased again. It's not bad. Luke smiled and patted his shoulder. I want a latte. I'll have to trouble you a little. Vision was at a loss, but he still nodded. All right, Mr. Wilson. He vaguely felt that if he didn't go, he might run into some unknown danger. So, he subconsciously took the fastest route. He flew lightly into a wall on the side. The wall wasn't damaged at all, and Vision disappeared from the training room. Luke rubbed the neat white beard on his chin. All right, he still doesn't seem human. Walking through walls, this was the classic ghost story. Humans were easily afraid and opposed things that looked human but weren't. This was like the uncanny valley theory. Since there was a valley, there was also a peak. Some humans might be attracted to such things, like the shut-ins who married their dolls. Luke looked at Wanda. Stacy's backstabbing and Marcos weren't pleasant memories for him. He hadn't stopped Claire from finding a girlfriend, nor had he stopped Lorna from finding a hooligan boyfriend. But Wanda looking for an human-like intelligent life form to be her boyfriend was a little excessive. Also, whether or not Vision would be accepted by Wanda's family was another matter. Wanda wasn't Luke's daughter or sister, but the Big Dipper clone had invested a lot in their bond. If this D*MN Vision also invested in feelings, wouldn't that be breaking up Luke's share of the investment in the witch? On the other side, Pietro noticed Big Dipper at the door. He appeared in front of Big Dipper in a flash. Wilson, you're here. Do you have a new mission? The Big Dipper clone sized him up as he stepped forward. It's not the end of the world right now. There can't be a mission for you every day. Pietro walked backward. But the Avengers are very busy. Big Dipper. Who's busy? Stumped for a moment, Pietro subconsciously replied, Clinton, Hawkeye's name, Natasha and Rhodes are very busy. Steve has some time and gives us training every day. Big Dipper. Clinton has a wife and kids. Do you? Pietro, who didn't even have a female friend, shook his head in surprise. Big Dipper said, Natasha also does reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Rhodes has several positions in the Department of Defense in the military. Do you have any? Unemployed. Pietro shook his head again. Big Dipper stopped. They're elites, and elites require long-term training. Those who carry out missions every day are cannon fodder. Pietro, who had regained his confidence, was enlightened. That's right, my sister and I are elites. The Big Dipper clone was lost for words. In the end, his words bounced off the boy. The siblings' abilities and temperaments indeed made them worthy of being groomed into elites. Luke couldn't suppress their personalities too much. When they walked over, the two who had been sparring also stopped and walked over. The African-American man patted Pietro's head with the air of an uncle. Kid, if you want, I can help you find a place to experience what it's like to be a new recruit. Back then, Pietro flashed away to Luke's side and looked warily at the old man who liked acting like an elder. Hey, Rhodes, just say what you need to say, don't touch me. Rhodes wasn't embarrassed at all. He drew back his palm and stretched it out to the Big Dipper clone. Long time no see, brother. Luke calmly stretched out his hand, and Rhodes gave him a high five. Rhodes was just a little less strong and a little more talkative, and liked to randomly crack dry jokes, but he was a good person. His jokes in particular were very much to Big Dipper's liking. Wanda looked at the two men's childish interactions enviously, but was too embarrassed to copy them. Luke nodded at her with a smile. Let's sit down and talk. At that moment, a figure floated into the room with a steaming cup of coffee. It was Vision, who had just finished making the latte. The four of them sat down in chairs next to the glass window, and Luke put the coffee down on a table. For a moment, the other three looked at the lone cup of coffee on the table and fell silent. If they said anything, it would appear too deliberate. But if they didn't say anything, it somehow felt strange for everyone to watch one person drink coffee. Luke, however, was very calm. He took a sip of his coffee and asked, "How's training coming along?" With that opener, Pietro dashed off and came back instantly with bottles of mineral water for everyone. Wanda and Pietro were here because Luke had specially entrusted their basic training to the Avengers. More specifically, he had spent credit points to hire Steve. The siblings were now backup members of the Justice League, but they had screwed over the Avengers before in the incident with Ultron. If Luke didn't want this issue to become a stumbling block for the two teams, it had to be dealt with from the beginning. Steve was the best choice to do it. Given his experience and personality, he wouldn't hold a grudge against two youngsters who had quickly repented. Instead, he would do his best to guide them down the right path and prevent them from using their superpowers to do evil. As the saying went, with great power came great destruction. These two could be considered existences with the potential to destroy mankind. It wasn't a bad thing to temper their thinking. The relationship between teacher and student was also another factor. The love-hate relationship between Darren and Dr. Pym was ample proof of how deep such a relationship could run. Students or teachers of certain big shots in all sorts of industries could also obtain a lot of benefits. Given Steve's special status, as long as Wanda and Pietro were his acknowledged students, the bad debt which they had accumulated because of Ultron would naturally be written off. They could use this to become quasi-members of the Avengers, Justice League, just like how Tony could be considered a quasi-member of the Bat Squad. Also, the Avengers right now were a little empty. The Hulk had left Earth on a spaceship, and Natasha was at a mental low. Thor went home to work as the Crown Prince. Hawkeye wanted to spend more time with his wife and children, and Tony was busy with research and Pepper. Steve was the only one who was free and had nowhere to go. The Avengers were really short of manpower. Chapter 1948. Idle chat and private chat. Luke was naturally resistant to AI, and had never thought of roping in Vision. Besides, Vision was at least half of Jarvis, and had the face of Jarvis, Howard Stark's butler. Given that was the case, Luke felt it was gauche to steal Vision from Tony. Thus, the Avengers now had a reserve member and two quasi-members. These three still had a lot of issues that needed to be solved slowly, but they were all very strong. No matter how good Natasha and Hawkeye were, they couldn't compare with the Hulk and Thor in a head-on clash, but these three could. One was a combination of a vibranium body, the Mind Stone, and artificial intelligence, and could fly, fight, resist, and pass through walls. His abilities were over the top. Wanda and Pietro weren't all-rounders. However, the Little Witch's violent output and mental abilities were top-notch. And as long as Pietro used the right approach, he could charge at his opponent and kill them without giving them a chance to fight back. These were existences that truly stood at the peak of superhumans, and could determine success or failure in a critical moment. Now that the Avengers had them, Tony's apprehension that the team wasn't strong enough was significantly reduced, and he could devote more energy to his love of research. As for Rhodes, it was the American government that had stuffed him into the team. This was an awkward fact, but he had a close relationship with Tony, and his character had been tested. He was used to playing the go-between, and as ever, effectively reduced any direct conflict between the government and the Avengers. Actually, after Killian used the Iron Patriot armor to kidnap Ellis, Rhodes had lost half of his actual power in the government. It had nothing to do with his loyalty, it was purely because Killian had almost turned Ellis into Teppanyaki. When he saw that D*MN Iron Patriot, Ellis recalled how he had been tied up and hung on a cross. Rhodes was hence inevitably marginalized by the government, so his focus naturally turned to the Avengers. This way, the Avengers didn't lag behind the Justice League in terms of numbers. There was no helping it. After all, Luke was playing several people. After chatting for a while, Luke finally asked, "Where's Steve?" Rhodes chuckled. "He's found a potential team member, so he's taking the time to make contact every now and then." Looking at his face, Luke asked, "Why do I feel like you're very happy?" Rhodes shrugged. "He's a retired USAF pararescueman, you could say we're from the same line of work." Luke asked about the man again. This potential team member was called Sam Wilson and he was also African American. The only difference was that Rhodes was a senior officer and Sam was a junior officer. No wonder Rhodes was so happy. In the future, there would probably be more people to high-five. After a while, the topic returned to the second monster battle which took place in Hawaii. Luke wasn't in the mood to lie. He simply said that the big shot had helped Godzilla kill the new Muto with his small pet. The others didn't react strongly, but Rhodes was aghast. He swallowed. "How? Small is small." Luke quipped back, "About 100,000 tons. It's indeed a little small." Everybody was lost for words. This was quite a unique description for something small. The siblings were more interested in the pet, but Rhodes wondered, then, in the future, could the big shot still be considered as part of the same category as the rest of them? What kind of small pet could take down a Muto? No matter how dutiful a superhero was, they weren't pets. They had their own personalities and bottom lines. As long as a pet was raised well, however, it would charge forward as soon as it was given the order. For a moment, Rhodes's danger assessment of the big shot skyrocketed. After chatting for a while, Luke got up and had the siblings come out for a chat. Rhodes tactfully said that he was going back to change. Vision stood silently in front of the glass window and watched the three of them walk out onto the lawn. After hesitating for a long while, he didn't listen in. Big Dipper's gaze before he left made him a little uneasy. After Luke left, he said a few words to Pietro, who then went back to training. Luke and the little witch walked into the woods which bordered the lawn. The stars twinkled in the clear night sky. They walked slowly through the woods in silence. Luke finally asked, "Are you and Vision close?" Wanda was stumped. "It's not bad." Luke said, "You're not someone who likes to get close to just anyone." Only then did Wanda realize that her attitude toward Vision was indeed a little strange. Luke said, "Maybe it's because both your and his abilities come from the Mind Stone, which makes you feel close to him." Wanda was uncertain. Is that so? Actually, she felt that Vision was a little naive. He was very smart, but unlike most people, he didn't have intense or repulsive thoughts. Luke stopped and looked up at the stars. After a long while, he said, "Fine, this is actually caused by your ability." Wanda was at a loss. "What?" Luke said, "You're not the only one in this world who can sense other people's thoughts. Some people get this ability when they're kids, and can become autistic because of it. You only got yours as an adult, but you don't want to interact with too many people. That's not good." Thinking for a moment, Wanda nodded slowly. "What about you?" Everybody knew that Big Dipper had a powerful mental ability. Luke chuckled. "I've killed a lot of people. They're murderers, human traffickers, drug dealers, Hydra, and terrorists. Each of them is countless times more disgusting than an ordinary person. But I'm still me. Do you know why? Wanda's mouth dropped open as she finally remembered. Sometimes, the answer was right there. It was just that you subconsciously didn't want to think about it. Staring at her, Luke tapped her forehead lightly and used mental resistance on the witch. She instantly calmed down. Luke said, "Because I'm me and they're them." Wanda nodded thoughtfully. Luke turned around and continued walking. People have to eat, drink and take a dump from birth. To live better, they'll definitely use all sorts of methods to fight for resources. We can hate those crimes, but we can't refuse to interact with people because of them. Wanda subconsciously nodded. Luke suddenly changed the topic. Would you feel disgusted if a man walking down the street stared at your chest? Stumped for a moment, Wanda blushed. A little. Luke chuckled. Then would you be happy if they were gentlemen who looked straight ahead and didn't have any thoughts about you? Unless they were all robots, how was that possible? Wanda replied honestly, probably not. Luke said, what if it's someone you like, and they don't even look at you? Wanda. Chapter 1949. The right way to diss someone at that moment. Wanda somehow remembered that the person in front of her had also stared at her before. Luke didn't know that the thoughts of the person behind him had already gone astray. He continued, so, it's an objective phenomenon for men to like women, but it's your own views which affect your attitude. When Wanda heard this, she thought, that's true, I don't think I feel uncomfortable. But that's because he looks very calm, right? After she obtained her ability, she could compare the way most men looked at her with their mental states. She already had a certain conditioned response to any man who took one glance at her in her chest, and then hit on her right away. Among the Avengers, in comparison, Steve was like a kindly elder, and Hawkeye was indifferent. Tony, who had been screwed over before, didn't regard her as a woman at all, but as a brat. Even Rhodes, who liked to brag about his girlfriends, wasn't interested in her. These superheroes had strong personalities and wouldn't be attracted by a woman's looks alone. Only Vision was curious and friendly about everything, which was why the two of them had gotten close. As for the Bat Squad, Knight treated her and Pietro well, but viewed her more like a colleague. Big Dipper was the person she interacted with the most. Although his face was cold, he still cared about her. For example, while it sounded like he was admonishing her right now, it wasn't like he was berating her harshly, which made her feel good. He had never avoided looking at her, and that included her chest. In the last few months, however, as Wanda became more and more familiar with her abilities, her mental fluctuations had become chaotic. If Luke wanted to observe her mental state, he had to rely on her body language. Thus, he didn't know what the little witch behind him was thinking, or he would definitely feel wronged. Given what Wanda habitually wore, the fair skin on her chest was exposed every now and then. It had the same effect as the bullseye on Steve's shield, and subconsciously drew attention. Luke didn't have any other thoughts, and Wanda wasn't ugly. He didn't fixate on it, it was purely a natural response to take a look. Luke, who had been wronged, was still putting on a show. Training can't be finished in a day. Taking breaks whenever necessary will help you go further. When you have the time, set an example for your brother and go out and enjoy a normal life. Otherwise, who knows how long he'll have to wait to get a girlfriend. Wanda nodded and her eyes flickered. Are you encouraging me to find a boyfriend? Luke shook his head. I think that'll be very hard. Wanda was stunned. What? Luke said, you can see everything about the other party, but you won't be able to accept his shortcomings. Wanda nodded and looked down at the ground. What about you? Do you have a girlfriend? Thinking about the overbearing CEO who prioritized her career, the artist who loved drawing the most, and the broad-minded cupcake maker, Luke concluded, I like her strengths and don't mind her shortcomings. That's enough. Wanda was stunned. What? You really have a girlfriend? Luke. What makes you think I'm like your brother? Wanda. That was the end of their heart-to-heart talk. One was surprised that the other party actually had a girlfriend, and the other was unhappy that it was assumed he didn't have one. The atmosphere was awkward. Fortunately, Luke felt that he had basically achieved his goal. Directly diss Vision. That was impossible. There was nothing going on in the first place. If he specifically brought up Vision, wouldn't that be giving the little witch a hint? It was human nature to become enamored with something new. As long as most of Wanda's attention was diverted by new world experiences, she wouldn't focus too much on Vision. It was a personal matter to begin with, and interfering indirectly once was his bottom line. If even this could still stir up trouble, Luke would accept it. He wasn't a big villain, Vision wasn't a big villain, and Wanda wasn't his sister. When he left the Avengers base, Luke couldn't help but look at the night sky again and sigh. Spring, hurry up and pass. As Luke hoped, nothing else happened in the next few days. On the afternoon of the 10th of August 2011, he drove Selena and the dog head to an ordinary bungalow on the east side of Queens. He and Selena each carried a box that was neither too big nor too small, and which was wrapped in ribbons. As Luke unbuckled his seatbelt, he looked at Selena's box and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure a 10-year-old boy will like this wrapping?" Selena looked down at the box in her hand and was confused. "Can't a 10-year-old boy like Peppa Pig? Mindy likes it." Luke chuckled. "Did your brother Julio receive a gift wrapped like this too?" Selena shook her head. "No, Luke." "Hey," Selena said, "he's only ever gotten pink fairy princess wrapping paper." Luke was shocked. "Are you serious?" Selena said matter-of-factly, "I was too busy with work to wait for the clerk to wrap it up. In the end, when I got home, the only wrapping paper left was what I had used for Andrea, so," Luke nodded sympathetically. "Your brother doesn't have it easy." Selena rolled her eyes. "However hard he has it, can it compare with when I was young?" Luke said, "That was because your parents just moved, and were only just starting out." As they chatted, they pressed the doorbell. A few seconds later, the door opened, and a 1.2-meter tall kid stood in front of them. Seeing them, the little boy smiled brightly and hugged them. "Luke, Selena, you're here." As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the boxes in their hands. Luke's box was light blue, and the little boy froze when he saw the box in Selena's hands. Uncertain, he raised his head and looked at Selena. "Is this for me?" Selena chuckled and stuffed the box into his arms. She then vigorously rubbed at the pout on his face. "Of course. Happy birthday, Peter." It wasn't until little Peter's face was a little red that she let go. "Okay, it's just wrapping paper. There's a model of a Death Star inside." Little Peter's eyes lit up. "Really?" Luke gave him his present with a smile. "I didn't wrap mine in pink pigs, so I won't tell you what's inside." "Happy birthday, Peter." Little Peter beamed. Compared with Selena, who liked to tease him, Luke was too generous. He let them in, and finally couldn't hold back his excitement. He ran through the living room and into the backyard. Only then did Luke mutter, "If you want to tease him, you should go all the way. How can you give up halfway? At least half of the surprise when he opens his presents is gone now." Selena sneered. "You really are an honest and reliable big brother." Chapter 1950. Study tool. Luke felt no guilt at all. "Otherwise, our siblings are half angels at most." Selena was lost for words. "Fine, when their siblings were cute, they were little angels, but when they were naughty, they were little demons." They walked into the living room just as May and Doris, Adrian's wife, came out of the kitchen. Luke hugged Doris first, and then May. He didn't forget to flatter her. "May, you're getting more and more beautiful. Isn't Ben going to have a lot more love rivals?" He wasn't lying. After Uncle Ben became rich, he was very happy to spend money on Peter and Aunt May. Also, Aunt May had a proper job and a salary, so she couldn't be sloppy in how she presented herself. Several years had passed, yet she looked younger than when they first met her. Aunt May smiled brightly at Luke's flattery, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She patted Luke's arm. "Tell me, young man, how many girls have you charmed with your sweet mouth recently?" Selena greeted Doris and chuckled. "That's right, it's a lot." Aunt May's eyes flickered. She let go of Luke and hugged Selena. That's right, that's right. You hear it every day, you're probably sick of it. Right, do you want to try the chocolate pie I just made?" "Luke, Ben and the others are in the backyard." She then led Selena to the kitchen, not forgetting to give Luke a look that said, "Off with you." Luke thanked her and shrugged at Doris, who was watching the show with a smile, before he went to the backyard. When he reached the backyard, it was noisy. There was the sound of kids playing and the men laughing. There was also the smell of beer, roast meat, biscuits and hot cocoa in the air. The men were drinking and grilling meat on the right, while the kids were gathered on the left to watch Peter open his presents. Selena's Death Star model had already been taken out. The boys cheered, but the girls weren't interested. Then, there was Luke's gift, an Iron Man helmet which he had put together himself. The girls were a little dissatisfied. They didn't really like this sort of thing. The boys immediately surrounded the helmet and touched it enviously. Peter flushed with excitement. After searching for a moment, he found the button to flip the visor open. After putting the helmet on, the visor automatically closed. Then, a gentle female voice which Peter was especially familiar with rang out. It was May's voice. Detected designated user, Peter Benjamin Parker. The user is a minor. Kids learning mode activated. Peter. With a light click, a series of lists appeared on the virtual screen in front of him: math, physics, and chemistry. Peter focused on chemistry, which immediately expanded into basic, intermediate and advanced chemistry. A moment later, Peter took off the helmet, his face pale. The other boys were already clamoring to try on the helmet. He hesitated. "Are you sure?" The boys nodded. Peter said, "Then take turns. Don't fight." 10 minutes later, the boys looked at each other in bewilderment. A bigger boy finally couldn't take it anymore. "Seriously, why does it only project textbooks and study materials? I think there were even college textbooks." Another boy immediately added, "That's right, and it's in Aunt May's voice." "How scary." All the boys, including Peter, nodded. This was too scary. On the other side, the girls led by Liz, Adrian's daughter, were curious. "What are you talking about?" The boy immediately shouted, "Hurry up, Peter. Give your treasure to Liz to play with." Peter blushed, but still handed over the helmet. After watching them play with it for so long, Liz couldn't wait, and she decisively put it on. Then, 30 seconds later, she quickly took off the helmet, and her lips were a little pale. "I'm scared, it's too scary. It feels like Aunt May is watching us do homework." The boys nodded in agreement. Aunt May was a gentle person, but she wouldn't let the children go when it came to their studies. These families were either colleagues or old friends. They were close whether in terms of work or personal relationships. Occasionally, when the parents needed to work, their children would be sent to the shelter for tutoring. Aunt May, who worked at the shelter, could help look after everyone for a few hours. During that time, the kids naturally had to finish their homework. Everybody was basically middle class. They didn't want their children to drop to the bottom level of society. After being tutored by May for so long, these kids all respected her, but they now reflexively equated reminders from her with doing homework. Gwen put on the helmet, and then, nothing happened for a long time. Liz was surprised. "Gwen, you didn't pass out from shock, did you?" Peter hurriedly removed the helmet, but Gwen said reluctantly, "Wait, I'm learning something very interesting." The kids were silent. That was right. This was a top student. While the kids were whispering to each other, Luke was drinking beer with the fathers and uncles. Adrian, who had been in charge of the grade A projects at New Hope for a few years, was interested. "Are the raw materials expensive? If we can make them, there'll definitely be a huge market in movies and games." Luke said, "It won't be too expensive if we readjust the configuration, it'll still retain function at a rate of 30 to 50%. However, I'm not doing the control program. You have to figure it out yourself." Adrian didn't think much of it. "Let's make a simplified version first. The requirements for the control program actually aren't that high. I'll get Phineas to give it a go later." Luke shrugged. "All right, but what I'm thinking about is a study tool. Shouldn't you think about entering the education market first to help kids with their studies?" The fathers and uncles were instantly enlightened. They looked at their children with benevolent expressions. "That's right, games have high requirements. Then, let's start with the study function first." Luke cheerfully gulped down his beer. "Work hard when you're young, or you'll regret it in your old age. Boys and girls, your big brother is helping you out of the goodness of his heart. You're welcome." In fact, this so-called study tool was a weaker version of the helmet. The kids learning mode was for strangers who used the helmet. They could only use it for study. There was a hidden kids mode where the user could go online, but they couldn't play games or browse inappropriate content, while there were no restrictions in normal mode. If these two modes were released, there would definitely be a lot of kids who would want to borrow the helmet from Peter, and there would definitely be people who would want to borrow it and not return it. That was why Luke had uploaded the 3 grand subjects of math, physics, and chemistry, and created this Iron Man study tool to scare these brats. For little Peter's sake, Luke had indeed put in a lot of effort. Chapter 1951. A lasting relationship. As they chatted, Luke's gaze fell on Peter every now and then, and he sighed inwardly. The little spider was 10 years old. After another 2 years of middle school, Peter might become New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man at any time, but it was even more likely that he would just be an ordinary New York citizen forever. After all, he would have to first encounter that strange spider test subject. But in this Marvel world that had changed so much, would Peter really encounter that spider again? Luke didn't feel conflicted, however. Given Peter's personality, if he had to choose between letting Uncle Ben live or becoming Spider-Man, he would undoubtedly choose the former. Now that Luke had ensured Uncle Ben's safety, Peter could grow up happily. Look at the way the little guy looked at him with the helmet, he was almost moved to tears. This was the taste of happiness. Luke nodded at Peter with a smile and said, "You're welcome. You deserve it." He then turned around and went to chat with director George Stacy. It wasn't strange at all for this person to show up here. The renovation company, the salvage company, Tesnac and the delivery business didn't have a lot of assets on the surface, but they brought a lot of benefits to society. Tesnac and the delivery service were also subsidized, which provided the officers of the 15th Precinct with cheap yet top-notch food and service. Director George had joked many times that Tesnac was like the 15th Precinct's kitchen. He didn't mind getting closer to Luke, Uncle Ben and Aunt May. It was the 15th Precinct who got the benefits, not him. This wasn't an exchange of benefits. The employees of these companies were also the most useful human surveillance cameras since they were out and about on the streets all the time. A lot of time when investigating crime scenes, some delivery guys and renovation workers who were done with work could be found nearby. The economy in Clinton had developed steadily over the years, and law and order there was the best in New York. Thanks to Luke's help, George was promoted from captain to inspector, but he was still with the 15th Precinct. As long as he was promoted to deputy chief, he would have a chance to become the head of the police department in Manhattan. It would be good for Uncle Ben and Aunt May's business operations to know someone at the level. More importantly, Director George had a good character and a bottom line. He wasn't the kind of person who only cared about benefits and not relationships. It was for this reason that although Luke had contributed a little to his promotion, he never mentioned it. Letting Director George and Uncle Ben get closer on equal footing was the way to form a lasting relationship. Director George didn't see Luke often, and this time, he decisively didn't let Luke go. After chatting for a while, he brought up Luke's job. "Your agency is still open, right?" Luke paused for a moment and weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he didn't want to ruin his image as an honest and reliable young man. "Well, I've been busy doing hands-on work recently, so it's on hold." "That's good." Director George was halfway through his sentence when he realized that something wasn't right. He was stunned. "What? On hold?" Luke blinked innocently. "That's right. Otherwise, where do you think Peter's study helmet came from?" Director George choked again. That was right. Luke had even made such a high-tech product. How could he have the time to be a private investigator? Luke glanced at Peter and mumbled to himself, "Look at the gift I gave you. It's not too much for you to take the blame for taking up my precious time, right?" At that moment, Gwen hugged Peter's head with a smile and whispered something in his ear. Peter hesitated. Should I ask Luke? Then, Gwen dragged him over. Gwen smiled ingratiatingly at her father, George, before she secretly poked Peter's butt. As the poking got harder and quicker, Peter said gloomily, Luke, can I lend Gwen this helmet?" Luke nodded and turned to look at Director George. Director George was about to say something, when Gwen's big eyes sparkled with pleading as she looked at her father. The director coughed and immediately turned his head away. Watching the father and daughter for a moment, Luke suddenly smiled widely. "No problem." Gwen immediately smiled brightly at him. Luke said, "But this is a gift for Peter to study hard, so you have to help each other." Gwen nodded vigorously. Peter was lost for words. Looking at the director, who was still pretending not to exist, Luke chuckled. "It would be best if he comes to you with the helmet, or if you come to him to use it." Director George finally turned around. "This is too hard on Peter." Luke asked, "Peter, are you afraid of hard work?" Peter wanted to say that he was, but Gwen was poking him again. He could only shake his head with difficulty. "No." Gwen jumped up and pulled Peter into the house. "Let me play with it for a while." Director George's face was dark as he watched his daughter leave. He then turned to look at Luke. "Did you do that on purpose?" Luke picked up his beer. "To friendship." Director George thought for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. "You're right, Peter. He's very honest." Luke. D*MN, you can even make honest sound like a curse. After joking around, Luke picked up from where Director George had left off earlier. Director George simply explained that he had an old colleague, Bennett Carson, who was now in Charleston, West Virginia. Bennett lost his job after killing an innocent suspect in the first half of the year, and was staying with his sister, Angela, for the time being. In the end, she was murdered 2 days ago in a strange way. Bennett was a pretty skilled police officer. But a lot of things about the scene of Angela's death didn't make sense, and his experience in cracking cases was useless. He had already seen the local forensics expert, who couldn't tell him anything, and who had suggested that he look for a better forensics expert. Bennett could only try calling around to old friends, including Director George. For the sake of an old friend, Director George found another forensics expert who was willing to make some extra money. In the end, something happened to that expert as well. Director George didn't dare be careless anymore, but he wasn't the director of the PD in Charleston, so he thought of Luke. It wasn't like he wanted to dig a hole for Luke. Luke had privately spread the word that he was interested in strange cases. Luke had received a lot of commissions from his old friends in NYPD in the last few years, but in most cases, he didn't need to take action before his AI program plus intelligence system combo was able to find some leads. Few of these cases involved superpowers, but they were better than nothing. Chapter 1952, Do you want to continue? Definitely not me. Although Luke trusted Director George's character, he still asked, the innocent suspect he killed isn't African American, is he? Director George shook his head with a bitter smile. He was white. That's why Bennett lost his job. Luke finally expressed interest in the case. Director George immediately took out a USB from his pocket and gave it to him. The information I collected from Bennett is here. This case is really unusual. Don't force yourself if you're not sure about it. Luke accepted the USB with a smile. Don't worry. Safety first. Director George couldn't help but recall a certain 3-rule mantra circulating in LAPD. He really did believe it just a little. Luke had indeed been a lot more restrained after coming to New York, but at the very beginning, he had worked cases in his trademark style that he was known for in LA. His record of killing and injuring more than 50 people in Sergei's gang in one case alone clearly demonstrated that he wasn't an ordinary detective, or Director George wouldn't have recommended this case to him. That was right, this was just an introduction, not a commission. So, whether or not Luke picked up the case had nothing to do with Director George. The good thing was that Director George didn't have to pay. Director George couldn't afford the commission fee, to say nothing of paying Luke at all. He didn't take dirty money and he wasn't that rich. A good friend would instead help introduce a reliable bank manager to you if you wanted to borrow money. After Luke obtained the USB, he continued chatting, drinking and eating at Aunt May's place, and Director George didn't say anything else. It was normal to look for underlings and external help in doing work. Luke's agency only had him and Selena on the surface, but they had so much external help, they didn't necessarily have to do anything themselves. The next day, it was the Big Dipper clone who set off for Charleston. The information Luke had obtained last night showed that the case was indeed unusual. He didn't want to take risks and bring Selena with him. Actually, it wasn't a bad idea for the Joker to take Haley with him. The female doctor had caught a ghost with the Joker at the very beginning, and was quite interested in similar incidents. Unfortunately, she was already busy in Europe, and Luke didn't want her to waste time coming back. There was a lot of traffic on the streets of Charleston in the early morning, but it wasn't as dense as in New York. There weren't as many pedestrians, not to the point of rubbing shoulders with strangers on the streets. Luke wasn't surprised. West Virginia didn't have a booming economy, and it only had a population of 2 million. Charleston was the state capital with less than 100,000 people. About 92% of the residents were white, 3% African American, and 1% Latino. In a small place like this where Caucasians made up the overwhelming majority, it would have been very easy for Bennett to silence someone and get away with it. Thankfully, a subsequent investigation showed that Bennett was just an ordinary police officer who wasn't inclined to seriously injure or kill anyone. While Charleston didn't have a big population, their living conditions weren't bad. The state had the largest coal mine in America, as well as oil fields, natural gas, rock salt, and so on. Charleston was also located at the intersection of 2 rivers. It wasn't strange that the old 4-story mall in front of Luke was abandoned. This abandoned shopping center was located in the bustling city on the east side of the Kanawha River, and the few buildings that were around it were basically all under 10 stories in height. It was normal for an abandoned place like this to have security guards. If nobody was watching it, it might be occupied by tramps or even criminal gangs. If something happened or someone even died, the owner would be very annoyed. Of course, this unlucky B***** couldn't escape trouble now. The last security guard on night duty died here a month ago. The suspicion was that he had mental issues, and had killed himself while patrolling the building. Bennett, the unemployed police officer, replaced him more than 10 days ago, and his sister, Angela, died not long after. Both the local police department and the forensics expert from New York felt that Bennett might also be mentally ill. In the end, that forensics expert from New York was dead, and Bennett was still alive. Was this proof that mental patients could live longer? As Luke puzzled over this, he crossed the low fence and entered the abandoned mall. After the fire destroyed the mall, the broken windows were all boarded up, and the building still looked dark in broad daylight. There were broken items scattered everywhere, as well as traces of dust and fire. It was quite eerie. Luke walked unhurriedly as he scanned the ground with his lenses. There weren't many tracks. At most, it was 2 or 3 different shoe prints along a fixed route. They were probably left behind by Bennett, who had started work recently. The other scattered footprints were much older and were already covered in dust. They had probably been left behind by the people who had been drawn here by the death of the last security guard. Suddenly, the door was kicked open and a figure rushed in. He shouted, come out, and, Ashla, come and kill me." He ran to a mirror on the wall and smashed it with a nearby chair. The mirror wasn't damaged at all. The man howled and fell to his knees in front of the mirror. Then, he saw a pair of military boots not far away. Stunned for a moment, he subconsciously lowered his voice. The person looked up and met Big Dipper's eyes. Pondering for a moment, Luke ventured, "Why don't you keep crying and I'll come back after breakfast?" The person, "Who are you?" Luke said, "You can call me Wilson. I'm here to investigate the death in this mall. You might be interested in talking to me, Mr. Bennett Carson." Bennett was suspicious. "Are you, FBI?" Luke shook his head. "No, just a private investigator." Bennett believed him. This wasn't how the FBI worked. Private investigators came from all walks of life, and it was normal if some of them weren't unreliable. His mood settled a little at this interruption. He slowly got up. "What do you want to know?" Luke didn't answer. Bennett found that odd. He looked at Luke, only to see that Luke was looking at the mirror on the side. Bennett's heart turned cold. He suddenly turned around and saw 2 figures in the mirror grinning at them. Bennett took 2 steps back, but Luke didn't move. He couldn't help but call out, "Wilson." As he spoke, Luke moved. Cupping his chin in his hand, he looked at Wilson, in the mirror, who was sneering, and remarked, "What a stupid smile. It definitely isn't me, Bennett. Are you crazy?" In the mirror, Wilson looked blank for a moment, before his expression turned even more twisted. He picked up a piece of broken glass, looked at Luke, and slowly slashed his throat. A hideous wound appeared on Wilson's neck in the mirror. Blood gushed out and quickly dyed his body red. Chapter 1953. Departure. Hitching a ride. A quick second time recalling what happened earlier, Bennett's heart raced and he couldn't help but exclaim, "No, huh." He had barely shouted, when he suddenly choked. Luke was still standing in front of the mirror with an interested expression. He even touched his neck and mumbled to himself, "Why does it feel a little cold?" Bennett was lost for words. In the mirror, Wilson was lost for words. Conversely, Luke wondered if he should take action now. No, it was too soon. Who knew what this thing was? What if it was like Ghost Simon, and escaped? He wasn't afraid of this thing coming after him, but that it would hide in fear. That would be a waste. Thinking that, he flashed away and grabbed the dumbfounded Bennett. Swoosh. Da da da. Bam. Footsteps rang out, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut. Only 2 dumbfounded figures were left in the mall. A moment later, the 2 figures came back to their senses and slapped the mirror angrily. Cracks appeared, and a word was put together on the mirror wall, "Die." In the meantime, Luke ran hundreds of meters with Bennett and didn't stop until the system notification that an unknown negative energy was trying to establish a link disappeared. Bennett, who had shut up after shouting twice, was horrified, but his eyes lit up with hope. "You can help me. It's targeting my wife and son." "Your wife? Didn't she become your ex-wife a month ago?" Luke looked at him in surprise. "Fortunately for you, your son doesn't look like your neighbor." Bennett was shocked. "You investigated me." "Yep. Too lazy to say anything else, Luke stuck out a thumb. Less than 5 seconds later, a dusty RV stopped. A typical middle-aged white woman in the driver's seat looked at Luke. Need a ride? Luke gave the classic cold, overbearing and devilish smirk. Yes, thank you very much, beautiful lady. The middle-aged woman immediately flushed with excitement. Get in, it just so happens I have the time. Luke gestured at Bennett. I have a companion. The middle-aged woman didn't even spare Bennett a glance. She leaned over and opened the passenger door. He can sit in the back. Bennett. Why did he feel offended? He usually attracted the attention of women, especially middle-aged women like this one. Luke, who was already playing the cool guy in the passenger seat, gave him a look to hurry up. Bennett immediately opened the back door and got in. Fine, he was indeed a little less attractive than this Wilson. The RV started up, and Bennett, who had given Luke his address, turned completely invisible as the middle-aged woman busied herself chatting with Luke. Bennett and a 10-year-old girl in the backseat stared at each other speechlessly. What he found even more astonishing was how well and fast the middle-aged woman drove even as she continued chatting happily. Did the cool guy give her the power of a veteran driver? 10 minutes later, they got out of the RV. The middle-aged woman smiled reluctantly, but quickly drove off. Bennett was at a loss. This lady was really carefree and didn't waste any time. Luke, on the other hand, rejoiced inwardly. Thankfully, he had honed his pheromone control to the point of perfection, and could already give the target enough time without affecting their good impression of him. Otherwise, this enthusiastic big sister wouldn't have left so easily. Even if her daughter was about to be late for dance class, she wouldn't have left. However, Luke used the conversation to give this big sister some mental therapy, which could effectively alleviate whatever stress she was feeling. It would cost at least $10,000 to $20,000 to see a psychiatrist, and the effect would still be 2 to 3 levels lower. Luke's hitchhiking fee was definitely worth it. They silently went up to the house. Bennett knocked on the door, and his ex-wife, Amy, looked at Luke warily. She was clearly more tense than that enthusiastic big sister. Being haunted was much scarier than a family conflict. Luke looked around the room and saw a lot of mirrors. But that was normal. In modern life, mirrors were everywhere. Luke and Bennett sat down in the living room, and asked Amy to bring down her and Bennett's 5-year-old son, Michael. Amy was a little uneasy, but Bennett whispered something in her ear, and she went upstairs. Suddenly, she screamed. Alarmed, Bennett ran upstairs. Luke, however, looked at his reflection in the glass cabinet not far away. It was smiling at him. He curled his lip. Your smile is as stupid as always. With that, he flashed to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. A little boy was looking at a mirror not far away in fear. In the mirror, his reflection was slowly cutting into his neck with a penknife. Bennett was smashing the mirror like crazy, but the little boy in the broken mirror was still smiling as he slashed at his own neck. Crying, Amy covered the wound on the boy's neck with both hands and murmured, God, help us. Help my baby. Frowning, Luke snapped his fingers. Mental interference activated. A mental energy field spread out, making the family of 3 dizzy and uncomfortable. At the same time, Luke's mental energy field clashed directly with another mental energy field. Faint screams and curses echoed in the room. Luke sneered, You're indeed not very smart. Before he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers 3 times with his left hand, and mental resistance was instantly activated. The mental energy field, which was just barely on par with his, was instantly destroyed, and the gloomy room was suddenly filled with summer morning sunlight. Bennett and Amy became clear-headed and alert at that moment. They looked at Luke as if they were seeing a miracle. Remembering that his son was injured, Bennett shouted, Call an ambulance. Amy, however, begged Luke, Please, save Michael. He's just a kid. Bennett was stunned. Was that possible? Luke walked into the room and took Michael from Amy. Turn around and don't disturb me. They subconsciously did as he said. A moment later, there was no sound behind them. Uneasy, Bennett couldn't help but turn around. Too many things had happened in the morning, and he couldn't help but be suspicious. This Wilson didn't seem normal either. Then, he met Luke's gaze. Luke calmly drew back his hand from Michael's neck, and the light of life stopped. Originally, he could have completely healed the kid's wound, but the kid's father was too jumpy. He could only leave a flesh wound first. He sighed inwardly. It would also prevent the couple from thinking that everything had been a hallucination. Chapter 1954. Leads and a small gift. Seeing that Michael's wound had stopped bleeding, Amy wanted to call an ambulance to take her son to the hospital. Luke asked heavily, "Are you sure nothing will happen to him if he goes to the hospital?" Stunned for a moment, the couple suddenly realized that the safest place should be with this mysterious Wilson. Also, his throat was cut. If he's sent to the hospital, the doctor will immediately report it to social welfare, Luke warned her. Bennett and Amy looked at each other in dismay. Even though that wasn't what happened, they would definitely be suspected of abusing Michael. Once their son was taken away by Child Protection Services, he would definitely die if he ran into the mirror ghost again. Bennett and his wife wanted their son alive, not compensation from Child Protection Services if he died in their care. It was only for Director George's sake that Luke was giving them this warning. If this family really wanted to die, he wouldn't stop them. Thankfully, the couple still had some brains, and decisively gave up on calling for an ambulance. While Amy helped Michael clean his wound, Luke and Bennett talked in low voices outside the house. Bennett knew more than the police did. Though he had called Director George for help, it wasn't like he would reveal all the details. Whether or not a person was willing to help another depended on how close they were. Bennett wasn't close enough to Director George to give a long speech over the phone. As a former police officer, he knew better than anyone else that professional work should be left to the professionals. The Big Dipper clone had already demonstrated extraordinary abilities and had even beaten back the mirror ghost. Bennett knew that this might be the best opportunity to take care of this problem. So, he gave Luke everything he knew. In fact, him experiencing mental issues in the mall was because he had seen many visions of burnt victims there. Then, his reflection in a mirror caught fire, and he passed out from the excruciating pain. When he woke up and found nothing wrong with his body, he grew suspicious and started investigating. Who would have thought that after a few days of investigation, his sister would die in the bathtub at home? Her jaw had been completely torn apart, but there were no traces of the perpetrator at the scene. As an experienced detective, Luke knew that it was clues left at a crime scene which helped the police find relevant suspects. But there really were no leads on Bennett's sister's death. The bathtub and the surrounding floor were covered in blood, but there were no signs of anyone cleaning up, covering, or even touching the blood. Luke had seen photos of the crime scene, and felt that while it wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to commit a crime like this, it wasn't hard for an extraordinary person. Now that he had confirmed the existence of the mirror ghost, all he needed to do was find out its origin and deal with it. There were two important things Bennett had uncovered in his investigation. Firstly, the criminal who set fire to the mall 5 years ago confessed that he wanted to deal with the evil spirit that had killed his entire family. He also said that he wanted to find a person called Anna. Secondly, the mall had once been a psychiatric hospital for 40 years. A huge fight broke out in this hospital one night, and the patients inside killed each other. All of them died, and the hospital closed down. Bennett had noticed this when his reflection was burning in the mirror. Luke nodded thoughtfully and immediately gave the order for the PDD temp workers to look for the relevant old files. In a small place like Charleston, the police department hadn't gone paperless yet. Most information on old cases were still on paper file in the archive. What Luke had found online wasn't as detailed as what Bennett uncovered. For example, the information available online couldn't be linked to what happened at the mall. In order to make people forget this big incident as soon as possible, the local government directly changed the name of this area. Over the decades, this area transformed many times. Even the owner of the mall didn't know that he had built the building on the site of an old psychiatric hospital. After Bennett told Luke what he knew, Luke's temp workers took a lot of old files from the archive room. Compared with Bennett, who had lost his job as a police officer, these temp workers had more authority to do a search, so they found more clues. In fact, Bennett and the previous security guard weren't the only victims of the mirror ghost, they were just the most recent ones. There had been 7 or 8 similar cases in Charleston in the last few decades, but most of them had been closed with the conclusion that the victim had committed suicide because of mental issues. Luke couldn't be bothered to blame the police for being incompetent. It was just that the law didn't acknowledge the existence of superpowers which could kill people remotely. Even if they did accept it, the local police department didn't have the ability to arrest a ghost. This had been under SHIELD's jurisdiction before, but it was now the responsibility of the ATCU, Advanced Threat Control Unit. Luke spent more than 2 hours waiting at Bennett's house. As he analyzed the intelligence he received from his underlings, he also treated Michael in passing. This time, Bennett didn't sneak a glance halfway. Instead, he waited for Luke to call for him before he returned to the room. Seeing that the wound on Michael's neck was almost healed, the couple was completely relieved. Luke said to them, "Thank you for your cooperation. I'm going to deal with that mirror ghost. Before I leave, I'll give you another, little gift." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers 3 more times, and mental resistance fell on the family of 3. Try to stay calm as much as possible. This will prevent you from being disturbed by the mirror ghost for 24 hours. Amy was a little uncertain. What happens after that? Once it's been dealt with, you'll naturally be safe, Luke said calmly. But if it's not completely destroyed, you'll have to rely on your luck. With that, he turned around and went downstairs. The family of 3 followed him and watched him disappear among the trees. Amy suddenly said, "Only 24 hours, can he really do it? We can only trust him." Bennett exhaled. He wasn't the one who had asked Luke to come, but he had saved their family several times. What demands could he make? Not long after, Luke turned invisible and flew straight to a convent in the mountains north of Charleston. It was said that the only patient who had survived the massacre in the psychiatric hospital had been sent here. Her name was Anna Essiker. She was probably the Anna whom the person who had burned down the mall had mentioned. However, the convent didn't have the name Anna or Essiker on file. Not wanting to waste time, Luke simply made the trip himself. Pheromone control paired with real dream could make the nuns tell him the truth straight away. A few minutes later, an old convent with an orange roof and white walls appeared in front of him. Luke didn't even cancel his stealth mode as he flew onto the patio. Chapter 1955. Let me help you. Activating elementary sound wave. Luke soon found a target, Sister Mary, who was 73 years old. Luke's thoughts flashed, and the old nun gave him Anna Essiker's name, Sister Bell. What puzzled Luke was that Sister Bell didn't live with the rest of the nuns, but in a secluded room deep in the convent. This room was initially a place for nuns to meditate or to punish nuns who broke the rules. Thus, only the 2 oldest nuns here and the head of the convent knew about Sister Bell. It was the previous head who had told Sister Bell to meditate in seclusion there. Sister Mary also said that Sister Bell had given everything to God and was the staunchest believer. Luke had a strange expression on his face. Based on the files left behind by the psychiatric hospital, this Anna Essiker didn't seem to be this sort of person. He walked into a secret passage which had a very even floor. However, the surroundings gradually turned cold and damp. This was the entrance to the bottom of the hill behind the convent. The corridor was 1.5 meters wide and only lit by a few dim electric lamps. There were all sorts of crosses along the way which cast sharp shadows in the passage, making it even darker and stranger. Luke cancelled his stealth mode and revealed Big Dipper's face as he continued forward. The number 1 scapegoat king absolutely wouldn't back down. In certain situations, the opponent should know who was going to send them packing. After 50 meters, he reached an old wooden door at the end of the passage. A blade flashed through the gap in the door, and the latch behind it was broken. Luke sheathed his longsword and pushed the door open. He was as calm as if he were at home. Inside was a round room with a low roof. That was normal. After all, it was an old place built into the foot of the hill. Directly opposite the room was a cross with an effigy of Jesus on it. Below it was a row of white candles that glowed dimly. It had the right atmosphere. Luke looked at the nun who was kneeling and praying in front of the cross. Anna Essiker. He greeted her. The woman trembled. A moment later, she slowly got up and turned around to reveal the face of an old woman who looked vaguely like the picture of Anna Essiker that was on file. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Luke said, "It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to ask you, do you know a ghost who can kill people through a mirror?" Anna trembled, as if in fear. She's bewitched you. He found the right person so quickly. Luke chuckled inwardly. "No, you can think of me as a demon hunter who specializes in hunting these monsters." Anna was stunned. "You were sent by the Vatican." Luke shook his head calmly. "The Vatican entrusted this mission to me." Anna. What? She had never heard of the Vatican entrusting such a mission to someone like this. But she was also uncertain. Had the times changed? Did exorcists nowadays wear knight armor instead of priest robes? Luke, however, wasn't interested in wasting any more time. He used pheromone control in real dream. "Okay, tell me where that thing came from." Anna said, I don't know. It's just that my father bought me a doll called Annabelle back then, and a lot of strange things happened at home. Later, someone said that I had mental issues and sent me to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. Luke's interest was piqued. Why did all the patients in the hospital die? Anna said, they put me in an electric chair surrounded by mirrors in a room, and said that they could treat me. Then, Annabelle was forced out of my body and into the mirrors. The people around me suddenly went crazy and started fighting each other. It wasn't until the next day that a priest brought me out and sent me here. It seemed this was the connection. So, the ghost is that Annabelle doll. What's her story? Anna said, I only know her by that name. She was once a little girl. Luke waited for a few seconds, but didn't hear anything else. He asked in surprise, that's it? Anna lowered her head helplessly. That's all I know. Pondering for a moment, Luke asked, then why are you locked up here? Anna shook her head. I live here. The priest and the convent head said that if I leave, Annabelle might find me and control me again. Luke cupped his chin in his hand, as if he was thinking about something. Where's the Annabelle doll you mentioned? He suddenly asked. This time, Anna hesitated for a long while. I haven't been back since I was sent to the psychiatric hospital. Maybe it's still at home. Luke said, okay, give me your family information. A moment later, Luke closed the door again, walked out of the passage, and flew into the sky. At that moment, the convent in the mountains was enveloped in the bright morning sun, and looked especially peaceful. He looked down at it with a playful smile. This was getting interesting. Miss Essiker, let me help you escape your suffering as soon as possible. As the thought flashed through his head, Luke slowly sped up and flew toward the more remote mountains in the northeast. Anna Essiker's house was in that direction. There were indeed a few old houses on the satellite map, and there were signs of activity. Luke cruised stealthily for more than 10 minutes. Looking at one place which looked like a haunted house, he entered stealthily and used Real Dream on a man in his 50s. This person was Anna's brother, Tom Essiker, a farmer who lived a reclusive life here. Tom didn't resist and explained everything, as if he were talking out loud to himself. Luke didn't appear in front of him. He went straight to the basement and found a glass cabinet in one corner. In the cabinet was a doll of a little girl in a lace dress. It had dark spots on its cheeks. The smile on its face was very strange. Standing in front of the glass cabinet, Luke leaned in for a closer look. In fact, his gaze quickly moved from the doll to the glass cabinet itself, which actually possessed a faint trace of the power of faith. This was very rare nowadays. There were too few devout believers and priests in modern society. Most church crosses and holy water didn't even have a trace of faith. This glass might not have been anything much 100 years ago, but it could now be considered an exorcism tool. If someone who really knew their stuff chanced upon this thing, they would be willing to spend millions of dollars to buy it. Chapter 1956. A demon. So bold. After observing for a moment, Luke finally unlocked the glass cabinet and took out the Annabelle doll. Vaguely, a cold mental energy field enveloped him, and it sounded like a little girl's laughter was echoing in his ears. Luke ignored the system notification that said, unknown negative energy is trying to establish a link. He left with the doll and returned to the convent. Moving through the deep passage again, the cold and damp feeling this time was even more obvious. Behind him, the shadows were like monsters that had come to life. They twisted and wriggled as they approached him, like insects waiting to swarm its prey. When he reached the wooden door, it was wide open, but there was no sign of Anna Essiker. Carrying the doll, Luke walked over to the cross and raised his head. The person on the cross looked just like an effigy of Jesus. On closer look, however, the face that hung low wasn't human at all, but that of a monster with an indistinct face and two horns on its forehead. Luke smiled. You sure know how to have fun. He could only say that the being behind this didn't know much about current human technology, much less the abilities of Stark Industries, which stood at the peak of human technology. The dark environment in the room indeed prevented ordinary people from seeing the monster face on the cross, but it didn't hinder the armor's scanning function. Luke had noticed something fishy about the cross the moment he entered. The next moment, 5 dark red candles suddenly lit up around him. Luke lowered his head and saw dark lines on the stone floor under his feet. It was an inverted pentagram. The 5 dark red candles were the 5 points of the pentagram. At that moment, Luke was standing in the center. The Annabelle doll slowly floated up from his hand to meet his eyes. An invisible pressure was pressing down on Luke, trying to restrict his movements. Da, da, da. The sound of footsteps on the stone floor rang out behind Luke. He slowly turned around and saw an elongated shadow appear on the wall behind him. It was wearing a long robe and a hood, and looked like a nun. The shadow moved from the back wall to the left wall, but there was only Luke and Annabelle in the room. Da, da, da. The footsteps continued. The nun walked from the left wall to the front wall. She turned around and faced Luke, overlapping with a black and white portrait of a nun that was behind the cross. Luke, Annabelle, and the nun formed a straight line. Two pale hands stretched out from behind the portrait. The old nun in the portrait gave a strange howl, and the image instantly turned from 2D to 3D as she charged at Luke. As she lunged forward, a cold energy field thick enough to make an ordinary person freeze enveloped her. Luke's right fingertips moved slightly. Swoosh! A blade flashed in the dark room. The hovering doll was cut in half before it could react. As the doll fell apart, the white-faced nun opened her mouth and howled as she lunged forward. But just as she did so, she was slashed from the left side of her forehead down to her right rib. Luke, on the other hand, had already switched positions. He leaned forward slightly with his legs bent and completed the slash with the longsword in his right hand. The two parts of the white-faced nun were sent flying left and right, and didn't touch Luke at all. The black eyes in the skull mask narrowed, and Luke sneered. "You're too slow." Swoosh! The blade slashed upward from left to right, and the two parts of the doll that were still hovering in the air turned into four parts. The white-faced nun and the doll were cut into pieces which scattered around him. A strange little girl's scream echoed in the room. "Die, you will die." At the scream, the 30-centimeter tall dark red candles at the 5 points of the inverted pentagram lit up like torches as they exploded with a dazzling blood-red light that enveloped the entire circle. The originally dark inverted pentagram turned blood-red, then glowed even brighter, like lava. The bodies of Annabelle and the white-faced nun fused back together and quickly returned to normal. The doll stared at Luke with a vicious smile. The white-faced nun, however, prayed in a low and hoarse voice. "My God, please come to us. Whoever dares to challenge you will have their soul returned to you." The ground in the middle of the pentagram began to crack. Dark red flames shot up, and the intense smell of sulfur hit Luke in the face. Luke took a sniff. Why did this smell seem a little familiar? Looking down at the inverted pentagram under his feet, he found it a little strange. This was the symbol of Satan. That person really dared to impersonate him. How bold was this demon? Looking at the 4-digit number in the system interface, however, he instantly made up his mind. Who cares who it is? Strike first, talk later. If you have the guts, come and kill Big Dipper. He suddenly raised his left palm before bringing it down. The 5-digit credit value in the system dropped sharply, and light golden telekinesis poured out of his palm. The credit-buffed telekinesis was a little thicker than the crack in the pentagram under his feet, and it forced its way in roughly. In less than 3 seconds, the crack was overwhelmed, and the entire inverted pentagram started to twist and blur. Boom! The entire inverted pentagram suddenly exploded. The 5 blood-red candles were instantly turned to dust, and the blood-red light was completely extinguished. The entire room shook, kicking up dust. A moment later, things quieted down. The longsword in Luke's right hand hung at his side as he turned around leisurely. Looking at the dumbfounded Annabelle and the white-faced nun, the mouth on the skull mask curved into a smile. "There should only be the two of you here now." As soon as he said that, he appeared next to the Annabelle doll and grabbed its neck with his left hand. At the same time, he raised the sword in his right hand and cut the white-faced nun in half. In this room deep in the hill, the little girl screamed and cursed, and the white-faced nun howled. Luke mumbled to himself, "Is your body made of plastic? Trash. You don't have any blood in your body. You're trash too." After the 16th physical cut, the speed of reassembly and fusion is reduced by 74%. It seems that your energy reserves aren't much. Damage from an enchanted weapon has at least 150% of the expected effect. All evil spirits likely have this weakness, but it's a bit of a waste of credit points. You can move under mental interference, but you can't leave. I'll equip everyone with this function in the future to prevent them from being possessed. Chapter 1957. A thug who only knows how to mount a sneak attack. A moment before Luke cut up the two evil spirits in the secret room, a white-haired old man in a black suit was looking expressionlessly at an altar in hell. Then, he took out his tablet and opened the logbook. He found the record for collection point 249. A large number of suitable souls had been sent over the last time, but that had been 40 years ago. With a thought, the white-haired old man instantly reviewed the altar and his minions. There was nothing wrong with the altar. Perhaps the large-scale sacrifice carried out by the minions in charge of the altar 40 years ago had drawn the attention of some existence, and they had been suppressed. After thinking of this possibility, the white-haired old man didn't waste any time. He was about to check the next collection point, when the altar in front of him suddenly lit up. However, there were close to 1,000 altars here, and one would activate every now and then. The souls that were sent over were automatically processed, and had nothing to do with him, so the old man turned around and flew to the next collection point. The moment he turned around, a portal opened on the altar, and a faint golden light several times bigger than he was forced its way through. The altar's protective mechanism was immediately activated, and a barrier was raised. However, the power of faith in this golden light had an innate anti-magic property. A certain guy who had too many credit points wanted to take a gamble, and he bet 600,000 in one go. With just a little bit of pressure, the ordinary barrier instantly shattered. The faint golden light shot toward the white-haired old man's back. Sensing something wrong, the white-haired old man's dead eyes glowed red, and his white hair fluttered. He suddenly turned around, and a dazzling golden light filled his vision. "Mother," he cursed. Faint golden light enveloped his upper body before it completely faded. The old man's white hair suddenly settled, and his red eyes turned golden. He struggled to finish his sentence. FCKER. His body flickered with the golden light, which cut him up into smaller and smaller pieces. Boom! The old man exploded into golden dust that rained down. The utterly unaffected golden light darted around in the air, as if it was very happy. Half a breath later, however, it suddenly turned around and stared at a small black hole the size of a pinprick amidst the golden dust. A comrade was sending a request for help through the hole. D*MN, this rotten old man is strong. We're being pushed back. Backup, we need backup. The light golden light suddenly flared before it plunged into that tiny black hole. Somewhere in a remote part of hell, Mephisto was sleeping quietly in his palace. Some time ago, he had grown impatient with dealing with petty tasks in hell, so he simply borrowed the shell of a certain premium soul to create a clone and give it the most basic self-consciousness and authority. Then, the clone moved all the items in the palace that posed a major safety risk further away. As long as this clone didn't leave hell, it could use the power of hell to resist the strange power that could destroy souls. Old Mephisto had been tortured by this strange energy for a long time, and had, personally experienced, its essence. This was the power of faith, one of the so-called powers of God. What Mephisto had encountered, however, had been modified and enhanced by some mysterious existence. Not only was it more lethal to the creatures of hell, it was also very hard to eliminate. In fact, old Mephisto was already a little hesitant about whether or not he should really seek revenge on Big Dipper after he recovered. After all, this lunatic Big Dipper was just a hired thug of that mysterious existence. Generally speaking, these thugs were just expendable cannon fodder. But there were always some anomalies that would stand out. For example, Ghost Rider, or the Ancient One. Old Mephisto had no idea what the upper limit of Big Dipper's strength was, but an existence that could produce this strange power of God would definitely be difficult to deal with. Old Mephisto had weathered all sorts of storms for so many years by relying on a particular technique, that was, whenever he ran into a big problem, he would immediately run home. As long as I stay at home, nobody can kill me. That was the sort of reliable demon lord which Mephisto was. In his sleep, he sensed the moment that his clone was suddenly destroyed. A sense of danger overwhelmed him, and he activated his ultimate defense. A golden dot lit up not far away from old Mephisto. Then, an insanely thick golden light squeezed out of the tiny black hole and shot straight at his pure black ultimate defense like a laser cannon. Pooh! The black shield suddenly turned gray, and a hole the size of a bowl appeared. At that moment, old Mephisto had just jumped up from his throne. That golden light surged forward to join its comrades in a warm embrace. Old Mephisto clutched his waist and howled wretchedly. But inside his palace, nobody could see or hear the Lord's misery, as long as he didn't want the whole of hell to know about it. After a long while, old Mephisto first fixed the hole in his ultimate defense before he gritted his teeth and sat down. He took deep breaths. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. Calm down, you have to calm down. As he spoke, He examined his injuries carefully, and his expression suddenly relaxed. It's a good thing I was prepared. This ambush was 10 times stronger than the last two, but my injuries aren't much worse. At that point, his expression suddenly changed. A third time. This was already Big Dipper's third sneak attack. He simply didn't have the bearing of a mighty warrior at all. Whenever he attacked, it was always an ambush. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to go to Earth anymore, and would have to guard against sneak attacks every day. Mephisto finally felt very uneasy. Even someone as formidable as the Ancient One wasn't as troublesome as this guy. He cursed inwardly. The Ancient One was classy, and knew when to withdraw, and never came knocking again. Big Dipper, on the other hand, was practically squatting at the door of hell, ready to charge and bite at any moment. Did he really need to get revenge on Big Dipper in the future? Maybe they could negotiate. Old Mephisto's thoughts went back and forth, but he still couldn't make up his mind. He had lived for who knew how many years. It was normal for him to take a few decades to make a decision. However, he could no longer use a clone to handle things. That power of God was simply poisonous. He could only blame himself for being too quick to slack off. It seemed he had to keep up with the times. He took out his tablet and gave his underlings an order before he toppled over and continued sleeping. Several great demons scattered around hell heard the gentle ping of a text notification. Chapter 1958. Family Reunion. Together forever. Hearing this special ping, the great demons stopped playing around and took out the newest item issued by their lord not long ago, the latest titanium tablet model. Opening the new message and reading the order, they were at a loss. We need to set up the best surveillance system in the Lord's new storeroom. And get the evil spirits who set up the online network before to do it. And the followers on Earth will get rewards and preferential treatment if they make offerings for the surveillance system. No matter how puzzled they were by this order, the demons still went to look for those tech experts who had been dragged down to hell and had them make a list of things required for the surveillance system. In any case, they didn't need to do anything. They just needed to issue the list to the followers on Earth. These followers had already offered the latest tablet models. It wasn't a problem for them to offer even more tech products. Thus, not long after, the group of demon followers on Earth were dumbfounded. What was the Lord doing? Was hell also entering the age of social media? Wasn't that too sci-fi? When they had gone to the titanium store to buy a tablet before, the latest model only cost a few $100s, and it was the best tablet on the market. Even the slightly poorer followers could still afford it, and setting up a P2P signal wasn't hard. But a professional surveillance system wasn't something that could be set up with just cameras and cables. A complete control kit and the specialized program for operating the system meant that money had to be spent. None of the tech experts in hell wanted to be held accountable by their lord. To be safe, they listed all the best surveillance system brands. The followers also didn't dare offer trash surveillance equipment to fool the great demons. A great demon could easily verify the truth of a follower's words. Whoever dared to fool them with trash would be tortured to death like trash. Many poor followers cried, FCK, if I were that rich, would I need to become a follower? In order to survive, however, they could only work hard. No money, they could swindle and steal from someone else. The demons had always encouraged this sort of behavior in their followers to begin with. Only those who had done too many bad things would go to hell. That was all for later. The true instigator, Luke, was suddenly sent a system notification: injure Mephisto and delay his entry to Earth for 12 years. Mission accomplished. He smacked his lips in surprise. This is really old Mephisto. Why does this old man have a hand in everything? Based on simple deductions, Luke knew that Mephisto had left behind a lot of things on Earth, and Luke had run into them several times. Apart from the clone that had been directly blown up at the beginning, there had been the evil spirits that came through the door to the afterlife, the loom of fate, and Satan's inverted pentagram this time. At first glance, they looked like the doing of other gods, and had nothing to do with Mephisto. If it wasn't for the system notifications, Luke really wouldn't have known that it was old Mephisto he was dealing with. Old Mephisto was too good at hiding. He had as many aliases and temp jobs as Luke did. Also, Luke had spent 600,000 credit points this time, but the results were basically the same as with the previous 60,000 credit points. Old Mephisto had definitely been prepared. Otherwise, he would have slept for several hundred more years. His opponents nowadays were becoming more and more cautious. Even as Luke lamented at how cunning the enemy was, he didn't forget to continue experimenting on Annabelle and the white-faced nun. Physical damage was just the start. The real highlight was the various experiments which made use of energy, such as fire, electricity, ice, mental interference, mental resistance, hypnosis, and so on. After a lot of experiments, the two evil spirits had yet to die, but their mental energy fields were on the verge of collapse. Real dream pulled them soundlessly into an imaginary world. At that moment, the two evil spirits had completely become Luke's puppets and couldn't resist. He simply had them relive the memories of killing people in real dream, and the two evil spirits quickly became engrossed in this favorite activity. Luke only needed to guide and watch from the side to figure out their relationship with the mirror ghost. To put it simply, the Annabelle doll was the main body of the mirror ghost. It was just that 40 years ago, it was subdued by a priest, and most of its powers were lost in the mirror room in the basement of the psychiatric hospital. Its host, Anna Essiker, was sent to the convent by the priest and locked up in this secret room under the hill. Annabelle, on the other hand, was locked up in the glass cabinet which possessed holy power. Whether it was the secret room or the glass cabinet, both had this holy power. Those under the control of an evil force couldn't approach them, and the latter could only lead ordinary people into acting of their own accord. Unwilling to be locked up, the doll could only get the mirror ghost to kill people to maintain its powers while it looked for a suitable candidate to rescue Anna Essiker and the doll's main body. As long as the doll, Anna Essiker and the mirror ghost were reunited, Annabelle would be free and regain all her strength. The inverted pentagram altar wasn't Annabelle's work, but something that old Mephisto had hidden here a long time ago. But nobody ever entered this secret room. Anna Essiker never had the chance to offer anyone else as a sacrifice. When it was imprisoned, the doll couldn't exercise control over the mirror ghost, which was more interested in killing people. Thus, most people were either killed by the mirror ghost at the beginning, or they killed themselves because they couldn't take the mental torture. Thus, in 40 years of waiting, nobody came knocking. After figuring it out, Luke was lost for words. This mirror ghost wasn't very smart. It just enjoyed torture and killing, and caused its main body and host to fall into Luke's hands. What else could he say? Naturally, he should reunite the family of three so that they could be together forever. Under the setting sun, Luke's figure cast a long shadow on the road in front of the mall. Looking up at the eerie-looking mall, he sighed inwardly. After today, there would be one less urban horror story. Thinking that, he walked into the mall. A moment later, there was a dull rumble underground, and the ground shook slightly. All the mirrors in the mall exploded, and a violent shock wave blew old and loose wooden shutters open, and countless mirror fragments flew out of the building. Under the setting sun, the sky was filled with glittering specks outside the dilapidated building. It was as beautiful as a dream. A transparent, distorted figure slipped out the back door, cursing in a low voice. FCK, blowing up the sewage pipes the moment it came out. This mirror ghost is so dirty, it deserves to die. Behind him, golden red sunlight shone into the gloomy mall, turning it bright and airy, and removing all traces of a haunted air. Chapter 1959, Recording Sleep Talk and Family Life. Luke's clone returned as quickly as it had gone. After giving old Mephisto the final 6, in a 666 blessing, it returned to New York. Recently, both Luke and his clone had been quite busy at night. Not only did he meet up with Max to research making cupcakes, Wanda had also arranged to go out with Big Dipper at night. The little witch had a good reason. Since Big Dipper had suggested that she go out more often to experience the world, it was best for him to accompany her during this period of adaptation, or she might lose control when beating up hoodlums at night. Thinking of a certain person who wasn't human, Luke finally took the time to invest more in the little witch to avoid being stabbed in the back again. On the other side, he had to deal with Sky's advances. Even Selena sensed that something was wrong. After Sky visited them at their place one day, Selena immediately had Little Snail check if there had been any changes in Sky recently. Luke simply rolled his eyes and went to the basement. Selena called out to him from behind. "Hey, aren't you going to wait for Little Snail's analysis? Don't tell me you already know the outcome." Luke didn't even turn around. "That's right, I know everything." Selena snorted and had Little Snail stop analyzing the situation. Looking at a certain someone's attitude, she knew that Sky had no chance at the moment. However, when she turned around, she saw a certain dog head staring at her strangely. She walked over and grabbed its face. Come, tell me what you want to say. The dog head helplessly paused the cartoon that was playing on its phone. At 5 a.m. this morning, you called out Luke's name in your sleep. Selena pulled at the dog head's face with both hands. So what if I did? I call his name all the time during the day. The dog head looked askance at her and said calmly, I recorded it. Stunned, Selena picked up the phone and played the recording. Then, she immediately switched to the next one. She only played a little before she switched to another one. After 5 times in a row, she finally stopped playing them. She scrolled down the phone screen and saw dozens of audio files. Scanning the times when the files were created, she then stared fiercely at the dog head. You dog, you've been recording me every day for the past 2 months. The dog head said calmly, in passing. Of course I won't record anything if you don't say anything in your sleep. Selena grabbed its thick skin again. Are these the only copies of the recordings? The dog head said, of course. If I take this out, Luke will deduct my monthly allowance. Selena snorted. Do you think I won't? The dog head had a subtle look in its eyes. If you dare deduct my money, I'll combine with you the next time you talk in your sleep and improve your sleep quality. Selena choked. It was hard to dream in the symbiotic state. Narrowing her eyes, she looked at the dog head for a moment. Don't secretly record me sleeping in the future, or I'll tell Luke that you secretly took photos of him. FCK, are you trying to take me down with you? The dog head hesitated for a moment, but still chose to take a step back. Okay, but I want strawberry ice cream now. Selena immediately got it. She gritted her teeth and stood up. Fine, I'll get it for you. The dog head said, I want cranberry biscuits, hot cocoa, stinky tofu, bang. Selena punched the dog's head and cut it off before it went too far. If you keep talking, I'll get Luke to string you up for a beating. The dog head froze. Although it had been a long time since Luke had used the annihilation energy on it, how could it forget that feeling? Besides, it was Luke who had told the dog head before about Selena talking in her sleep. If he knew that it had actually recorded her sleep talking, he would take off 2 layers of its dog skin. Just like that, the fight between the two best friends came to an end. The dog head lost the memory card for its phone. Selena destroyed it without a trace. Not only did the dog head lose the recordings, it also lost a bunch of cartoons and dramas. This could be considered the price for courting death. Family life returned to normal. A few days later, Selena's sisters arrived in New York. Talia was already 18. After the summer break, she would be attending USC, and thus was taking the opportunity to come and play in New York for a bit. Selena's second sister was about to turn 14. She had grown up playing with Talia, and hence had decisively tagged along. Julio wanted to come with them, but his 2 unscrupulous sisters persuaded him to stay home with the excuse that he was a boy and couldn't play with them. After all, he was still in primary school. After Selena picked up her sisters from the airport and they got home, they jumped on Luke and called, Luke, Luke. Selena could only pull a long face and pull them off Luke. Luke wasn't interested in her sisters, but whether or not they were interested in Luke was a different matter. Passionate women didn't care about things like blood sisters or whatnot. It wasn't uncommon for mother and daughter to fight over a boyfriend. When Joseph returned home that night after school, his meeting with the sisters went much more normally. Joseph and Selena's sisters barely had anything in common to talk about, nor was he interested in talking to them. The 2 sisters were well aware of this. They were polite and enthusiastic, but kept a reasonable distance. The 2 girls took the guest room that night, so Joseph could only sleep in Luke's room. Joseph put down his pillow and blanket and looked at Luke, who was drinking tea. Finally, he leaned over and nudged his shoulder. Is Talia interested in you? Luke laughed and put down the tablet in his hand. Wow, our little Joseph is now a relationship expert. He didn't forget to rub Luke's head with a smile. Joseph resisted for a while, but could only admit defeat in the end. Luke quashed his little brother's confident meddling. He smiled and raised one finger. Firstly, it's normal for Talia to want to get along with a handsome guy like me. Just like how you remember the names of beautiful girls, how many ordinary girls do you remember? Joseph was lost for words. He really didn't remember many. After all, why would he? Seeing Joseph's acquiescence, Luke raised another finger. Secondly, when you were younger, weren't you a little more enthusiastic about the girls who gave you snacks? Let me think. Molly and Scarlett came to our house before to play with you, right? Joseph's face darkened. Hey, I told you not to bring up the snacks. It wasn't that Joseph was embarrassed, but if Mindy found out, she would definitely tease him. After all, she always felt that he was too stuffy. After learning from Claire that Joseph had been made to wear girls' clothes before, she had pestered him to wear a princess dress for her to see. She had worn that dress when she was younger. Wouldn't it look like a miniskirt on him? Chapter 1960. Night Chat, Sightseeing. Oh, I forgot. I'll definitely remember for next time, Luke apologized insincerely. Then, he raised a third finger. Thirdly, I know how to reject women better than you do. I can even make them think about giving up. You? No. Joseph narrowed, his eyes in disbelief. I read as many psychology books as you do. I've also studied hypnosis. That's completely impossible. I have superpowers, but you don't. Luke chuckled inwardly and said, You don't believe me. I met Nikki and Monica earlier on. You know that, right? Joseph nodded. Luke took a sip of his tea and said casually, Then, have they never been interested in me? After thinking for a moment, Joseph shook his head helplessly. The way they mention you so much when we talk definitely means something. He paused and stared at his big brother solemnly. Fine, how can I keep those annoying women away from me? It's best if they never bother me again. Luke snorted. The easiest way is to pretend to be ugly. If you hide your baby face, those big sisters won't look for you anymore. Joseph touched his face helplessly. But there are already a lot of female seniors who know that I'm so handsome. Luke took another sip of his tea. As a smart man, you have to learn to make use of existing resources. Joseph frowned and immediately thought of using various high-tech products to make himself as good as invisible. It was so obvious on his face that Luke immediately sensed it. He couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking about? I'm talking about Mindy. What, Joseph? Are you telling me to get Mindy to pretend to be my girlfriend and beat up those women? That actually sounds like a good idea. Luke rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. You just need to tell Mindy that you have this problem and ask her to help you resolve it. Joseph was at a loss. That will work, because she knows how to deal with schoolgirls better than you do. Luke took another sip of his tea. He smiled very smugly at the puzzled expression on his little brother's face. After entering college, this guy became the stereotypical prodigy who liked to do research, and he became even colder and more detached. In short, he was acting less and less human. That was why Mindy made a fuss every now and then and dragged him to continue participating in the girls' self-defense club's daily training. It wasn't that she liked to act willful, but that she didn't want Joseph to become a reclusive tech shut-in. Otherwise, Luke wouldn't just be watching all the time, or even secretly supporting her. As the boss of Ursa Minor, Mindy had good leadership skills which were unique to her. In setting the groundwork for the group, whatever shortcomings there were, she copied from the Bat Squad's rules and regulations to make up for them. This proved that Mindy was an excellent administrator. An outstanding administrator didn't need to do everything themselves. It was enough for them to be able to properly allocate resources and achieve their targets. In this world, not just anyone with a high IQ could be a boss. Dr. Pym had a high IQ, but was almost a lone wolf. Thor was reckless and only had muscles in his head, but that didn't stop the generals who worked under him from performing their duties so that all he needed to do was charge forward. Even Tony had pepper, who was fully responsible for the daily management of Stark Industries. Mindy, on the other hand, had Joseph, this tech supervisor plus military advisor, but she also had the air of a big sister who had a good personal relationship with her siblings. Besides, there were some things that were her responsibility to begin with, and Luke couldn't be bothered to interfere. The room fell silent, and that was the end of their after-hours chat. The next day, the plan was to take the three sisters out sightseeing. Selena asked Joseph at breakfast if he wanted to come, and as expected, he replied that he had something on. After a few quick bites, the guy left. Puzzled, Selena asked Luke in a low voice, "Does he have a problem with Talia and the others taking over the guest room?" Luke pushed her head away. "He's gone to look for Mindy. It has nothing to do with your sisters." Selena chuckled and jabbed him in the waist again. "Then tell him to take care of his body," Luke said, "he's just a kid." Selena blinked innocently. "That's right, I'm talking about him not hurting himself in combat class." Luke pushed her head away again in disdain. "Look at your face. I know what you're thinking." "How vulgar," Selena said indifferently. "It's better than Joseph turning into a dullard." Luke fell silent. Just as he and Mindy had noticed, so had Selena. She had invited Joseph out with them today to get him to open up a bit more, but Joseph was clearly more intent on solving the problem of being harassed by older women. After breakfast, the four of them left. The temperature in New York in August was 20 to 28 degrees Celsius, and it rained every 3 to 5 days. It was the most pleasant season of the year. With Selena's two sisters, the most suitable place to go was the trendy boutique stores. Culture and art weren't as attractive as a dazzling array of clothes, shoes and accessories. It was a good thing he had asked Selena last night, or she would have taken her sisters to an amusement park to play fun games like the roller coaster or bungee jumping. Luke had just replied, "Then I would be making breakfast for them for nothing," before she finally gave up on the idea. Sitting in the men's lounge of the luxury store as an attendant politely served him coffee, Luke couldn't help but praise the store's resourcefulness. Few people would spend money to suffer. Practically all boutique stores like this one, which specialized in scamming the rich, provided this sort of thoughtful service to prevent the men and their wallets from being tortured at the same time. In fact, it was little Snail that had screened these stores. Occasionally, he would respond to Talia and Andreas, "How about this one?" with, "It's fine," or, "It doesn't suit you." He didn't have to worry about anything else. In any case, it was Selena who was footing the bill. At noon, the four of them went to a restaurant where they had booked a table for lunch, and also had afternoon tea. After discussing their spoils of war from shopping, the three sisters went off to put on their new outfits before they visited Washington Square Park in Greenwich Village. The arch in the park, which looked like a mini Arc de Triomphe, could be considered one of its landmarks. Greenwich Village was also where New York University was located. It also had one of the three best art colleges in America, along with the USC School of Cinematic Arts and the UCLA School of Theater, Film and Television. Talia was about to attend USC and was quite interested in becoming a star, so she wanted to visit this Mecca. Walking through the park, Luke couldn't help but look northwest. The bald female bigshot lived just hundreds of meters away. Chapter 1961. Let's just watch and not say anything. After walking around, the four of them returned to the park. Selena had just sat down, when she saw an ice cream stand not far away. She immediately offered to buy ice cream, and Luke, who hadn't sat down yet, naturally did it for her. In this regard, he was much more self-aware than Joseph. His little brother would definitely just say, "Help me get XX flavor." The lively second sister, Andrea, jumped up and followed him, saying that she wanted to choose her own flavor. Walking over to the ice cream stand, Andrea asked Luke what flavors he was getting for Selena and Talia. Luke pressed down on her head helplessly. "Strawberry and chocolate balls for Selena, vanilla for Talia, and mango for you." Andrea blinked. I do like mango." She realized that Luke wasn't wrong at all. That was indeed their favorite. Luke chuckled. "Do you think I ate so many times at your place for nothing? How can I not know what you like for dessert?" After Luke ordered, the middle-aged man at the stand immediately started scooping the ice cream. First was Andreas' mango ice cream, then Talia's. While Luke was getting Selena's ice cream, a couple walked over from the other side. Half hidden by the stand, the woman said coyly, "I want ice cream." A man's voice rang out. "Darling, didn't your stomach hurt last night? Why don't you wait until you see a doctor?" "No, I want ice cream." "Blueberry." The woman pouted again. On the other side, Luke suddenly shivered. FCK, he got goosebumps. Even as he mocked inwardly, he silently moved to the other end of the ice cream stand and sent Selena a message. On the other side, the man couldn't resist the woman's playful act and was obediently dragged over to buy ice cream. The woman said, "I think we should have a simpler wedding. In any case, I don't have many friends here." The man hesitated. "We don't have to save on that. Didn't your parents say that they would bring your whole family over?" The woman, "I'm talking about friends, not family." The man was unsure. "Ah, I see, let me think about it." At that moment, the woman finally looked at the stand owner, who had already given Luke the last of the ice cream cones. Then, she met Luke's eyes as he moved out from behind the stand with a smile. The woman, Luke shrugged. Andrea, however, didn't notice their expressions. She smiled brightly. "Let's go, Luke, or the ice cream will melt." Luke hummed and turned around as if nothing had happened. After taking a few steps, he turned around and looked at Selena, who was eavesdropping on the side. He gestured for her to leave. Selena reluctantly pulled Talia along and stopped eavesdropping. At the stand, the man took the ice cream and wanted to give it to the woman, but she didn't take it. He turned around and saw that the woman had already taken 2 steps back. Her face was a little dark as she gritted her teeth and looked at the 2 departing figures. The man was a little worried. He grabbed her waist and asked, "What's wrong, Elsa?" Suddenly, he was a little nervous and said in a low voice, "Wait, it's not some dangerous suspect, is it? Why don't you let the SWAT team know first?" Elsa glared at him, but burst out laughing when she saw the worry on her fiancé's face. Sam was stunned. What's wrong? From what he remembered, his fiancée was very forthright. Or should he say, she was an iron lady. It was rare for her to react so strangely. Elsa's face returned to normal. She took the ice cream from him and said, "No need. Those were my best colleagues." Sam said, "Should I say hi?" Their shameless attitude was clearly saying, "I'm just watching, I'm not saying anything." Elsa rolled her eyes at him. "They're busy on a date." Sam got it. "Okay. Your best colleagues. Should we invite them to the wedding?" Elsa wanted to tell them to get lost, but when she looked at her fiancé's honest face, she said, "Yes." Sam smiled. "That's good. I've been wanting to hear about your time in Los Angeles." Elsa was lost for words. "If you hear about how I taught those murderers and robbers a lesson, won't my gentle and refined image be ruined?" I'll have to call Luke and Selena later." On the other side, Selena whispered to Luke, "Elsa is getting married. Why didn't you tell me?" Luke looked at her in surprise. "Aren't you her best friend? You should be the one to tell me." Lost for words, Selena argued, "I'm busy. I asked her out twice, but she said that she was too busy." Then, she felt that something wasn't right. "No, you were the one who told us about Dustin and Jennifer's secret dates. How could you not know about Elsa?" Luke said, "I know that she's dating this Sam, and that he's a nice guy, but I didn't know they're getting married." He wasn't a voyeur, and couldn't pay attention to other people's private lives every day. Besides, Elsa was almost 40. It wasn't strange for her to have a boyfriend. He chuckled. "Let's just wait. Maybe she'll call later." Selena was curious. Why? He had been using elementary sound wave, and Elsa clearly hadn't told Sam everything about her last workplace. It wasn't hard to understand why. She was now working a desk job in NYPD, and getting married wasn't a problem. In LAPD, she had been on the front line before she met Luke, and there had been many times when she had almost been shot. It was understandable that a tough woman like Elsa wouldn't tell Sam about her dangerous past. In any case, she was indeed prepared to be a good wife and mother in the future, or maybe not, scratch that. No matter how Luke mocked his former boss in his heart, as a former colleague and now a personal friend, he should prepare some suitable gifts for her. Elsa was almost 40 years old, and there were a lot of little issues with her health. He would find a time for Selena to invite her over for a get-together. Once they got drunk together as usual, he would use light of life on Elsa. On the surface, he would get her a gift as befitting their friendship. In any case, it was just a matter of spending a little money. Thinking that, he watched Elsa and Sam gradually disappear into the crowd. Under the bright sun, Selena mumbled, "Is she pregnant? Otherwise, why didn't she tell me that she was getting married? Do you think it's a boy or a girl?" Chapter 1962. Following the vine to the melon, happenstance. While Luke was living a peaceful life in New York, the Level 1 clone had assumed the Joker persona and was taking drive Haley around Europe. Before this, Haley couldn't do anything to arouse suspicion. She could only investigate in secret, and had found traces of Whitehall in Finland, Norway and Sweden. Compared with Haley's scientific-based hypnosis, Luke's superpowered hypnosis was explosive. Most of the time, he just needed to be close to the target for a few minutes to obtain the information he wanted. Based on what he learned from Whitehall's underlings, Haley's intelligence was already a little outdated. Half a year ago, Whitehall disappeared with a few trusted subordinates, and the personnel in the 3 countries went into hiding. Luke didn't kill them, but left them with no memory of having leaked Hydra's secrets. Besides, the Hydra members at the bottom of the hierarchy had limited abilities. A certain head had to come out and gather them together. Without permission, nothing big would happen. After he killed Whitehall, there might be other heads who would take over. At that time, Luke might be able to find another lead. Luke and Haley followed the trail from the 3 Scandinavian countries to Austria, and then from Austria to Lyon, France. On a hill on the outskirts of Lyon stood a luxurious French manor. The big main building in the classic style, the neat, wide lawn, the thick woods, and the clear stream which flowed through it all demonstrated the extravagance of the manor's owner. At that moment, Luke and Haley were disguised as a rich couple. They had polite smiles on their faces as they listened to the woman tell them what they wanted to know. "I'm sorry, but Werner had something on and left some time ago. Is there anything I can help you with?" Luke didn't say anything. In any case, Stephanie Malik was already under the influence at pheromone control. As long as the female doctor, who was proficient in communication, didn't ask anything too sensitive, Stephanie Malik would answer. 10 minutes later, they drove away from the manor. Watching the gate close in the rearview mirror, Haley turned around and asked, "This Malik family has a big secret. Why didn't you let me ask the woman a few more questions?" Luke turned the wheel lazily as the car drove along the winding mountain road. "We have to figure out the problem slowly. It would be boring to scare the players away at the beginning." Haley blinked. "Really? Gideon Malik is a former member of the World Security Council. He's not someone to be trifled with." Luke glanced at her. "So?" The female doctor leaned over and kissed his face. "Playing games with a big shot like that is too exciting." Luke said, "That's right. He's indeed an interesting big shot." The Malik family was one of the oldest families in Europe. It was said that they had a history which went back thousands of years, and they had connections in various European countries. Like many big families, it inevitably contained internal factions, a complicated distribution of power, and a lot of internal conflict. However, there had always been a key group which held most of the core power in the family. In this generation, the leader of this key group was Gideon Malik, who was Miss Stephanie's father. After the incident in Washington, Gideon resigned as a member of the World Security Council to avoid suspicion. During the investigation, Luke didn't find anything suspicious about him. To be more precise, there were too many suspects similar to Gideon, and there was no value in investigating all of them. The Malik family was based in Europe, and Gideon's withdrawal was more like the American government pushing the blame to Europe. The American government didn't feel guilty about doing this at all, since it could take some of the pressure off them. Luke hadn't expected his search for Whitehall to lead him to Gideon. Luke had found out in Austria that Whitehall had met a young man called Werner von Strucker. When they met, Whitehall's capable subordinate, Bakshi, seemed quite familiar with this Werner. How could a young man be familiar with a Hydra bigshot and his subordinates? This was an interesting question. There was no telling where Whitehall was at that moment. Luke investigated this Werner in passing, only to discover that the tycoon had a few Hydra spies protecting him. Their leader was Baron Strucker. The Hydra members were protecting Werner because he was the Baron's son. This Baron was a Hydra head. He was the one who had stolen Loki's scepter from Tony, and created Wanda and Pietro. Baron Strucker was very good at scheming and research, but it was a pity that he wasn't very lucky. Tony took the Avengers with him to Sokovia to retrieve the scepter. When he charged in, he had killed Strucker with one blast from his palm cannon. It wasn't until after the battle that the tycoon learned that he had killed the mastermind behind the theft of the scepter. After the Baron died, Mr. Werner, who had never participated in Hydra's affairs, inherited part of his father's legal assets. It was enough for him to at most live life as a small magnate without worries. During that time, Werner suddenly became closer to Stephanie Malik. On the surface, they had known each other since they were young, and were indeed family friends. But there were also 300 to 500 other young ladies like Stephanie whom Werner knew growing up. Luke had noticed the Malik family because of Werner, and he realized that the father and daughter had been in private contact before with Whitehall's subordinate, Bakshi. At this point, most of Luke's attention had already shifted from Whitehall to the Malik family. Whether or not this family was Hydra was another matter, but when Luke came into contact with Stephanie just now, her name was bright red in the system. This young miss of the Malik family was in the news every now and then. In the news, she was enthusiastic about charity, actively participated in volunteer work, and called for environmental protection, animal protection, equal rights for women, and so on. This person who did good deeds every day had a bright red name, which only proved that those good deeds were just for show. More importantly, anyone with a red name wasn't protected by the system. Thinking that, Luke smiled wickedly. "Let's go back and make preparations first. We need more suitable identities. When the time comes, we'll invite this young lady and her father to play a game." Haley also laughed out loud. No problem, I'll design enough exciting games this time. This young miss will definitely be moved to tears. After they left, Stephanie left the living room and went to the garden behind the main building. Daddy, I've sent off Werner's 2 friends. A solemn old man with white hair and a square face turned around and nodded. Find out later why they came here. Chapter 1963. Hydras, God, and paying a visit. The white-haired, square-faced old man was naturally Gideon Malik. Stephanie nodded, but hesitated. Should we find a chance to get rid of them? Frowning slightly, a dark look flashed across Gideon's face before he shook his head. These two have some power. If something happens immediately after they come to our place, it'll easily draw attention. Stephanie thought for a moment and thought that it made sense, but she was still a little unwilling. After the master came back, he said he wanted to take a look for himself. He might run into someone who knew Werner. Daddy, we should prepare in advance to eliminate unnecessary obstacles for the master. Gideon's eyes darkened even more, but he didn't object. It's time to get ready. I'll have someone to do it. You just do the same as before. We'll wait for the master to come back before we take the next step. Stephanie smiled happily and kissed him on the cheek. Okay, Daddy, there's a charity auction in the afternoon. I'll go get ready. Gideon watched his daughter leave with a smile, which gradually faded. It. Why was that monster still alive? The Malik family was powerful enough to begin with, so there was actually no need to have anything to do with that thing. After he took charge of the family, he should have gradually downplayed the existence of the monolith so that everyone would gradually forget about it. That way, there wouldn't be an emperor who stood above him now. Gideon was full of regret. If it was just one more puppet ruler, he could still think of a way to get rid of it. The problem now was that his only daughter, Stephanie, really regarded the monster as her master. If Gideon wanted to escape his current predicament, not only would he have to face the monster, he would also have to be careful that his daughter didn't betray him. This was really annoying. Sitting in the garden, Gideon didn't dare say the last sentence. He could only sigh helplessly. I have it tough. A few days later, Haley sat next to Luke and murmured curiously, alien. It's an alien. Darling, when are we going to catch it? Looking at the intelligence he had obtained after finding an opportunity to hypnotize Stephanie, Luke said indifferently, didn't tens of thousands of Chitauri descend during the Battle of New York? Haven't you seen enough? Haley paused for a moment, but immediately said, that's different. This is Hydras, God. Those were just ordinary alien shrimps. Luke asked, if it's a god, how can you be sure it's an alien? Haley, didn't it just come from an alien planet? Luke couldn't be bothered to continue bandying words. All right, we'll leave the Malik family alone for now. Otherwise, we'll scare off that god, and there'll be nothing to play with. Delighted, Haley hugged him and said, darling, let me make it clear first. I want to be the first to study it after we catch it. Dr. Haley, you really have a death wish. Luke criticized her inwardly and casually agreed. If you can catch him, you can do whatever you want. If the level 2 clone kills this god beforehand, I won't need to catch him, Luke added inwardly. At that moment, his heart jumped. There was a problem on Sky's end. The level 2 clone in New York had just received a distress signal from Sky. She would only send out a signal like that when she was facing an opponent she couldn't deal with or even escape from. What followed was a video recorded a few minutes ago. The level 2 clone quickly put on the Big Dipper armor and watched the video at the same time. The video was from the camera in front of Sky's room. The air twisted, and 3 figures suddenly appeared. Luke was very familiar with one of them. It was Gordon from Afterlife. He teleported outside the range of the space obstruction device with 2 young Caucasian men. One of the 2 men was unfamiliar to Luke, and the other was Werner. Wasn't this guy possessed by Hydras, God? Why had he appeared with Gordon, and why was he looking for Sky? Could it be that Jiang had secretly hooked up with this god to snatch Sky back? Big Dipper turned invisible and charged out of the underground passage, but he was frowning. That didn't seem likely. Although Luke didn't monitor everyone in Afterlife 24/7, he had used his abilities to create several key informants. Usually, these women were completely normal and didn't need to do anything special. Only when they noticed something unusual would they leave Luke a message using more traditional ways. Flags, flower pots, mirrors and lights could all be used to communicate. The satellite which belonged to Luke would frequently pass over Afterlife, and wouldn't miss these messages. Even as the questions flew through Luke's mind, he didn't miss any details in the video. The three of them appeared 20 meters away from Sky's house. Gordon didn't move, and simply waited. Clearly, he didn't dare step into the range of the space obstruction device. Without the ability to teleport, 99% of his combat ability would be lost. Werner, who had been possessed by Hydra's god, walked unhurriedly to the front door of the house with the other man. Looking at their expressions and postures, Luke was basically certain that Werner was the leader. Whether it was Gordon or the stranger, they were very respectful toward Werner. Was it a mind control ability? Luke wasn't sure. Some Inhumans looked similar to humans, but even before they awakened, they had very high mental resistance. As an Inhuman who had awakened for a long time, Gordon would have even higher mental resistance. If Luke used Real Dream to hypnotize Gordon, Gordon would subconsciously resist, and wouldn't be able to act so naturally. In the video, the two of them arrived at the door. Werner said directly, "Daisy, come out and welcome your leader." Sky's voice rang out on the loudspeaker outside the door. "Who are you?" A calm smile appeared on Werner's face. "Your destiny." Then, nothing happened. Who knew if Sky was stunned by Werner's idiotic answer, but she didn't say anything for a moment. Without looking back, Werner raised one hand and crooked a finger at the unfamiliar man behind him. The stranger immediately raised his hands and exerted strength. Bang! The door was forcibly blown open by an invisible force. Even half the hinges were torn off, and the door sagged against the wall. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out in the room. Werner's expression changed. Defend! The stranger pushed out with both hands, and 3 paralysis bullets were blocked by a transparent barrier in the air. He looked pleased. The air outside the door suddenly shook as an intangible shock wave hit the transparent barrier. The stranger's face changed, and so did Werner's. Then, both of them were sent flying. Chapter 1964. Sky's betrayal. Yet another god. As the stranger was sent flying, blood flowed from his nose. The shock wave just now was far beyond what his telekinesis could take. It was as if he had suddenly been hit in the head, and the dizziness and pain almost knocked him out. Werner, who was still wearing a thin black coat in the middle of summer, rolled twice in the air. He grabbed the semi-conscious telekinesis man with his right hand and landed lightly. Apart from a layer of dust on his face, he didn't look injured at all. Instead, there was interest in his eyes. "Not bad, it's an extremely outstanding ability. Come, accept your destiny and join us." As he spoke, he aimed his left hand at the house, and a fine yellow mist shot out from the fingertips of his hand, as if it was alive. Boom! Another shock wave shot out of the house and collided with the strange yellow mist. The yellow mist was instantly torn apart, and most of it dissipated. As he stretched out his hand, Werner was blown back 10 meters by the shock wave again, and he landed behind Gordon. Gordon teleported and looked at him worriedly. "Sir, are you all right?" Werner shook his head and looked at the house. Just now, some of the fine yellow mist had escaped the shock wave. Sticking close to the ground, it moved like a tiny snake and entered the house through a gap. "Okay," Werner smiled. "Come out, Daisy Johnson." As soon as he said that, Sky stepped out of the house with the same respectful expression as Gordon. "Sir, I'm sorry, I was too." Werner waved his hand with a smile. "Don't worry about it, we are one, huh?" He suddenly stopped and turned around. In the night sky, a dazzling streak of fire flew over from the treetops in the distance. Sky's expression changed. "Sir, the Justice League must have received my distress signal. Have Gordon take us away." Werner's eyes flickered, but he remained calm. "It's fine, I'm interested in both Knight and Deathstroke." Sky wanted to warn him, but at that moment, she was infected by this master's confidence, so she shut up. A thought popped into her head. That's right. The Master is the strongest. He isn't afraid of anyone, not even Knight or Big Dipper. The flames seemed slow, but they were actually fast. In just a few seconds, a figure closed in on them. Bang! The black and white suit landed on the ground. The black eye sockets looked at Sky and snapped, and mental resistance fell on her. Sky felt her mind clear up, but she could only look at her teammate apologetically. "Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry, I've found my path. I can't work for the Justice League anymore." Luke narrowed his eyes inside the suit. In the presence of an enemy like Werner, Sky shouldn't have mentioned the Justice League at all. She had always been very good at keeping secrets. Why was she leaking them now? Mind control. That was unlikely. If it was mind control, she should at least be struggling to resist after just being hit with mental resistance. Now, her mental fluctuations actually showed that she was sincere. What the hell was going on? He had spent a lot of time and energy on this super trump card, and someone was about to steal it away. The two eye sockets on the black and white skull mask turned long and slanted as Big Dipper stared at Werner. "Who are you?" Werner said calmly. "Human, I'm your god." Luke unhurriedly drew a longsword from his back with his right hand and brandished it lightly. "I've seen many gods. One of them even blew up like a ball." As soon as he said that, the black and white armor left an afterimage as a silver blade slashed at Werner. Werner's expression was still calm. "It seems that the gods, aren't strong enough." As he spoke, he raised his hands and shot out the yellow mist at Luke. Suddenly, his expression changed. He sensed that there was an invisible layer protecting the black and white armor from the yellow mist, and the silver blade slashed down. Werner's hands turned into shadows that collided with the silver blade. Clang, clang, clang. His hands collided dozens of times with Luke's longsword. Swoosh. The silver blade suddenly flashed and broke past Werner's hands to slash at his neck. Sky's expression changed, and she suddenly raised her hands. Boom. The ground rippled and rose up in front of Werner. Luke quickly retreated to avoid the ambush. He glanced at Sky darkly before he turned his attention back to Werner. Werner, whose head had almost been cut off, was still as calm as ever. There was no blood in the huge wound at all. Instead, it released wisps of yellow mist which quickly burrowed back into the wound. The next moment, Werner's face started to transform and turn gray. What looked like tentacles grew out of his head to replace his hair. Only the upper half of his nose was left, while his nostrils disappeared to be replaced by bare skin. On this strange face that was covered in vertical wrinkles, there were only a pair of dark red triangular eyes and a small mouth. Both Gordon and Sky were shocked by Werner's appearance, but they quickly regained identical expressions of respect. Werner, who had turned into a tentacle head, twisted his head this way and that. The wound on his neck had healed completely. He looked at Luke with his dark red eyes. "Deathstroke Big Dipper is indeed very strong. We'll meet again if there's a chance." As soon as he said that, Gordon suddenly teleported to Sky and grabbed her arm. During the previous battle, Sky had already walked out of the range of the space obstruction device, giving Gordon this opportunity. As if he had foreseen it, Luke moved at the same time and slashed at Gordon, who had just teleported. Gordon was shocked when he saw the silver slash. His teleportation was indeed very fast, but there was still a slight lag. This lag wasn't a big deal for anyone else, but it was enough for Big Dipper to cut him in half. But Gordon could only take this risk, and he was instantly close to death. Sky, however, stomped her foot and instantly sent out a shock wave. The ground shook under Gordon and Luke's feet, and they were thrown left and right. Luke snorted coldly and used his telekinesis to rush toward Sky. He grabbed her arm and activated the taser in his palm. Z, Z, Z. Sky's body immediately jerked, and her eyes gradually rolled back. But she still did her best to shout in Werner's direction, "Run!" Swoosh. Gordon, who had been saved by Sky, subconsciously teleported to Werner's side and grabbed his shoulder. Swoosh. Gordon teleported away with Werner and the telekinetic man whom Werner had just grabbed. Chapter 1965, My Fault Again. Luke had no time to deal with the three people who had fled. There was nothing to say. If they ran into him again, that self-proclaimed god, Werner would be killed. He could investigate Gordon later. The most important thing now was to save the girl who had inexplicably betrayed him. His gaze fell on Sky, and he realized that she was still conscious. He stopped tasering her and then shot her in the chest with a paralysis dart. The dart was quickest to take effect here. It had nothing to do with the two shock waves he had just been hit with. A few seconds later, he looked at Sky in surprise as she gradually recovered. "The paralysis dart is useless. Forget it, I'll be more direct." As soon as he said that, he slapped her on the head. Dong. It was like an ordinary person slapping a watermelon to test how ripe it was. Sky, who had just regained some life in her eyes, blacked out and collapsed. In any case, it was Big Dipper who had tasered her and knocked her out. It had nothing to do with Luke. Luke picked up the unconscious Sky and walked into the house. He put her in a simple hibernation bag, which Mindy jokingly called the body bag, and threw her into space too. Only then did he turn invisible and leave. Sky, who had been thrown into space too, was immediately examined by Ophelia, the female scientist who specialized in nanotoxins. Of course, she could only command robots behind a partition, and couldn't do anything dangerous to Sky. Ophelia kept up a scathing commentary, saying things like, "Don't tell me this is your little lover." And, "Is she pregnant?" Luke ignored the woman. Ever since he stabbed her in the cerebellum in Japan and she recovered, Ophelia's neurosis was completely fixed. As long as she didn't dawdle in doing her work, he would pretend not to hear anything she said. His clone sent a message to Selena to explain the situation, and Luke got to work at the same time. An android hidden not far from Afterlife came out of its box and released the drone that had been stored along with it to monitor Afterlife. Luke didn't usually monitor Afterlife, out of courtesy toward the organization and Jiang. Today, however, Gordon had taken Werner with him to capture Sky. Forget saving face, there was a traitor among the Inhumans. It would be strange if Luke didn't react. After the android released the drone, it turned invisible and quietly snuck into Afterlife. It wasn't safe to observe Gordon from a distance. After entering, Luke immediately noticed something unusual. None of the hidden sentries, which Luke had left here, had sounded an alarm, but the drone had already captured images of Werner and Jiang talking in the garden outside the house. Since a stranger had appeared next to Jiang in Afterlife, the sentries should have sent out a secret signal. The secret signal was nothing more than the sentries inadvertently placing things in strategic places, and they themselves wouldn't notice their own behavior. However, none of the dozen or so secret sentries in various areas sent out the secret signal. Recalling how Sky had sounded the alarm and resisted, but then turned around to attack Big Dipper in the blink of an eye, the anomaly couldn't be any more obvious. As a killer of superhuman criminals, the owner of many superpowers, and a master of pheromone control, Luke knew that there might indeed be other types of non-mental based ways of controlling other people in this world. That was the only explanation for Sky's behavior today. Was she a spy? What a joke. He didn't pry into his teammates' private lives, but Alfred continually collected daily information on everyone. This data and analyses were stored on a separate server. After they were backed up at regular intervals, they were thrown into his inventory, and the data in Alfred's system was erased. There was basically no risk of a leak. Once the security algorithm detected an anomaly, the backup data would be handed over to Ultima in Space 2 for a follow-up. Besides, Luke had mental abilities, and Sky wouldn't have been able to hide anything from him for long. Looking at the respectful expressions on Jiang, Gordon and Sky's faces, he was even more certain of his guess. Jiang was a complete power fanatic. Even in the face of Big Dipper's pressure back then, she hadn't completely given up on holding power. Feelings and ideals couldn't hold a candle to that. But the closer he got to the answer, the more Luke frowned. So far, none of the Inhumans who had run into Werner had been spared, and they all acted obediently. What were Inhumans? They were a race that had either awakened superpowers or were waiting to do so. Afterlife itself had more than 20 awakened Inhumans who were combat-ready. If they were all under Werner's control and unafraid of death, that would really be big news. Half an hour later, something big happened in Afterlife before Luke could finish preparing. At Werner's order, Gordon teleported a dozen Inhumans away. At that moment, Luke had already reported the matter to the Avengers and New Shield. Seeing the information which Luke sent over, Tony only looked at it for a moment before he contacted Knight over the comms. "Are you kidding me? A dozen superhumans, unified command, absolute obedience." Luke said, "It's not a joke. Get ready for something big." Tony was a little unhappy. "Hey, it's like I said before, superhumans who can't be controlled should be supervised." "Then maybe this wouldn't be happening now." Luke asked, "Are you sure it's just supervising them and not forcing them to become someone else's lackeys?" Tony rolled his eyes. "Eating makes us fat, so we don't eat anymore. Mandatory supervision is more practical and safer than disorderly freedom." Luke said, "Sorry, but I don't want to supervise superhumans. Otherwise, they'll all become paraplegics in a few years." "Tony, your logic is really sound and hard to refuse." "Fine, let's deal with these superhumans first." Luke said, "No, what we really need to do is deal with the god that Hydra brought back from another planet. That's the root of everything." Tony said helplessly, "Please be human. We've been investigating Hydra all this time, and have never come up with anything as exaggerated as what you're saying. The moment it arrives, it's a god. Should I call Thor over to see where this wild god came from?" Luke looked at the tycoon with a complicated expression for a moment before he reminded him, "Did you forget that Werner is Baron Strucker's son?" Tony suddenly had a bad feeling, but he still acted stubborn. "Of course I know that. So what?" Luke said. "You killed the Baron with one shot and orphaned Werner, which was why Gideon chose him and used him as a sacrifice to the god." The tycoon and knight looked at each other for a long while through the virtual screen before Tony nodded with a dark face. "Okay, fine, it's my fault again, alright," Luke said indifferently. "It's fine. A good kid knows when to turn over a new leaf." Tony gave him the middle finger. He raised his hand and cut the communication. He mumbled a few words, but finally sighed. "Fine, I did cause this, so I'll take care of it." Chapter 1966. Difference in opinion, treatment plan. In fact, Luke and Tony were well aware that they hadn't been talking about Werner at all, but about Tony's proposal to supervise superhumans. After being taught a lesson by the Little Witch last time, Tony had somehow come up with a proposal for supervision, which included a plan to record and manage all superhumans and combatants with similar abilities. The two of them rarely clashed, but they had argued several times over this proposal. In the end, nobody was convinced. They each had their own reservations, and the proposal was postponed. Of course, the tycoon still tried to sound out the attitudes of the Avengers and the Bat Squad. Then, nothing. There were still a few people in the Avengers who supported him, but the Bat Squad laughed when they heard the proposal, and even cut off communication. The Bat Squad had to abide by very strict safety rules to begin with, which included not doing evil and not casually causing large-scale incidents which disrupted law and order. Such strict rules conversely gave them a lot of leeway to move freely. Superheroes usually didn't have to tell anyone where they wanted to go or what they wanted to do, nor did they need to get anyone's approval. Even with an emergency assignment, it was up to each individual to decide if they wanted to take it on or not. Ordinary small assignments, those who lacked credit points snatched them up very quickly. If anyone else wanted to take those, they had to rely on luck. The Bat Squad got such good treatment, and nobody had to be supervised. Now, Tony was saying that he wanted everyone to register and come under a superpower supervisory agency. Who the hell would be happy? Everybody thought that the tycoon was under too much pressure after that matter with Ultron, and they couldn't be bothered to put up with him. Besides, no matter how close Tony and Luke were, they weren't the same person. The Avengers and the Bat Squad were two organizations that were very different. Tony's proposal had to do with a difference in ideals. The other party's mind couldn't be changed with just a few words. Luke didn't want to waste time on this. Even when it came to his own teammates, he only set the rules and inculcated this thinking in them once in a while to ensure that nobody crossed the line. Once he had sorted things out, he would pay this stubborn mule of a tycoon some attention. Should he hint to Pepper to have a baby sooner? Luke couldn't help but ponder the idea of taking drastic measures. Once Tony and Pepper had kids, at least half of his attention would be diverted. Coupled with his research interests, he probably wouldn't have so much time to waste on harassing other people. The tycoon who did research was a good comrade, but the tycoon who tried to play at being upright was a trouble magnet. It was safest for Tony to continue being a tech geek. It was the end of August. After taking away Afterlife's main force, Werner disappeared without a trace. The world was peaceful and nothing major happened. Luke and Skye, who was wearing a different appearance, sat on a yacht in the open ocean. It was a good day to bask in the sun. It was a pity that Selena couldn't come. After all, both her sisters were still in New York, and they would all want to come together. It would be inconvenient if that was the case. After setting sail, Skye, who had been silent all this time, finally said, that day, I didn't attack Big Dipper on purpose." Luke waved his hand. "Someone told me about your situation. You paid for the treatment with your own credit points. There's no need to apologize." Skye was relieved. Only then did she realize that she had been sweating from nervousness. She took off her jacket to reveal a gray cotton tank top. Luke glanced at her. Her skin was very fair and smooth. After all, her mother had regenerative powers. Skye, however, didn't notice his gaze. Instead, she dropped her forehead in her hand and complained bitterly, "I don't know why, but I suddenly felt that whatever Werner said was right. I was very happy to listen to his orders. Now that I think back on it, it's disgusting." Luke hummed and took a sip of his black tea. "I know you better, so it's been left to me to explain the situation to you in case you feel guilty and it affects your work in the future." Sky turned around and blinked, as if she was all ears. Luke added milk and sugar to the black tea in front of her with a smile. It's a long story. We'll take it slow. On a yacht in the sunny afternoon, Sky hugged her cup and listened attentively. It wasn't hard for Ophelia, the nanotoxin expert, to figure out why Sky had turned traitor. Sky wasn't a passerby, she was one of Luke's trump cards. Because she needed to keep her ability under control to prevent any damage to herself, she underwent a lot of checkups. When her arms had been fractured at the very beginning, her injuries had to be examined every day. Later, when her ability was under control, the frequency of the checkups dropped, but she still had one twice a month. In just one day, Ophelia found a new parasite in Sky's body that hadn't been present in Sky's last bloodwork. On the third day, Ophelia came up with a treatment plan. She would inject the latest nanotoxin which she had developed into Sky's body to kill the parasites. The range and effect of the latest nanotoxin could be controlled, so much so that it could destroy the parasites with minimal damage to Sky's body. Luke didn't directly veto this plan. Instead, he told Ophelia to do a trial run on an extract of Sky's blood first. In the end, Ophelia was slapped in the face. The nanotoxins easily killed the parasites in Sky's blood, but these parasites possessed a strange attribute. After the first batch of parasites was killed, the rest immediately gathered together, as if they had received a call to arms. They regenerated rapidly, and their resistance to poison was boosted at the same time. In less than 20 minutes, the number of parasites increased, and they occupied important parts of Sky's brain and organs in Ultima simulation. It was very likely that Ophelia's treatment plan would have killed not just the parasites, but also Sky at the same time. Even if Luke used Light of Life at that time, he wouldn't be able to save Sky's life. Ophelia was quite unhappy that her first plan was a failure. On the fourth day, she came up with a more stable but more unpredictable treatment plan. Used the symbiote Riot, which was locked up in Space 2, to combine with Sky. With the symbiote's devouring and regenerative abilities, it could definitely ensure Sky's safety while turning all the parasites in her body into nutritious protein tonics. Luke again performed a trial run. He mixed Sky's blood into a nutrient solution and fed it to Riot. Riot drank the blood without saying anything. After this guy was brought in, it was studied and experimented on from every angle, to the point of almost being turned into a halfwit. Luke couldn't be bothered to analyze whether or not this guy was faking it. In any case, it would be a test subject in Space 2 for the rest of its life. Even if it didn't want to live anymore, it would still leave behind valuable experimental materials. Luke would remember its selfless contribution as a pioneer and martyr in the research on symbiotes. Chapter 1967. The objective of comparative tests. Riot had been left alive to be used as a test subject. For example, it wasn't worth feeding this sort of hazardous material to the other symbiotes. It didn't matter if Riot didn't cooperate. In any case, the other symbiotes wouldn't mind combining with Sky. After numerous tests on Riot, Luke was very certain that all the parasites in its body were digested as protein. Only then did he go deep into the Pacific Ocean to find his sleeping mount, Brother Octopus. Brother Octopus didn't feel well after remaining awake for a long period of time. After enough training, Luke announced that he would give it a break and wouldn't wake it up unless necessary. If this were a game, there would absolutely have been +10+10+10 loyalty points popping up above Brother Octopus's head. Naturally, Luke wasn't here for Brother Octopus, but for Shriek. Brother Octopus liked sleeping, but not Shriek. However, it could crawl into other creatures to play when Brother Octopus was asleep. Luke didn't forbid Shriek from doing so, but just told it not to look for eye-catching creatures, and never humans. After the symbiosis was over, the creatures had to be killed. There couldn't be any hidden dangers. Thus, Shriek would control the sea creature to swim back to be eaten by the sleeping Brother Octopus. Gold Nugget could help Dollar eat, and Shriek could also help Brother Octopus eat. Too easy. Hearing that Luke wanted to take it out on a mission, Shriek was so excited that it almost woke up Brother Octopus. Luke was quick and had Shriek move to him first before he used mental communication to calm the baby mount down. If everything went according to plan, Brother Octopus would be able to sleep like this for 3 to 5 years. That was the time they had agreed on. While Luke had been training Brother Octopus, Shriek had also gotten corresponding training. It also knew the benefits of combining with the level 2 clone. Luke, who had a lot of credit points, didn't mind converting 10 to 20 points of elementary self-healing energy every day for Shriek to eat. In fact, Luke consumed 100 credit points every day to cultivate the Kunlun Kai refining technique for the sake of increasing his basic stats every 2 to 3 years. This mission reward for Shriek was nothing more than chump change. After the symbiosis, Luke gave Shriek its reward for today and explained the treatment process. Then, he used the special hibernation box to send Shriek to Space 2's isolation treatment room. He cancelled the hibernation function and let Shriek out. In front of it was Sky, who was already prepared for treatment. Shriek covered Sky's head without hesitation and quickly activated the complete symbiotic form. Sky turned yellow. Luke waited for a moment before he asked, "Is she completely clean?" Shriek said, She should be. There was too little of that thing, I barely had a taste." Luke said, "Do another check. I'll do the same here." Shriek, "Yes, boss." Compared with the naive brother octopus, Shriek was much more shrewd. It had already started calling Luke boss during its previous training. Of course, it was implying that, as long as there are benefits, I'll follow you. Luke didn't care. The only symbiote he trusted was the dog head at home. The rest were just tools, thugs and temp workers. For Luke, it was easier to kill those he wasn't as close to if they betrayed him. A moment later, after Shriek and Luke confirmed that everything was fine, he had Shriek cancel the symbiosis and leave Sky's body to return to the hibernation box. A shocked Sky appeared. She turned around and looked at the hibernation box, and subconsciously stepped back. Luke used mental communication to calm her down, and he examined her a third time. She hadn't lost her memory under Werner's control, and her mindset hadn't changed much. The only difference was that she followed Werner's orders unconditionally. At that time, Luke's pheromone control had been completely useless. Now, he felt his abilities working again. After chatting with Sky in Space 2 for a while and making sure that everything was fine, Luke injected her with a paralysis dart. Seeing Sky instantly close, Luke finally nodded in satisfaction. The paralysis drug has taken effect. The last test is over. Then, he extracted Sky in New York and told her what happened on the yacht. He was doing this because he wasn't sure if Sky had leaked information about the Bat Squad to Werner. He had Sky switch to a different face. It was safer for her to be in a different environment for the time being. To put it simply, Sky was still under observation. Luke didn't explain how she had been cured. He just said that she had been sent to a secret lab owned by the Big Shot, and that he had accompanied her the entire time to ensure her safety. Then, Luke asked Sky in detail about when she had been controlled. At that point, the usually tough girl started to look pitiful. Luke could only comfort her. Sky's emotions were in a mess. Even though mental resistance had already been used on her, being controlled like a doll was simply a nightmare. It would be fine if it were an ordinary person, since there were too many things in life that they couldn't control, they weren't that arrogant. But how did a superhero react when they were controlled? There was Jessica Jones, who had experienced a mental breakdown because of Kilgrave, and was extremely resistant to becoming a superhero, and there was Tony, who had been traumatized by the Little Witch. They had extraordinary intelligence and abilities. They had been restrained. In the end, they were manipulated and played. One could imagine their turbulent emotions. Why wasn't anyone from the Bat Squad or the Avengers looking for the Joker? This was partly because of the hints from Knight and Tony, but subconsciously, nobody wanted to touch this opponent who played mind games. It could be said that Luke was one of the few superheroes who wasn't afraid of enemies like these. Firstly, the system protected his soul, so the enemy couldn't control him. Secondly, if he used his clones to separate himself from his superhero aliases, the enemy wouldn't be able to find his family. Thus, when Sky cried in his arms and stammered out the details of being controlled, Luke was still very calm as he quickly analyzed the abilities of this god. Luke wasn't angry, he really wasn't. He had never been angry at an enemy whose ashes were destined to be scattered. If Sky felt disgusted, he would make the source of her disgust disappear completely. Across the Pacific Ocean, with first-hand information from Sky, Big Dipper stormed Afterlife. Afterlife, which had lost its main force of awakened Inhumans, was quickly taken down by Big Dipper with various non-lethal weapons. Big Dipper, who was on a rampage, put everyone, including Jiang, into body bags, and threw them onto the Quinjet. Luke believed that with so many Inhumans to do comparative tests on, he would be able to analyze most of the effects of Werner's abilities. Chapter 1968. Bad news. September arrived, but Werner still had yet to show his face after taking the Inhumans away. The only person who appeared was Gordon. The multifaceted system picked up on him after he was inadvertently caught on camera buying food at a 24-hour diner in Rome, Italy. But it was useless. Gordon's teleportation was on a global scale. With him around, Werner could eat delicious food from all over the world even if he camped out in the mountains. This also proved that Werner hadn't gone silent. He had just left the external contact to Gordon. Luke had been wary of Gordon before, and had even thought of a way to leave nanomites with a tracking and control function on him. But when Skye was ambushed previously, there had been no signal from the nanomites on Gordon. Werner had probably eliminated them beforehand. Luke had also already studied the members of Afterlife whom he had temporarily locked up in space several times. They all had that special parasite in their bodies. After Shriek ate the parasites, the people of Afterlife returned to normal. The clear memory of being controlled almost made Jiang explode with anger. Luke had only acted passively with his trump card, Skye, while Werner had taken all of Jiang's capable subordinates with him. If it wasn't for Big Dipper's interference, Jiang would have lost everything herself. Luke didn't need to convince these people as Jiang took the initiative to explain the situation to them. This woman had been in charge of Afterlife for more than 10 years, and was good at putting on a show. She still had enough credibility for now. So, the people of Afterlife were very cooperative. Nobody wanted to become a puppet, much less one which didn't even have the will to resist, nor would hesitate to court death. Things were much easier for Luke. Unfortunately, the results weren't good. Most of the Inhumans in Afterlife had already been controlled even before they saw Werner. What was even scarier was that there was a small chance that the Inhumans under his control would suddenly awaken. Of the 200 or so Inhumans who had yet to awaken in Afterlife, 5 had done so on the spot. Secondly, these awakened Inhumans immediately knew how to control and use their superpowers. Nothing like being burned to death after awakening a fire power would happen. Of the ones who had already awakened, Skye could easily control her shock waves. The long scar on Jiang's face completely healed after she was controlled. The unlucky B***starred who had turned into a green tree turned back into a human on the spot, but his hair was still bright green. This wasn't good news. It seemed to prove that the God inside Werner wasn't purely controlling the Inhumans. At the very least, Luke had never heard of a crowd control skill that could optimize the abilities of the people under control. Thankfully, with Jiang's vigorous lobbying, everyone in Afterlife avoided this good thing, and had no objections to staying at the secret base. Big Dipper had already made his stance clear. Whether or not he found Werner, they would only need to go into hiding for 3 months at most. He was quite familiar to the people of Afterlife, and uncle who liked to chat with the girls and women but never made any moves on them couldn't be too bad. After carrying out an investigation, Luke pushed a report in front of Jiang. This is an expert's conjecture. You need to tell me what you're hiding. Jiang picked up the report and quickly skimmed through it. She couldn't help but look back at the evidence. She read the report at least 3 times and pondered its reliability, knowing that it was very likely to be true. She slowly put down the report and took a deep breath. What do you want to know? Even at a time like this, she was still up to no good. Luke shook his head at the woman inwardly and said indifferently, what made Werner willing to use Gordon? What information are you hiding? Jiang's heart skipped a beat. After a long silence, she said, most Inhumans need to go through an awakening ritual. A very rare item is required for this ritual. Luke had already guessed this, but even the people who had awakened in the last 2 years didn't know exactly what it was. The reason was very simple. Could an ordinary person in the 1980s say what a smartphone was after seeing one? Obviously not. Inhumans only needed to awaken once, and most of them only had one chance to touch this item. Jiang didn't need to explain herself to Inhumans who weren't her trusted subordinates. But Gordon was different. As Jiang's trusted subordinate, he knew too many secrets about Afterlife. Looking for this item in the outside world was one of his biggest responsibilities. After Werner took control of Gordon and Jiang, not only did he obtain all of Afterlife's inventory, he also obtained leads on the outside world. So, not only did he steal Jiang's team, he also stole her bargaining chip for her continued position as the leader of Afterlife. Luke's expression didn't change. He simply nodded at her to continue. After another brief silence, Jiang said, Whitehall had me touch an alien metal block back then to awaken me. This thing was seized and locked up by the SSR, and might still be in S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke asked, what does it look like? Jiang casually drew it out in a notebook. She had a deep impression of this life-changing thing, and was quick to draw it out. Luke frowned when she was halfway through her drawing. By the time most of it was done, he had already contacted Tony. After a minute, the tycoon picked up, and Luke immediately said, "Send me item number BW382 which I gave you to study." Forget it. Where's the warehouse? I'll go get it myself. A moment ago, Tony, who was sound asleep at home, subconsciously woke up when he felt a familiar poke in the butt. WTF. Cursing inwardly, he looked at the bedside clock, 2:13 a.m. Holding back the urge to curse, he turned to look at the side of the bed. The robotic arm, dummy, was there. A small virtual screen floated above it, and on it was one sentence: "Sir, there's an emergency communication from Mr. Wayne." Tony rolled his eyes and knocked away Dummy's robot arm. He raised his hand and pointed, telling the guy who had disturbed his sleep to get lost. Then, he drew away from Pepper and slowly got up. Little Dummy waved its robotic arm to indicate that it got it, and left soundlessly. Tony slipped out and went downstairs to the lab. At that moment, Friday finally turned on the voice system. "Sir, do you want to contact Mr. Wayne? This D*MN bat always acts up in the middle of the night." Tony rubbed his face angrily. "Put him through." Chapter 1969, Lost Something Again. Hearing Luke's question, Tony asked, "Friday, where is BW382? "Friday. It was just sent to Warehouse U05 on the East Coast as part of damage control 2 days ago, along with a batch of goods. Send Bruce the coordinates of the warehouse and give him access to the items," Tony instructed, before he asked, "What happened?" Luke, however, frowned. "Have your warehouse manager go in right away and make sure it's still there." Stumped for a moment, Tony gave the order. "Friday, do as he says." Then, his expression turned solemn. "What's going on?" Luke said, "That thing can probably awaken in humans, and it seems Werner can completely control them." He paused for a moment before he continued, "You don't have a space obstruction device on the cargo vehicle, right?" "DMN it, are you talking about Gordon?" Tony immediately understood, and his face darkened. "All the items stored in U05 are unidentified objects, so we can only use regular cargo vehicles. How the hell would it have a space obstruction device?" The space obstruction device was a very troublesome system that was mainly used to protect specific areas. It was best used for something the size of a sea carrier. A small-scale space obstruction device had yet to be developed for smaller transport vehicles, let alone a portable, miniature version. Luke didn't stop. As he flew to the U05 warehouse, he explained the matter and his speculation to Tony. Tony frowned. "This is bad, we have to get rid of Gordon." Luke said, "I know. Spatial abilities were troublesome to begin with, and superhumans with teleportation were even more troublesome. This was the typical reaction from governments around the world. As long as a superhuman with teleportation abilities dared to mess around, the government's first choice was guaranteed to be to do their best to kill them without fail. That was because everybody knew that anyone with this ability would be a disaster if they didn't have a bottom line. No matter how big a loss it might be, they had to be killed. Why were teleportation superhumans rarely seen by the public? Firstly, they were indeed very rare, and secondly, if they didn't keep a low profile, they would die very quickly. Gordon had gone unnoticed for so many years because he knew that if anyone felt that he was messing around, he would be blacklisted and afterlife would be implicated. Tony's reaction proved it. "I'll sort out some experimental equipment that might be useful later. See how you can use it," Luke hummed in response. A moment later, the warehouse manager found the box that contained BW382. He opened it and came back with good news: the metal block was still there. Luke decisively told them to wait for him to arrive and not take out the items. It was possible that Werner was just beating the grass to scare the snake. There were too many movies like that. A few minutes later, Luke landed in front of the warehouse. He had all kinds of scanning equipment on, and he was ready to kill the enemy at a moment's notice. When he entered the warehouse and opened the box, nothing happened. However, when the armor scanned the metal block in the box, Luke's face completely darkened. He asked casually, "Are the two of you the only ones here?" Both workers nodded excitedly. "Yes, Mr. Knight." Although they worked for Iron Man, they were real Bat fans. They were overjoyed to be able to see the Dark Knight with their own eyes and even answer his questions. Luke was silent. Looking at their fan behavior, they didn't seem like spies. He nodded. "Take me to the surveillance room and tell me more about your shift." The two workers nodded, but suddenly came back to themselves. Mr. Knight, you need Mr. Stark's authorization before we can." Luke said. "Okay, confirm authorization." The terminal in the worker's hand lit up, and the warehouse manager said solemnly, "Mr. Knight has full authorization for this warehouse. You have to comply with any of his requests." The hearts of the two workers skipped a beat. They knew that something was definitely wrong, or their boss wouldn't have such a grim expression. Sensing the change in their emotions, Luke comforted them casually. "Don't worry, I'm just checking some data. It has nothing to do with you. If you really are the problem, then Tony will deal with you," he added inwardly. Luke was someone who always told the truth. A moment later, Tony arrived in his armor. After all, this was his warehouse. He was naturally very concerned if something went wrong. Furthermore, after losing Loki's scepter, he had already boosted and perfected the management system and equipment for this warehouse. In the end, something went missing. Walking into the surveillance room, he glanced at the alien metal block in the box. It was indeed a D*MN fake. That was because the thing in front of him was clearly a lump of metal which had no energy fluctuations coming from it. From Luke and Tony's records, they hadn't been able to take any sort of readings of it, and it gave off unique, minute energy fluctuations. There was no doubt that someone had switched it out. At the very beginning, someone had taken it out of S.H.I.E.L.D's secret warehouse and sold it on the black market. In the end, it fell into the Bat Squad's hands. Luke studied it for a while, but didn't make any progress, so he tossed it to Tony. Tony studied it for a while, but didn't make any progress, so he tossed it into the warehouse. They couldn't be blamed for not paying attention. It was just that there were too many mysterious, unidentified items. A lot of similar things had been left behind after the Chitauri invasion alone. For example, there was something that had looked awesome, had sound, light and lightning effects, and had energy fluctuations. In the end, it turned out to be a Chitauri version of an electric heater. Secondly, after S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed, Tony and Luke had each snapped up a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. inventory. Later, Phil, Natasha, Hawkeye and Nick Fury sold some more to the Big Shot for credit points. Luke's research team only numbered in the hundreds. Most things still had to be left to Stark Industries' research team. They had 10,000 official employees, and a lot of graduate interns. Luke had stuffed thousands of strange mysterious items with unknown uses into his inventory, and he had studied thousands of them with Tony. Who the hell knew that there would be an inhuman treasure among them? However, the improved warehouse system and equipment quickly confirmed that the item had been switched out before it entered the warehouse. Tony's expression improved slightly. If Gordon had planned this beforehand, it would indeed have been hard to guard against him. Chapter 1970. It's fine now, Gordon. Actually, Luke had sensed Gordon's scent on the fake since the beginning. These few minutes of follow-up were just to make sure that there was nothing wrong with the warehouse, in case the arrogant tycoon exploded with anger. As the tycoon stared at the warehouse personnel with a dark face, Luke was already thinking about how to capture Gordon. Gordon had such a dangerous ability and he followed an ambitious woman like Jiang. Naturally, Luke had more than one backup plan. The nanomites were just the physical backup plan. The young man in Afterlife who used electricity, Lincoln, was very good at restraining the nanomites. The second backup plan was Luke's conventional method, mental suggestion. The middle-aged woman in Afterlife who could use mental interference was more inclined to attack, so a mental suggestion had a limited effect on her. As long as Gordon stayed within bounds and didn't want to make big news, Luke wouldn't activate this second backup plan. As a final safety measure, mental suggestion was far more covert than the nanomites. To prevent Gordon from sensing anything wrong, this mental suggestion was only activated once a month. It wasn't forceful, and would only compel Gordon to go to one of several fixed locations at the beginning of each month. These fixed locations had a special meaning for Gordon himself. Luke had simply boosted Gordon's subconscious memories of these places, which was why he was obsessed with them. Tampering with a person's consciousness was always better than facing difficulties head-on. Gordon walked through a residential area. At night, there were only a few small lights on the porches. The entire area was extremely quiet. He stopped in front of a bungalow. Although he could no longer see, he could still sense the appearance of the bungalow in front of him with his awakened ability, and he could vaguely remember what it looked like more than 10 years ago. This used to be his home, but strangers now lived here. Gordon didn't know what was wrong with him. Perhaps it was because he was old, but he would suddenly remember a lot of things in the last 2 years, and he couldn't get over how his mother had protected him when he was young. But that was all in the past. A few years after he was taken to afterlife, his mother finally left, remarried, and had a daughter. Like his mother, his little sister was an ordinary person. He had inherited his father's inhuman blood. It was impossible for them to be together anymore. If anyone knew about his relationship with them and that he still cared about them, they would become a bargaining chip for others to threaten him. He could only come here every now and then to recall his hazy memories. Suddenly, he turned around and looked, not far away. A figure cancelled stealth mode to reveal black and white armor. On the black and white skull mask, 2 black eye sockets curved up, as if the person was smiling. Alarmed, Gordon activated his teleportation ability without thinking. He was infinitely loyal to his new leader, Werner, but that didn't affect his judgment of the difference between his and Big Dipper's combat abilities. As long as Big Dipper caught him, he would lose any chance to escape. Gordon leaned forward, as if he were about to take off in a sprint. He couldn't really teleport in an instant. There was at least 0.2 seconds between activation and departure. Assuming this pose would help him activate his teleportation ability. But as soon as he did so, his heart jumped. Crap, why had he suddenly become an idiot? The best response now was to teleport as quickly as possible to put a safe enough distance between him and Big Dipper, not to do a long-distance teleport. What surprised him even more was that Big Dipper simply crossed his arms and tilted his head at him. Gordon had no time to think about the meaning of this action. Teleport, activate. Seeing that Big Dipper was still looking at him, Gordon was stunned, before he understood. You've already set up a trap here. Luke stepped forward unhurriedly. Of course, Gordon didn't give up. His infinite loyalty to Werner made him turn around and run. What if he ran out of range? A newly installed space obstruction device usually had an effect range of 50 to 100 meters. Given his long-term combat training, he could run out of range in a few seconds. Luke rolled his eyes and fired. A black cylinder flew at Gordon and suddenly opened, turning into a black net. Like a fish caught in a net, Gordon fell straight down and hit the ground with a bang. But the guy still refused to give up. He kept tearing at the net with his hands and feet. Luke sighed, "You forced me to do this. Don't complain to Jiang when you wake up." As he spoke, he activated the taser function of the multifunction net. Z. Gordon twitched a few more times before flopping on the ground like a dead fish, but he hadn't passed out yet. Luke said, "You're very strong. Sorry, I'll have to increase the power then." Gordon convulsed again, and white smoke rose from his head, as if he was ascending to immortality. Before he lost consciousness, there was only one thought in his mind: Deathstroke, are you messing with me? FCKU. Half an hour later, a depressed Gordon appeared in an ancient ruin on a Hawaiian island. Then, Big Dipper grabbed one of his hands tightly. "Werner is in the center of the palace below. Can you let go now?" said Gordon helplessly. Luke said, "Okay, Gordon." Bang. Gordon collapsed again. "It's fine now, Gordon." Luke drew back his right hand. "There's no way Werner can control you anymore." Throwing Gordon into space too, Luke activated the stealth system and entered the underground ruins according to Gordon's instructions. The dark environment didn't affect his movements. He constantly sent out very faint vibrations, which sent him feedback on the terrain within 100 meters. Coupled with the information from Gordon, it only took him 2 minutes to reach a room in the center of the ruins. In the center of the room was a lone stone altar with a bright silver medal in the middle of it. Luke walked over and confirmed at a glance that this was the alien metal block that Gordon had stolen. The outer shell of the box had unfolded on all 4 sides, but there was nothing inside. Clearly, it was a box. The box most likely contained the awakening substance, which Jiang had mentioned, and it was now in Werner's hands. Taking a deep breath, Luke silently analyzed the sense left behind here, and quickly drifted into another passage. 10 minutes later, he stopped searching in midair. Werner had retreated 10 minutes before Luke arrived, and his scent completely disappeared next to the sea. Who knew what superpower he had used to escape? He slipped away so quickly. "This is troublesome," Luke muttered to himself as he looked at the dark ocean. Chapter 1971, Prelude, Private Discussion. Werner disappeared again, and the world was peaceful once more. Luke didn't gain much from questioning Gordon. Reality wasn't a TV drama. There was no need for Werner to reveal all his secrets and plans to these pure puppets. The transport list which Gordon gave Luke only enabled him to catch 2 groups of 4 afterlife Inhumans in New York and Tokyo. The 4 people who had been caught had only received the order to hide. They didn't know exactly what Werner was going to do. However, based on how Gordon had transported these people to cities with more than 10 million people, Luke had a theory. Thanks to Luke's surveillance in New York and Tokyo, the Inhumans were caught. But there was nothing he could do about other places like Moscow, Seoul, New Delhi, Mexico City, Rio de Janeiro, Cairo, and so on. Werner seemed to have sensed that the way the Bat Squad collected intelligence was related to the internet and cell phones, so he had already instructed these Inhumans to hide during the day and move around only at night, and to hide their figures and faces. This was indeed very effective against Luke's multifaceted system. Most of the people in big cities weren't as well off. Even if a photo was posted, the image resolution was poor. The TV dramas which bragged about restoring pixelated images were dumb. Just like that, October arrived. Phil looked for night one day. Call Tony. Let's find an absolutely safe place to talk. Naturally, Luke had no objections. Soon, the 3 of them met in the basement of the Avengers base. Tony went to the bar and asked, "Do you want anything to drink?" Luke said, "Phil said that it has to be absolutely safe." Tony gave him a dead-eyed stare. "I personally set up the defense system. How can there be a problem?" Luke said, "The last time Rhodes wore your armor, Ant-Man shorted it out." Tony's face darkened. "That was a D*MN thing drive. Pym made. Can your armor block it?" "No." Luke nodded calmly. "But I'm just reminding you not to be careless." "DMN it." Tony mumbled. "Luke. Watch your LAN." Tony immediately exploded. "Hey, didn't we say that's over?" Luke remained calm. "I was going to say, watch your Laney." Tony was baffled. "What Laney?" Luke turned to look at Phil. "It's one of Phil's special agents." Phil opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment. What does this have to do with Laney?" "We're now facing Werner, who can completely control Inhumans. Laney's mask isn't safe anymore," Luke said in all seriousness. Tony still felt that something wasn't right, but since Phil had acknowledged Laney's existence, he didn't dwell on it. After operating the screen projected by his watch with a dark face for a moment, he finally stopped. "All right, I've activated the energy shield. All known superpowers will be heavily affected." Actually, there was no need to go that far. Phil blinked, but didn't discourage the tycoon. In front of a group of superhumans, it was indeed necessary to be cautious. In any case, Phil didn't have to pay for this shield. He coughed and said, after an exchange of intelligence with some old acquaintances, and coupled with information from ATCU, there are traces of suspected superhumans in many parts of the world. "You have similar information here, right?" Luke and Tony looked at each other and nodded. Tony said casually, "But there aren't many in America, and even fewer in New York." Phil looked closely at Luke. "Don't tell me you knocked them out and captured them." Everybody in the Avengers and the Bat Squad knew that Luke had a strange hobby. As long as someone caught a superhuman, he would come knocking and ask to spar with them. Those who hadn't done anything evil were usually just knocked out. It couldn't even be considered a light injury. Those who did evil got broken bones that weren't light injuries at all. Superhumans had appeared in many places around the world, but there were practically none in New York. How could people not suspect a certain person's quirk? Luke felt helpless and said, "Tony and I suspect that this is related to Werner." Phil understood. "You mean the Inhumans?" Luke nodded. "You should have noticed that many of the people suspected of developing superpowers disappeared in a day or two, right?" Phil nodded again. Luke gestured at Tony. "Show Phil the image." Tony snorted and searched the virtual screen on his watch. He flicked his finger, and a small screen floated over to Phil. Phil stretched out his hand. There was no reaction. He looked at the tycoon helplessly. Tony was enlightened. Now that I've seen this image, tell me about Laney later. I'm very interested in this mysterious female agent." Phil. A moment later, Director Phil, who had obtained clearance, zoomed in on a map of the world. Several cities turned into flashing red dots with the numbers 1 to 4 in a specific time. Phil tapped the first dot, and an enlarged map with detailed information immediately appeared. New Delhi, the 13th of September 2011, 6:14 a.m. Suspicious target. Salman Khan, male, 16 years old. Phil watched for a moment before he moved on to Mexico City. No. 2. Moscow number 3, and Cairo no. 4. He skimmed through it, and it took him less than 5 minutes before he looked at Tony. Cities where the outbreaks happen are always far away. With these people who suddenly develop superpowers, the locations and times when they first appear are closer to each other, before the activity suddenly stops. Is this how Werner operates? Tony nodded. Bruce and I suspect that every time a superpower incident happens, he'll be in the area. As long as the Inhumans awaken, he'll immediately take them away. He has a precise time frame for his operation. By the time we get there, he's already gone. Phil was stunned. Then why didn't you let me know? I can get new shield to help. Then, he saw Tony's shifty expression, while Luke looked away. Phil cursed inwardly, while good manners prevented him from doing so out loud. Gentlemen, our new shield has always dealt with superpowers. Hearing that, Luke simply turned his face away. Chapter 1972. Inside information on Werner. Phil was so clueless that a certain tycoon finally couldn't help but stab him in the heart. Your men have to work together to round up one superhuman. At least 50 superhumans have gathered under Werner. Inhumans don't have completely identical superpowers. To deal with them, you would have to prepare hundreds of people. Pausing for a moment, he continued, also, Werner appears in very densely populated cities. Would you dare fight them head-on with hundreds of people? Phil, fine, I really wouldn't. But the tycoon wasn't done yet. He nodded at Luke. That hot girl who was almost caught. What's her name again? Luke played along. Daisy Johnson. He didn't mind Tony bringing up Sky. This guy didn't even remember her name, yet he remembered Jiang and Gordon's names very clearly. This tycoon had stopped being a playboy for several years. After all, he was about to become a father, and he was very patient when it came to Pepper. Who knew, maybe he had to kneel on a circuit board or sleep on the couch every now and then. Luke couldn't help but gleefully picture this in his heart. Tony didn't know that a certain someone was discrediting his mighty and domineering image, and continued to deal blows to Phil. That's right, Daisy with the vibration ability. If she goes all out with one punch, how big a collapse would you say she could make happen? Luke played along. 300 to 500 meters in diameter. Tony nodded casually and continued, did you hear that? 300 to 500 meters, wait, how much did you say? He looked at Luke with wide eyes, and Phil had the same expression. Luke played with the wine glass in his hand and took a sip. Tony put the wine bottle down in front of him with a bang. Speak first before you drink. This bottle is yours. Stop acting like a know-it-all. Luke pretended not to have heard him. 300 to 500 meters. Tony and Phil let out explosive breaths. This was a powerful wide-range skill, and this guy had actually been hiding such a big fish under their noses. Luke, however, added, anyone in that range will be buried alive. If it's just destroying normal building foundations, everything within a kilometer will take a hit. WTF, Tony said, she's already a human-shaped natural disaster. Phil subconsciously nodded, but then immediately stopped. He had always wanted to rope Sky into new shield. It was even better that she was this strong. A large-scale danger. That didn't matter. Any short-range ballistic missile weighing 500 kilograms to a ton was no less lethal than Sky's attack. It was much easier to find a weapon that was just as lethal in this world than to find another superhuman like Sky. At the very least, New Shield and the Avengers didn't have anyone like that. Luke, on the other hand, had Sky, the Witch, and Lorna. Phil immediately thought of another question. Is that why Big Dipper was in a hurry to snatch her back that night, and let Werner go? He had seen Big Dipper kill mercenaries like chickens with his own eyes, and was quite surprised that Werner had escaped back then. That guy had touched an official member of the Bat Squad, Sky. The Bat Squad had always been petty. If they let the other party go, they were either a big fish or really that strong. No, Luke calmly denied it. It's just that Big Dipper didn't kill Werner at that time, and Werner had Gordon's help. Tony interjected, you're overthinking it. Didn't you read the file? Werner's head was about to be cut off, but he immediately recovered. This guy isn't human at all. The safest plan is to beat him up and burn him to ash. Phil, fine, I was wrong. He had been mostly focused on Sky just now, and finally came back to his senses until this inhuman monster was killed. He wouldn't dare use Sky in New Shield for the time being. That would be equivalent to delivering a human nuclear missile to Werner. Next, Tony pulled up an analysis report on Werner. Based on the information we have, Bruce and I speculate that the target is probably not this guy, but these. He pointed at an enlarged image of the unique parasite. Big Dipper and my equipment confirmed that this parasite has very faint mental fluctuations. They form a unified intelligent group. Phil rubbed his chin. Like a swarm of bees or ants. Tony thought for a moment, but when he realized that Luke was looking at him, he gave up on the idea of teaching the ignorant director scientific knowledge. That's not wholly accurate, but it's pretty much similar. In fact, the real swarm might be the entire inhuman race. Werner, this so-called God, is the queen. This is also in line with how it calls itself hive. Phil frowned and thought for a moment before he said, so, the inhumans it's creating are actually breeding worker ants. Tony snapped his fingers. That's right, it wants to replenish the empty beehive, and then rule Earth. Wait, why did this objective sound so familiar? Phil, alright, as expected of Hydra's God. Even the objective is the same. Tony said, wake up, this is the Oracle, which it passed down to Hydra. Hydra is just using it as its slogan. Phil wasn't in the mood to bicker anymore. He got straight to the point. How do we kill this guy? Luke was speechless. What refined and easy-going old man. That was a lie. His uncle was just as ruthless and decisive. Tony glanced at Luke, who nodded. Tony brought up more information on Werner. To call it a bee colony isn't right, because after the parasites in the main body die, there's a high chance that another, Werner, won't appear. The main body with the most number of parasites is the only one. Phil's eyes lit up. In other words, as long as we can get rid of the main body, Werner, hive will disappear. Tony and Luke nodded. Phil took a deep breath. Fine, tell me how you want me to cooperate with you. Luke gave Tony a look. Tony immediately opened his mouth to rip off the band-aid. Actually, it's good enough for you to give us information whenever you're able to. It's not that we're afraid of Werner, but that he's avoiding the Avengers and the Bat Squad. There's no need to rush. Why don't you hang around New York for a few days? Leave this to us. Your agents won't be able to go up against a bunch of superhumans in a real fight. Phil's confidence was hit again. Luke didn't help say anything on Phil's behalf. It was the truth. After learning how difficult Werner was to deal with, it was impossible that Phil would let his agents go fishing for a shark. Werner wasn't human. He killed people like they were ants, and had no mercy. Chapter 1973. Man proposes, God disposes. Phil, who had been struck blows by a heartless nephew and a heartless old friend, calmed down. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he once again recognized New Shield's position. In gaming terms, the Avengers and the Bat Squad were all hero units, while New Shield was a small barrack. It wasn't hard for dozens of soldiers who had leveled up to take on a lone hero who had yet to level up. But in the face of dozens of rookie heroes, even hundreds of soldiers wouldn't be able to take them down. The agent's biggest use was still as support. Whether it was gathering intelligence and making preparations beforehand, providing firepower support in battle, helping clean up the mess later, or even tracking down the enemy for the final blow, all of these were necessary operations. Of course, Phil wouldn't feel dejected because of this. Luke had put in a lot of effort to prevent his uncle from dying for no reason. If he had an excuse, he would give him some equipment, and if he didn't have an excuse, he would make one up. After a few years, Phil had a full set of equipment and the basic Kunlun Kai refining technique. He was definitely a hero who had leveled up several times. It was just that Knight and Big Dipper mocked him as a weakling many times in private. In any case, Phil didn't have the confidence to say stupid things like, "I'm super brave." Not only had Batman lectured a certain tycoon back then, the latter was even made to do leg splits. From this, one could see how generous Luke was when it came to Phil. So, after saying that New Shield would send whatever intelligence it had to the Avengers and the Bat Squad, Phil decisively left. Once Tony and Knight started bickering, the people around them would always get caught up in it. Phil didn't want the tycoon to think about Laney. This involved a certain person's dark history of going to a bar to dance in women's clothes and almost being locked up by another man. After he left, Tony and Luke's expressions eased. Werner was actually very troublesome. The two of them weren't as relaxed as they appeared in front of Phil. However, they represented the two strongest superhero forces, and had to be cautious with the outside world. New Shield wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. So, they only shared some information and told Phil to be more vigilant so that he didn't run into Werner. Tony picked up the bottle and topped up their glasses with wine again. There hasn't been much progress on the detectors for the parasites in Inhumans. He was a little depressed when he said that. In the past, he would be hit with inspiration and would be able to solve a problem, but this time, it didn't happen. This was too different from his main research focus, and he had to develop a full detection system from scratch. This really wasn't something that could be resolved with a flash of inspiration. It would take at least 100 flashes. Luke took a sip of the wine he had just poured. Man proposes, God disposes. He spoke in Chinese. Tony asked, "What does that mean?" Luke said, "We'll do our share. The rest is up to God." Tony snorted. "I remember you saying that you believe in Buddhism, which is why you don't kill people. Isn't it too late to hope for God's blessing?" Luke downed his wine and then put the glass down. "What I'm saying is that you should pray that God doesn't bless Werner. After all, he's not even human." Tony was lost for words. He couldn't argue with that. What the tycoon didn't know was that while the level 2 clone was drinking with him, the level 1 clone in Europe had found something. "Little pudding, Gideon is here." "Doctor." Haley jumped excitedly on him from where she was sitting on the couch. Because she would try all sorts of tricks when she was leaning on him, the Joker had recently been staying 2 meters away from her. Luke opened his eyes and looked at the tablet which Haley handed to him. On it, Gideon was hugging his daughter, Stephanie, in front of a building. Luke glanced at it. "Do you notice any problems?" Haley didn't think much of it. "Gara isn't there. He's Gideon's personal bodyguard. He practically never leaves his big boss." At that point, she exclaimed, "Isn't this a good opportunity for us?" Luke waved his hand and smiled. "Don't be hasty. The most important thing for a person is to be happy, but patience is indispensable before the start of a game. Otherwise, you'll be much less happy." Haley stuck to him and brushed her lips over his ear. "Can you let me play with that Werner?" "Pa." Luke smacked her. "How can you play with an alien you know nothing about? It's more like it'll be playing with you." Haley gave a light cry. Feeling the burning pain, she went limp. "Gideon and Stephanie should be very useful to it." Pa." Luke interrupted her wishful thinking. "Should. I don't believe that it's hard for an alien to abandon 2 Earthlings." Looking at the female doctor who was in pain, he rubbed her. "Did the psychology you studied ever say that aliens and Earthlings are the same?" The female doctor snorted and replied in a low voice, "No." Luke rubbed harder. "So, you're not qualified to play with it until you find its weakness." The female doctor rolled her eyes. "Lit tlepud ding, pa." Luke couldn't help but interrupt the call that gave him goosebumps. The female doctor trembled in pain. After a long while, she said, "You've only been talking about me, so you definitely have a way to catch it." "Can you tell me?" Luke said, "It's a secret. Can you guarantee you won't tell anyone else?" The female doctor's eyes lit up. "I can." Luke nodded appreciatively. "So can I." The female doctor waited for a moment, but didn't hear him continue. She suddenly realized that this D*MN guy was playing with her. When she realized this, she couldn't wait to get up and bite him. But the burning pain in her rear made her feel weak. Forget it, she should take a break first. What if she was despised again if her skin was affected by her staying up late? After all, the game was only for a moment, but beauty was for a lifetime. 2 hours later, Haley put on a red and blue swimsuit and jumped into the swimming pool in the backyard. Agony was still staying with the husky for the time being, and couldn't regulate her hormones. Of course, she didn't want them adjusted at all, since it would make her lose all joy. The fire in her heart gradually calmed down, and she finally immersed herself in her night swim. After swimming more than 10 laps, Haley finally stopped and came out. Then, she felt that something wasn't right. She suddenly turned around, only to see a black and white figure looking down at her from the side of the pool. Alarmed, Haley asked in fear, Who are you?" Chapter 1974. A happy meeting. The female doctor's blind point. Haley looked pitiful as she covered her chest in panic and stepped back. The level 2 clone couldn't help but nod inwardly. The eye sockets in Big Dipper's black and white mask slanted upward, and he said mockingly, "Drive. Cohen, your acting skills have indeed improved." He then looked her up and down. I almost didn't recognize you without clothes on." Haley. Before she could say anything, Big Dipper turned around and walked toward the Joker not far away. "Where is he?" The Joker examined Big Dipper's armor with great interest. "No rush, it's still early." Haley. "Give Wilson a glass of juice." Haley. Huh, Big Dipper's mask opened to reveal the face of a handsome bearded man. At the same time, he drew his longsword. Haley tensed and put her hands behind her back. She tried her best to signal for the husky to hurry over. Big Dipper wasn't like Knight. Once they started fighting, he would either cut the enemy into pieces or blow up all their heads. The Joker's regenerative ability might not be able to protect him against such a ruthless and calm killer. In the end, Big Dipper simply used the tip of his blade to pick up her silk nightie from the deck chair with a disdainful expression and tossed it onto the Joker's chair. Then, he sheathed his blade and made himself comfortable as he sat down. I want peach juice. Haley. A hallucination. This has to be a hallucination. Looking at the two men who were getting along within 1 meter of each other, the female doctor was at a loss. Shouldn't they be fighting? What was going on? But then, both men looked at her with the same expression. What are you doing? Hurry up. Stumped, the female doctor went inside to pour herself a drink. As for peach juice, please, did she have to pick the peaches? After she entered the house, agony silently possessed her. Only then was she confident that she could fight Big Dipper and give the Joker time to escape. She had been completely focused on what was going on outside. After the symbiosis with agony, she grabbed a random drink from the fridge and came out, only to see the two men chatting. Haley, aren't we villains? Why is a superhero who abhors evil so calm? At that moment, her keen ears picked up their conversation. Wilson, you work for Knight every day. You should have better taste. That's still better than you finding a mental case. Is Knight's mental illness any better? How about I get Haley to give him psychological counseling? It's free. Let her go in that bikini. Forget it, Knight won't be interested in her. Tisk, tisk, don't tell me you're in love with Knight, Wilson. You sound like you're jealous. Don't worry, the two of you can play your game. I won't be a third party. Big Dipper then turned to look at Haley, who was listening blankly. However, I can't guarantee that Knight won't kill her. You know that Knight can be very violent when he's jealous, ha 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 ha. The Joker couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. He unlocked the tablet next to him and threw it over. The information is on there. Remember that you owe me this time. Big Dipper caught the tablet nimbly with one hand and lowered his head to examine it. He crooked a finger at the female doctor, who had frozen in place. Waiter, hurry up and bring me my drink. Thinking quickly, Haley finally came back to herself. She put the drink she was holding on the table next to the deck chair. During this time, she scanned Big Dipper's face swiftly, trying to analyze his emotions. Is this peach? Big Dipper picked up the drink and looked up. Relax, drive, Cohen. I promise I won't kill you this time. Haley gave a gratified smile. You would have to kill the symbiote first. The Joker waved at her. Ignore him, he's crazy, like Knight. Haley tilted her head and pondered. Was there anyone here who wasn't crazy? The female doctor was so relaxed not because she was crazy. With her professional knowledge and smarts, she had seen through the Joker and Big Dipper's conversation. Firstly, the Joker and Knight weren't just pure enemies. Secondly, the Joker had a private deal with Big Dipper. Recalling the past, many of her suspicions were answered. Why hadn't the Avengers and the rest of the Bat Squad hunted her and the Joker down in the last few years? Why had the Joker dared to take her back to New York, the Bat Squad's base? It made sense if all of this was just a game between the Joker and Knight. The truth was absolutely beyond most people's expectations, including Haley's. Seeing Big Dipper and the Joker chatting together today, she finally understood the blind spot in her thinking. Who said that guys who killed bad guys were always good? Didn't she and the Joker kill a lot of bad guys? By the same logic, Big Dipper had killed a lot of bad guys, but what did that have to do with being a good person? Most people had overlooked one thing because of the Bat Squad's vigilante label, who knew what the superheroes under the armor usually did. Big Dipper's efficient, concise and fierce combat style was definitely honed through extensive battle. Before he appeared as Big Dipper, he wouldn't have been an ordinary person who had followed the rules for decades, but a mercenary or an assassin. Big Dipper was just a mask he wore to appear as a superhero. Now that she had seized on this line of thinking, the female doctor immediately thought of another person, Electric Cable. She had already studied this Bat Squad member, and was 80% sure that he was Ivan Vanko, the villain who had made trouble for Iron Man back then. Also, that despicable super psycho Deadpool had been a mercenary for years, and definitely wasn't a good person. Then, why did the Joker and she have to be enemies of the Bat Squad? But recalling Big Dipper's mocking of Knight and the Joker, the female doctor suddenly felt extremely curious. What was the relationship between the Joker and Knight? This was definitely the most interesting research topic she had ever encountered. She didn't believe Big Dipper. The Joker only liked women. He subconsciously paid attention to the outstanding features of the beautiful women around him, but never looked at men. No, I have to be part of this game. Otherwise, how can I be the queen? The female doctor was looking at Big Dipper, but her thoughts had already drifted away. Seeing that the female doctor was distracted, Luke cheerfully relaxed. Big Dipper buried his head in the information while the Joker took out his phone and continued working. It was easier to multitask and play with electronic devices than to perform a double act for a professional psychiatrist. According to shut-ins, computers were much cuter than girlfriends, because computers wouldn't get jealous or unreasonable. If there was a problem with the computer, there would absolutely be a reason for it. A girlfriend could find fault with you for no reason at all. Chapter 1975. Big Dipper takes action, sacrifice and death. The female doctor didn't have much time to daydream. The Joker soon noticed something unusual on his phone. Werner is quite ruthless. He even killed Gideon's daughter. As he spoke, he sent the video to Big Dipper's tablet. Haley had already consciously leaned over to look at the video on the phone. In a hall, Werner held Stephanie's head with both hands and spat out a yellow mist. This was what the special parasites looked like when they gathered together. When the yellow smoke entered Stephanie's mouth and nose, the fervor in her eyes faded, and there was only disbelief and confusion. But Werner didn't need to give her an answer. The parasites began to devour her face like crazy, revealing the blood-red muscles underneath. In less than 10 seconds, this staunch Hydra follower no longer had the poise of a rich young lady, and turned into a bloody skeleton. The Joker chuckled in satisfaction. What a great show. Big Dipper glanced at Haley and also chuckled. Woman, if you trust the wrong man, you'll die without an intact body. His laugh and tone were both mocking. Looking at the disgusting bloody skeleton on the screen, the female doctor felt uncomfortable. It wasn't that she cared about Big Dipper sowing discord. With her professional knowledge and agony, she was definitely a first-rate partner. She wasn't like Stephanie, who was an idiot. What Stephanie could do, her father could do better. Excluding her father, even an ordinary scumbag would kill a woman like that without hesitation, let alone a non-human god. That was Stephanie's biggest failing. The opposite situation was right in front of Haley. Big Dipper could sit here calmly and not kill the Joker right away because the Joker was useful to him. Big Dipper stood up. Okay, I'm going to take action. Hearing that, Haley subconsciously looked at the Joker. Looking at the video, the Joker nodded. Whatever. Same rules. Gideon is mine. Big Dipper said disdainfully, you won't let even an old man go. You have really heavy taste. The Joker tilted his head. It's not like you let the worms go, right? You're so impressive. The female doctor was lost for words. She suddenly felt sick. What should she do? Why couldn't she take part? It was all because she wasn't strong enough. A moment later, Big Dipper turned invisible and disappeared into the darkness. Haley followed the Joker into the house. Seeing him put on his purple suit and clown nanomask, she couldn't help but ask, are we also going to help? She actually didn't want to be a vigilante, which wasn't fun at all. The Joker looked at her in surprise. Help? Do I need to? Haley subconsciously shook her head. The Joker tidied up his suit and carefully adjusted the dark red handkerchief in his chest pocket. Only when it looked the best did he give a satisfied smile. Our game has nothing to do with anyone else. Big Dipper activated the armor's maximum stealth mode. At the same time, he fully activated elementary concealment and approached Gideon's manor at a steady speed. This time, he had even brought Shriek with him to teach Werner a lesson. Even if the main body, Werner, was killed, who knew if the parasites in the other Inhumans might turn into a new beehive, so Luke had to take a gamble. His motto was safety first, not absolute safety. It was very hard to guarantee safety in real life. A 70 to 80% chance of success was actually already enough. Even with Luke's paranoid personality, he would only do his best to increase the success rate, and wouldn't be so unreasonable as to demand that nothing went wrong. Right now, if he didn't act against Werner, this guy's power would grow. If there was a possibility that another beehive was created after one died, the Inhumans couldn't be allowed to do so. It hadn't been easy to catch hold of Werner's whereabouts today. He couldn't let him go. The Big Dipper clone moved out in the open, while the Joker and Haley moved in the dark, and both sides had symbiotes. This was already a very luxurious configuration. It had to be pointed out that Selena had developed 6 times the physique of an ordinary person over the years, but in her complete symbiotic form, she could fight the level 2 clone. Now that the level 2 clone was in the complete symbiotic form, how strong would it be? Even Luke himself didn't know. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed the symbiote to eat the unique parasites released by Werner, there was really no need for the complete symbiosis. In the hall of the manor, Werner threw away the bloody skeleton and looked at Gideon indifferently. "Look, this is the sacrifice." Gideon's heart ached and his lips trembled, but he couldn't say anything. He had already paid attention to his attitude and behavior, but in the end, he couldn't escape this tragedy. It was just that he had always thought that he would die first, and that his daughter would survive because of her faith in Werner. After all, Werner needed a leader in the Malik family. Killing Gideon, who had been holding back, and keeping Stephanie, who was easier to control, wasn't a bad choice. Unexpectedly, it was an old man like him who was left behind. There was no emotion in Werner's eyes as he looked at Gideon, only indifference. "I told you that if you want something, you need to make a sacrifice. It's like you never thought that you would be the one to make the sacrifice." Pausing for a moment, he slowly stepped forward. "Remember this feeling. Tell yourself not to fail, or this sacrifice will have been for nothing." It was as if Gideon had aged significantly. He simply stood there in a daze and didn't say anything. Werner didn't think much of it. You only need to open your mouth to kill a lot of people in your life, but you've never killed anyone yourself. Walking over to Gideon, he stretched out his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. "You still have a lot to learn." As he spoke, he nodded. "Bring them out." As soon as he said that, a door, which glowed a light purple, opened in thin air. It looked like a warehouse on the other side. People walked through the door, one by one, and they were holding other people who were yelling. Looking at the people who had been caught, Gideon's heart sank. He knew all of them. They were opponents with whom he had a conflict of interest. If it were any other time, he would definitely be very happy to see these people in a fluster. Recalling what Werner said, however, he felt a chill run down his spine. Clearly, Werner hadn't brought these opponents here to show off, but to make him kill them. Werner's calm voice rang out, like the whisper of a demon. "I've prepared a tool for you. Wear it and kill them yourself." A 2-meter-tall box opened to reveal a mechanical exoskeleton suit. Gideon recognized it at a glance. This was the Death Soldier developed by Hydra in Roxxon Corporation. Chapter 1976, Brave Enough to Lay Down Your Life. The battle begins. Compared with the beta version created by Garrett, the Clairvoyant, the exoskeleton suit in front of Gideon was clearly much more complete, and was more technologically advanced. But Gideon had looked into this project before and knew that it hurt when the suit locked the wearer in. For a big boss like him, this wasn't a problem at all. In any case, he wasn't the one using it. Now that it was his turn, he didn't dare dawdle under Werner's gaze. He braced himself and walked forward. His daughter had just been killed by Werner. He couldn't do anything about it. Gideon had the heart to protect his daughter, but she was already dead. He didn't have the courage to die right now. If he really was someone who could face death with equanimity, then he should have been the one sent as a sacrifice to the alien nest when he was young, and not his good friend whom he had tricked. Werner wasn't wrong at all. Gideon indeed lacked the courage to sacrifice himself. He was very smart and resourceful. He relied on the resources and power left behind by his family to become a Hydra leader, but he never dared to be ruthless to himself. So, in the face of blatant power, he surrendered very quickly. His face twisted and he cried out in pain as he put on the exoskeleton suit. Werner had no intention of stopping things. When the light on the suit turned green, Werner waved his hand to indicate that it was time to take action. Enduring both mental and physical pain, a fierce light flashed in Gideon's eyes as he walked over to his opponents and grabbed a middle-aged white man in the front. The middle-aged man was terrified. "Gideon, what are you doing? Ours is just a business disagreement. What you are doing is breaking the law." Gideon didn't listen to him at all. As he grabbed the middle-aged man with one hand, he grabbed his neck with the other. Thanks to the exoskeleton suit, his grip was strong. Under the middle-aged man's horrified gaze, Gideon squeezed his throat so that he couldn't breathe. The middle-aged man struggled in Gideon's grip for a moment with a flushed face before his eyes suddenly turned dim. His head dropped and he died at Gideon's hands. After personally killing this difficult business opponent, the violence in Gideon's eyes gradually receded, and he felt extremely desolate. No matter how much money and power the other party had, in the end, he was brought low by crude violence. If this could happen to a big opponent like this, what about him? Werner, who was wearing a long black coat, stood with his hands behind his back. How does it feel to take a life with your own hands? Gideon simply shook his head. These are all necessary sacrifices, Werner said. Go, kill the rest, and we can set off. Pa, pa, pa. Unhurried applause rang out in the room. Werner, a dozen Inhumans, Gideon and the tied-up sacrifices all turned around. They saw a black and white figure turn visible 10 meters away. He slowly clapped his hands. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Deathstroke. Several Inhumans exclaimed. Big Dipper ignored them. These people were all under Werner's complete control. Playing the emotional card with him was a waste of time. He simply stared at Werner. You ran away like the bug you are after I slashed you last time. Today, you should demonstrate some courage and lay down your own life. Swoosh. 7 to 8 meters away, a figure charged at Big Dipper at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It instantly snatched away the two blades on Big Dipper's back and returned to its original position. A Latino woman in her mid-20s waved the longswords in her hand and asked mockingly, "Who can you cut now?" Big Dipper crossed his arms and tilted his head. "Didn't your mother tell you that stealing from others is bad?" The woman waved the longswords again in a provocative manner. "You're the enemy. This is a trophy." Big Dipper nodded. That makes sense. All right, you can lie down now." Almost the moment he said that, high-voltage pulses burst out of the hilts of the two longswords. The smug girl was instantly electrified and toppled backward. Big Dipper lowered his hands and spread his palms. Like dogs sensing their master, the two longswords flew back to him. Werner, who had been silent ever since Big Dipper appeared, gave the order to attack at the same time. The dozen or so people who had been standing around in a loose circle suddenly moved. 5 of them retreated to Werner's side, and 3 more moved forward slightly to join the 6 who surrounded Big Dipper. A bare moment after the 6 people got into position, the 3 people behind them attacked almost at the same time. Lincoln, the woman who could spit out cold air, and the middle-aged woman who could create illusions, directed their long-range attacks at Big Dipper. Big Dipper's hands suddenly moved. The two longswords spun in different directions to slash at Lincoln and the woman with cold breath. A man next to Werner raised his hands almost at the same time. The longsword spun in even wider arcs and avoided Lincoln and the woman. This man was naturally the one with telekinesis whose ability had overloaded and then crashed after it collided with Sky's shock wave. Unmoved, Luke waved his hands. The two longswords spun like 2 propellers, waiting for the next attack. A second person next to Werner also took action. The young man suddenly flipped up his sunglasses and glared at Luke. Luke sneered and raised his palms. "Take this, sun fist." As soon as he said the first word, his palms flared with a bright light. By the time Luke completed his sentence, the Inhuman with laser eyes was already crying out and covering his eyes. This proved that the effects of light went 2 ways. Just because he could shoot lasers from his eyes didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of flash grenades. The other Inhumans were all wearing tactical goggles. Clearly, they were also guarding against flash grenades used by regular troops. As long as they didn't have a superpower that could suppress the glare, Inhumans would still be blinded if they didn't look away from the flash. The 6 Inhumans finally attacked. If they didn't attack now, their teammates who had been responsible for providing long-range support would be taken down. A middle-aged man lay down on the ground. The muscles on his back twisted as his hands and feet stretched out like 4 tentacles. He only dared to bully Big Dipper now because the latter didn't have his swords, and thus couldn't chop off his limbs. On the other side, the brawny man with muscle enhancement moved forward from the side and started punching out to create pressure. Big Dipper snorted and suddenly drew guns from his legs and aimed at the 2 of them. "I haven't seen the 2 of you in a while, and you've become a lot ballsier." When the middle-aged man and the brawny man heard Big Dipper's words, their hearts skipped a beat. Anyone whom Big Dipper shot at would die in a matter of seconds. They hadn't forgotten how Big Dipper had asked Jiang just one question before he immediately blew up the heads of 4 hitmen. Chapter 1977, Who Am I? I'm Deathstroke. The middle-aged man who was afraid of pain was called Ma Deqiang. The brawny man was called Yang Taiwei. Both of them were old Hong Kongers. Ma Deqiang liked to gamble. Before he awakened, he was often beaten up by debt collectors. Yang Taiwei had been a student at a small boxing club. He didn't have a fixed job, and could only rely on hard labor to make money. These two were typical civilians. Awakening superpowers didn't give them the courage to lay down their lives. On the contrary, they had been beaten up by Big Dipper twice before, which had left a strong enough shadow on their hearts, and it was a conditioned reflex to admit defeat and run. Even Werner couldn't suppress this human instinct to survive. They paused and subconsciously stepped back. Almost at the same time, Big Dipper shifted his guns away. Ma Deqiang's daughter and Yang Taiwei's wife had a good impression of Big Dipper, so they naturally became his secret sentries in afterlife. Since he was using them as tools, he naturally couldn't turn around and kill their family members. Otherwise, it would be very awkward after the two women came out of space too and asked about their father or husband. Besides, when Big Dipper had come to afterlife and played fight the landlord in the beginning, Ma Deqiang had been the first to come out and support him, and he had even pulled in Yang Taiwei to make up the numbers. When it came to helping him obtain abilities, these two had worked hard even if they didn't get any credit for it. He really couldn't casually kill them off. Their expressions changed drastically. It was fine for Yang Taiwei, who was just pinning Big Dipper down from the side, but it was really scary for Ma Deqiang as the main force. With a thought from Werner, the third guard next to him quietly attacked. The man's body was tense when he activated his ability. His eyes opened wide and he clenched his fists. However, Big Dipper didn't stop firing. He aimed at a werewolf duo among the six and pulled the triggers. Gunfire rang out like a storm, and the werewolves were sent flying by the bullets. The moment before he opened fire, the Big Dipper clone curled his pinkies, and the two longswords suddenly turned back to cut at the last two Inhumans. The third guard activated his ability, Big Dipper opened fire, and the longswords flew back all at almost the same time. Just as Werner and the Big Dipper clone had anticipated, the scene changed drastically, but it was far from what they had expected. The guns which Big Dipper was holding turned soft like dark chocolate. The longswords that were flying back suddenly turned soft and limp like noodles in the air, and naturally missed their targets. Worst of all, the Big Dipper armor suddenly crashed and there was no sound from Polaris at all. The clone's sharp nose picked up the strange smell of burning inside the armor, and the feedback from vibration showed that the metal of a large number of electronic parts had melted. Even the metal of the entire armor was rapidly heating up. Big Dipper pressed the emergency escape button without hesitation. With a series of bangs, the external armor was sent flying in all directions and instantly disintegrated. The vanguard seemed to have expected something to happen to the armor, and they attacked from both sides. One man had claws that were more than 10 centimeters long, and they turned crystal hard. The dark red hair on another woman's head shot out like a rain of arrows. Poochie, Poochie. The man's claws stabbed at Big Dipper's chest and abdomen from the left, and the red-haired woman's hair stabbed at Big Dipper's right. The two men who had just been scared off were once again controlled by Werner. One was prepared to pin Big Dipper down further, and the other was prepared to crush Big Dipper. It wasn't that they were ungrateful, the Inhumans couldn't resist Werner's control at all. In the blink of an eye, the Big Dipper clone seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. Werner, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, finally smiled coldly. They had him. His subordinates were indeed very effective. The Inhumans under his command were tools which he used to restrain Big Dipper from going on a killing spree. His real trump card was the third Inhuman next to him. He could instantly melt the metal around him. Normal metal wouldn't last more than half a second before it turned into a pool of metal liquid. It was just slower and more strenuous to deal with certain special metals. For example, most parts of the Big Dipper armor only turned hot and soft. The two, hand-me-down, longswords were a lot more inferior, so they turned soft in the air and became harmless. However, most of the electronic components in the armor instantly melted, which completely paralyzed Big Dipper, as Werner had anticipated. At that moment, the hard crystal claws and red hair followed closely behind. In the face of his four attackers, Big Dipper suddenly chuckled. Ma Deqiang and Yang Taiwei were creeped out and subconsciously withdrew their attacks. Whenever Big Dipper smiled like that when they played Fight the Landlord, the two of them would lose spectacularly. Sure enough, when the two men retreated, Big Dipper stretched out both hands. He grabbed one of the crystal man's wrists with his left hand, and wound the red-haired woman's hair around his right hand. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes turned completely yellow. Who am I? A yellowish-orange liquid surged out from his back and quickly covered his entire body. A yellow figure almost 2.5 meters tall appeared in front of the Inhumans. Its yellow body was covered in neat, symmetrical black and red patterns. It had a black skull-like face, pale bony triangular eyes, and fine black fangs in its mouth. The black skull looked at the two struggling Inhumans and grinned. "I am Deathstroke." Crack. Big Dipper, who had entered the complete symbiotic form with Shriek, pierced the crystal man's chest with his left hand. In the symbiotic form, his left hand also turned into sharp claws that were more than 30 centimeters long. Using invisible annihilation energy to clear the way, he forcefully broke through the crystal man's defense. The yellowish-orange claws pierced the crystal man and came out of his back with a crystal heart. The red-haired woman's expression changed drastically, and her hair instantly turned limp as she tried to escape from Big Dipper's right hand. In the end, she realized that her hair was stuck like glue to the man's claws. That was indeed the case. She twisted and struggled, but couldn't escape being entangled with the liquid symbiote. Big Dipper pulled with his right hand, and the red-haired woman involuntarily fell toward him. Poochie. The yellow claws cut into her face like tofu and left a gaping hole. Chapter 1978. One versus many. Looking at the two bodies of their comrades hanging from the claws of the Big Dipper clone, many Inhumans were stunned. Such powerful comrades were taken down just like that. Ma Deqiang and Yang Taiwei's hearts pounded even harder. FCK, if they had gone up just now, they would have really died. It wasn't strange for the red-haired woman to die so quickly. Her physique wasn't special. The Crystal Man, on the other hand, had the strongest defense among the Inhumans. Physical and energy attacks were practically useless against him. In the end, Big Dipper clawed out his heart. Werner's eyes darkened. He wasn't a robot, and naturally had emotions. Big Dipper was too ruthless. This strange yellow thing in front of Werner was definitely Big Dipper's trump card, and his strength was definitely far beyond normal. In an instant, Werner made a decision: retreat. Humiliating. No way. This old monster had been exiled by humans to another planet and had relied on Hydra members to send living people as sacrifices. After hiding out there for thousands of years, dignity was nothing. The most important thing was to survive. Besides, the longer he could drag things out, the more lackeys he could gather. They had already tested Big Dipper's trump card this time, and he wouldn't have just this few lackeys next time. With a thought, the fourth guard next to him received an order. The man had green hair and a wrinkly, bark-like face. He was the green-haired tree man from Afterlife. After coming under Werner's control, he was able to harness his ability perfectly, and was able to turn back into a human. At Werner's order, what looked like brownish-yellow tree roots spread out from the tree man's feet and pierced the floor. The three long-range attackers used electricity, freezing air, and mental interference to cover Werber's retreat. Ma Deqiang and Yang Taiwei came under even more control and were forcibly ordered to charge forward. Werner already didn't like these two guys who chickened out when they saw Big Dipper. They might as well die. Big Dipper, who was in the complete symbiotic form, waved his hands, and the two bodies smashed into the attackers who used electricity and cold air like cannonballs. Mental interference. Sorry, he had Shriek. With a nimble leap, the Big Dipper clone charged at Werner. Perhaps it was because they weren't reflexively intimidated by Big Dipper's new appearance, or maybe it was because Werner had too much control at the moment, but Ma Deqiang and Yang Taiwei didn't retreat this time. They lunged at Big Dipper from both sides. Big Dipper spun in the air, grabbed each of their arms with his claws, and activated an attack-type vibration ability. Ma Deqiang and Yang Taiwei suddenly realized that their bodies weren't listening to them. From the moment their arms were grabbed, every muscle in their bodies seemed to tremble wildly. Just like when it was so cold in winter that your teeth would chatter no matter how much you tried to hold back, their entire bodies were shaking right now. Big Dipper wasn't affected. He simply used the momentum of his spin to throw the two of them away. They crashed through two glass windows and flew out into the night. Werner's side was so focused on Big Dipper that nobody noticed that the two of them had actually been sent flying over 100 meters. The vibrations made the two men feel like they were in a cement mixer. They didn't have the energy to pay attention to anything around them. A few seconds later, they realized that something wasn't right. The grass, the flowers, why were they still flying? They had smashed hard through the glass windows, but it shouldn't be to the point of sending them flying for so long, right? While they were feeling baffled, they crashed into the woods over 100 meters away. They crashed through branches and leaves before dropping to the ground. For two people with enhanced physiques, this impact was nothing, and the strange vibrations in their bodies gradually disappeared. The two of them sighed with relief. They weren't dead or injured, and didn't have to face Big Dipper head-on. They were really lucky. Thinking that, they got up. Then, they saw a figure floating soundlessly in the air in front of them. Dappled light fell on the man. He was wearing a purple suit with a dark red pocket square and shiny black and white leather shoes, and had a blood-red mouth with huge dark circles under his eyes. The three of them looked at each other, and the pale face suddenly grinned. Influenced by Hong Kong ghost stories, the two of them felt a chill run down their spines. Ghost, however, nobody in the main building cared about them anymore. When the two of them were sent flying, the werewolves who had been sent flying by Big Dipper suddenly jumped up from the floor to replace Ma Deqiang and Yang Taiwei as meat shields. The holes in their bodies had turned into flesh wounds that didn't affect their combat ability at all. The telekinetic man stretched out his hands and pushed at the Big Dipper clone in the air. At the same time, there was a loud rumble as countless brown tree roots as thick as a person shot out and filled the space. Not only couldn't Werner's 6 guards see Big Dipper, even the 3 long-range attackers were blocked by the tree roots. A light purple portal opened behind Werner. He turned around indifferently and walked in. Apart from the tree man who couldn't move, the rest of the guards quickly rushed in. Without any hesitation, they abandoned all their comrades in the manor, as well as Gideon and his enemies. The light purple portal swiftly shrunk, and would completely disappear in a second. On the other side, Big Dipper, who was in the air, couldn't be bothered to make a move. He used the momentum of his spin to kick out. The male and female werewolves were kicked in the face. Pa, pa, with 2 crisp sounds like watermelons exploding, the 2 headless werewolves were sent flying once more. These 2 guys were bright red in the system, so it didn't matter if he killed them. If it wasn't for that man who could melt metal, Big Dipper would have blown up their heads with his guns anyway. However, Luke was a man of his word. Since he had decided to blow up their heads, he had to do it. While he was dealing with the 2 werewolves, the telekinesis man attacked. Symbiotes were very resistant to telekinetic attacks to begin with. The Big Dipper clone also had telekinesis, and wasn't inferior to the telekinesis man. The attack didn't do any damage, but the force of the attack successfully slowed down the Big Dipper clone. This gave the tree roots enough time to rise up and create a barrier, as the portal behind Werner opened. In order to deal with Gordon, Luke had been studying how to deal with spatial abilities. At that moment, Big Dipper instantly sensed mental and energy fluctuations from behind the huge tree roots. With a thought, he switched postures and punched a huge tree root in front of him. Chapter 1979. When my BGM comes on, nobody can beat me boom. The tree root broke with a loud bang, but it was held up by other roots, and there was no obvious gap. Big Dipper exclaimed inwardly. This huge tree root wasn't affected by the shock wave, and was very durable. It could actually block his fist. It had to be pointed out that this was a powerful attack from the Big Dipper clone in the complete symbiotic form. If the punch landed on the ground, it could create a deep pit 10 meters in diameter. The fact that Werner could buff up the Inhumans when they were under his control was too much of a cheat. Thinking this, the Big Dipper clone took out the 2 silver katanas. Shriek immediately wrapped them up to form 2 big yellow katanas. At that moment, Big Dipper landed on the floor and immediately pushed off of his feet. The 2 yellow katanas slashed at the tree roots in front of him like a storm. With a series of light pops, the tough brown tree roots were cut into pieces, and Big Dipper instantly forced his way through. The face of the tree man behind the barrier of tree roots turned pale, and he almost screamed. Now that he had completely mastered his ability, he could control how sensitive his body was. He wouldn't cry in pain after being shot twice like before. In the face of Big Dipper, this ruthless guy, the tree man retained the lowest level of sensitivity. At that moment, he felt someone slice his roots bit by bit. The pain was like being pricked with a needle, which was still bearable. Less than a second later, however, he felt as if he had fallen into a pile of syringes and was being pricked non-stop. The tree man finally screamed. This made the guards who were withdrawing speed up and charge into the portal even faster. The purple portal quickly shrunk. The tree man screamed even more miserably. Just now, he had been stabbed hundreds of times in a second. Now, it had skyrocketed to hundreds of times in 0.1 seconds, and the pain was over 10 times worse. When the purple portal was only half a meter in diameter, the tree roots in front of the tree man exploded in all directions. Big Dipper's huge yellow body jumped out, just in time to see the portal that was about to disappear. His feet instantly lengthened, and he pushed off of the remaining tree roots to speed up again. Swoosh! Like a giant python, the huge yellow figure shot through the portal that was only 30 centimeters in diameter. As the portal quickly shrunk, so did the yellow figure. But he was still a little slow. In the end, his body, which was now the size of an arm, was cut off by the portal closing. On the other side of the portal, Werner and the Inhumans who had just returned finally stopped. Clarice, who was responsible for opening the portal, subconsciously turned around and stretched out her hands to speed up the closing of the portal. At that moment, the tree man's screams grew louder, and Clarice's heart tightened. Then, a yellowish-orange shadow darted through. At that moment, only Big Dipper's head was still in the shape of a skull, the rest of his body had already turned into a slender column. Swoosh! The portal completely closed, and the Big Dipper clone immediately frowned. "Beastard, you actually cut off one of my legs." Big Dipper swung around unhappily, and Clarice, who was staring at him with wide eyes, saw a bright yellow expanse in front of her. Pa, a thick and yellow, broken tail, whipped her in the face. Clarice collapsed before she could react. Big Dipper was already very restrained when dealing with this person who had cut off one of his legs. After all, she was just a little red in the system, she definitely hadn't committed any crimes like murder, so killing her would be too much. Werner, who was a step ahead, knew things weren't good when he saw Big Dipper squeeze through the portal. With a thought, more than 10 Inhumans in the warehouse released their long-range abilities at the same time. The Big Dipper clone only had time to exert more strength to send the unconscious Clarice flying before sharp wind blades, mud that bound his feet, thick pillars of fire, spinning scimitars, light green poisonous gas, and various other abilities struck his position. In the end, the remains of a building weighing more than 10 tons fell to bury him. Werner didn't relax. He immediately instructed the telekinesis man to grab the unconscious Clarice, and had the man who could control air currents pick up the most important people and quickly fly into the air. Big Dipper no longer had his armor, so it wouldn't be easy for him to attack them again when they were in the air. The next moment, the concrete remains were slashed with yellow light. Concrete debris exploded in all directions as the Big Dipper clone, which had returned to human form, charged out at Werner, who had just taken off. Werner's expression was calm. The telekinesis man decisively threw Clarice away and raised his hands toward the Big Dipper clone again. Clarice, who could open a portal, was very important, but she couldn't be more important than Werner, the leader of the Inhumans. The Big Dipper clone snorted and swung his yellow katanas. The shock wave easily shattered the telekinesis barrier. Bang! Bang! A figure as huge as a mountain of flesh charged at him like a cannonball. Big Dipper sensed it beforehand and was about to dodge, when he felt his body become several times heavier. The gigantic figure was already in front of him, and the enormous impact sent him flying. At that moment, Werner had already flown dozens of meters into the air and was staring coldly at Big Dipper. A bright white energy beam shot out of another Inhuman's mouth and hit the free-falling Big Dipper. The white energy beam burned a hole in Big Dipper's twisted body, and he looked very wretched as he crashed to the ground. Hey, he chuckled and murmured, "When my BGM is on, nobody can beat me." A phone with stereo appeared in his hand, and he fixed it to his chest. A morning bell tolled, and a clear male voice chanted, "The Supreme Edict, Supreme Lonely Souls, all ghosts, 4 lives with grace." The faces of many Inhumans changed. Why did this sound so familiar? A young Inhuman who had quick reflexes and was a fan of superheroes subconsciously exclaimed, "Deathstroke." The people who found the BGM familiar remembered it. That's right, this is the music Deathstroke likes to play. No wonder. Wait, is this D*MN thing? Werner frowned and glanced at the young Inhuman unhappily. With just one sentence from this idiot, it had become 20% harder to control these Inhumans. But now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. Killing Big Dipper, or rather, this Deathstroke, was the most important thing. With a thought from Werner, the mountain-like man charged at Big Dipper, who had just gotten to his feet. Chapter 1980. When the Deathstroke tolls, all lives are lost. This big man was very strong, he was fat. An enemy within 5 meters of him would automatically suffer several times the gravity, while he wasn't affected. Coupled with his physical strength and defense, this was a highly effective close combat system. Before Big Dipper understood the situation, he was hit by this mountain man's first attack. However, using the same move a second time on Big Dipper naturally wouldn't be as effective. Big Dipper straightened and stood up, before he abruptly pushed forward. The ground under his feet rumbled and rippled, and instantly collided with the incoming mountain man. The mountain man's legs went weak, but he was still grinning savagely. When the ripple spread out, he had already reduced his gravity by a fraction, and the shaking ground didn't stop him from charging forward. But when the shock wave hit his feet, the mountain man felt his feet freeze, and his legs jerked wildly, as if they weren't listening to him at all. Also, the vibrations drilled through his feet and continued to spread up his body. It was as if he was doing a break dance. Sensing the mountain man's condition, Werner immediately instructed the Inhumans to rescue him. A muffled scream suddenly rang out from under the ground several meters away from Big Dipper's feet. The Inhuman who could control and drill through the ground had been about to launch a sneak attack, when he was hit by the vibration released by Big Dipper. The Inhuman shook all over underground, and couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. A white energy beam followed closely behind. This was one of the fastest attacks on the scene. But this time, the enemy was Deathstroke, whose BGM was playing. Big Dipper's huge yellow body swelled like a ball being filled with water. In seconds, his injuries all disappeared, and he returned to normal. The black and white skull grinned. When the death knell tolls, all lives are lost. As soon as he said that, the two katanas in his hands turned into dazzling yellow blades, and the katana in his left hand clashed with the white light beam. There was a screeching sound which made one's teeth ache. The white light beam was cut apart by the yellow blade, and was unable to stop Big Dipper from charging forward. The katana in his right hand slashed at the mountain man who was twitching all over. Pooh, 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 crack. There was the sound of a blade piercing flesh, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Big Dipper slashed the mountain man's face dozens of times with the katana in his right hand. Even though Big Dipper was slowed down by several times the gravity, and even though the mountain man's skin was thick and his bones were hard, the latter couldn't withstand the barrage. From skin to flesh to bone, a hole the size of a fist quickly appeared under the sharp point of the yellow blade before it pierced the mountain man's brain. The mountain man's body still shook minutely after he was stabbed with the huge yellow katana, but that was already a leftover nerve reflex. Mountain man, dead. The white energy beam, which hadn't been able to stop Big Dipper, suddenly disappeared. Big Dipper stood in the middle of the scene and lifted the mountain man on. His katana to his face. A superpower. Ha 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 ha. The katana moved, and the mountain man was flung away. Swoosh. There was a flash of yellow light, and the mountain man's head and body fell to the ground. His head, which had a huge hole in it, rolled far away. The skull gave a hideous smile. This way, you can't use your superpowers. The Inhumans, do you have some misunderstanding about the conditions for using superpowers? A few quick-witted people couldn't help but murmur inwardly, you indeed can't use your powers if your head is removed. This time, Werner didn't have anyone else take action immediately. Now that the mountain man was dead, he had to think about escaping. As for the others, of course they couldn't run. They had already mounted one round of attacks on this monster like Deathstroke. In the end, he got to his feet and cut the mountain man in half. Based on Big Dipper's style, it was just a matter of time before these people died. Werner's eyes flashed, and he rose even faster. Apart from him, the Wind Man also took off with the Telekinesis Man, the man who could melt metal, and a man who could control metal. Werner couldn't take the remaining Inhumans in the warehouse with him. Without them to buy time, Werner and the others might not be able to escape Deathstroke's pursuit. So, Werner gave them the final order: everyone attack Deathstroke and fight to the death. Instantly, shadows flashed in the warehouse, and powers flew everywhere. Without coordinated instructions from Werner, these attacks were a complete jumble as the Inhumans simply attacked the Big Dipper clone with all their strength. Close combat fighters didn't care about the long-range attacks coming from behind them, and the long-range attackers didn't care about accidentally injuring their comrades at all. Big Dipper's eyes glowed with a yellow light, and he bent down slightly. Boom, bang, he charged straight up at Werner, who was more than 300 meters in the air. Werner, who had started to run, was still very calm. It had the Wind Man move him away, and at the same time, the Telekinesis Man and the man who could manipulate metal, Gutierrez, attacked. The Telekinesis Man had completely given up on blocking the Big Dipper clone. Instead, he exerted force at an angle to steer Big Dipper away from Werner. Gutierrez shot out a metal pipe he was holding to intercept Big Dipper. The yellow katana lashed out, and the shock wave easily tore apart the invisible telekinesis. The metal pipe was sent flying. Werner looked down at the Big Dipper clone with a mocking expression. Judging from their current movements, there was at least 30 meters between them. Big Dipper had clearly misjudged how fast the Wind Man was moving. But the next moment, Werner's expression changed. When Big Dipper was 20 meters below him, a pair of bat wings suddenly grew out of his back. He suddenly turned in the air and lunged at Werner. Down. Werner couldn't help but yell angrily, and had the Wind Man exert strength. This was the right response. Previously, Werner had chosen to fly away because Big Dipper couldn't fly without his armor. Not only could Big Dipper fly now, he was also very fast, which made Werner a sitting duck in the air. Only by landing as soon as possible and gathering the Inhumans together would Werner have a chance of escaping. Besides, the Wind Man had to use his ability in the air to offset gravity. If they went down, he could conserve some strength and rely a little on gravity instead. At that moment, Werner was the only one whom the Wind Man was bringing down. The other three were now in free fall and blocking Big Dipper's way. The telekinesis man and Gutierrez shot out telekinetic shock waves and metal pipes again in an attempt to stop Big Dipper. Big Dipper retracted his wings and kicked in the air. Bang! With a muffled explosion, the Big Dipper clone stepped on the telekinetic stepping stone he had just created and turned at a right angle in the air. A yellow figure cut through the night sky and, in the blink of an eye, it was under the descending Werner, right in front of his astonished face. The skull grinned. Surprise. Chapter 1981. Harvest, an oversight. Big Dipper spread his arms. Swoosh. The liquid symbiote suddenly unfolded from his back to form a big bag, more than 20 meters in diameter. Big Dipper waited quietly under this big bag. He stared mockingly at Werner, who fell straight down. Werner. Mother asterisk, pooh. Werner, who was speeding downward, didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he was completely wrapped up in the liquid symbiote like a cannonball. As for the Wind Man who was falling at the same time, the liquid bag let him fall through. Big Dipper kicked down, and a liquid tentacle flew out from his foot to wrap around the Wind Man. After falling over 10 meters, the big bag turned back into the bat wings from before, slowing his descent. Tossing aside the Wind Man who had already been knocked out by the tentacle, the Big Dipper clone landed just as the impact of the fall was cancelled out. Bam! The sound of light footsteps rang out as 7 or 8 Inhumans lunged forward. Big Dipper chuckled. It seems you're the last gift that Werner gave me. How considerate. Amidst the bellows and yells, the yellow figure charged forward. Less than a minute later, the warehouse was silent. Without Werner to act as the core CPU, the dozen or so Inhumans were nothing but a disorganized mess. In the complete symbiotic form, the Big Dipper clone cut them down like harvest crops. After subduing the Inhumans, he took out body bags from his inventory and put them in one by one, including the bodies of the dead. Was he angry at taking a beating? No way. There really weren't many chances to obtain a bunch of superpowers in one go. Was being bombarded hundreds of times a big deal? Protected by the stretchy ability and the symbiote, the pain was nothing. Big Dipper was like an old farmer collecting the fruits of his harvest with the body bags, while on the other side, the Joker and Haley had already wrapped things up. Driving Gideon's stretch Cadillac, the Joker hummed, "You are my sunshine," and was in a relaxed and good mood. Haley turned around and looked at the dozen or so people behind her. Why only take these guys? Are we really leaving those Inhumans to Big Dipper? The Joker hummed in response. Unhappy with the perfunctory response, the female doctor sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck. 2. Let's just take 2 to play with. The Joker shook his head. They're a bunch of ordinary people who obtained superpowers and were locked up and raised in afterlife. What's so fun about them? As he spoke, he looked at the people in the rearview mirror and grinned. These guys are big shots. How many secrets do you think they have waiting to be uncovered? Haley still felt a little reluctant. Those are superhumans. The Joker was unmoved. Boring souls aren't worth wasting time on. If superpowers are so much fun, why don't you study Godzilla and the Muto? Haley bit him angrily. I'm not an animal psychiatrist. In fact, basically all the Inhumans still alive in Gideon's Manor were from afterlife. Only the Latin American woman who had been given an electric shock for stealing Big Dipper's blades at the very beginning was a new face. However, her name was only a little red in the system, and wasn't within the scope of the cleanup. How could Luke leave them to Haley? Thankfully, there were Gideon and his opponents. Given Gideon's status, any opponent who could go up against him wouldn't have a simple background. None of these people were good. Even if they hadn't killed anyone with their own hands, they had definitely done a lot of plotting and directing behind the scenes, and the fair system still gave them bright red names. However, it was Werner who had captured them. Whoever wanted to cause trouble could do their best to look for him. It had nothing to do with Luke. At that moment, all the Inhumans were thrown into space too, along with Shriek. It swallowed Hive's parasites in the Inhumans one by one, and Luke observed each of them separately. He couldn't be any more cautious with a disgusting thing like Hive. As for Big Dipper's agreement with Jiang that he would let them go in 3 months at most, that wasn't a problem. Jiang and those Inhumans hadn't participated in Werner's operation, so they wouldn't be targeted. Naturally, the Inhumans of Afterlife who followed Werner weren't part of the deal. A longer confinement wouldn't be considered a violation. Besides, these Inhumans had more or less left traces behind when they did bad things with Werner. Confinement for a period of time would help them hide from rumors and talk, and make it easier for Luke to examine them in all aspects. This was all for the good of Inhumans. After all, what place on Earth was safer and less traceable than space too? After getting rid of Hive's parasites in the Inhumans, Luke immediately used his ability to question the Inhuman women about the details of Werner's operation. As Werner, Hive had a habit which his enemies would find annoying, and that was dividing up the aims of his operation and completing them separately. None of the Inhumans under his control knew his complete plan. Even Gordon and Clarice, the two main members who could teleport, only knew whom they had teleported and to where. Neither of them knew what these people did after they were sent to those places. Thankfully, Luke had taken down almost all the Inhumans who had been under Werner's control. Although he had killed a lot of bright red names, he could still piece together 60 to 70% of Werner's operation. Werner had the ability to control Inhumans, which was actually very powerful. If Hive had a few more months, even Luke would find it hard to kill it. If it had been a little more cautious and prudent, and didn't stick its head out, but just let its subordinates carry out missions, it would have definitely become the most difficult and powerful villain on Earth. The weaknesses and shortcomings of superhumans would no longer exist under the rule of Hive. As long as there were enough Inhumans, they could complement each other perfectly. At that time, Inhumans could fight, resist and escape, and could counterattack at any time. No government on Earth would dare take the risk of starting a war with them. At that time, if Luke wanted to kill Werner, he would need to have the strength to crush all Inhumans. It could be said that before tonight, Werner already had a good hand. Once the critical period of the next month or two passed, nobody would have been able to beat his hand. But this huge advantage created a flaw in his mentality. This weakness was useless against other opponents, because even if they knew, they would still be powerless to capture Werner. Unfortunately, Hive had run into Luke, a cheat player. This weakness finally led to it making one mistake after another, and in the end, it fell into a trap and became a new resident of Space 2. It would enjoy even better treatment there than on another planet. There would be no more offerings for it to swallow, nor would there be a monolith through which it could escape. What awaited it was remote-controlled robots and testing equipment that it couldn't swallow, as well as endless experiments. Chapter 1982. Harvest. Changing tack sometime in the next few days, Luke let Tony and Phil know that Werner had been caught, but that didn't mean that things were over. On the contrary, the Avengers and new S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had to go to several major cities and increase their search efforts. From the information Luke obtained from the Inhumans, it was clear that Werner had sent several teams of 2 to 3 people to these cities. One team was confirmed to be carrying purified Terrigen crystals that could awaken Inhumans. The remaining teams might also be carrying them, which was in line with Werner's goal of mass-producing awakened Inhumans. Although Werner had been caught, the Inhumans controlled by the Hive parasites would still carry out his orders, so Luke couldn't let down his guard. A small portion of the Terrigen crystals came from Jiang's stash. The rest came from the alien metal block which Gordon had stolen. It was a container for the Terrigen crystals. The night Big Dipper caught Werner, he found the Terrigen crystals, along with Dr. Holden Radcliffe, the expert whom Werner had captured. In fact, the reason why Werner had only taken action after a while was that he had been looking for an expert to purify the Terrigen crystals. Before they were purified, the Terrigen crystals contained impurities, which made awakening Inhumans very inefficient. Ordinary people without Inhuman genes would also be directly burned to death. Werner didn't want to be hunted down by the whole world before his strength increased, much less have his efforts go to waste. That was why he had kidnapped Drive Holden to work for him. Luke threw Drive Holden into space too. This guy had a bright red name and had done a lot of crazy human modification experiments. It just so happened that Dr. Holden had been studying the Terrigen crystals in Inhumans recently. In the future, he could study Inhumans and work for Luke to atone for his sins. Over the next 10 days, the impact of the commotion caused by Werner gradually spread. This was mainly caused by the disappearance of Gideon and his enemies. Many government forces had received word from the Avengers and New Shield that Werner was creating Inhumans. News of his death naturally spread from these two parties, in case people panicked or someone used Werner's name to mess around. Without the threat of a villain boss like Werner, many people with ulterior motives jumped out to investigate the disappearance of Gideon and the others. In truth, big shots like Gideon mysteriously disappeared without a trace, leaving behind assets that made people green with envy. Who wouldn't be tempted by this fat piece of meat that fell from the sky? Many parties would benefit tremendously following an investigation. These benefits ranged from millions to hundreds of millions. Wouldn't it be good to pocket these themselves? For a moment, many European corporations were stirred up. Luke didn't plan to curb the situation at all. He even threw out the bodies of the big shots who had been caught up in the battle at the manor, and exposed the fact that they had been killed in the manor by Werner's gang. This way, these missing big shots could be verified as dead. The various forces that had been restraining themselves finally couldn't sit still anymore, and started to fight more fiercely. In the chaos, Luke ate a huge piece of the cake based on the information he obtained from these missing big shots. He wasn't short of clean funds to do research and consolidate his position in society. However, the maintenance costs and bonuses for the PDD were steep, and couldn't be tied to his identity. It was the same reason why Luke hadn't laundered money to develop the phone company in the beginning. What Luke wanted wasn't to hide his tracks, but to not be associated with either the good or bad side. Naturally, the PDD would be developed using the dirty money which the superheroes were able to claim, which could be considered making the best use of it. Gideon and the others had left behind a lot of funds in their secret accounts. The dirty businesses in Europe, America and Latin America were left to shady agents like mercenaries and intelligence brokers to operate, and the profits were used to expand their strength. If these agencies wanted to take it a step further and become drug or human traffickers, Luke, who had a list of all the members of these agencies, didn't mind harvesting them. He wasn't putting out bait to catch a bigger fish here. Whether it was hotels, nightclubs, bars, or clubs, or even some regular businesses, all of them had very high profits. If they insisted on dealing in illegal drugs and human trafficking, they were just greedy. It was like how selling pork was a legitimate business and could make money. However, some people insisted on selling infected pork to make more money. This was naturally due to personal greed, not because they were forced by the industry to do evil. Luke didn't feel guilty at all about killing such greedy people. Luke's development track had changed after he obtained Drive Holden and the Terrigen crystals. Before this, it was due to luck that he ran into superhumans, and they had a diverse range of personalities. He met Lorna, the Supergirl trio, Nikki and Monica at the tail end of their teenage years, and their basic personalities and principles had already taken shape. It would be very hard to change their mindsets. Now, Luke could get Drive Holden to develop a detection method for Inhumans. He could observe and train Inhumans who had yet to awaken from young, and cross out most of those who wouldn't be suitable for the PDD. After they became adults, they would have combat ability that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Those Inhumans who couldn't maintain a stable mindset and went crazy with ambition would be struck off the list of potential PDD candidates. Only with the very small number of people that was left would Luke consider using the Terrigen crystals to awaken them. This still couldn't prevent Inhumans who obtained powers from becoming corrupt, but everything would be within a controllable range. After all, hadn't Luke been able to dupe Gordon, whose teleportation ability was near incomprehensible, with a long-term mental suggestion? So, Luke wasn't in a hurry to create superhuman teammates. Instead, he planted roots deeper and deeper in society to lay the foundation for future team members. This was a huge, long-term plan. However, most of it could be handed over to Director Selena and Sky, the intelligence officer. He just needed to set the tone at the beginning. On top of that, Luke had gained a lot this time, and there was no rush to groom teammates. Werner had provided him with a long list of superpowers. Teleportation portals, elemental energy attacks, wind control, earth control, metal manipulation, melting metal and so on naturally had the unavailable tag, and Luke passed over them directly. Conversely, werewolves could be partially learned, but Luke decisively refused because they were too ugly. The telekinesis man's control technique was perfect. It was a useful complement to his telekinesis, so Luke learned it. Elena Rodriguez, the Latin American woman who had been knocked out by the electric shock from the swords, provided Luke with an ability called yo-yo. She could move fast and return to the same spot in a heartbeat, which was almost like teleportation. This ability could actually be partially learned. The prerequisites were 60 for the 3 attributes and 200,000 credit points. Luke decisively learned it. After his clone experimented with it many times, he immediately had the urge to cry. This yo-yo ability was too ruthless. Chapter 1983. Bone-breaking ability. The Secretary General flips out. Luke had learned a lot of partially available abilities. Some were not as practical as this yo-yo, and this had to do with restrictions on the abilities. For example, the original version of pheromone control could be used on both men and women, but Luke's version could only work on women, which was a 50% discount. The original version of Stacy's elementary replication copied the body, memories, and abilities at the genetic level, while Luke's version could only copy the body. At the very least, however, the flaws of the original version weren't present, so this could be considered a 20% discount. This time, Luke's version of the yo-yo ability wasn't cut down to 50% or 20%, but involved cut bones and crushed to powder, to boot. The original yo-yo ability which Big Dipper had personally seen for himself was almost as fast as Pietro. Luke's usual heart rate was around 50 beats per minute. Even in battle, it wouldn't exceed 100 beats per minute. With the original version of the yo-yo ability, he would have about half a second to make the first move. What did half a second mean? It was enough time for Luke to stuff Werner into a body bag and wrap him up with several bows. With this ability to move at high speed for half a second, Luke could even knock Pietro out. However, the reality was that Luke's version of yo-yo had mutated, turning into an upgraded explosive ability. He could explode with 10 times his physical strength in one heartbeat. Then herein was the problem. This explosive ability was a combination of the fraternity's physical outburst and Nikki's muscle control, and the prerequisite for physical outburst was a heart rate of more than 400 beats per minute. Luke's extraordinary physique and physical abilities allowed him to reduce the consumption rate and increase his efficiency. His heart rate could be reduced to 200 beats per minute. In other words, Luke's version of the yo-yo ability could last for about 0.3 seconds. Daddy's system didn't even give him half a second to be a real man. Luke, who had just been happy about learning a superpower, immediately felt like he had missed out on a jackpot. However, he was only depressed for a few minutes, because this was something he had long expected. The abilities he could learn, including the ones that he could partially learn, were basically applications and extensions of his body. For example, with the vampire's hibernation ability, a vampire could sleep for hundreds of years, while Luke could only sleep for a week. Sky's vibration could cause the ground to cave in 100 meters, while Luke could only cause the ground to shake up to a 10-meter range. Thus, Elena was a 1-second superwoman, while he was a 0.3-second real man. Elena moved at high speeds, while he exploded at high speeds. This was completely in line with the system's learning principle. Putting aside the reduction in time, this was actually a very suitable ability for Luke. For example, the level 2 clone had 12 times the strength of an ordinary person. There was no need to make special adjustments, and one casual punch could produce an impact of more than a ton. With yo-yo, the level 2 clone's output instantly increased to more than 10 tons. If Luke recalled his clones and let all his stats return to him, his punch would have an impact of more than 30 tons. Coupled with his mastery of physical techniques, it wouldn't be impossible for his punch to have an impact of 50 tons. Moreover, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare use the ability even if it gave them 10 times the explosive power. If an ordinary person who could punch at 100 kilograms could suddenly punch at 1,000 kilograms, what they should worry about wasn't killing someone, but about crippling themselves first. That was because their body wouldn't be able to withstand such a fierce output. But this wasn't a problem for Luke, who already had elementary healing and multiple physical buffs. After his strength reached 80, there was still intermediate healing and elementary tempering waiting to be learned. At that time, 10 times the explosive power might become a regular move for him. Thinking that, Luke's mood quickly improved. 0.3 seconds was indeed a little short, but both his abilities and control would improve. In the future, he could try to reduce the power of the output and the cooldown time. A non-stop chain of attacks would no longer be just a dream. Wasn't that what happened thanks to the effect of his strong physique on the fraternity's physical outburst? Luke wasn't done with all the good things yet. Another important gain awaited him. There were some abilities on the list of the mountain man's abilities which could be learned. Gravity control definitely wasn't something Daddy's system would let Luke learn. However, he could still learn muscle expansion. The prerequisites were 40 strength, 40 dexterity, and 10,000 credit points. After pestering Daddy's system for a long time, Luke finally chose to learn the ability. It wasn't that he was being unreasonable. The mountain man really was a mountain of flesh that was equivalent to 5 Lukes. Until Luke was clear that muscle expansion was a malleable ability and could be reversed, there was no way he would dare learn this figure-destroying ability. Thankfully, Daddy's system promised that he would go back to normal after using it, and that it wasn't permanent. Right after Luke learned this ability, Selena flipped out. She charged into the basement and dragged Luke out. "You threw so much at me, then holed up in your lab. Isn't that too much?" Luke blinked. Didn't I tell you there's no rush, and you can take it slow?" Selena immediately exposed his hypocrisy. "If we don't hurry up and deal with the secret assets you threw at us, can we keep them?" Luke blinked innocently. "It's fine. Just throw some away. Your mental health is the most important thing." Selena cracked her knuckles. Luke said, "Okay, just tell me what you want." Selena gave him a, "It's good that you understand, look. I need an assistant who can help me deal with these miscellaneous things." Who? Luke knew that this would be a troublesome request. The miscellaneous tasks of the PDD involved deploying and planning out the Justice League's underground forces. The candidate for a managerial role had to be very trustworthy, otherwise, Selena and Sky wouldn't be the only ones at this level. Selena said, "Miss Jenny is pretty good." She stared at Luke for a few seconds before she gave up. "Fine, she's more suited to being your secretary." Hearing that, Luke got a complicated expression on his face. Why didn't Selena mention Jenny's status as a female CEO? Was it because she was the Secretary General of the Justice League? After grumbling, Selena got down to business. "Mindy is already 18, and she's still hanging out with your brother. I think we can give her something serious to do." "I think," Luke smacked his lips. For Joseph, finding a girlfriend is quite serious. Thinking about Joseph, who liked to hole up and read files and do research like his brother, Selena was silent for a moment before she concluded, "Joseph is still a minor. He's still a kid. In any case, you have to find me at least 2 assistants." Luke fell silent. There was nothing wrong with Selena's suggestion. She did need an assistant, and Mindy was indeed the right candidate. Young people needed time to fall in love, but it wasn't a problem for them to take a small part of the workload. But one person wasn't enough to reduce the number of tasks to a level that Selena could tolerate. "How about D.A. Jennifer?" Luke proposed a name that surprised Selena. Chapter 1984. A man who lives on his looks. Selena frowned. "Can Jennifer resign from her job?" Luke shrugged. "She hasn't made any progress in resolving the matter of her body turning green. She doesn't dare stay outside for long at all. Most of the time, she can only take leave and stay at home and do yoga to relax." Selena hesitated. "But Dustin," Luke shook his head. "Given D.A. Jennifer's situation, it's pretty much the same whether or not she enters this circle. If she works for us, the chance of her being exposed in public is conversely lower." Selena thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. If Jennifer joined the PDD, her connection to superheroes may be revealed, but if she didn't, someone might discover that she was a female Hulk. In comparison, choosing a route with less exposure wasn't wrong. Also, as a criminal lawyer, she had dared to go up against the Ellsworth family, one of the most powerful families in California, and a bunch of gunmen had even dropped by her place to try and kill her. After coming to New York, she chose to be a DA. She was outstanding and performed well. In just a few years, she was promoted from an assistant prosecutor to a deputy DA. This sort of tough woman who abhorred evil, coupled with her invulnerable green halo, was actually quite suitable for the PDD. "Okay, you're in charge of roping her in as soon as possible." After saying that, Selena thought of something. In the future, she'll be in charge of criminal investigation and tracking. Luke agreed. Of course, she can't know about the gray organizations and affairs for now. I'm afraid she'll send those people to prison first. Selena nodded in agreement. There was a difference between the PDD and Jennifer's daily work. The DA's priority was to nail down evidence and send criminals to prison. With the PDD, however, Luke and the Bat Squad took action directly after an investigation, so that Luke could get experience and credit points. From this point of view, it would take some time for Jennifer to adjust after she joined the PDD. At the very least, she had to get used to criminals who didn't enter prison or the hospitals. As for entering the morgue, there was no need to let DA Jennifer know about that for now. Dustin, this guy was about to be promoted to deputy chief. It was enough for him to focus on that. Now that DA Jennifer had something to do, Dustin could relax. Dustin couldn't act tough with this young, valiant wife. It seemed that Luke had to give his old boss supplementary life one, or the middle-aged man's body would be hollowed out sooner or later. It wasn't easy to be the husband of a she-Hulk. Thinking that, an image couldn't help but appear in the mind of a certain unscrupulous former subordinate, Jennifer, on top, suddenly roaring and turning green. Below, Dustin turning his head in despair, a sad tear falling from the corner of one eye. Luke couldn't help but smile ambiguously. Selena saw it and couldn't help but pull at his thick skin. Tell me, what disgusting thing are you thinking about this time? Luke collected his thoughts and said solemnly, I'm just considering a welcome gift for Jennifer. Selena was suspicious. Judging from your expression, what scam of a gift is it? Luke said helplessly, I'm just going to give Dustin 2 life ones. He's almost 50. Jennifer must be starving. He really needs it. Selena. Disgusting. In any case, I'm definitely not the disgusting one. After saying that, Luke didn't care anymore. He turned around and was about to slip away. He still had yet to test his new strength. Could how disgusting other people were be more fun than playing with muscle expansion? Obviously not. In the end, Director Selena jumped over and grabbed him. B-starred, you want to go back to the basement again to mess around? Tell me, what have you been working on for the past few days? Let me see. The latter half of her sentence revealed her true motive. It wasn't that she was against Luke being a shut-in techie, but that the equipment he made was very interesting. Apart from Luke, she was usually the first person to use them, and they were a lot of fun to play with. Luke thought for a moment, then went down to the basement with Director Selena clinging shamelessly to his back. Let's talk inside. A moment later, they were standing in the test room in the basement. Selena picked up a cream cake that was on the side with a fork. Alright, stop beating around the bush. Take out your new baby. Chuckling, Luke took off his t-shirt and tossed it aside, leaving him in a gray, skin-tight sleeveless nanosuit. Selena stuffed a big piece of cake into her mouth as her eyes were fixed on Luke's upper torso. It definitely wasn't because she was drooling over his chest. Luke had been working on the nanosuit for the past 2 years. Perhaps it was because there were new developments in this project, so he specially took off his t-shirt so that she could look at the details. Then, she heard a certain person raise his hands and shout, Sparta, give me strength. Selena. Sparta, don't lie to me, isn't that from a cartoon? But in the next moment, Luke's muscles suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, his figure went from being thin to being as buff as that of a Spartan warrior. Selena. WTF. Sparta wasn't important. What was important was the bulging muscles in front of her which made her feel suffocated. Luke almost always fought with armor on. The two of them usually didn't spar for real. After all, without the buff from the symbiosis with the dog head, there was a huge gap in their combat skills, and she couldn't fight him at all. So, Selena had never seen this super figure before. Bam! The cream cake fell with a splat on the table. Her eyes glowed as she reached out to touch Luke. This is awesome. Luke didn't stop her. Director Selena had always been a fan of muscles. Ever since she saw his smooth and perfect muscles, however, she had become immune to other lumps of flesh. Luke raised his arms and slowly exercised his limbs and body to carefully sense the effect of the muscle expansion ability. There was no rush to test for strength and agility. He could do that in the basement of the Research Institute, which was spacious and fully equipped. As a master of physical techniques, he had an extremely keen sense of his own body, and could easily detect problems in his control of subtle movements. After working his body for almost a minute, he turned around angrily. Are you done groping? I'm going to do some boxing. Selena drew back her hands reluctantly. How long does this ability last for? Luke said, don't think about it. I won't stay like this forever. Selena curled her lip and returned to the table. She picked up the cream cake again and smacked her lips. If you go out like this, a bunch of SL*TS will definitely come over to lick you. It's fine to stay like this at home. Luke raised his hands in preparation to use the Kunlun Kai refining technique. Dream on. I've always relied on my looks to make a living. I'll never peddle my muscles. Chapter 1985. The Good and Bad of New Abilities. New head of the new division. After messing around with Selena for a bit, Luke collected his thoughts and started cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique. By circulating his Kai, he could clearly sense the minute changes in his body. After cultivating for almost half an hour, Luke stopped and stood with his eyes closed for a moment before he heaved a long sigh. Selena had already finished her cake and was now drinking hot chocolate to quench her thirst. How do you feel? Luke nodded. The increase in explosive power is all right. Then, he shook his head. But it's hard to control it smoothly. Selena's eyes lit up. Then you have to transform and train more. Luke chuckled and didn't expose her true motive. He tried to cancel the muscle expansion ability with a thought. But his chest muscles, which were even more developed than Selena's, moved, and then, nothing happened. Luke was baffled. After a few more tries, he had to abandon the idea of immediately removing this transformation. That was because going back to normal too quickly would cause serious damage, so his body instinctively resisted this operation. That was why trying to cancel the transformation hadn't worked. Luke immediately understood. Daddy's system said that this ability could be activated automatically and that it wasn't permanent, but it didn't say that it could be cancelled automatically. Looking at the current situation, as long as he wasn't active, his swollen muscles would slowly return to normal in half an hour. This was a self-protection mechanism for the body, and wasn't a side effect. After hearing his explanation, Selena immediately chuckled and took out her phone. She aimed it at the muscular man in front of her and took 360-degree shots. As she took photos, she didn't forget to shout, "Come, do a twirl and give me a side profile of that face which you make a living with." Luke glared at her. She nodded quickly. "That's right, that's it. Keep it up, don't give me a gross expression." Luke rolled his eyes and ignored her. He walked to the side and had a look at the data that he had taken. It wasn't that he was afraid of Selena, he had just given her a lot of work, and he would have to pay for it sooner or later. As long as Director Selena didn't go on strike, he would endure it. In subsequent tests, Luke no longer used muscle expansion with his main body. That first time, he had only used it at the lowest level, and he had directly gotten bulkier, like a cheetah turning into a leopard. Anyone with normal eyesight would be able to see the difference. Although some people had always suspected that he might have a superpower, they generally speculated that it was related to shooting. If he suddenly had a physical ability, there would be even more people watching him. Luke didn't want that to happen. He should be an ordinary and weak detective. At most, he would rely on his marksmanship to make a living. There was no way he would do anything like demolish a house with his bare hands and flip over a car on the streets. After that, the Level 2 clone carried out a comprehensive examination on its own. This way, a certain female director didn't get a chance to lick ice cream. If she saw the full extent of muscle expansion, however, she probably wouldn't feel like she was licking ice cream, but more like eating raw pork. It was completely different from the beautiful muscle lines in Selena's heart. She liked art films, not thrillers. Thanks to the help of and coordination with Luke's other physical abilities, he didn't look as ugly as the mountain man. Strength was temporary. If he was photographed one time with an ugly appearance, it would be remembered forever. Wasn't Tony, who pursued a dashing appearance, also fearful of the photos that Knight had taken of him doing the split? It was because of this that the Tycoon's psychological advantage in front of Knight had dropped by at least 21.3%. Luke didn't want to give the Tycoon a chance to settle the score. If the guy could settle the score, he would get cocky, and when he got cocky, something would happen. Knight also needed the muscle expansion ability as his trump card. It could be integrated into his explosive, control, durable, and recovery abilities in his system of superpowers. It wouldn't be to the point of his muscles turning into armor, but his expanded muscles would enable him to handle the side effects of 10 times the explosive power. A punch with 10 times the power wouldn't break his bones. At most, some of his muscles would burst. Bone fractures had a bigger impact in a battle, and recovery was slower. Elementary self-healing and light of life could heal his muscles in seconds. Thinking that, Luke couldn't help but rub his chin and mutter to himself, there seems to be something wrong with my luck recently. Why am I leaning more and more toward becoming a meat shield? I was clearly an expert marksman before. That being said, he didn't dwell on it. He had always adhered to the safety first rule. As a super meat shield, he would definitely be the king who could live to the end. When it came down to it, in this cold and cruel society, whoever was left was king. Jennifer's switch in jobs had pretty much gone smoothly. Pretty much, because it took a month to settle things. Dustin was an old acquaintance, and Luke didn't want to use his abilities on him, so they just met in private. Jennifer was a tough and determined woman, but in the end, she couldn't resist her husband's pillow talk. In mid-November, she officially joined the PDD as the head of the Crime Investigation Division. This was a new department specially set up for Jennifer. More importantly, for Director Selena, it was a department for her to offload a lot of troublesome things. Criminal investigations carried out by the PDD had to be meticulous and accurate. This meticulousness didn't have to address all aspects, but it had to verify that a crime had indeed been committed and the real culprit behind it. After being a detective for so many years, Selena was no stranger to investigating cases, but she didn't have the patience to investigate a dozen at the same time. Jennifer, the new head, was different. She was a deputy district attorney at the New York DA office. If it wasn't for the complication of her turning green in the last 2 years, she might have become the chief prosecutor. The chief prosecutor's main task was similar to that of the head of the PDD's Crime Investigation Division, which was to direct others to look for and analyze leads and evidence. In terms of personality and capability, Jennifer was indeed suited for this job. In fact, she adapted to her new job faster than Luke expected. As for whether or not her behavior had anything to do with Dustin using Life 1, Luke didn't know. He just knew that during those few days, Dustin, who always got to HQ early, was late. Perhaps he could give the boss a PDD Medal of Honor and Valor in the future. Otherwise, Luke would be looking down too much on the boss's valiance during this time. Chapter 1986. Aftermath. Another drawing. Jennifer was sorted out, and there were no problems with Mindy. This old team member, who had just become an adult, started work a month earlier than Jennifer, the new head. Luke had V visit her father and talk to her, and Mindy joined up the next day. After all, she had grown up cutting down gangsters, and wasn't as obsessed with morality as Jennifer. Thus, she didn't have to be like Jennifer, who could only handle the clean part of things, and could participate in managing most of the PDD's affairs. In this way, Jennifer had a specialized portfolio, while Mindy helped Selena deal with the rest of the work. Selena's workload dropped to about half of what it had been before. With Mindy as an all-rounder assistant to fill in the gaps, she could finally heave a huge sigh of relief. Now that Director Selena had a new assistant, Luke was finally let go. He continued studying his new and old abilities in the lab. At that moment, the problems left in Werner's wake began to appear. The aftermath wasn't noisy, but it lasted for a long time. The Inhumans that had been sent to New Delhi and Mexico City had yet to be found. In the last few months, 1 or 2 awakened Inhumans would appear in New Delhi and Mexico City every few days. Luke had his level 2 clone search for more than a month, but it couldn't find them. It was very likely that the Inhumans who had been dispatched in the beginning were using their respective superpowers to conceal the activation of the Terrigen crystals. These 2 cities had a population of more than 20 million, and the bottom rungs of society were very chaotic. Trying to find a few superhumans who were laying low was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Werner was already locked up in Space 2, and couldn't control these awakened Inhumans. Without anyone to unite the Inhumans, the impact and control of their abilities was poor. It would be very hard for them to cause a huge incident. Most people would scare not just others but themselves silly when they awakened. Few would understand how serious this matter was from the beginning and keep it a secret. By the time they figured out what had happened to them, the Avengers, New Shield or the PDD had already arrived to detain them. The only thing that Luke wasn't satisfied with was that these Inhumans' abilities were too bizarre. Of the Inhumans they had caught in the last few months, only Carl's ability to assimilate could be partially learned. When Carl came in touch with a particular substance, his body could transform into a similar substance. The transformation wouldn't work if the substance exceeded the upper limit of the ability, but there was no limit to how long the transformation could last. With Luke's handicapped version, his muscles would only simulate similar properties of the substance for about an hour, but the transformation could be cancelled at any time. There were dozens of awakened Inhumans in Afterlife, and more than 100 of them had been created by Werner. Out of over 200 in total, only 12 abilities could be learned. Excluding those that were like low-grade versions of what Luke already had, and the ugly versions that he could learn but didn't dare to, there were only 6 real gains. The handicapped version of Yo-Yo was called Tenfold Explosion, muscle expansion was called Big Muscle Tyrant, and physical transformation was called Elementary Mimicry. Coupled with the stretchy ability he had obtained earlier on, which he called Taffy, these 4 were all physical type abilities. Mental interference and telekinetic control were mental types. In terms of composition, Luke's superpowers skewed toward these 2 types. He was severely lacking in elemental and long-range attacks, and could only rely on technology to make up for it. But Luke had never given up on his dream of becoming a top long-range fighter. Who said that a super meat shield couldn't have the heart of the strongest long-range fighter? It was May 2012, and Elena contacted Luke in the middle of the night. He thought that she wanted him to come over for coffee, but that wasn't the case. When he arrived at Elena's place in New Jersey, Luke saw that she had fallen asleep on the couch. She had gone out looking for inspiration for more than a month, and hadn't gotten over the jet lag yet. She was suddenly hit with inspiration, in the middle of the night, like a puppet. Controlled by a mysterious power, she got up and drew half a drawing before she even put her clothes on. She had just barely been able to call Luke, before she couldn't help but collapse on the couch. Luke used his telekinesis to bring the easel over to the couch. At the same time, he pulled out a blanket to cover the artist's curvy body. After he lay her down properly, he sat down and gently soothed her anxiety. Elena, who had been sleeping restlessly, felt the faint touch of a familiar hand. Her brow relaxed, and her slightly hurried breathing turned gentle. Luke, on the other hand, was already carefully examining the foresight drawing. Elena's foresight drawing couldn't foresee everything. For example, she hadn't felt anything when Werner appeared. But as long as she drew something, it meant that it wouldn't be a small matter. Luke had long wanted this ability, and didn't need to gamble for it. All he had to do was use Real Dream to fulfill Elena's wish for a perfect date, and her list of abilities was completely open to him. Foresight drawing could be partially learned, and the prerequisite was that he had to obtain a certain related mental ability, like Yukio Yoshida's Death Sense. After Luke learned Elena's ability, it became a mutation of Death Sense, which allowed him to sense certain targets that might pose a huge threat to him. There was no image or plot. At most, he developed a more pointed sense for danger. Previously, Werner had given Luke a clear sense of danger, which was why Luke had kept an eye on him and didn't stop until he caught Werner. However, foresight drawing was like Yo-Yo. Luke's knockoff version was a lot worse. So, Luke hurried over when he heard that Elena had a new drawing. The drawing this time was a little strange. It was just a picture of a very ordinary remote street in a big city, and there was only one person in it. Anyone who could appear in a foresight drawing was extraordinary, and this person was wearing a suit of armor that Luke had never seen before. The armor was mostly white, with black and red mixed into it. The armor was symmetrical and well made. The overall appearance was quite pleasing to the eye, but it probably wasn't very sturdy. From the outside, it looked a little like Stark's typical style. Luke narrowed his eyes when he saw the helmet. He was also very familiar with the helmet, which looked nothing like the Mark armors, but more like the Ant-Man helmet. However, the man was wearing the helmet, and his face couldn't be seen at all. Luke scanned the image into the database and immediately had Alfred look for matches starting with the people on Dr. Pym's side. In less than 3 seconds, Alfred gave him the results. The target was 63.2% similar to Scott Lang. The inaccuracies of a picture drawn by hand could account for a 28.6% difference. The target was most likely Scott Lang. Chapter 1987, Thick-Skinned Drive. Scott, the good guy. After hearing Alfred's reply, Luke thought for a moment before he gave another instruction. Have Eddie personally investigate Scott's current whereabouts. Simulate an image of this suit and send it to Dr. Pym under the Big Shot's name. Ask him if he has developed something similar. Of course, the Big Shot wasn't afraid of the old man turning hostile after asking such a blunt question. This was partly because the Big Shot had the Pym particle technology, and partly because of the water of life. In any case, drive. Pim's emotions had always been complicated when it came to the big shot. The old man definitely didn't have the confidence to turn hostile, or he wouldn't have tolerated Darren for years. Doctor, Pim replied quickly. The answer was no, but he asked about the origin of the suit. Luke brushed the old man off with a comment that he couldn't confirm the source of the information for the time being. As expected of someone who had been a special agent for many years, the old man's bad temper didn't affect his thick skin. He had clearly noticed something but wasn't willing to divulge what it was, yet he still wanted to ask about it. Of course, Luke wasn't an easy person to deal with either. He knew that the white suit was very likely related to the Ant-Man suit, but he didn't tell Drive Pim that they were no better or no worse than each other. However, Drive Pim's words were enough for Luke to view the white suit as a version of the Ant-Man suit. Whether it was an imitation by someone else or a beta version by Dr. Pym, that wasn't important. Given Alina's foresight drawing, Luke had to host this suspect, Scott Lang. If it really was Scott, there wouldn't be any trouble. After all, Scott had a very good impression of the Bat Squad because he was a guy with a strong sense of justice. In terms of his miserable circumstances, perhaps only Eddie could compare. Both of them had fought a capital group for justice, and lost their jobs and wives. Scott went to prison and lost visiting rights to see his daughter, but Eddie almost lost his life. To be honest, if Scott wasn't with Dr. Pym's daughter, Luke would have recruited him into the PDD or even the Justice League. He was a thief. Big deal. After Scott was released from prison, he wanted to get a decent job, but was fired for no reason several times. He had no choice but to steal from Dr. Pym, and was inexplicably roped in. In comparison, Mindy had been stealing dirty money from her father before she turned 10, but still led the Ursa Minor team under the Justice League. Ivan Vanko had also stolen materials back then, which was far more expensive than whatever Scott could steal. Now, Ivan was begging people to sell him credit points on the team channel every day. One of Scott's strengths was that he had integrity. His personality was also pretty good. He was quite, cute. To put it bluntly, this guy was the classic good guy, which was how he had wound up in such a miserable state. Apart from his righteous heart, this guy didn't have the eccentricities of a superhero. Fine, he was a chatterbox. However, Luke knew a lot of chatterboxes, from the Tycoon to Rhodes, to the Four Little Turtles and Deadpool. Scott didn't even make the top 5. Besides, Luke specialized in treating chatterboxes, so this quirk could be ignored. Eddie, who was weak for his girlfriend, had refused to move away from San Francisco. In wrapping things up for Scott, the big shot had needed to deliver things like a new ID and the Thousand Faces system to Scott. Director Selena simply used this opportunity for Eddie to come in contact with Scott. As a reporter who specialized in digging up the secrets of big corporations, Eddie was a chatterbox when he needed to be. The two chatterboxes got closer very quickly. If Dr. Pym hadn't been keeping a close eye on Scott, this successor, the two of them would have long become friends. So, it wasn't hard for Eddie to find out if Scott was still in San Francisco. He had just needed to give Scott his new ID and the Thousand Faces system, and send a message to the other party to decide on a meeting location, and the next night, Eddie saw Scott, who had come to collect the goods. Luke was on site investigating a location after Alfred had narrowed down possible targets. "Is this the place?" Alfred said. "Based on the details of the alley in the drawing, there is an 82.7% similarity. It's the most likely location, plus there are unresolvable differences in other similar locations." Luke hummed in response. He wasn't surprised. They were already very lucky to be able to come up with a possible location. Secondly, the scene in the foresight drawing was during the day, and it definitely wasn't at dawn or dusk. Thus, the time limit was between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening. Luke rented an empty apartment on the 3rd floor next to the alley and installed a surveillance camera so that he didn't have to squat on the fire escape opposite and eat car fumes on the street. All that was left to do was wait. In a week at most, this mysterious man in unknown armor would appear in the alley below. As it turned out, the timing of the foresight drawing was quite rushed. Elena drew it at 2 in the morning on the 2nd of May, and the mysterious man appeared in the alley at 3 in the afternoon on the 4th of May. Several passers-by looked in astonishment at the white figure. Then, they looked dazed for a moment before they walked away, as if nothing had happened. The mysterious man in white armor was stunned for a moment. Luke had no choice but to continue using Real Dream to distract the passers-by so that the man wouldn't be surrounded. A moment later, the man in white armor retreated. Luke, who was observing silently, exclaimed inwardly, because the white armor didn't fold or shrink down, but looked like it disappeared altogether. Even Tony's nanotechnology couldn't achieve this effect. Seeing the face of the mysterious man, Luke sent a message to Eddie. Find a way to get Scott to video call you. Just confirm that it's him. In San Francisco, Eddie was making dinner for his girlfriend. Buying food from a restaurant and arranging them on a plate could be considered a little like making, right? Hearing the cat's meow, that was the text notification he had set especially for Black Cat, Eddie immediately picked up his phone for a look. He was immediately depressed. I'm not gay. If I'm too enthusiastic, will Scott think I want to give him lube? Even so, he still found a great reason to call Scott. Hey, bro, what do you think about the dinner I made for my girlfriend? Scott was a little confused, but when he saw Eddie's enthusiastic face and the beautiful dishes, he was still amazed. Wow, this really looks like the signature dish of that Spanish seafood restaurant I went to a few days ago. Chapter 1988. Another Scott, another 2012. Eddie's face stiffened, but he then hung up after saying a few perfunctory words. He then sent Luke a reply. Boss, Scott is probably training at home. I'm sure it's him, otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized the signature restaurant dish I bought, he added inwardly. Luke replied to say that he got it, and told Eddie to remain on standby. Eddie shrugged, put down his phone, and continued to make, to arrange the food. He shouldn't stress that he had made it, in case Annie recognized it too. Luke had already gone downstairs. Entering the alley, he walked to the other person who had taken off his white suit, but was still standing there with a distraught expression. Another Scott Lang. At that moment, Scott was feeling devastated. Why was he always the one who ran into a problem? That didn't make sense. Last time, he had just been helping that ghost lady collect some quantum energy to fix her body. It had only felt like a few minutes later when he came out, only to find that his father-in-law, mother-in-law and wife-to-be had all turned to dust. Oh, his ex-wife and her husband had also turned to dust. If it wasn't for his daughter, he would have collapsed. But even then, what was so great about her growing up all of a sudden? DMN. He had said he would spend a happy childhood with his little princess, but she suddenly turned into a big princess. Scott could barely lift her anymore. But compared with Clint, whose entire family had turned to dust, Scott was undoubtedly lucky. The princess had grown up, but she was still his princess. Finally, Tony agreed to help Scott to perfect the theory of entering the quantum realm and returning to a certain point in the past. The magnate had spent money and effort to build a new quantum tunnel and new quantum suits. Everybody went to 3 different time points to borrow the infinity stones from that time period. Scott, Tony, Steve, Drive, Hulk, Drive, Banner, all chose New York in 2012. That was because at that time, the Tesseract Space Stone and Loki's Scepter Mind Stone were at Stark Tower, and the Time Stone Eye of Agamotto was at 177A Bleecker Street. Everybody felt that it would be far easier for Tony and Steve to obtain the 2 stones that had just been seized by Iron Man and Captain America in 2012. But what was going on now? This very normal-looking New York was abnormal. Also, where were Tony and the others? Why was he alone here? He wasn't AFC King expert in quantum science. Thinking that, Scott felt like he was about to collapse. What was even more troublesome was that because of his father-in-law's disappearance, there was no longer a source for the Pym particle. Each of them could only use the quantum realm twice during this operation, which was just enough for one round trip. Now that he was alone, should he brace himself and get the 3 stones before he returned, or should he go straight back? Hey, buddy, do you need help? A gentle and clear male voice rang out not far away. Scott raised his head and saw a smiling young man. He gaped. For a moment, he didn't know how to refuse this kind-hearted person. With a smile on his face, Luke pointed at Scott's helmet. Bro, your suit is quite cool. Are you a superhero? Do you know the Dark Knight and Black Cat? What? Stunned for a moment, Scott then admitted, yeah, I'm the superhero Ant-Man. Nice to meet you. Luke shook his hand. Ant-Man, sorry, I haven't read about you in the newspaper. I prefer the Dark Knight and Black Cat. Deathstroke isn't bad either. Iron Man is trash. Why would DC comic characters be in the news? Scott blinked blankly. Also, isn't Iron Man the Avengers, boss? Why are you saying he's trash? Even as he complained inwardly, he somehow calmed down. Luke pointed at a cafe not far away. I'm very interested in the daily lives of superheroes. How about we have a chat? Scott hesitated. He still hadn't figured out whether to look for the stones on his own or return to his universe in 2023. He had no time for a coffee with a stranger. Luke asked, "Is there an emergency? Do you need my help?" Scott had already calmed down, but at this question, he suddenly realized something. Wait, why was he in a hurry? How long he stayed here wouldn't affect his return to 2023, only 5 seconds would have passed then. Then why was he in such a hurry? He could have considered the pros and cons before making a decision. Steal the stones from Stark Tower on his own? What a joke. He could deal with Falcon on his own, but take on all the Avengers himself. Sorry, they would string him up and beat him up. Thinking that, he felt that it wasn't a bad idea to first understand the situation here from this kind-hearted young man in front of him. He didn't even know what year it was here. New York couldn't be this peaceful on the afternoon of the 4th of May 2012. They sat in a corner of the cafe and chatted. One was thoughtful, and the other was deliberate. The conversation quickly got back on track. As they chatted, Scott couldn't stop gaping. It has already been years since the Chitauri invasion. You have Batman here. He sacrificed himself during the Battle of New York by sending a nuclear missile into space. The Dark Knight is Batman's successor. Are you sure his name isn't Nightwing Robin? Black Cat has 3 claws on each hand. Isn't that Wolverine's thing? Deathstroke is actually called Big Dipper, not Wilson. The Bat Squad is the strongest, not the Avengers. They're especially close. With each piece of news Luke gave him, he even took out his phone to show Scott all sorts of headlines online. Scott was completely confused. What the hell? How did he end up in a world which had Batman? Thankfully, Luke told him very firmly that there was no Gotham City, much less Arkham. At the very least, Scott didn't have to worry about Superman falling from the sky and turning New York into ruins. But why did Batman debut in sunny Los Angeles at the very beginning? Bruce Wayne, who had grown up enjoying the Californian sun, wasn't Batman at all. Shouldn't he be flying around a cold and damp Gotham? Also, could a Dark Knight who didn't crawl through the sewers and send people to Arkham be considered Batman at all? Too many things were different in 2012 in this world, and Scott didn't know what to do. Even though his mind was in a mess, Scott still had a good impression of Luke. Whatever information the other party casually gave him was background information that he needed to immediately understand. This was much more convenient than flipping through the information himself. But it seemed that there was breaking news on Messenger and F2F hot topics here. Many people had detailed timelines for the superheroes and major events here, which could be accessed online with a smartphone. Scott would have found out sooner or later even if Luke hadn't said anything, but it was Luke who told him about the hot topics and breaking news. He would remember this favor. Gradually, it turned 8 o'clock. They still didn't leave. Luke simply ordered a delivery of Tesnac and chatted with Scott as they ate. In the end, Scott felt a little uncomfortable. Luke, why are you so enthusiastic toward me? Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. Maybe, because you look nice. Scott fidgeted uncomfortably. Bro, I have a girlfriend. She's hot. Luke had a complicated expression on his face. I have a few girlfriends too. They're also hot. Chapter 1989. A good chat. Scott heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Bro, I thought you had a thing for me. Hee. Luke was amused by Scott's dumb smile, but he wasn't angry. In the last few years, the internet had expanded, and information on various minority groups had gradually spread. There were a lot of people who came out publicly, in order to support this issue, and they gave many others the courage to express their true orientation. Both Luke and Selena had been hit on by the same gender quite a bit when they went out. Indeed, the situation would start out similar to what Luke had done today. His attitude was a little too enthusiastic. So, it wasn't strange for Scott to misunderstand. Relax, I just had the feeling that you have the temperament of a superhero. Otherwise, most people would think that you're cosplaying. Scott thought for a moment and was enlightened. No wonder the people in the alley looked at me like that. Luke was helpless. I was the one who cleaned up after you. Otherwise, if you hadn't shrunk down and run, a bunch of reporters would have surrounded you in half an hour. This was New York, the most enthusiastic and friendly city in the world for superheroes. Supervillains. Sorry, the Bat Squad would teach all supervillains who caused trouble here a lesson. Local internet celebrities in New York posted updates on the Bat Squad's achievements, how many bad guys died, how many were partially or fully crippled, and so on. Of course, the numbers definitely weren't accurate. Many bad guys didn't even get the chance to show their faces before they were taken down quietly. However, that meant that these records were of real cases that had been verified, and the chance of an error was very low. Even if a number of them might have been overlooked, according to these records, there had been up to 3,000 unlucky criminals in New York in 2011. It sounded like a lot, but on average, that was less than 10 people a day. If the number was distributed equally among the dozen members of the Bat Squad and Ursa Minor, each of them would get less than one criminal each day. New York City's criminal resources were drying up day by day, and everybody could only safeguard the nearby city of New Jersey. Parts of the states of New Jersey, New York and Rhode Island got the same treatment. As the saying went, people died for wealth. The price of illegal drugs in New York had increased countless times. Even if operations were just 1/10 of what they used to be, they still made a lot of money. The gangs who were unwilling to abandon New York, this super big market, simply scattered and hid in the surrounding areas to fight the Bat Squad. Luke knew very well that there was no end to criminals, so after controlling the amount, the daily cleanup was basically left to Mindy's Ursa Minor. At that moment, there was the sound of knocking not far away. Both of them turned around at the same time, only to see a figure cancel stealth mode to reveal a dark gray suit of armor. Luke didn't say anything. Scott was so scared that he clutched his chest and bent over. It wasn't surprising that he had such a strong reaction. It was just that Luke had mentioned a lot about how the Dark Knight had inherited Batman's style of doing things, breaking bones if not crippling criminals altogether. A good guy like Scott felt very uncomfortable when he heard that. Now that the Dark Knight was suddenly standing next to him, he was lucky that he wasn't scared out of his wits. Knight looked at Luke with his bluish-white eyes. "Sorry, I have something to discuss with him." Scott immediately got up. "Okay, I'll be on my way." He stepped to the side and was about to squeeze past Knight. In the end, he felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head and lowered his eyes to see a black palm pressing down on his shoulder. Knight's deep voice rang out. "We haven't talked yet." Scott was about to cry. He raised his hand to press the button on the side of his helmet. He felt that it was best not to interact too much with Knight, who looked very grim. DMN it. Could the person who inherited Batman's will be a normal person? He had to be a lunatic. Then, Scott felt that he couldn't move his hand. The black hand on his shoulder let go to easily grab his hand before he could press the button. Scott immediately tried with his other hand. He had used this move many times before. In the end, his hands were pressed together, as if he were begging for mercy. Luke stood up with a smile. "Knight, Scott is a nice guy. Don't tease him." Stumped for a moment, Scott suddenly thought of something and looked back and forth between them. "Are you on the same side?" Luke shook his head with a smile and patted his shoulder. "Batman and I happened to run into the same group of criminals before." Scott still felt like he had been tricked. But he didn't give up. "Wait, what if he's a bad guy in disguise? He's wearing a mask." Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted this buffoon's shoulder again and said, "Trust me, whoever dares pretend to be the Dark Knight in New York will definitely be sent to the ICU tomorrow." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Don't worry, Knight never attacks good people." With that, he nodded at the level 2 clone dressed as Knight, and left. Scott watched him leave in a daze, and suddenly felt that the cafe was quiet. There were no customers talking or waiters moving around. It was like a scene out of a horror flick. He recalled that he hadn't heard any noise in the shop since a moment ago. His face was a little pale. "Did you kill everyone here?" Knight chuckled and opened the storage slot at Scott's waist. After taking out the PIM particle, he let go of Scott's hands. "Don't worry, it's just a little sedative. They'll wake up after we're done talking." Scott pulled a long face. Can you give that back to me first? That's a souvenir from my girlfriend." Knight sat down and played with the tube that contained the red PIM particle. "Oh, really? This is very similar to Dr. Pym's product." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and another tube containing the red PIM particle appeared. The two PIM particles bounced around in his palm. The difference was that Scott's tube was half empty, while Knight had just taken out a full tube. Scott's eyes widened. This is impossible. How can Drive Pym hand over the PIM particle? Knight didn't think much of it. A product naturally has to be sold. Do you want it? Scott subconsciously nodded. Knight paused, then placed the 2 tubes of PIM particles on the table. Then, let's have a good chat. After that, they're yours. Scott's heart jumped. Wait, the reason he didn't dare go straight back was because he didn't have the PIM particle. If he could contact Dr. Pym through the Dark Knight, he might be able to obtain enough PIM particles. At that time, whether or not this time travel error affected the plan, everyone could still travel through the quantum realm again and again to collect the 6 stones. Chapter 1990. Just wait for the birth, everything will be alright. Scott's idea was the right one, because this was the mental suggestion Luke had given him. When they were chatting earlier, Scott had actually lost half an hour, and didn't even know it. Thus, he didn't know that he had exposed himself on the spot and confessed everything. Why had the level 2 clone come? Naturally, it was to preserve Luke's good image. Also, he was just a small private detective with some money and connections. He had no advantage in negotiating with Scott directly. On the contrary, after being given a hint, Scott definitely wouldn't be able to act tough in front of the Dark Knight. Knight was good at offering conditions that the other party couldn't refuse. Without such a domineering aura, how could he be a superhero boss? Scott thought that Luke wanted his body. What he didn't know was that Luke just wanted his equipment. The reason he had delayed until 8 o'clock was to ensure that Scott, this treasure chest, didn't run off before the site was clear. Less than 5 minutes into their conversation, Scott obediently got up and left with Knight. Knight had promised to give him a bunch of PIM particles, enough for the Avengers of 2023 to take at least 2 more round trips through the quantum realm. In exchange, Scott had to lend his quantum suit to them to study for a bit. To be more precise, it was the time-space GPS, and the quantum suit that came with it, which he had to lend to Knight to study for a period of time. Before this thing was created in 2023, the time travel, which Dr. Banner came up with, couldn't be controlled at all. Scott, the best test subject, pissed his pants on the spot. He had turned into a baby during the experiment, but fortunately, he turned back. The quantum realm wasn't something that ordinary superpowers could withstand, and Luke didn't want to test if his body could remain unchanged. There was also no need for his clone to do it. This experiment would consume a lot of PIM particles. Excluding what he would give Scott, he didn't have much on him. Also, the PIM particle created by Darren was quite different from what Drive Pym had created. Naturally, Luke wouldn't use such a risky product in an unknown situation. After doing the necessary tests, Luke went to look for Tony with the time-space GPS. It was impossible to hide anything from the Tycoon. This was something created by Tony Stark in 2023. In 2012, it only took a little study of the system to discover that the design and style was exactly the same as Tony's. Luke didn't dare lie about something related to the quantum realm. He simply omitted disclosing some of the major events that had happened over there. If the Tycoon was affected and his train of thought was derailed, the final quantum travel might go awry. According to 2023 Scott, Tony had been researching this GPS system, but to no avail. It wasn't until Scott came out of the quantum realm that Tony obtained the sole correct particle value. The chance of that happening was even lower than a person winning the lottery multiple times in a row. Scott was clearly a guy with astonishing luck. After messing around and failing for so long, Drive Pym still didn't understand the key to moving through the quantum realm. Scott, this newbie, was the one to discover a way to save the original Wasp Drive Pym's wife, and he then obtained the key particle value for traveling through the quantum realm. Scott didn't have much learning, but thanks to a bit of luck, he could be considered the first quantum expert. After hearing Luke's explanation, Tony's eyes widened. Are you saying that there's another world with another you and me? Luke shook his head subtly. You're still Iron Man, but I don't seem to have become Batman. In fact, he felt that at most, there was a Luke in that other world who had never transmigrated and been reborn. Tony was surprised. You didn't become Batman, then what are you doing? Luke said, before you became Iron Man, weren't you still a playboy who hung out with cover girls every day? Tony was speechless. That made sense, but why did he suddenly feel a little happy? An unknown Bruce and an ordinary Master Wayne. He felt that Luke was a little pitiful. The Tycoon immediately felt satisfied. Luke was too lazy to analyze the guy's mental fluctuations. That familiar feeling was 100% another daydream about beating up Knight. He was a child. He simply said, figure out the principle behind this GPS system as soon as possible. It would be best if you can replicate it. I want to follow Scott over there. Tony perked up. No problem. When the time comes, we'll stop. Luke raised his hand. It's me, not us. Tony's eyes widened. I'm the one who will be making this. Pepper's pregnant, Luke said darkly. Tony. sh*t, how could I have forgotten? Luke pressed on. A few days ago, someone said that he dreamed of a little princess called Morgan and wanted to be a good father and watch her grow up. Stop. Tony's face darkened. You can get lost now. Luke pretended not to hear him. When can you finish it? Give me a projected time. Tony gritted his teeth. A month at most. Luke nodded. That's not bad. Remember not to damage Scott's original suit. That's the only reference material we have. Do I need tech trash like you to tell me that? Tony waved his hand impatiently and was too lazy to answer. The truth was that Tony had indeed become much more cautious after hanging out with Luke for so long, especially when it came to his language. It only took him 2 weeks to replicate the GPS system created by the other Tony Stark. He even made a non-nanomite version of the white suit. It wasn't that he wanted to show off. Tony Stark in 2023 had already integrated the GPS system into the nanosuit. Furthermore, it was only the size of a watch. Tony really didn't have such mature and efficient nanotechnology. He didn't want to increase the chance of the suit malfunctioning, so he simply made one himself and completed the simulation. Luke got his suit and was about to leave after asking some questions. In the end, Tony stopped him. Wait, don't you have anything else to say? Looking at the expectant tycoon, Luke pondered for a moment before he said, just stay home and wait for the birth. Everything will be fine. Tony's face fell. UD*MN, don't run if you have the guts. When you come back, tell me exactly what I'm lacking right now. Luke slipped away without looking back. That was another universe, and it seemed to be a more authentic Marvel universe than his own. Who had the time to care about a 40-plus man who was about to become a middle-aged slave to his daughter? Chapter 1991. Bad Habits. Time to leave. After obtaining the GPS and the quantum suit, Luke wasn't in a hurry to set off. Things that were too easy to obtain wouldn't be treasured properly, not even the PIM particle. In any case, it didn't matter when Scott returned to 2023, it would only have been 5 seconds there. So, during this period of time, the Level 2 clone simply used the Night alias to take Scott around to inspect this world. Of course, important information wouldn't be divulged to him, but it was still possible to take him to spar with the Bat Squad and learn about the work of the Justice League, the Avengers, and New Shield in this world. When Scott first heard about the Justice League, he couldn't help but ask with a pale face, don't tell me you have a Daily Planet newspaper here. Is there a young reporter called Clark Kent? Luke naturally understood what he was afraid of. Let me investigate. 10 minutes later, he replied, there is no such newspaper agency, but there are 17 reporters who have this name, and only 5 of them are under 40. Their backgrounds are clean, and there are no signs that they have superpowers. Scott was relieved. As long as Superman Clark wasn't a reporter yet, those terrifying villains wouldn't appear on Earth for the time being. Besides, Knight had said that there was no one here who fit the criteria, so there might not necessarily be a Superman in this world. Wait, why did it feel like something wasn't right? Scott was a little distracted. He was rooted to the spot for a moment, before he suddenly looked at Knight in horror. How did you investigate so quickly and in so much detail? You were already investigating those people. He suddenly remembered that Batman in the comics had a nasty habit of coming up with plans to deal with every possible enemy. What was terrifying was that this list of possible enemies included all his teammates, including Superman. Then, was he on the list too? Scott shuddered and forced out an ugly smile. Knight, I'm a very good person. I've never done anything bad. Sensing his mental fluctuations, Luke couldn't help but admire Scott's imagination. Was he that sort of person? Fine, he was, a little. But I'm not crazy, Luke mumbled to himself. He could only use his ability to make Scott forget this matter. After all, it was too easy to arouse suspicion. More importantly, Luke was very tolerant of his friends and good people. He wouldn't think about them turning into bad guys every day. Scott had no idea how hard it was for Luke to train a teammate who could pass the system's evaluation. The real Batman would readily clean up his teammates, but Luke, this Batman cosplayer, wasn't willing to do so. Also, Scott's name in the panel of good and evil was a radiant green. How could Luke deal with him? If he was just using Scott, there was no need for him to go to all this trouble. He could just throw Scott into Real Dream and order Scott to take Luke with him. But this was too crude and had no finesse at all. More importantly, there were huge hidden dangers with this method, and Luke felt it was beneath him. Just like that, 2 months passed. After Independence Day, it was finally time to set off. Luke hadn't wasted the past 2 months. He had the big shot buy more PIM particles from Dr. Pym to ensure that he still had some left over after paying Scott. There was no need for other arrangements. The Level 2 clone would be going under the Night alias, while Luke himself and the Level 1 clone would still be here. So, Luke didn't support the Tycoon's idea about going over himself at all. Luke had the ability to recall his clone. He would be crazy to let Tony get involved. Sometimes, this Tycoon could easily trigger some big event. For example, he and Nick Fury had been researching the Tesseract, when Loki opened a portal from the other side. There was also Ultron, Killian and Dr. Maya, as well as Uncle Obadiah. Almost all of them were related to something Tony was working on, although he couldn't be blamed for most of it. It was Nick Fury who had insisted on keeping the Tesseract to research high-energy weapons, and it was Loki who had opened the passage. With Ultron, it was the Little Witch who had planted a suggestion in Tony's mind. Killian and Dr. Maya had their own motives, while Uncle Obadiah had wanted absolute control. Most of these were problems with other people, but Tony's inexplicable luck was still a little scary. If a man like Obadiah past his prime could still turn into Ironmonger, space and time collapsing in the quantum realm wasn't impossible. Luke could take responsibility for whatever mess he made, but with Tony around, things would definitely snowball. Apparently, half of the people in the world died in 2023. No matter how strong Luke and the Tycoon were, if they joined hands and created some curse, the entire world might die. Furthermore, every time there was a major incident, Luke would rack his brain for ways to protect more innocent people, and the consequences usually weren't that serious. In this regard, he was much luckier than the Tycoon. In the lab, Scott looked at his watch and asked Luke, "Are you ready?" Luke said, "Okay, let's get started." Scott adjusted the time on his GPS system, and Luke's GPS automatically connected and adjusted to the same time. This was a function to allow team members to advance and retreat together, which made things easier for Luke. This way, he wasn't using the GPS system created by Tony to travel independently to 2023, but was wired to the return node on Scott's original GPS system. This way, there wouldn't be any errors. The next moment, they instantly shrunk and disappeared from the lab. Outside the observation window, Selena and the dog head stared at the empty room and counted down in their hearts. 5, 4, 3, 2. On the other side, Luke felt like he had suddenly entered an indescribably complicated world. Then, he automatically followed Scott through all sorts of strange cracks. Everything was like light flying past. He saw a lot of things, but didn't understand what they meant at all. Luke, however, was very calm. Apart from the prodigy that was Scott, who else would be able to obtain huge benefits from entering the quantum realm on their first try? Luke was very self-aware. Some things seemed destined for certain people, or rather, God gave special existences exclusive cheats. For example, no matter how strong Scott was, he didn't have Luke's super detective system. As he lost track of time, Luke suddenly felt his vision go dark. At the same time, there was a flash of orange-yellow light. The next moment, he was standing on a big, round metal platform. Chapter 1992. One person less, one person more. At 4 points around the metal platform were curved metal frames with sharp tips. It was a little like a blooming chrysanthemum. Above his head were multiple layers of small, 5-sided mirrors, which all glowed with a silver metallic sight. Finally, he looked at the people on the metal platform in front of him. Wait. After the quantum suits were removed, one of them wasn't human, but a raccoon. There was also a bald blue-skinned female, android. Tony, Steve, Thor, Drive, Banner, Rhodes and Clint, Hawkeye, were all very familiar. At most, they looked a lot older. After the others removed the quantum suits, they looked at each other meaningfully. Tony was the first to ask, "How was it? Did you get all the stones?" Rhodes raised an orb with a smile. "We did." On the other side, the little raccoon took out what looked like a syringe from its waist. It contained a dark red semi-liquid substance. Luke wasn't sure what stone that was, but judging from the expression on the raccoon's face, it had definitely succeeded. Except for Tony, who was carrying an old leather suitcase, the others opened their hands to reveal the infinity stones, which glowed faintly. But Luke glanced at Clint out of the corner of his eye, because the guy slowly dropped to his knees. There was no joy on his face at all. Doctor. Banner soon realized that something was wrong. Clint, where's Natasha? Clint's tears flowed. He lowered his head and couldn't say anything. Seeing his reaction, everybody's expressions changed. Luke silently increased the effects of real dream and elementary concealment on himself. If he drew everyone's attention now, he would probably become a punching bag. Also, Drive, Banner and Natasha had a delicate relationship. Now that she was gone, what if the doctor suddenly wanted to punch something? He was still green at the moment, and didn't even need to transform. Half an hour later, the impact from losing a close teammate passed. They would remember her for years to come, but for now, they had no choice but to put this matter aside and discuss how to deal with Luke, this outsider. Before that, Luke was asked to take off his quantum suit and was invited to an isolation room. Nobody told him to take off the knight armor underneath, especially when he opened the helmet to reveal Bale's face. Those who had thought that the mixed DC universe Scott mentioned was nonsense fell silent. Without the mask, Friday easily scanned the face and confirmed that it had never been operated on. This absolutely original handsome face was basically the same as that of Mr. Wayne in the movies. Although this knight was wearing armor similar to Tony's and not the plastic shell like in the movies, the style was still the same. Everybody even felt that this was the type of armor Dark Knight should wear. After Luke was placed in isolation, the Avengers questioned Scott. Scott had no choice but to play the video recorded by the quantum suit to prove that he hadn't been placed under a spell. He could be hypnotized and manipulated, but the data from the quantum suit couldn't be made up. If the data was modified, Friday would be able to detect it in seconds. There was no way to hide it. So, everybody was shocked. Tony said, me, over there actually can't beat this guy. The two of you are very close, and are recognized as the best partners in the world. Scott looked embarrassed. He couldn't say that he had seen a lot of Iron CP pics online. Bashful, Iron Man snuggling shyly in Batman's arms had been an eye-searing sight. There was no way he would mention that. Steve said, their Battle of New York happened several years before ours did. The Bat Squad was the main force. Did they sustain a lot less damage? Scott nodded again. Also, Captain, you've already been awake for several years over there. Steve, here, he didn't wake up. Until just before the Battle of New York in 2012. The others had a lot of questions, but after getting the answers, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Why did this Bat Squad feel a little too strong? After the Battle of New York and Ultron, the two cities were basically safe, and there were very few casualties. The Bat Squad had always been in control, and didn't give the enemy a chance to turn things around. It was a good thing Scott had specifically stressed that there was no Superman, no Gotham, and no Arkham, or everybody would be even more horrified. After some discussion, they finally decided to let Luke out. However, that didn't mean sending him directly back to that weird DC version of 2012, nor was he allowed to wander around this world in 2023. He just became a temporary resident of the Avengers base. The reason for this was because of something Scott said. We don't have much experience with people from other universes, but Drive Strange definitely does. Everybody agreed. The most important thing now wasn't to deal with this Dark Knight who had appeared out of nowhere, but to use the stones they had obtained to save those who had been dead for 5 years. Everybody had lost family and friends. They had waited too long. Natasha had already sacrificed her life for this goal without hesitation. Everything else had to wait. Looking at Scott, who was putting the ankle monitor on him, Luke smiled. Scott, you said you wore this for several years, right? How did it feel? Scott smiled awkwardly. Bruce, this is just a formality. No one's hostile toward you. Luke didn't think much of it. Don't worry, Scott, you're a good guy. As he spoke, he looked up at Drive Banner, who was setting up the surveillance equipment for the ankle monitor behind Scott. Dr. Banner, do you have time to spar with me? Dr. Banner looked at him helplessly. I'm a good guy too. I've never thought of hurting innocent people. Luke shook his head. No, you're mistaken. I just want to know how strong Thanos is, and you've fought him head-on. Dr. Banner declined out of habit. Thor and Tony have fought Thanos before. They're much stronger than I am. You can ask them, Luke said, but you're easier to talk to. At most, you'll reject me tactfully. Dr. Banner. How can you say such a shameless thing so openly? In the end, he refused, and Luke didn't pester him. Now that Natasha was dead, it was already very good that Dr. Banner was still restrained and could talk to him. In any case, Luke was upfront about his intentions, and could find an opportunity to try in the future, so it wouldn't be too abrupt. After all, it wasn't easy for anyone to kill Drive Banner. Even if Luke made the first move, it wouldn't be misunderstood as an ambush. Tony, forget it. Luke's solid friendship with the tycoon in 2012 had been cultivated through time and battle together, while Tony here was a complete stranger. What was Tony's attitude toward strangers? He basically mocked and looked down on them. It was clear from the ring of flab around the guy's waist that he hadn't gotten out much, and he wasn't interested in talking to Luke at all. So, Drive Banner was the best choice. Chapter 1993. Principles, Revival, Petty. After the ankle monitor was in place, Scott took Luke out of the isolation room and to the base's common area. Scott raised his hand and gestured. This is Zone D, you can do whatever you want here. It's best that you don't go near Zones A, B and C over there, or, you know. He pointed at the ankle monitor. Luke didn't think much of it. Got it, you know that I'm a man of principles. Scott's smile froze, and he nodded with difficulty. Why don't you consider this a vacation? Luke patted his shoulder. Scott, you think too much sometimes. I'm a friend of the Avengers over there. Unfortunately, Scott still had a hard time smiling. After briefly explaining that Luke could look for Friday, the base AI, if he needed something, he quickly left. Boss, did you do that on purpose? Why are you talking about rules? He mumbled inwardly. The Dark Knight indeed followed the rules. When he debuted, he said that he would break the bones of criminals even if it was just a little finger, a bone had to be broken. How could a good guy like Scott be calm when he heard that? It was like ordinary tourists coming into close contact with lions in a safari park. Even if the trainers guaranteed that the lions wouldn't bite, and reports could prove it, tourists would always feel nervous when they touched them. Scott had read many people's comments about the Bat Squad online. Many hardcore fans acknowledged that the Dark Knight and Black Cat were petty. If anyone dared to speak ill of Knight and Black Cat, a bunch of people would say, just wait to die. You won't be able to keep the bones in your tongue. Even though everybody knew that Knight and Black Cat only targeted criminals and had never beaten up online trolls, these crazy fans didn't care. How could Scott forget that? After dealing with the unexpected problem of Luke for the time being, the Avengers focused on the Infinity Stones. If they wanted to revive the people who had turned to dust, it wasn't enough to just hold the 6 stones together, the Infinity Glove was necessary. To use a rough analogy, the stones were just the power source, while the Infinity Glove was the power line and electrical equipment. Tony had already thought about this situation repeatedly after they took back the stones. It wasn't a problem for him to design an Infinity Glove. At most, the side effects of using it would be a little worse, but that was still better than not doing anything. For Tony, designing was the most time-consuming part. After the design was confirmed, nanotechnology could easily take care of the rest. A week after the stones were brought back, they were finally embedded in the brand new Iron Man Infinity Glove. At that moment, a dispute finally broke out who would use the glove. Rhodes, Clint and Tony were directly ruled out. They would lose half their lives if they wore the glove, and would definitely die if they used it. For the Avengers, who had already lost Natasha, the outcome of losing another teammate was unacceptable. Thor volunteered to do it. In the end, nobody agreed, including his staunch little raccoon friend. Everybody knew that Thor was one of the ones, if not the one who was in the most pain. That was because bringing back those who had been turned to dust wouldn't include his parents, brother, friends or subjects. Those people had died before Thanos' snap, and a lot of them died in front of Thor, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, Drive Banner stepped forward and walked toward the glove. Stop fighting. You saw Thanos. These stones almost killed him. None of you can take it. Tony asked. Then how do you know you can? I don't. Doctor. Banner shook his head slightly and stood in front of the glove. But the stones release mostly gamma radiation. He stared at the glove. It's like, this is the meaning of my existence. Everybody had nothing to say. This was reality. Apart from Thor, the god of thunder who had gone flabby from doing nothing, this green Drive Banner was indeed the most suitable for doing the snap. After a long silence, Tony looked at Drive Banner, who picked up the glove, and finally said, "Are you ready?" "Doctor," Banner said, "let's do it." Tony nodded. "Remember, all the people that Thanos snapped away 5 years ago, you have to bring them back here, but don't change anything from the last 5 years." On the lawn next to the Avengers base, Luke unhurriedly brushed oil on the skewers on the grill in front of him. When he arrived, he realized that there was a slight problem with his inventory. Although he could still use the storage function, he couldn't take out any of the items inside. He couldn't touch the people and AI in space too. Thankfully, he still had about a third of his inventory left, which could be used here. He could also put in and take out the close-fitting nanosuit and the knight armor that he had been wearing when he came here. Luke, who was already used to boundless logistics, had no choice but to accept that he only had these 2 suits here. He didn't have his beloved trailblazers, mid-sized drones or remote-controlled androids. At the moment, he couldn't enter Zones A, B and C of the Avengers base, nor could he obtain raw materials to make his own equipment. As long as the Avengers weren't idiots, they wouldn't provide the Dark Knight, who had come from who knew where, with these dangerous items when they were trying to bring back the other half of the entire universe. Furthermore, the Avengers base was the safest place on Earth. What could Luke want with these things? Could he say that his phobia of insufficient firepower was acting up again? There were no enemies here. As a rational person, Luke had no complaints. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't like strangers messing around at a crucial moment. In fact, it was already pretty good that he could eat skewers leisurely in Zone D. Also, after Scott secretly stressed to the Avengers that Knight was a petty person, Tony sent over a full set of kitchenware and ingredients with one call, and had a temporary kitchen set up in Zone D. That way, Luke didn't have to trouble them with food anymore. During this time, only the blue-skinned female android called Nebula watched him from a distance a few times, but she quickly left. The woman's body was very strange. It was said that she was an alien who had been modified many times with alien technology. She still had mental fluctuations, but trying to interpret the thought waves of an alien whose brain was mostly made up of modified parts was tricky. Luke could only sense that she was wary and prying. But other people more or less felt the same, they just didn't pay as much attention to Luke. That wasn't something Luke needed to worry about. They were on the same side, while he was an outsider. It was normal for them to be wary. Luke hadn't been idle for the past few days. It was inconvenient to wear the knight armor all the time, but he could with the nanosuit. It was pretty fun to use the yellow lenses of his nanosuit to record, analyze and deduce the intelligence gathered in 2023. Chapter 1994. Foreseeing Danger, Descent of Thanos. A lot of things here were nothing more than daily necessities for the 2023 Avengers. Just like how developed nations wouldn't keep the existence of cars, planes and ships a secret from less developed countries, the Avengers wouldn't stop using them in front of Luke. For example, the yellow spaceship, the quantum tunnel for passing through the quantum realm, and the fully nano-enhanced Mark 85 armor that Tony occasionally flew out and returned in. Just the appearance and details of these things were worth studying. Luke might be busy brushing the meat, but his attention was mostly focused on the information projected by his lenses. Suddenly, he frowned and turned a skewer that was still a little short of heat. He had been under surveillance the whole time, and didn't want to reveal too much of his ability to sense things. So, he could only turn around while he was eating the skewer and look at a certain part of the base separated by a training room. There was a huge energy fluctuation there, which was even larger than when the Bifrost and the Tesseract were activated, and it was still increasing. Were they finally using the Infinity Stones? Luke was a little pleased. Once their friends and families were revived, the Avengers would definitely be in a better mood. By then, Luke's covert mental suggestions would be more effective, and the days of surveillance would be over. A moment later, the energy fluctuation suddenly climbed to an unimaginable level before it came to an abrupt stop. Luke knew that the Infinity Stones had probably been used. Suddenly, he frowned and looked away. There was another energy fluctuation, but it was very different from the Infinity Stones. This was the activation of a quantum tunnel. But who would activate a quantum tunnel during the revival operation? That didn't make sense at all. Luke's sense of danger suddenly started to act up, and it grew more and more urgent. This was an ability warning him that a huge danger was approaching. Luke quickly returned to his room. Given how petty the Dark Knight was, the Avengers didn't dare install surveillance cameras in his room. He took out the armor from his inventory and put it on. With a faint crack, the main parts of the armor quickly unfolded and locked on. The moment that was done, Luke raised his head and couldn't help but curse. FCK. Don't tell me Tony here also slept with the wrong person. That was because at that moment, there was an extremely strong sense of danger coming from the sky. Then, the Avengers' base exploded and instantly turned to rubble. Relying on his sense of danger, Luke moved quickly and finally hid in a large crater. Charge out through the surface. What a joke. Given how concentrated the firepower was, if he charged out on his own, he would definitely be turned to dust. Master Luke had dignity. How could he put himself forward to take a beating? Quietly laying low and keeping his head down as he accumulated strength and waited to counterattack later was his standard way of doing things. A moment ago, in the battle conference room at the Avengers' base, Drive, Banner snapped his fingers, and the Infinity Glove immediately fell from his arm. Clint subconsciously kicked it away. Because of Natasha's death, he didn't like the Infinity Stones at all. At that moment, Drive, Banner's entire right arm was smoking. It looked more like a cooked pork knuckle. Thor even smelled the familiar scent of roast meat, and couldn't help but swallow. Of course, it wasn't because he was hungry, but because the prince recalled how he said he would do the snap. Dr. Banner's one arm was as big as Thor's upper torso. If Thor did the snap, he would be half roasted. Tony stretched out his hand and sprayed quick freeze fluid over Drive Banner's right arm to temporarily freeze and protect it. Lying on the ground with a pained expression, Drive Banner immediately grabbed Steve and asked expectantly, "Did it work?" Steve wasn't someone who spoke without thinking, nor would he dare make any irresponsible remarks about this matter. He could only say, "I'm not sure. Don't move. We'll know soon." At that moment, the protective barrier around the base that had been activated during the revival operation opened once more. Looking at the sun outside, Scott walked to the window and smiled at the butterflies that suddenly flew past. "Guys, I think it worked." He saw a blue plasma beam shooting down from the sky. The first shot hit the wide lawn outside the building, and a violent shock wave surged toward him. In the past month, Luke had mocked Scott many times for being slow to react. At that moment, his actions proved that he could actually be very fast when he wanted to. The moment he saw the blue plasma beam, he reflexively closed his helmet and immediately activated the Ant-Man suit. His body shrunk and he hid in a corner. After all, in his spars with some members of the Bat Squad, if he hesitated for 0.01 seconds, he wouldn't have to hesitate anymore after that. As Luke said, reacting only to discover that it was a false alarm after was less costly than not reacting after being attacked. As Scott flew out with the rest of the debris, he couldn't help but praise Night in his heart. The Avengers in the room had been prepared to fight and deal with any unexpected situations before Drive Banner snapped his fingers. Although the attack was sudden, they didn't die on the spot, but were buried under the collapsed building. Outside the base, the blue-skinned female android, Nebula, was hundreds of meters away. She looked up at the huge spaceship above her and said excitedly, "Father, you're here." Just now, she had secretly opened a quantum tunnel to the Thanos army from the 2014 universe which Rhodes and Nebula had traveled to in searching for the Infinity Stones. A huge white light beam shot down from the spaceship, and several figures appeared. A huge figure taller than the Hulk walked out first. He was wearing light golden armor and holding a massive double-bladed sword. His skin was light purple. This purple giant was none other than the tyrant of the universe, Thanos. He looked around. "Is this the future? Well done, my daughter." Nebula took off the gold-colored plate on the lower half of her face and tossed it aside. "Thank you, Father." They suspected nothing. The glove with the Infinity Stones is inside the base. Thanos stabbed the giant sword into the ground, took off his helmet, and hung it on top of the sword. Because they are always full of themselves. A thin figure behind him raised his hand, and a huge rock flew over to land next to the purple giant. Thanos sat down. "Go, find the stones and bring them back to me." "Yes, Father," replied Nebula and the other 4 people in front of him. The 5 of them turned around and headed for the ruins of the base. Triangle-shaped ships landed behind them. The doors opened, and countless monsters with 2 legs and 4 arms swarmed out to charge at the ruins of the base. Chapter 1995. General vs. General. Night on the move with a rumble, the 4-armed monsters entered the ruins of the base and crawled through various gaps. Then, the noise grew louder. Suddenly, lightning fell from the sky and blasted a hole in the ruins. The ruins exploded, and a large number of four-armed monsters were sent flying by bluish-white lightning. Thor, who was surrounded by bluish-white lightning and whose eyes were blazing white, rushed out of the ruins. A hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right, he roared, "Ah!" Such an eye-catching appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. The four-armed monsters immediately turned around and charged forward like ants. Thor didn't care about these bug-like monsters. He swung his hammer and axe in a circle and sent the overly enthusiastic four-armed monsters flying. A huge figure rushed over and smashed into Thor with a shield in one hand and a giant claw in the other. It was Thanos' subordinate, Cultivation. Clang, clang, hammer and axe clashed with shield and claw, and Thor was immediately restrained. Nebula and the other three generals only glanced over. They had no intention of helping Cultivation. These few individuals weren't united, and were in fact very competitive. It wasn't like Cultivation was about to be killed by Thor, and he hadn't asked for help. They couldn't be bothered. Then, there was a commotion in another part of the ruins. Another bunch of four-armed monsters was sent flying. Then, a red streamlined suit of armor shot out and hovered in the air. Looking at the four of them, it immediately cursed. **T, it's you again, Squidward. It looks like I have to kill you again." On the other side, a thin figure also floated into the air and stared coldly at Tony. He wore a gray robe and had gray skin. He didn't have a nose, and only had blackish gray eyes and a mouth. This person was none other than one of Thanos' generals, Ebony Maw. The address, Squidward, was clearly directed at him. He had nothing to say to this foul-mouthed person. He simply raised his right hand and flicked. Swoosh. Tony, who was hovering in the air, smashed into the ruins like a cannonball. Before Ebony Maw could feel smug, a red-orange plasma beam shot out of the hole which Tony had made. Ebony Maw only had time to wave his hand to block, before he was also sent flying. Tony charged out, "Squidward, if that's all you got, you won't survive this episode." Despite his arrogant words, he had already deployed multiple auxiliary plasma launchers behind him. Together with his palm cannons, he blasted an even thicker red-orange plasma beam at Ebony Maw, sending him smashing into the ground. Nebula and the remaining Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight still didn't make a move. They were only responsible for blocking the Avengers to make it easier for the four-armed monsters to find the Infinity Glove. Apart from Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, who were husband and wife, nobody would be bothered to help each other. A moment ago, Scott stuck his head out of a pile of sand under the ruins of the base. The advantage of being small was that while other people were in danger everywhere, there were gaps everywhere for Scott. Luke's voice rang out on his comms. "Scott, are you all right?" Scott relaxed when he heard the voice. "I'm fine, Bruce, but what happened?" Luke said. "Nebula used a quantum tunnel to bring an alien battleship here. I think it belongs to Thanos, since he's sitting not far from the basin watching the show." Scott. WTF. He didn't understand why Nebula would do that, even though the woman herself had said that she was a strange person. But no matter how much she didn't like her looks, it shouldn't be to the point of killing all the Avengers for revenge, right? Luke said, "She might not be the Nebula you think she is." As a master of clones and king of aliases, Luke had never felt that nobody could be replaced. He already had a super disguise at the genetic level. Could replicating a modified android like Nebula be harder than a complete replication of a living being? When you eliminated all the impossible, whatever remained, however improbable, had to be the truth. Besides, Luke had been able to come here from 2012, so why couldn't another Nebula come from 2014? He had been thinking about this since the first day he arrived. Who could be sure that someone in another universe had to be a good person? It wasn't impossible for Tony to be a supervillain in another universe. Scott said, "How is that possible? She fought Thanos with us." Luke said, "When she and Rhodes went to 2014, the other Nebula was still an elite fighter under Thanos, right?" Scott immediately got it. DMN it. How did she get here? Luke didn't have time to analyze this matter for Scott. Wouldn't it be better to kill all the enemies and then analyze their bodies? He simply said, "Forget it for now. Contact the Avengers first and tell them that I'll help out. Also, have them send out a distress signal for whatever help they can get." If this was 2012, that was the first thing Luke would have done. But here, he could only contact Scott. Scott came back to his senses and immediately contacted the others. Luke, on the other hand, was already relying on his vibration ability to approach a particular location underground over 100 meters away. Rhodes was stuck somewhere with an anxious expression. His war machine had been damaged in the attack and had lost power. Thankfully, although he couldn't move, he was uninjured because of the armor. "Doctor," Banner roared not far away, "Rhodes, take Rocket and get out of here. I can't hold on for much longer." His right arm had turned into a roasted pork knuckle. At that moment, he was using his left hand and body to stop the building from falling on them. Rhodes was frantic. "The armor is damaged. I can't move and the communication system is down." "Doctor." Banner's green face darkened. "Is there anything good about your rotten armor?" Rhodes said bitterly, "It's waterproof." "What?" Stunned. "Drive." Banner followed Rhodes's gaze and saw water flood one end of the ruins. He couldn't help but curse. **T. If he had known, he would have persuaded Tony not to build the base next to a lake. Rocket, who had the least defense, finally woke up. He tried to move, but realized that he was stuck under a metal door. It, what's going on? Just as he said that, there was a rumble, and the debris in front of him was pushed to the side. A figure in dark gray armor walked out and looked into his eyes. "Little friend, it seems you need a little help." "Rocket, you're the little one. Your whole family is little. I'm already an adult." Luke chuckled inwardly and didn't take his words seriously. This little raccoon had a strange temper and an unforgiving mouth, and liked to mess around with big guns when he was bored. However, for someone like Luke who had 2 symbiotes and an octopus baby at home, Rocket's temper was still within expectations. Chapter 1996. Timely assistance. Luke stepped forward, lifted up the metal door easily, and picked up the irascible little raccoon. Although Rocket was heavily injured from the collision, he still said stubbornly, it, you black bat, hurry up and put me down, or I'll make you suffer, ooh." The cursing stopped, and he couldn't help but moan as a comfortable feeling wrapped around him. Luke's left hand glowed with a faint white light as he used Light of Life to heal the raccoon. Luke then fished Rhodes out of the rubble. "I'll take them out." "Doctor." "Banner, you can let go now." With that, he disappeared down the passage he had come from. Stunned for a few seconds, Drive. Banner finally felt the heavy weight on his shoulders. Starred. He raised his intact left arm and smashed the remains of the building he was holding up into pieces. Without support, the wreckage crashed down and buried him. But a few seconds later, Drive. Banner crashed out of the debris and resurfaced. The awkward predicament earlier was purely because of Rhodes and Rocket's presence. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect them, the Doctor's Hulk body would have been fine even if he was buried hundreds of meters down, let alone under this sort of rubble. Dr. Banner, who had escaped, was in a good mood. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Knight, who had helped him out. Although the other party didn't talk much and his attitude wasn't friendly, he was very efficient and didn't beat around the bush at all. Thinking that, he chased after Knight. The passage collapsed again. After a few slaps, it was open once more. Clint reached for the quiver on his back, and his expression changed. "Be careful, I'm out of arrows." As he spoke, he spun around so that a 4-armed monster brushed past him. He drew a longsword from over his right shoulder with his free right hand and slashed at the neck of the 4-armed monster as he let go of the longbow with his left hand. The 4-armed monster's head was sent flying, but its body crashed into Clint and sent him rolling over the ground. Swoosh, dwang, dwang, dwang. A red, blue and white round shield flew over and hit the back of a 4-armed monster that was lunging at Clint. It smashed apart the head of a 4-armed monster further ahead and bounced off the wall of the passage. Steve caught it, just in time to slash at the face of another 4-armed monster that was chasing him. Steve was breathing hard. "How are you?" Clint kicked away the 4-armed monster's body. "All good, my sword is just as fast." Steve said, "Do you need me to remind you to watch your language?" Clint half crouched on the ground. "You're never going to get over that, are you?" Although they were bantering, they were also taking the opportunity to rest. After the attack, Clint had been lucky not to be pinned under the rubble, but he was discovered by a group of 4-armed monsters and hunted down. As he fought, he retreated and bumped into Steve, who had just crawled out from under the rubble. Then, they were hunted down together. Even though Steve was a super warrior with a shield and Clint was a top long-range marksman, they couldn't stop the endless flow of 4-armed monsters. Working together, they killed more than 100 4-armed monsters in a few minutes, but were still forced to retreat. Clint was fine. He hadn't been injured earlier, and didn't consume much energy when shooting. He could still hold on for a while longer. Steve, on the other hand, had suffered minor internal injuries from the collapse, and it had taken a lot of energy for him to crawl out of the rubble. He didn't even have time to catch his breath as he fought his way here. Even if he were made of metal, he couldn't take it anymore. He had barely said a few words and caught his breath when, not far away, the sound of scuttling could be heard, along with the distinctive roars of the four-armed monsters. Steve took a deep breath and stood up with some difficulty. Let's head up. We can't let them exhaust us down here. It was too confined down here. The four-armed monsters could trample them to death, and they could only continue to retreat. If only Drive, Banner were here. The thought involuntarily popped into their heads. When it came to pushing through soldiers without suffering any wear and tear, Drive, Banner was the expert. These soldiers wouldn't be able to break through the doctor's defense. Even if they slammed into him, they wouldn't be able to stop him. The sound of scuttling rang out in the passage they had come from, and the four-armed monsters poured out, as expected. Clint slowly raised his sword, and Steve raised his shield, ready for another bitter round of battle. Boom! With a loud bang, dust exploded in the passage not far in front of them, and a huge hole appeared. A familiar voice rang out. "Wow, big guy, that's not how you should use your strength, right? What if you run out of strength later? I only have one pistol left. You better pray that Rhodes didn't point me in the wrong direction again. I don't want to go looking for his backup armor in the bathroom," said the black figure in the lead. Amidst the dust, 3 figures, 2 big and 1 small, walked out of the hole. Clint exclaimed, "Rocket, Rhodes, Knight." The 3 of them turned to look at him. Steve, however, shouted, "Enemy, on the right." He was about to throw his shield. The trio were between him and the four-armed monsters, who would pounce on them in 2 seconds at most. However, how could Luke, who was best at combat in confined quarters, be ambushed by the four-armed monsters? Whether it was thanks to vibration or sharp nose, the four-armed monsters stank like dung beetles and couldn't hide at all. "I'll take care of them. Rhodes, you go first," he said unhurriedly as he grabbed and threw them over. Rhodes and Rocket felt themselves lifted up before they smoothly landed next to Steve and Clint. 3 people and 1 raccoon looked at each other. Rhodes was the most impatient. He didn't even have a pistol on him, let alone armor. If he didn't find something soon, he wouldn't even be qualified to be a bystander in this battle. "What should we do?" Steve didn't say anything for a moment. He didn't put down the shield in his hand, and was prepared to throw it out to back Luke up at any moment. In the end, there was the sound of bones breaking and heavy punches, and the four-armed monsters dropped in front of Luke like extras in a movie. Unlike in the movies, however, none of the four-armed monsters stirred after they dropped. Apart from twitching a little from residual nerve reflexes, the four-armed monsters didn't move. Luke's moves hadn't been rushed as he attacked the four-armed monsters, it was almost like a dance. He took each and every four-armed monster down easily as he aimed for the neck and head, killing them instantly. Rocket, who played with high-powered artillery, didn't get it at all. As an ordinary fighter, Rhodes had a rough idea. Clint was a combat expert, and Steve was a master. With just one look, the 2 of them relaxed. No wonder this person dared to claim that he was Batman's successor. Just this master-level unarmed fight was convincing enough. Chapter 1997. Assemble an assistant. Steve was very sure that Knight was much better at unarmed combat than he was. At the very least, he couldn't kill each of the four-armed monsters with just 1 hit. He took a deep breath. "Clint, Rocket, take Rhodes to look for backup armor. Then, we'll meet back on the surface." He was still worried about Knight facing so many monsters on his own. This sort of combat consumed too much stamina. Dong dong dong. Muffled footsteps rang out. The hole which Luke had kicked open widened even more as Dr. Banner's huge green figure emerged. Stunned for a moment, everybody then exulted. There, Bulldozer, was finally here. Suddenly, a figure grew bigger and appeared not far away from Steve and the others. "Captain, that's great, I finally found you." Scott had followed the noise and snuck over. While he was feeling happy, Luke's voice rang out on the comms in his helmet. "This isn't a picnic. Thor and Tony are taking a beating up there. You better hurry." Scott's smile froze, and he quickly repeated what Luke said to his teammates. As for Luke, he had already cleared the way for them. He turned a corner in the passage and disappeared from sight. Only the rhythmic sound of cracking could be heard to let everyone know that he was still fighting. Everybody looked at each other. Steve didn't hesitate for long this time. "Banner, take them to the armory. I'll follow Knight and make sure he's all right." Since he had spoken, the others didn't object, and immediately split up. With Dr. Banner and Scott working together, they would be able to quickly dig out any gear from the ruins. After all, apart from the AI, Friday and its master, Tony, Drive, Banner was the most familiar with the equipment in the base. Sensing that his body had basically recovered, Steve felt even more confident. After all, he was a super soldier who had reached the peak of mankind. This short break had been enough for him to recover. Now, he had to check on Knight. He couldn't let a guest do all the dirty work. As the host, he should leave with him. Running around a corner, he saw the bodies of the four-armed monsters in front of him. He ran 20 meters down the passage and turned a corner, the bodies of the four-armed monsters littering the entire way. After running through a 10-meter passage littered with bodies, he finally entered a relatively large leftover space under the base. On the black helmet, a pair of bluish-white eyes looked at him as Knight said. Indifferently, "You're not with them." Steve's eyes widened slightly. In the space in front of him lay the bodies of hundreds of four-armed monsters. As he spoke, Luke dodged 2 four-armed monsters and swung a double-headed spear at their heads. In the end, the 2 four-armed monsters brushed past him and crashed to the ground as their heads were sent flying. As Luke asked the question, he suddenly looked up. "Forget it, let's go up together. Thor and Tony are surrounded. They won't be able to hold out for much longer." As he spoke, he folded the spear in his hand and put it back at his waist. He walked over to Steve and stretched out his hand. "I'll take you up to save time." Steve hesitated for a moment, but acquiesced. Luke grabbed his shoulder, and his hand glowed with a faint white light. "Relax, this is to treat your injuries." "Huh." Steve's voice was a little off. His numerous injuries felt itchy, but the pain quickly disappeared. He had never experienced such a superpower before. It was both uncomfortable yet not, and he was a little stunned. The moment the treatment started, Luke pulled Steve upward, and he punched hard with his right fist. Activating vibration, he continued punching with his right fist. With a rumble, the two of them burrowed their way out from dozens of meters underground until they reached a space close to the surface. The four-armed monsters here were sent flying, but more immediately charged forward to take their place. This space was as wide as the previous one. Luke decisively took out the multi-purpose collapsible rod from his waist and turned it into a double-headed spear. With an extra spear tip, he was 70% more efficient at killing these monsters. Although he had infinite stamina, he didn't mind killing these monsters more quickly. The dark gray double-headed spear drew black lines in the air as it slashed through the four-armed monsters like they were dead pigs. They didn't even have a chance to touch Luke's armor. The only thing they could touch was Luke's big feet. Every now and then, Luke would kick a certain unlucky four-armed monster with vibration, and it would turn into a monster cannonball that smashed a path through the incoming four-armed monsters. Relying on these four-armed monsters who had sacrificed themselves to pave the way, Luke charged out of the ruins with Steve. "Throw the shield." Steve threw the shield at Thor without hesitation. Thor was surrounded by Cull Oblivion, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. The situation was dire, and Proxima had even stabbed Thor in the back with her spear. Thor, who was tangled up with Cull and Corvus, found it hard to dodge. Swoosh! Proxima saw a fleeting red and white shadow out of the corner of her eye. It was Steve's shield. As someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time, she subconsciously felt that something wasn't right. She switched targets and aimed her spear at the shield. Just as the spear was about to make contact, the spinning shield flipped strangely, basically going from horizontal to almost vertical. The spear brushed past the edge of the shield, and the expected collision didn't happen at all. Seeing the spinning shield turn vertical like a saw blade, as if to cut her face, Proxima could only turn her head to the side, and just in time. With an ear-piercing screech, the shield slashed a hole in the armor on Proxima's shoulder, and she was sent flying. Seeing that his wife had been ambushed, Corvus couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. Sensing an opportunity, Thor flew forward and kicked Corvus in the thigh. He kicked off and, as the hammer immediately flew back to his empty left hand, he swung it at Cull's head. Cull subconsciously raised the shield in his right hand. Bang! He was also sent flying. As Thor gasped for breath, he saw Luke fly through the air as the shield swung back around on a metal cable. The shield cut through the four-armed monsters that were in his way. Steve used the double-headed spear which Luke had just thrown at him to send the monsters flying. He raised his hand and caught the shield which had cut the monsters down like they were logs. At that moment, he said, I'll give you back your spear. Luke, on the other hand, reached for the bad darts at his waist. Keep it, it can change shape. As he spoke, he spun in the air, and bad darts flew in all directions like hunting bats. The bad darts spun 100 meters around him and cut through all the four-armed monsters that entered this range, leaving behind broken limbs and bad-smelling fluid. Steve and Thor got some respite for a moment. Chapter 1998. Ruthless fists, crippled if not dead. On the other side, Tony was smashed into the ground by Ebony Maw once more. Tony shook his head and was about to get up and continue, when he heard Steve's voice over the comms. Glancing at Ebony Maw, who had retreated some distance, Tony still chose to meet up with Thor and Steve. His battle with Ebony Maw was truly awkward and annoying. Ebony Maw's telekinesis was formless and intangible, and impossible to guard against. He was also especially strong and had good defenses, and was very agile in the air. In just a few minutes, Tony had been sent flying many times. Similarly, Ebony Maw had a headache over Tony. The Mark 85 had immense strength, super defenses, and many functions. It could transform at any time, and was even faster than his telekinesis. Ebony Maw had sent Tony flying so many times, but hadn't really hurt him. Both of them couldn't kill each other, but also couldn't break away. Thus, when Tony's teammates appeared, Ebony Maw decisively took the opportunity to retreat. Instead of wasting his energy on this idiot, it was better to make trouble for someone else, like the guy with the shield. Ebony Maw glanced at Luke, who was floating in the air, and then at Steve. He wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he wouldn't immediately choose an opponent who clearly relied on his armor to stand on top. So, it was still the person with the shield who looked easier to bully. At the very least, this person had minor wounds on his body, and wouldn't be able to break through his defenses after a long while. Thor, forget it, that guy had thick skin and flesh, and the power of his hammer and axe could definitely break through his defenses. A brainless fool like Cultivation was the most suitable meat shield against someone like that. When they fought later, Ebony Maw would find an opportunity to constantly throw Cultivation over. This guy probably wouldn't notice. Thinking that, he flew toward Cultivation. For a moment, the two parties were at an impasse. Only the bad darts spun back and forth tirelessly, cutting down the four-armed monsters that weren't afraid of death. Tony flew over and was a little surprised to see the bad darts around him, but his tongue was as poisonous as ever. What era are we in? Isn't it a little inefficient to use boomerangs? Luke casually tossed out the two bad darts that had flown back to him with more strength. This is all I have on me. Tony was lost for words. Steve looked a little embarrassed. Luke had asked Scott to pass on a request for raw materials, but Tony had turned it down, and Steve and the others had tacitly agreed. It had been a reasonable choice, but now that Luke was helping them fight, it seemed that they had been petty. Fortunately, Luke was used to dealing with the Tycoon in 2012, and didn't think about it. Where are the reinforcements? You should have already revived those who died, right? Tony looked at Thanos, who was sitting in the distance, and his face was a little dark. His spaceship destroyed the comms in the base and interfered with the wireless signal. We can't contact the outside world for now. Luke sighed, then stall for time. Thor leaned over at that moment. He had been wary of the bad darts cutting him, but they had all flown around him when he moved. As long as he wasn't stupid enough to move too quickly and hit them, there was no chance of an accidental injury. Hearing Luke's words, he said unhappily, "No way. If we attack and kill Thanos, the problem will be solved." Luke looked at Thor's flab. "Then you might need to lose weight first." Thor, "Bullshit, I killed him once before, I can do it again." Luke wasn't interested in arguing about it. In reality, Thanos had only mobilized one goddaughter, Nebula, and the four generals, as well as countless soldiers, to tie them down. If he could use the equipment in his inventory, Luke was confident that he could clear out a portion of the battlefield in a short period of time and create an opportunity for everyone to kill Nebula and the four generals. Only then would they be qualified to fight Thanos. If he couldn't even defeat their lackeys, there was no point in talking nonsense. Well, given Thor's temper, saying these words showed that he still had a healthy mind, and it hadn't been completely drowned in beer and roast meat. They had only exchanged a few words, when Ebony Maw grew impatient and charged at them again. This time, Cultivation, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight attacked together. Just now, the three of them had gone up against Thor but hadn't been able to take him down, and had almost been injured. It was a little humiliating. Asgard was indeed powerful, but it was mainly because of that old man Odin that people were wary. Thor, whose belly was bigger than his reputation, wasn't strong enough to make them fear him. Trailing behind the other 3 generals, Ebony Maw raised one hand and pressed down. The agile and fierce bat darts froze and were pressed to the ground. The darts immediately disappeared, and the 4 generals lunged at the 4 of them. Luke sneered, "Leave this Squidward to me." He had been paying attention to this guy for a while. The other party could use telekinesis to fight, and the ability was stronger and more advanced than what Luke currently had, but his physical defenses weren't strong, and Tony had actually drawn blood. Luke felt that he needed to boost his abilities a little. Thanos' subordinates, they were nothing. Luke was determined to clash head-on with Thanos. Even if his clone was scrapped, he had to test this tyrant's strength. Thanos was still alive in 2012. As soon as Luke spoke, he lunged at Ebony Maw in the air, followed by Thor, Tony and Steve. When Ebony Maw saw Luke charge at him, he didn't have much of an expression on his face, but he cursed inwardly. This person could fly, which made it inconvenient to throw out Oblivion. It was nothing more than a passing thought. He waved his hand casually to send Luke flying like he had with Tony. Then, his face twitched. Luke's guess had been right. As he flew over, the armor on his arms retracted, and he pushed out abruptly with his palms. There was a dull bang as transparent air ripples spread out from his palms. Ebony Maw's invisible telekinesis suddenly vibrated. Although it still moved forward, the power was completely scattered and couldn't interfere with Luke's progress. Looking at the rapidly approaching black armor, Ebony Maw recalled his fear of being dominated by a certain red metal lump, and fled in Oblivion's direction without hesitation. At the same time, he crooked a finger. Oblivion, who had been charging at Thor, spun around like a top to charge at Luke. Regretfully, Luke gave up on chasing Ebony Maw. This guy was really slippery. But with his ruthless attack, the other party would at least be crippled if not killed. There was no way it wouldn't produce some sort of result. So, he sped up and thrust out with both fists. Attack. Bang. With a muffled thump like the bang of a drum, Luke exerted maximum vibration in his fists as he punched the spinning Oblivion in the ribs on both sides. Chapter 1999. Consecutive critical hits. Battle Royal. A visible shock wave spread out from Luke and Oblivion, blowing the 4 armed monsters away. This time, Oblivion wasn't sent flying. Most of the momentum from vibration, which had been deliberately controlled, was eliminated, and a destructive force pierced Oblivion's waist. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open as he stared at Luke, whose fists had hit him on both sides. There was disbelief on that ugly and hideous face. Why didn't Luke punch him in the chest? Steve's shield hadn't been able to break all the way through Proxima Midnight's armor earlier, while the brawny and tall Oblivion's breastplate was even thicker. Only an idiot would hit him where he had the toughest defense. Because the armor at his waist had to be flexible, not only was it thinner, it also had chinks. For other people, these chinks were just a small weakness that weren't easy to attack. But there were chinks, which meant that Luke's vibration could avoid the strongest defensive layer of the armor and hurt his body. Despite this surprise attack, Oblivion didn't completely abandon the offensive. Even though his body was shaking so hard that he couldn't use any strength, he still raised the shield in his hand and smashed it at Luke. Luke didn't dodge this time. He simply raised his leg and changed the angle of the shield attack. Oblivion felt the shield slide to the side, and the black guy next to him dodged the attack. Worst of all, Luke didn't stop punching him in the ribs. Luke never said that this was a one-punch attack. Now that he was in close range and had the upper hand, he naturally had to beat up the other party. Muffled thumps rang out like the long banging of drums. After the drum started playing, it soared to a crescendo and the beat didn't drop at all. Oblivion's body couldn't help but shudder, and he was getting closer and closer to completely losing control. Those terrifying fists never stopped punching him. Gritting his teeth, Oblivion launched 4 or 5 counterattacks with his claw and shield, but Luke deflected them with his legs. So much happened, but it had only been 2 seconds since they came into contact. After flying some distance away, Ebony Maw realized that he had screwed over his teammate, and his face fell. Oblivion was stupid, and Ebony Maw used him purely as a meat shield, but he didn't want to kill him. Sensing that something was wrong, he flew back in an arc and waved his hand. Strong telekinesis hit Oblivion and Luke, and they were both sent rolling over the ground, kicking up dust. The two finally separated. Ebony Maw flicked his hand, and Oblivion was pulled back. Luke neutralized the impact of his roll with a few kicks. He suddenly pushed off of the ground and charged at Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw's expression changed as he retreated and stretched out his hand. Swoosh! Just as he was about to use his telekinesis, a red, white and blue round shield flew at him from behind. Luke was hit by strong telekinesis once more and dropped to the ground. Just as Ebony Maw relaxed slightly, the shield reached him. Bang! Sensing danger at the last moment, he used his telekinesis to block the shield, but it brushed over his back regardless, and he couldn't help but drop slightly. Enraged, Ebony Maw raised his hand and sent the shield flying back at Steve, who had ambushed him. Silently, a bat dart turned into a blurry dark gray shadow that spun out rapidly through the dust on the ground. When it reached Ebony Maw's feet, it made a sharp turn between his legs. Ebony Maw's crotch instantly turned cold, as if a huge crisis was about to descend. He no longer cared about controlling the shield, and subconsciously used telekinesis to move to the side. Poochie! The bat dart pierced his right thigh and cut open more than a third of it. Ebony Maw screamed and staggered as he fled. Luke followed closely behind the bat dart, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. An orange plasma beam shot out and blocked his path. The cape on Luke's back unfurled and he swerved abruptly to dodge the attack. Nebula hadn't planned to take action at first, but she really couldn't watch Oblivion and Ebony Maw get beaten up by the Dark Knight. Now that she had opened fire, she realized that it wouldn't be easy to ambush the other party. Bang! A huge ball of blue light exploded from the other side, shaking the air. Luke, who had just dodged Nebula's sneak attack and didn't want to slow down, finally couldn't dodge. He was sent flying away from Ebony Maw. It was Proxima Midnight who had delivered this life-saving blow. Just as Steve caught the shield, Proxima aimed her spear at Luke and fired off a plasma blast to stop him. But in the face of an opponent like Steve, it was very easy to be unlucky if you got distracted. Steve caught the shield and threw it at Proxima's chest, sending her rolling 10 meters away. Seeing this, Corvus Glaive immediately started toward his wife, but Tony shot him in the back and Thor swung his hammer at Corvus's chest. He only had time to block his chest with his double-edged polearm, and barely blocked the Mjolnir hammer before he was sent rolling over the ground like his wife. For a moment, the four generals were at a complete disadvantage. Ebony Maw, who had retreated, flew into a rage out of humiliation. Lord Thanos was watching from behind. If the four generals suffered any losses here, they would definitely lose Thanos' trust. For Ebony Maw, who was loyal to Thanos, that was worse than death. A fierce light flashed in his small eyes. He finally raised his hands at the same time, and the four-armed monsters in front of him floated up. With a wave of his hands, hundreds of four-armed monsters charged at Luke and the others like cannonballs. Then, he waved his hands again and threw out more four-armed monsters. With a rumble, the four-armed monsters smashed into the rubble like dumplings, kicking up dust to cover Luke and the others. Even though the four-armed monsters were heavily injured, they still lunged at the scents that weren't their own. Suddenly, Ebony Maw's expression changed. With his super high mental strength, he sensed a few small dark gray shadows flying through the dust. The next moment, a large number of bad darts which Luke had recalled flew out in wide arcs on both sides of Ebony Maw, heavily injuring the four-armed monsters. Ebony Maw immediately understood. This was to reduce the number of four-armed monsters around him that he could throw. He could fly over, but throwing the monsters out from this distance at Luke and the others had more impact. If he were a few seconds slower, Thor, Tony and Luke could kill him. With a thought, Ebony Maw waved his hands. The three generals and Nebula, the only one who hadn't taken a beating, flew back and landed next to him. Chapter 2000. All forces move out. Where are the reinforcements? At that moment, Oblivion was bent over with his hands on his waist. He was still spitting blood. Clearly, he had been hit hard in the kidneys. Corvus Glaive's hands shook a little. Even though he had blocked the attack with his weapon, the front of his chest where Mjolnir had hit him was still charred black. His wife also pressed her hand to her chest and coughed. Coupled with Ebony Maw, who was also covered in dust and had torn clothes and a bleeding mouth, the four generals had clearly become a wounded team. Only Nebula, who had taken a few shots, was intact. On the other side, Luke backed away from them. Although he was covered in dust and dirt, his body was still intact. He clearly had the upper hand. The four generals, who had always never thought much of Earthlings, finally knew how powerful they were. If it were any other planet, they would usually be able to defeat the enemy in pairs. Even with the help of the four-armed monsters, the four generals actually suffered a huge loss against Luke and the others. For a moment, they all looked at Luke. It was this guy who had almost killed Cull Oblivion and Ebony Maw in a 1v2. Nebula turned her head, only to see Thanos toss a stone up and down. He had no intention of getting up. She turned around and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Dispatch the rest of the troops, Ebony Maw." Ebony Maw had also turned his head for a look, and he suppressed his frustration. "Very well, foot soldiers, air troops, move out." Their mission was to obtain the Infinity Stones, not to fight the Avengers one-on-one. As soon as Ebony Maw spoke, the other three generals immediately ordered their troops to attack. Ebony Maw was even better at currying favor with Thanos. Since he had given up on a one-on-one fight, the couple wouldn't insist on taking a beating either. Large spaceships left Thanos' warship that was hovering in the air and started to spread out in formation. These ships dropped to the ground, and foot soldiers with guns, as well as alien beasts 3 to 5 times the size of Cull Oblivion, poured out. Looking at the enemy, Luke opened his mask. "If your reinforcements don't get here, we're all dying here today." Thor didn't say anything and just looked at Tony and Steve. He had been drinking and playing around for the past few years, and didn't know anything about the Avengers. Only Tony and Steve knew how many and where the reinforcements were. Tony and Steve looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Who knew that going to other universes to get the Infinity Stones would cause Thanos to counterattack? Of course, the Dark Knight's arrival was also crazy. However, the Dark Knight had come alone, and his freedom was restricted. He could only rely on darts and a staff to fight. Thanos had brought an intergalactic warship and a complete army with him. Reinforcements. They wanted them, too. But it would still take time for reinforcements to arrive after they discovered the situation here. By then, the four of them would have long turned to dust. Seeing their expressions, Luke had nothing to say. He turned his head to look at Thanos, who was sitting hundreds of meters away. He slowly walked forward. Thanos had no shame, while the Avengers here were doomed. Luke didn't have to worry about anything else. He would go all out. Even if this clone died, he had to personally measure Thanos' strength, or this cross-world trip would be a waste. The other three looked at each other and followed him. Their inferior strength didn't affect their determination to fight to the end. They were already used to being outnumbered. Even if they died, they had to drag their opponent down with them. The enormous warship blocked most of the sun above the ruins of the base. A few rays of sunlight shone through the dust, creating golden pillars of light that fell on the four of them, as if foretelling the glory of heroes before the curtain fell. Suddenly, Tony and Steve paused. Steve even covered his ears so that he could hear the communication in his earpiece more clearly. "Hey, Captain, can you hear me? This is Sam, Captain. Do you copy? On your left." Luke was the first to turn around and look to his left. He wasn't on the Avengers communication channel, but he was very sensitive to space-type energy fluctuations. He noticed the activity behind him almost immediately. A spinning circle of orange sparks quickly turned into a portal big enough for several people to come through. A figure with wings on its back whooshed out and flew a beautiful arc in the air. It was none other than the Falcon, Sam. As he appeared, more circles of orange sparks lit up around the first portal, and they grew bigger and bigger. Dozens of portals 10 to dozens of meters wide connected together behind them, and troops poured out like a tide. The largest group was led by the King of Wakanda, the Black Panther, T'Challa. Luke paid more attention to the black vibranium armor that T'Challa was wearing. It was as thin as a skin-tight suit, but had higher defenses than Knight's armor. Furthermore, it could retract and be released freely, and could completely cover the body without leaving any gaps. It was very agile. The only drawback was that it didn't have many support functions, but it was perfect as an internal close-fitting suit. Taking a photo of the vibranium armor as a souvenir, Luke looked at another portal. That was because the person in the lead was a male sorcerer in a bright red cape whose hands glowed with orange runes. Seeing the orange runes that were exactly the same as what the Ancient One had used, and the distinctive robe that the sorcerer wore, Luke knew who this person was: Stephen Strange, the successor of the Ancient One and the new Sorcerer Supreme. After meeting the Ancient One, Luke paid a lot of attention to the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, the Ancient One was the only person so far who had ever seen through him. Luke had never underestimated the existence of mysterious magic. When Sorcerer Strange floated out of the portal, a thin figure in a red and blue bodysuit swung out on a spider thread. The helmet opened to reveal a face that Luke found even more familiar. Luke couldn't help but take a few more glances. Why hadn't little Peter's face changed even after he started attending high school? It was just that his body was a lot sturdier. Was this due to turning into Spider-Man? Little Peter in 2012 wasn't fat or thin, but he wasn't as lean and muscular as this. After that, a woman on a white flying horse led a group of Asgardian warriors in classical armor out a portal. Luke's main focus was the horse. Although it wasn't as cool as the old Ghost Rider's flaming skeleton horse, it was gorgeous and elegant. Then, a red-haired woman in a dark red leather coat fell from the sky, her palms glowing bright red. Sensing the suffocating energy fluctuations from the Scarlet Witch, Luke's lips twitched. He had to guide his own little witch when he went back. She absolutely couldn't be allowed to turn into a Scarlet Widow, with a face full of resentment. At the same time, a blue and silver suit landed next to Tony. Chapter 2001, Declaration and Explosion. The helmet opened to reveal Pepper's worried face. "Tony, how are you? Are you hurt?" It had only been 10 minutes since she received the notification from the Kamar-Taj sorcerers. When she got here and saw the enemy army, as well as the bodies of the 4-armed monsters on this side, she couldn't help but worry. Although Tony survived every battle, he was always on the verge of death. What if he seriously injured himself this time? Tony's slightly excited expression instantly turned a little unnatural. Previously, he had promised to be a stay-at-home dad and look after his daughter. In the end, he went to steal the stones a few days ago, and now, his wife had to lead an army to save him. It was too embarrassing. While the couple was being lovey-dovey, Luke observed Pepper's armor carefully. Without the gold and red which the tycoon had clung to for years, Pepper's blue and silver armor was much more pleasing to the eye. On a man, this nanosuit would lack sharpness. But on Pepper, who was tall and had long legs and a slender figure, the suit showed off her curves. It was hard not to look good. It wasn't like Luke had never seen Pepper before. She did have a curvy waist and long legs. But could the back of the suit compare with Steve's, America's ass, and the front with Selena's C+? Sorry, Luke had never seen that before. Fine, Luke was just purely wondering what Selena would look like in this nanosuit, but it was a 0.001 second thought. Tony's Mark 85 had already vividly demonstrated the advantages of the nanosuit. With his ordinary human body, he had been able to beat up Ebony Maw, and then Corvus Glaive and his wife, by relying on his ever-changing armor. Tony had experienced many battles in 2023, and his technology had advanced at a crazy rate. To cut a long story short, 10 seconds after the portals appeared, Earth's allied forces had assembled. The Kamar-Taj sorcerers were proficient and efficient at using portals. The teams on the other side of the portals moved forward in formation. The sorcerers only needed to pull the portals backward, and everybody would be teleported to the other side. It was a pity that he couldn't learn the powers of the Vishanti. Luke simply gave up on feeling envy. In any case, he had Clarice, the Inhuman who could open a portal. Although it wasn't as mighty as a direct teleportation portal from an alien planet, it wasn't hard to send troops all over the world. The 4 generals couldn't help but look back at Thanos. It wasn't that they were afraid. They just wanted to confirm that they could kill the allied forces of Earth later. Thanos threw away the stone in his hand. "You were unwilling to accept defeat, but what happens in the end? You still have to face me." He slowly stood up. "I thought that by destroying half of life, the other half would thrive in this universe. But you've shown me that's impossible." Taking a step forward, he mumbled, "As long as there are those who still remember the past, they will never be able to accept the future. They will definitely resist." Thanos picked up his helmet and looked indifferently at Luke and the others. "Now, I will turn this universe into atomic dust and create a brand new one." He gripped the hilt of the double-headed blade and lifted it up. "The lives here will no longer resent what was lost, but only be thankful for what was given. A universe that knows how to be grateful." Luke curled his lip and activated elementary sound wave. "You lunatic." He made sure that Thanos heard this provocation, and didn't deliberately suppress it. Tony and Steve couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Their throats bobbed, but they didn't say anything about this crude warning. They weren't familiar with Luke, and he had helped them a lot just now. The Dark Knight cursing Thanos was a little unconventional, but reality wasn't like a PG-13 blockbuster. Who said that Mr. Wayne couldn't curse? Luke didn't care about his temporary teammates looking down on his manners. In the face of a great enemy, nobody would bicker with him about cursing the enemy. On top of that, he was also drawing aggro. Of everyone present, Luke was definitely the least afraid of Thanos. Even if Thanos snapped his fingers after obtaining the Infinity Glove, Luke would dare charge forward and self-destruct without hesitation. It was just 1,000,000 credit points for the level 2 clone. Luke could afford it, thus giving Thanos a deep impression of him before the show and increasing the possibility that the other party would attack him when necessary was a very profitable choice. If he killed this guy himself, Luke would definitely get a lot of good stuff. Thanos didn't just know how to fight and kill. He was a true tyrant of the universe and an all-round genius with great strategic knowledge. His rise to power could be adapted for an online novel. For Luke, Thanos was a super big VIP royal gift bag. But pies didn't fall from the sky for free, much less a 3-star Michelin pizza supreme. He had to do his best to fight for this small chance to get a bigger piece. Hearing Luke's strange reply, Thanos was also surprised. Clearly, not only could this tyrant give an overbearing pre-battle speech in English, he could also understand this rude word. Even after the 4 generals were trounced, he hadn't said anything scathing. On this side, when Luke and the other 3 saw that they were surrounded, they didn't complain about how unfair it was either. Cursing Thanos as a lunatic at such a tense moment of battle was simply out of place. But in the end, Thanos was a tyrant of the universe. In the half of the population of each race that he killed, there were a lot of people who cursed him before they died, and there was no lack of Earthlings. Surprise flashed across his face as he slowly raised the giant blade with one hand and pointed it at the army of Earth in front of him. Attack! The army around him, which had been accumulating strength, took action and launched a full-scale attack on Earth's allied forces. The big worm-like battleships swayed like evil dragons in the air. Small and medium-sized flyers surrounded them to provide enough cover. The heavy tanks on the ground started to speed up, and the foot soldiers followed behind them. The first to attack were still the air forces on both sides. Numerous missiles and cannons began to fire at each other, and even more were intercepted as explosions filled the sky. Fight head-on with the ground troops. Sorry, that wouldn't happen. In fact, the ground troops on both sides were quite resistant to air attacks. There was no one common protective barrier. However, the large ground machines and the vibranium weapons of the Wakandans had their own shields. If the air units shifted firepower to attack the ground units, they might be destroyed by the enemy's air units first. Thus, the sky was filled with smoke and plasma cannon beams as both sides directed firepower at their counterparts. Chapter 2002, Picking up his old trade, king of snipe shots. Amidst the constant explosions in the air, the ground troops on both sides quickly advanced. Once the chaotic battle started, the air units on both sides were no longer able to bombard the ground with firepower. It was finally time to fight. The Avengers maintained formation and charged forward with their new allies. At that moment, there was a loud bang as a giant Scot broke out of the debris. Dr. Banner jumped out of the hole he had created. Rhodes flew out in a dark blue suit that was almost 3 meters tall. He held Clint in one hand and the small raccoon rocket in the other. Clint had a full quiver on his back and a bunch of throwing weapons at his waist. Holding a silver energy gun that was bigger than his own body with both hands, Rocket shouted excitedly, "Wahoo, hurry up, everyone has started fighting. I can't wait to shoot." Dropping his pace stealthily without anyone noticing, Luke's thoughts moved. He immediately activated elementary concealment and turned invisible as he quickly entered the passage Scott and the others had come out of. Based on his understanding of Tony, the armory at the base wouldn't just have one set of armor and one gun. The 4 who had caught up to the battle were in a hurry to back up their teammates, and didn't notice that someone had snuck into the armory. That was understandable. Thanos' army all had their own weapons. Nobody would crawl into the ruins to look for new weapons. Luke went in empty-handed, and came out with his hands full less than a minute later. At that moment, he was holding a huge silver energy gun in each hand, and had also stuffed a bunch of miscellaneous weapons and gear into his inventory. He had brought more than 10 of these silver energy guns and energy pistols with him. When it came to Luke's development, it had to be pointed out that he started with guns. Luke had wiped out the Carlos family and their lackeys at the very beginning with guns, providing ample experience, credit, abilities and money. It could be said that they were the perfect first kill. When he had been fighting alongside Tony, Steve and Thor earlier, he had had to preserve some of Knight's style, and he hadn't had a chance to let loose. Now that the chaotic battle had started, the leaders of the Avengers charged forward to boost morale. Most of the reinforcements from Earth were from 5 years ago. Nobody knew Luke, the Dark Knight from another world, it would be a waste to charge in with them. Hiding and shooting in the dark was the most efficient choice. In any case, nobody cared how their opponent died in a chaotic battle. Walking out of the ruins, Luke made slight adjustments to his armor. The dark gray color turned gray, and the pointed ears on the helmet retracted. The cape was put away, and the bad logo disappeared. The gear on Thanos' side was fairly standard, while the allied forces of Earth had a more eclectic mix of styles. If Luke hid these obvious signs, Earth's allied forces wouldn't regard him as an enemy. He took a deep breath, then smiled faintly. It's showtime. No matter how formidable his physical skills were, his love for guns was ingrained in him. When he was young, he said that he didn't like guns. That was because he had no talent then. A good feedback mechanism was always motivation for people to work hard. Daddy System was Luke's positive feedback mechanism. As long as he worked hard, he would immediately see results. Luke raised his guns and broke into a light and steady run. His combat boots also switched to hover mode, which was the most suitable for shooting, so that his body was like calm water on a chaotic battlefield. A silver gun that Rocket had to hold with both hands was no different from a pistol in Luke's hands. Since he wasn't familiar with the gun's performance, Luke chose to fire in burst mode. For the sake of this battle, the level 1 clone and Luke in 2012 had gone offline and entered hibernation mode. Exercising full control, the level 2 clone fired 4 shots in a second and then 8 shots in a second. It wasn't a problem for Luke to hit 8 targets in a row. 2 giant beasts in heavy armor charging toward the allied forces on Earth became live test targets. The plasma beams from the big guns hit their knees, necks, the eye guards and mouths. Injured knees couldn't hold up the enormous weight of the giant beasts. A giant beast immediately turned into a cripple, and a black hole appeared in its neck. It immediately dropped, twitching in pain. However, the plasma beam couldn't penetrate the eye patch, and it could still scream and live a little longer. The other beast was much luckier. When it opened its mouth and roared, Luke found an angle to shoot a plasma beam from below. White smoke immediately rose from under its helmet. Clearly, its brain had been cooked. After obtaining these test results, Luke immediately adjusted his plan and fired at the first beast's neck. A beast that had been hit by one blast might still be able to struggle, but after a second blast, most of its neck would be roasted. Even though their brains weren't dead yet, their bodies couldn't struggle anymore. At that moment, the superheroes were all on the front line, and the strongest of them clashed with the 4 generals and heavy firepower on Thanos' side. Troops like the 4-armed monsters, the giant beasts and the alien foot soldiers who entered the battlefield in bulk could be taken care of by the soldiers at the back. The soldiers' main role was largely to provide the front with firepower support. It was impossible for all of them to go forward and deal with the soldiers who broke through the front line. As soon as Luke started fighting dirty, the pressure on the allied soldiers in the rear gradually relaxed. Thanks to a certain person's marksmanship, plus Bullseye's elementary precision and 2 energy guns with an effective range of 1,500 meters, the soldiers from Thanos' army who jumped around the most at the back were the quickest to die. The necks of the giant beasts were charred black as they fell one after another, while the foot soldiers' lenses were directly broken. The 4-armed monsters, Luke couldn't be bothered to waste energy on these cannon fodder. He had taken a lot of guns from the Avengers' armory, but there were at least 10,000 to 20,000 4-armed monsters on the battlefield, and they were still pouring out of the landing ships. Before the Allied forces had arrived, Luke could only take action himself. Now that there were so many Allied forces, he would be an idiot to open fire on the cannon fodder. Firing off 4 to 6 sniper shots a second on average was very costly. He had to choose a high-value target. With every 2 shots he took, he had to save 3 to 5 Earth soldiers. Unless he obtained 30 to 50 experience and credit points, it wasn't worth the effort it took him to pull the trigger. Daddy System was still silent, but at Luke's request, it very considerately gave Luke experience and credit points for each kill instead of calculating them together later. It was basically a running tally of numbers, and Luke didn't pay much attention to it. Nevertheless, seeing the green experience and credit points scroll past felt great, and made him even more trigger happy. Just like that, Luke moved back and forth at the back of the battlefield like a ghost, never stopping. Basically none of Thanos' soldiers broke through into the area he covered. Chapter 2003, The Dark Knight's Plan. Awesome. To use a game map to illustrate the current situation on the battlefield, in 1/3 of the Earth's allied forces in the rear, the enemy red dots had been completely destroyed, leaving behind a large number of green dots. Also, the green dots were moving forward slowly but surely as they ate up the red dots. At this rate, the Allied forces would eventually gain the upper hand and slowly eat up Thanos' ground troops. Thanks to Luke, the king of snipe shots who never missed a shot, the attacks on the rear of the Allied forces were significantly reduced. The firepower support gradually suppressed Thanos' ground troops, and they weren't pushed back. A stable rear provided the Karmatage sorcerers a better environment to work in. Apart from the main force that had been dispatched at the very beginning, these sorcerers never stopped opening portals and bringing in reinforcements from all over the world. Apart from the ground troops, Wakandan fighter planes charged out of portals in the air. A few sorcerers even worked together to open a super portal and bring in 2 helicarriers. These 2 helicarriers had undergone a lot of modifications. They were much more advanced than the 3 versions 2.0 which Luke had destroyed. They were at least versions 4.0 or 5.0. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the Quinjets on the helicarriers took off, and missiles were fired non-stop. Earth's air forces, which had been unable to hold on for much longer, stabilized once more. In this situation, the Allied forces only had an advantage to some extent, and were still far from being victorious. On the battlefield, Tony, Steve and T'Challa sensed that things didn't look good. Thanos' warship was too big. Not only did it contain a lot of troops, they were all veterans of space wars and had mature and efficient ground and air coordination. In contrast, Earth's side was made up of rookies. Only Wakanda's air units slightly outperformed the other party by relying on vibranium technology. The Quinjets that had come with the helicarriers were being lost at an astonishing rate. Several of them were destroyed almost every minute. Luke had a clearer view from the back. According to Alfred's calculations, before the Allied ground forces completely defeated the enemy, the Allied air forces would be wiped out first. Without an aerial advantage, the Allied forces would suffer a coordinated attack from the enemy, and would be routed even faster than they could defeat Thanos' ground troops. Thinking quickly, Luke sent a message to Scott. "Put me through to Tony and Steve." Stumped for a moment, Scott quickly jumped behind a destroyed tank and asked in surprise, "Tony and the others didn't give you a communication channel?" Knight had fought the 4 generals with Tony and the others just now, which was ample proof of his position. How could they keep even the communication channel a secret from him? Luke said, "We've been too busy beating up people to talk about it. So, don't waste any more time." Lost for words, Scott immediately contacted Tony and mentioned it. Tony slapped his forehead. "DMN it, I forgot about Knight." As soon as he said that, he was sent flying dozens of meters by Cull Oblivion's shield. Lying among the wreckage, Tony opened a communication channel for Knight before he got up. He raised his leg and kicked a 4-armed monster who had been about to attack him. As he fired continuously, Luke's voice rang out in his ear. "Tony, Steve, I just did some calculations. If this continues, we'll be completely defeated in half an hour." Tony suddenly jumped up and raised his hand the same time as Pepper did, to send Cull Oblivion flying with one shot. The couple then blew up a small team of flyers. "What are you trying to say?" Steve asked almost at the same time. "What's your plan?" "The two of you really have the same mind," Luke mocked inwardly, but he immediately said, "If we kill all their senior commanders and blow up Thanos' warship, we'll win." Tony, "Steve, there was nothing wrong with this plan. But the problem now is that they're overwhelming us." Similar thoughts flashed through their minds. Luke said, "We can't beat them in a head-on battle. This is the only way. Or, do you have any other solutions?" Tony didn't say anything, but Steve agreed. "Okay, let's do that. Who should we start with?" The captain had survived World War II and knew that it was better to have a plan in an emergency than not. Besides, this was a close-range battle. If they couldn't win, unless either side wanted to take the other down with them. But when it came to perishing together, the nuclear weapons on Earth couldn't affect Thanos' warship at all. On the other hand, if Earth's allied forces wanted to win, they had to be careful not to draw the attention of Thanos' warship and get everyone killed. After all, the warship had the absolute advantage in technology. Luke said, "Kill Thanos first." Tony, "That's a great idea." Steve said, "Okay, Tony, call for. I'll get the others to help block the 4 generals." Luke said, "I'll wait for you at Thanos' position." Tony, "You've decided, or all of you crazy?" In just a few words, those among the Avengers who had earpieces got the notification. The people nearby called out to each other, and the superheroes started to assemble. Holding the giant blade, Thanos, who was watching the battle from a slope, shifted his gaze and smiled indifferently. You finally can't endure it anymore. Hey, as long as the Avengers weren't stupid, they would come looking for him sooner or later. He wouldn't hide from them, since he was Thanos. If Thanos wanted to hide, he didn't have to come down from the beginning. He could just sit on the warship and open fire. But he didn't want that. Thanos felt that he would only be at ease if he personally crushed this universe, which had already lost half of its life and still wanted to restore it. These guys who couldn't differentiate right from wrong would die in despair. For a moment, the situation at the front of the battlefield began to change. All the superheroes began to surround Thanos. Thanos' troops who were blocking their way, whether in the air or on the ground, were attacked from behind by the Allied army, opening up a path for the superheroes to advance quickly. Thor was the first to arrive. Lightning crackled around this beer-bellied god of thunder, and his eyes were as bright as lightning. He raised the small hammer in his hand, and it flew into the sky. Mjolnir smashed through everything in its path. Both flyers and soldiers on Thanos' side were shattered by this powerful attack. Thanos, give me your head, Thor roared as he flew through the air, shaking the eardrums of nearby enemy soldiers. Amidst the white lightning, Thor's Stormbreaker axe swung down at Thanos' head. Tony, however, cursed over the comms. DMN, the others aren't in position yet. As he spoke, he suddenly sped up and lunged forward. Apart from Strange, who was a little more vulnerable, Tony, who was wearing the Mark 85, was the fastest to arrive as backup. He had to support Thor. Otherwise, if Thor, this meat shield, was killed instantly, there would be a huge problem with their follow-up strike. Thanos looked at Thor and murmured, "It seems Asgard here has already perished during Ragnarok." Chapter 2004, Battle Royal. Taking the first kill. As soon as he said that, Thanos spun the double-headed blade in his hand and swung it. Bang! Stormbreaker was blocked by the giant blade, and Thor glared at Thanos with hatred. Thanos' purple face was indifferent. "Is that all you have? You're far inferior to Odin." As he spoke, he exerted strength in one hand and pushed the incoming battle axe aside, avoided Thor's Mjolnir hammer with the other hand, and kicked Thor away. The giant blade spun again, and the orange plasma beam which Tony had shot at him was dispelled. Tony flew over Thanos' head, but Thanos grabbed one of his legs, then slammed him to the ground and stomped on him. The impact was a little unbearable. Steve flung the shield at Thanos' left hand. Thanos raised his hand to block, and the shield ricocheted off of his arm brace. As Steve caught the shield, a spear tip popped out of Luke's collapsible staff and stabbed at Thanos' thigh. Thanos was quick to dodge, and at the same time, his leg swept out at Steve. Steve only had time to put his shield away before he was sent flying 10 meters. Seeing this, Strange, who had been waiting for an opportunity, sent out a dozen crimson light whips to wrap around one of Thanos' arms and prevent him from moving. Taking advantage of the small opening, Tony flipped over and got up on one knee. He raised the palm cannon and aimed it at Thanos' face. The double-headed blade slashed down almost at the same time. Shocked, Tony immediately put his hands together and formed a round and smooth shield. The blade and shield collided with a screech, and Tony and his two good friends were all sent flying at the same time. When Ebony Maw, who was nearby, saw his master being attacked, he decisively gave up on the little bug that was jumping around. Flying over, he waved his hands, and a large number of rocks and metal arrows shot at the back of Strange, who was entangled with Thanos. Before Strange could react, his floating cape had already pulled him away. At that moment, Strange and his cape were already telepathically connected. Almost the moment the cape started to move, he knew that there was impending danger. He decisively gave up on the light whips and retreated. The junk shot out at high speed didn't hit Strange, but they turned the dozen or so soldiers fighting 10 meters away into sieves. After forcing Strange back with one attack, Ebony Maw immediately focused on Steve and was about to wave his hand at him. Pa! A white and sticky web covered his face, interrupting his telekinesis. Then, the red and blue spider swung over on a web string stuck to a flyer and kicked Ebony Maw in the face. At the same time, he didn't forget to shoot out a web ball to send this troublesome guy out of the battle. On the side, Corvus Glaive's double-ended polearm suddenly swung at the spider's waist with enough force to cut him in half. Steve, who had just gotten up, threw out his shield again. It hit the middle of the polearm from the side and deflected it so that it stabbed a giant beast in the back. At that moment, Thor and Tony had already gotten up to fight Thanos again. Corvus Glaive, who had lost his weapon, was sent flying into a group of soldiers by 2 special arrows from Clint. Proxima Midnight immediately fired an energy blast at the guy who had hit her husband, before she was ambushed in the back by 2 shots from Rhodes and sent flying. Cull Oblivion roared and charged back in, but Wanda, whose eyes glowed red, flung him hundreds of meters away. For a moment, the battlefield was completely chaos. Nobody noticed an unremarkable gray figure following Cull Oblivion hundreds of meters away. When Cull Oblivion's huge body smashed into the ground, the gray figure snuck in soundlessly. Cull Oblivion, who had been punched in the kidneys by Luke, was injured by Wanda's attack. For a moment, he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. But Thanos was being attacked. He roared wildly and tried to move. In his agitation and immense pain, he didn't notice Luke at all. As he struggled to get up, a colorless and transparent spike of annihilation energy, as slender as a cicada's wing, pierced him in each black eye. The annihilation energy spikes pierced Cull Oblivion's eyes and instantly exploded into spiky balls, turning the brain inside into tofu. Cull Oblivion's body stiffened, and he fell back to the ground. Luke drew back his fingers and looked at the system notification telling him that the mission to kill Cull Oblivion had been completed. He chuckled inwardly. This was the first one. After killing the first enemy general, Luke disappeared in the dust, and Cull Oblivion's body was covered by a pile of garbage. For a moment, nobody knew that one of the 4 generals had silently disappeared. After he snuck away, Luke took out 2 more guns and opened fire. Even though the backup guns which Tony had given Rocket had a standard output of 1,000 energy blasts, they couldn't compare with Luke's efficiency of firing more than 200 shots a minute without wasting even a second. The battle against Thanos gradually grew more intense. Thanos' soldiers charged forward in a frenzy as they tried to block the Avengers, even with their bodies. This battle tactic was incomprehensible for most of the Avengers. Thor could clear the area with lightning, but he was part of the main force against Thanos, and couldn't spare much energy to deal with the soldiers who were acting as meat shields. At that moment, Wanda was the main force in clearing the area. Scarlet Chaos Energy sent a large number of soldiers flying. Luke's eyes lit up. Is Wanda here? Scott instantly replied, she just came from Wakanda. She doesn't have a communicator. Luke. Got it. Scott asked, do you want me to contact her? Luke said, no need. Be careful yourself. Just now, Scott had turned into a giant several times to blow up several big worm battleships and a dozen heavy tanks. If he wasn't careful, he might be unlucky. Luke sent a voice transmission to Wanda. I'm Knight, I need your cooperation. Wanda paused, and she couldn't help but look around. Who? The one who cursed at Thanos earlier. Luke paused for a moment. Just keep quiet and nod or shake your head. Wanda nodded in understanding. It was hard not to remember this person who had dared to curse at a tyrant like Thanos. However, she was more than 700 meters away from Luke, and Luke could only sense mental fluctuations about 500 meters away. He could only observe her expression as he spoke. Luke said, do you see that gray-faced Squidward with telekinesis? Work with me to kill him later. Wanda's eyes lit up, but she still looked a little hesitant. It was unclear whether it was because she didn't believe in Luke's identity or that he could kill Ebony Maw. Chapter 2005. The glove appears. The second one, however, Ebony Maw was indeed too troublesome. His telekinesis was flexible, and could use all the debris on the battlefield as a weapon. Tony and Thor couldn't break through his defenses, and he either flung people away or created obstacles to disrupt everyone attacking Thanos. If they could kill him, the pressure on the Avengers would be much less. Luke didn't beat around the bush and simply told Wanda his plan. Wanda nodded almost immediately. This plan was very simple and unlikely to contain any traps. She took advantage of this interlude to confirm that the voice in her ear indeed belonged to the person who had called Thanos a lunatic. For a super witch, she couldn't be mistaken, it was just that she hadn't remembered who Knight was. After confirming who Luke was, she immediately recalled how he had stood with Tony and the other 2 to face Thanos' army together. As they were talking, Luke suddenly heard Clint's urgent warning over the comms. A 4-armed monster has the Infinity Glove and is on the approach from the right. Almost everybody looked in that direction. Luke jumped lightly onto a flyer that had crashed. He looked around and soon found the 4-armed monster. After all, the 4-armed monsters were too eye-catching. Without any hesitation, he raised his guns and fired plasma beams. The 4-armed monster that was running immediately collapsed. After the four-armed monster carrying the Infinity Glove was blown up, the other four-armed monsters that lunged forward were also killed on the spot. The 6 stones embedded in the glove glowed where it lay on the ground, attracting everyone who was nearby. They absolutely couldn't let Thanos get close to this thing. As long as he got it, Thanos, that lunatic, wouldn't hesitate to snap his fingers again. What was even more troublesome was that Dr. Banner had already proven that most people would die if they wore the glove. They weren't even qualified to snap their fingers. It had to be pointed out that Dr. Banner in his Hulk form not only had the strongest physique among the Avengers, but also had extremely overpowered resilience, although he usually didn't need it. But after that snap, drive, Banner's right arm showed no signs of recovering, as if it was completely dead. And even if someone else wore that glove and snapped their fingers, what if their thoughts weren't right? Some people might subconsciously want to change the past, which would definitely lead to massive confusion. Thus, how to handle the Infinity Glove was a big problem. Luke fired wildly. After ensuring that no one had the glove, he immediately charged in that direction. The Avengers had concerns, but Luke didn't. Although the system didn't allow him to put the Infinity Stones in his inventory, it didn't warn that he couldn't use them. Even if the system gave him a belated warning after he obtained them, he would still have the upper hand. Besides, didn't drive Banner still have one arm? If he had to snap his fingers again in an emergency, he would have 2 vibranium arms at most in the future. In any case, Bucky had already proven that a vibranium arm was worthwhile. Luke had only run 100 meters, when another problem appeared. Ebony Maw, this annoying Squidward, appeared again. At a distance of 100 meters, he used his telekinesis to manipulate the gravel and soil, which turned into an Earth Dragon, to send the Infinity Glove to Thanos. Fortunately, Ebony Maw couldn't telekinetically move the Infinity Glove itself since it was brimming with the power of the stones. At this critical moment, the Wakandan King T'Challa suddenly charged out from the side and jumped onto the Earth Dragon to grab the glove. Ebony Maw was furious. He exerted strength with both hands, wanting to use the Earth Dragon to squeeze this troublemaker to death. Unfortunately for Ebony Maw, this sort of ordinary physical attack was the last thing that T'Challa's vibranium suit was afraid of. He couldn't immediately break free from the Earth Dragon, but it was impossible for him to be injured. At that moment, Luke had already run forward 400 meters. He glanced at Wanda, and saw that she was about to charge over. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Now, send Ebony Maw flying to your 5 o'clock. Stumped for a moment, Wanda immediately sped up and stretched out her hands toward Ebony Maw. Focused on the Infinity Glove and T'Challa, Ebony Maw was caught off guard. He was enveloped in a huge ball of red chaos energy and sent flying at an angle. Alarmed, he immediately used telekinesis to stabilize himself, but he realized with a shock that his telekinesis was useless against the chaos energy which he was wrapped up in. At the same time, Luke took out a black grenade from his inventory and threw it at Ebony Maw. The grenade glowed red and cut a hazy red line in the air. Wanda threw Ebony Maw at the red grenade. Calculating in his heart, Luke suddenly said, "Release." Wanda subconsciously released the chaos energy that was suppressing Ebony Maw. In the air, Ebony Maw felt his vision go dark. The expanse of scarlet energy disappeared, and only a faint red light remained. Before he could react, that hazy red light almost exploded in his face. The shock wave from the explosion receded as quickly as it had surged out, creating a distortion in the air which quickly expanded. The fine dust and debris around Ebony Maw rose and were sucked into the expanding distortion. Ebony Maw was surprised at first, then despaired. He let out a short scream. No, he plunged into the distortion, which quickly shrunk into a white dot of light that flickered and then disappeared. System: kill Ebony Maw. Mission accomplished. That was the second one. Luke made a second note in his heart as he slipped back into the battle. Picking up the vibranium spear of a fallen Wakanda warrior, he killed 2 four-armed monsters who attacked him. The spear felt much sharper than his collapsible staff. Thinking quickly, he picked up vibranium weapons as he advanced and hurled them, killing many giant beasts nearby. On the other side, after Wanda pulled Ebony Maw away, 4-armed monsters swarmed over T'Challa before he could run. He had just used an energy blast from the suit to send a bunch of them flying, but before he could jump up, more 4-armed monsters fell on him like dumplings. WTF, T'Challa cursed helplessly before he was swarmed again. The little spider swung over in time and grabbed the Infinity Glove with one hand. He didn't forget to shout over the comms, "Mr. Stark, I've got the glove. I'm headed to the back. Where should I take it?" Tony, who was trying his best to hold Thanos back, roared, "The further, the better." The little spider quickly replied, "No prob." Chapter 2006, Battle for the Glove. Several of Thanos' small-scale flyers flew over and fired at the spider in the air. Swinging through the air, he turned and rolled to evade the attacks. However, a plasma beam cut through the web that he had used to stick the glove to his body. Peter, who was still dodging plasma beams, had no time to care about anything else as he swung in the opposite direction. He could only turn around and watch helplessly as he reported over the comms, "CR*P, I lost it. I lost the glove. It's at Clint, you're 3 o'clock, 50 meters away." To conserve his strength, Clint had already put away his bow, and was killing the 4-armed monsters that were approaching him with the 2 energy pistols he had taken out of the armory. Hearing Peter, he ran toward the glove. The name, Hawkeye, wasn't just for show, he could still swiftly find his target even as he ran. Looking at the infinity glove in the rubble, he said, "I see it. I'm almost there." As he ran, he shot left and right, opening a bloody path to the glove 5 meters away. Just as he bent down to grab the glove, he suddenly felt a faint sense of danger. He subconsciously stopped, and instead of moving forward, he rolled backward. As soon as he did that, there was a bang, and an energy blast struck where the glove was, causing him to roll back several times. Clint rolled around and hid in the remains of a tank. He couldn't help but curse. "Sh*T, this alien lady is so petty." The alien lady was Proxima. The person who hit her husband wanted to grab the infinity glove. She definitely had to blow him up. Unfortunately, Clint's intuition for danger saved his life again. Corvus and Proxima then led a small portion of Thanos' army, which was gradually gaining the upper hand in the air, toward the area where the glove was. A series of plasma beams swept through the battlefield near the glove to clean up the Earth army within range, and the Avengers who had rushed over were forced to stop for the time being. Clint could only retreat before he was blown up. Thanos, on the other hand, pushed forward with a bunch of soldiers. Thanos wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he wouldn't let the Avengers attack him, nor would he be stupid enough to refuse his subordinates' help. Just now, he had seen Ebony Maw being sucked into a black hole, and the thick-skinned Cull Oblivion had stopped moving. As a battle veteran, he sensed danger. A head-on battle wasn't desirable in a space war, but it was a very efficient strategy in tearing out roots. Thanos himself had killed powerful leaders of other races many times, destroying the other side's courage to resist. If he succeeded, it was very common for the enemy's combat ability to drop by 30 to 50%. The difference depended on the leader's status. Thanos, for example, knew very well that if he was taken down, the 4 surviving generals would most likely retreat and go back to divide up his territories and power. Avenge him? Don't even think about it. The 4 generals only respected his strength, they wouldn't pledge loyalty to a corpse at all. He didn't think that these Earthlings could kill him, but he wasn't going to wait around for them to besiege him. For a while, Thanos, Tony and Steve fought in the center, while Corvus and Proxima led an unending number of troops to stop the other Avengers. Earth's allied forces on the periphery besieged Thanos' army. Thanos' air units, which clearly had the upper hand, started to increase their firepower. In a 1-kilometer range around the Infinity Glove, flyers fired and were destroyed constantly, and tanks were blown up. Soldiers on both sides roared and fought, or screamed and died. The battle heated up. Thanos grabbed Tony and threw him into a shower of plasma cannons. Before Tony could react, he was struck by 4 or 5 plasma cannons. The intense energy and impact made his vision go dark, and he passed out. Thanos sent Thor's Stormbreaker axe flying with a slash of his blade. He grabbed Thor's other hand, which was swinging the hammer, and then slammed him hard into the ground. After 3 consecutive kicks, Thor's vision turned dark, just like Tony's. His consciousness went blank as he was stunned by Thanos' attacks. Steve lunged forward decisively and raised his shield to block a stomp from Thanos. Thanos was furious. With a hideous expression on his purple face, he raised his double-headed blade and was about to shatter Steve and his shield. Suddenly, a silver shadow shot out from behind the shield and smashed into his chest. Since the beginning of the fight, Thanos had remained steady on his feet and didn't even stagger. At that moment, his huge body was sent flying several meters before he fell to the ground. Puzzled, He immediately got up. Not far away, Steve put down his shield and stood up, his handsome face covered in sweat and dust as he looked at Thanos. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. It didn't go out, nor did it show any signs of weakening. Steve had already thrown away the collapsible staff. At that moment, he opened his right hand and held it out in front of him. There was a low hum, and a streak of silver light suddenly flew back to Steve. He grabbed it. This was Mjolnir. Thanos was stumped. How could an Earthling hold Thor's exclusive weapon? But the fact remained. When Steve raised his shield to block just now, he had grabbed Thor's Mjolnir hammer with his right hand, and then sent Thanos flying with a violent throw, before calling it back. This was an operation that used to be exclusive to Thor, but now there was Steve. Holy sh*t. What was going on? Luke, who had been sneaking over, was also shocked. Mjolnir was so arrogant that nobody except Thor could make it move. But there were two exceptions. One was Vision, who could pick up the Mjolnir hammer at will. However, Vision couldn't be considered human to begin with. Also, he had absorbed part of the power of the Mjolnir hammer when he was born, and could be treated as a system bug. The other was Steve. There had been a gathering of heroes in 2012, and they had all played with Mjolnir together. Steve had really made it move, and Thor had been so frightened that the smile on his face disappeared. However, Steve pulled hard several times after that, but there was no reaction, and Thor's smile returned. Luke hadn't paid much attention to it back then. Given the captain's character, it was impossible for him to covet Thor's exclusive weapon. Even if he could pick it up, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would be just one more joke to tell in the future. As Luke's thoughts raced, Steve recalled Mjolnir and spun it like a pinwheel at Thanos, who had just gotten up. Chapter 2007. Fighting the tyrant. Thanos was only astonished for a moment before he regained his senses. Thor, who wielded a hammer and an axe, had been beaten to a pulp. An Earthling with the Mjolnir hammer wasn't a big deal. In the face of Steve's attack, he didn't retreat at all. Thanos charged forward and slashed. The spinning Mjolnir hammer, however, was one step ahead of him, and it smashed into his chest. Bang! Thanos barely raised his blade, when he was sent flying 10 meters before he crashed to the ground. Shock and anger flashed across his purple face as he got up. Steve's shield was thrown at him again, but he blocked it with his giant blade. Mjolnir, on the other hand, flew out and ricocheted off of the shield with even more force to hit Thanos in the back. Thanos almost fell to the ground, and the giant blade in his hand was knocked to the ground by the hammer. As Steve charged forward, he raised his hands, and the hammer and shield flew back to him. He aimed at Thanos, who was now empty-handed. There was a series of thuds as the hammer and shield hit Thanos again and again. The tyrant's burly body swayed back and forth from the impact, and he took a few steps back. Relying on the shield and Mjolnir, Steve caught Thanos off guard and didn't give him a chance to fight back. Steve, who was riding the momentum, sensed something. He swung the hammer again from below, and it glowed with white lightning as he pointed it at Thanos a few meters away. A white bolt of lightning shot out of the hammer and hit Thanos in the chest, knocking him down again. The white lightning didn't stop, making Thanos' body numb and painful. For a moment, he couldn't get up. Jubilant, Steve raised his hammer. With a thought, a streak of white lightning fell from the sky and hit the hammer. Steve swung the hammer down, and the lightning instantly struck Thanos, who was lying on the ground. It fell with a loud bang and shocked him until he groaned. Kill him while he was down. Steve jumped up to smash Thanos in the head with Mjolnir. Thanos flipped over in time to avoid the fierce hammer. He grabbed Steve, who was about to smash him, and slammed him to the ground. He then kicked him 10 meters away, and the Mjolnir hammer fell to the ground. At that moment, a four-armed monster who wasn't afraid of death crawled out of the dust and ran over with the glove it had just found. Thanos smiled and stretched out his hand for the glove. A grayish-white shadow scuttled out from behind him and jumped lightly. It clenched its fists and slashed down. Sensing something, Thanos turned around and raised his hand to block it. An intense vibration spread out from the contact, and Thanos felt his body tremble uncontrollably. Recalling how he had been pounded on with Mjolnir, he roared and kicked. In the air, Luke crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! Crack! The sound of a huge foot hitting his arms mixed with the sound of twisting metal, and Luke retreated lightly. He didn't forget to kick at a spear that had pierced the ground. Swoosh! The spear turned into a silver streak which pierced the four-armed monster that was carrying the glove. Both the monster and the glove were sent flying, and they disappeared from the chaotic battlefield. Thanos turned around and looked in the direction that the four-armed monster had been sent flying by the spear. He then turned around and looked at Luke. "It's you." He had a good memory for people who dared to curse him out in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Luke landed on his feet and didn't answer him. He only felt sorry for the 21.6% damage to the armor on his arms. This was the only suit he could take out at the moment. If this thing was damaged, it would be very troublesome for him. Sighing, he murmured, "I don't have backup armor. Looks like I can only use renewable resources this time." As he spoke, the armor he was wearing cracked open in the front and folded toward the back, turning into a dark gray backpack which he put away in his inventory. Thanos was stunned for a moment. This cheap-mouthed guy was already very weak in his armor, and now he wanted to take off his armor and fight him. Was he really crazy? Putting away the only armor he had in 2023, Luke crooked a finger at Thanos. "Come and hit me, you lunatic." Thanos. The huge figure instantly charged at Luke, and one sandbag-sized fist swung out. Luke didn't back down at all as he punched back. One tall, one short, one strong, one thin, their right fists suddenly collided. Boom! The shock wave from the punch sent debris and dust flying in all directions. Luke spat out a mouthful of blood. FCK. This punch was too heavy. No wonder Thor, who had no problem punching Drive Banner, had fallen. What was even more tragic was that Luke's punch was from below, while Thanos's was from above. Both parties were combat masters, and their fists collided in a straight line with no unnecessary flair. Most of Thanos's tremendous strength was brought to bear on Luke, who spat out blood at one punch, and his feet sank into the ground. Seeing Luke spit out just a mouthful of blood and remain steady on his feet, a trace of surprise flashed in Thanos's eyes. He drew back his left fist and punched again. Luke didn't retreat. He turned around and swung his left fist. Boom! There was another explosion. Thanos couldn't help but step back as he glanced at Luke's left fist. The fist, which was less than half the size of his own fist, glowed with a faint yellow light and was extraordinarily tough. Luke had used the so-called indestructible Kunlun Iron Fist. Thanos didn't stop just because Luke's fists were glowing. He punched out hard like a storm. Luke's expression was indifferent, but his eyes burned with excitement. As expected of the legendary super tyrant boss so strong, Thanos had an outstanding physique, but he wasn't brainless like the Hulk. He also had combat skills that weren't inferior to Luke's, and could always gain the upper hand even when facing the Avengers. Except for Steve's unexpected attack just now, nobody else could even knock him down, let alone break through his defenses. With the first two punches, Luke tested the extent of Thanos' strength. He wasn't in the habit of being beaten up like a sandbag, and hence decisively used his abilities. Iron Fist, combat proficiency, quick reflex and mimicry combined perfectly, and he managed to block Thanos for a few seconds. He didn't dodge the last kick, and was sent flying into the remains of a nearby flyer. Thanos didn't even look at him as he walked straight to his giant blade. There were too many people who were more ambitious than the sky, but couldn't withstand a few punches from him. It was just that this time, it was an Earthling, and he was still nothing like that person who had used the shield and hammer. Luke, however, didn't stay down. He slowly straightened up after he crashed into the flyer. There was the sound of cracking as the bones in his abdomen returned to their original positions. Chapter 2008. 80%, 100%, I won't be torn apart. Thanos hadn't broken Luke's bones. Just before he was kicked, Luke adjusted the position of his bones and used his tougher and more durable muscles to offset most of the damage from the attack. Elementary self-healing and light of life healed his injuries even before he straightened up. In gaming terms, Thanos' combo didn't deal as much damage as Luke's automatic HP regeneration every second. It wasn't hard to suppress Luke, but it wasn't easy to instantly make him lose his combat ability. Sensing his physical condition, Luke had a rough idea. "Hey, lunatic," he taunted Thanos with another voice transmission and cocked his head. "We're not done yet." He tore apart the wreckage of the flyer that he was stuck in and sent the parts flying. They rolled over the ground and crashed with astonishing momentum. Locking gazes with Thanos, Luke suddenly grinned fiercely. He tilted his head and pressed his hands together. "It's time to demonstrate my real skills." Power outburst, 80%. At his words, his body abruptly swelled up. Under the gray nanosuit, his chest muscles completely crushed Max's G-cup, and his arms and legs were twice as thick. Although he was still a lot smaller than Thanos, things were no longer the same as before. Boom! Luke dashed forward at high speed with precise control of his strength, each step leaving a crater in the ground. Thanos' expression changed. He took a step back and then swung a fist at Luke's chest. The head and limbs of the opponent weren't the first choice for combat. The torso was the least agile. Hitting the opponent first, then subduing them, and finally blowing them up was the logical process. Luke, who had activated his normal explosive mode, swung his fist, as if he intended to meet Thanos head-on again. Thanos sensed something different. This time, their fists brushed past to hit each other in the chest. He had the upper hand when it came to physique, and would definitely hit Luke first. Given this Earthling's combat skills, it was unlikely he would make such a mistake, right? As the thought flashed through Thanos' mind, their fists brushed past. Yahoo! Luke suddenly yelled. His right fist suddenly swelled up and hit Thanos' chest 0.001 seconds earlier. Boom! Thanos recoiled and missed hitting Luke by a hair's breadth. Luke bellowed, using elementary sound waves. Lion's roar. It was like an ordinary person turning the volume up in their earphones by 1000%. Even with Thanos' unique physique, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Taking advantage of that moment, Luke launched a flurry of punches, kicks, elbows and knees at Thanos' chest. His fists and feet hit Thanos in the shoulders, armpits and waist, and his elbows and knees hit the armor over Thanos' chest and abdomen. Thanos was slower to react, but he still raised his hands in time to protect his face and throat. Even if Luke's attacks weren't enough to cause any damage, the cautious habits Thanos had developed on the battlefield prevented him from giving up on defense. There was no opportunity for Luke to stab him with annihilation energy as he had planned. Only Thanos' face and neck were unprotected. The rest of his body was covered in that extremely thick and tough golden armor. He was like a golden turtle that couldn't be beaten. Bang! Bang! 2 seconds later, Thanos and Luke kicked each other in the upper torso at the same time and flew apart, ending the short but hurried first round of attack. They flew less than 10 meters before they landed on the ground and locked onto each other once more. With a smile on his face, Luke rubbed his sore wrists and elbows. "Lunatic, how do you feel now?" Thanos couldn't be bothered to say anything. The power in this attack couldn't compare with Cull Oblivion's. If it wasn't for the strange way his arms got longer and that bellow, the other party wouldn't even have a chance to hit him. Who knew what this Earthling was so happy about? But what Luke said next surprised him. "Then I'll add more power." Power outburst, 100%. Previously, his muscles had looked like a normal bodybuilder's at 80%, at 100%, he completely turned into a muscle demon. The muscles all over his body were like steel wires under his skin, and they never stopped twitching, as if they were hungry and impatient. His body was now 2/3 as thick as Thanos's, and looked very strong. Luke became even more aggressive. With a roar, he lunged forward and instantly appeared in front of Thanos. The two huge figures tangled together and fought wildly. After another 5 to 6 seconds of wild fighting, Thanos finally relied on his immense strength and the protection of his armor to take dozens of punches from Luke. There was also a huge gash in his face. Only then did he seize the opportunity to grab Luke by one shoulder and lift him into the air. Luke lamented inwardly. Just as he had been about to use a spike of annihilation energy on the purple man, Thanos seemed to sense the danger and blocked his fist. It had been a fleeting opportunity, and Luke hadn't been able to use the spike of annihilation energy in time. Stab Thanos with it directly. That was impossible. Only by getting right up in Thanos' face would his super reflexes and intuition for danger fail, and he could be killed in one blow. If Luke used the spike of annihilation and missed, Thanos wouldn't give him a second chance. Thoughts raced through Luke's mind, but Thanos, who had already grabbed Luke's waist with his other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. He vaguely sensed something strange about this Earthling. Although his strength and reflexes weren't as good as his combat skills and willpower were terrifying. Although Thor and Tony had dared to fight Thanos head-on before, they definitely weren't strong. Steve and Luke were the only ones who weren't afraid at all. They were always confident of victory. With the shield and hammer, Steve was no less of a threat than Thor. Luke didn't seem to be a threat, but Thanos somehow felt wary every now and then. It was a premonition that the other party posed a lethal threat. Also, this Earthling wasn't as strong or agile as he was, and he didn't have armor to protect himself, but after fighting Thanos head-on for 2 rounds, he actually wasn't injured. Thanos knew that this was definitely unusual. This Earthling was probably a mutant, like Spider-Man and Black Panther. Thus, Thanos decided to end this quickly. Raising Luke above his head with both hands, he abruptly exerted strength to tear this strange earthling in half. Then, he realized that Luke was stretched out more than half a meter, and wasn't torn apart at all. Thanos. Chapter 2009. 120%. I can use weapons 2 muscle expansion plus muscle control plus Taffy successfully turned Luke into a rubber man. Thanos's plan A to kill him was an instant failure. But he was experienced in killing and had killed many strange creatures. He didn't hesitate. Holding Luke with both hands, he swung down and jabbed his knee up at Luke's chest. Since he couldn't tear him apart, he would smash his chest open. He didn't believe that this guy's bones were also soft. Then, Thanos's knee hit a bunch of tough and slippery muscles, which were a little like some tentacled monsters that he had fought before. To Thanos, Luke was like a noodle man. Thanos bent Luke's back in a huge U over his knee, but Luke didn't make a sound as he stared at Thanos with burning fighting intent. At that moment, Luke's hand was close to Thanos's face. Annihilation. Luke was about to activate it for the third time, when Thanos threw him out. FCK, you're shameless. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This time, Thanos threw him at an angle. Unless there was an external force, Luke would fly through the air for at least 10 seconds before he hit the ground. Thanos could absolutely use that time to escape. Thinking quickly, Luke glanced at the battlefield. Several balls of scarlet energy flashed nearby, and dozens of Thanos' soldiers collapsed. Delighted, he immediately sent a voice transmission. Wanda, hit me into the ground at 8 o'clock. Wanda subconsciously turned her head at the voice transmission and saw Luke in the air. At that moment, they were only 100 meters apart, which was within the range of Luke's mental strength. Intuition told Wanda that this strange giant was Night, and she stretched out her hands reflexively. Luke smashed into the ground like a cannonball and jumped right back out of the crater to block Thanos 30 meters away. Seeing this troublesome muscle monster, Thanos couldn't help but pause for a moment, and he was disgusted by the other party's roar. We meet again, lunatic. Power outburst, 120%. Thanos. Boom. A figure that was only slightly smaller than Thanos flashed over and punched the purple face. Bang. At that moment, Luke's arm was no shorter than Thanos's. It suddenly lengthened by 30 centimeters, and he punched Thanos in the chest. Thanos was forced to stop and retreat several meters. He could no longer hide the anger on his face. It wasn't that he had never encountered a difficult opponent, but it was rare for someone to be both shameless and difficult to deal with. However, Thanos didn't lose his reason. The guys who caused trouble for him never knew that they were just turning the battle into a personal grudge. He could only say one word to this shameless guy: kill. He raised his hand, and the double-edged blade spun out like a propeller, sweeping through the battlefield and cutting friend and foe alike in half. Unmoved, Luke lunged forward with a smile. A 120% power outburst also changed part of his facial muscles, and little remained of his exquisite features. If you had to describe it, it could be said that he looked like an exquisite, old tree spirit. The smile he was sporting wasn't much different from a sardonic grin. He looked even more like a villain boss than Thanos. Thanos had a bad feeling. Luke had already kicked out several Wakandan weapons in a row, which all contained vibranium to some degree. Several vibranium weapons hit the center of the spinning double-edged blade with a clang, forcing it to stop. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luke stuck close to Thanos and launched a third frenetic round of attacks. Unlike Thanos, who had always had an overwhelming advantage in the last 2 rounds, Luke had the upper hand this time. His muscles were so swollen that he didn't look human, and his attacks were even stranger. Thanos was a little powerless to defend against attacks like a 50-centimeter middle finger piercing the eye, a 2-meter-long arm wrapping around his throat, and a chest bump with a chest so big that it could no longer be defined with letters anymore. Even with Thanos's rich battlefield experience, a thought couldn't help but flash through his mind. This guy wasn't actually an Earthling, but some alien monster, right? The third round lasted far longer than Thanos had imagined. It took him 30 seconds to send Luke flying and recall the double-edged blade. The moment he held the giant blade, Thanos finally felt a sense of security. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill this tentacle monster with his sword. Just now, Luke had ruthlessly tortured his exposed arms and legs. The vibration ability, coupled with various methods of punching, pulling, tearing and poking, could only break Thanos' skin at most, but it also made him feel uncomfortable all over. His gaze swept over the battlefield with killing intent in his eyes, but he didn't see the D*MN muscle monster immediately charge out. Suppressing his anger, Thanos continued charging toward the Infinity Glove. He had only run 10 meters, when he felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was in danger. He turned around decisively and flung out the giant blade in his hand. Bang! There was the crisp sound of metal colliding as the giant blade was blocked by a weapon. Luke's wizened-looking face was right behind it. "Thanos," Luke said, "lunatic, you want to play with weapons. So can I." Shock flashed in Thanos's eyes, and he couldn't help but glance at the weapon that was blocking the giant blade. WTF, wasn't this sealed by Odin so that only his son could use it? Why was it that just anybody could pick up this thing? At that moment, Luke was holding the Mjolnir hammer. Thanos cursed Thor's father inwardly. He suddenly exerted strength and pushed the Mjolnir hammer away. With 120% power outburst, Luke still couldn't compete with Thanos in terms of physical strength, and his reflexes were just barely able to keep up. He had been able to tussle with Thanos earlier thanks to muscle control, his unusual attacks, self-healing and light of life. Now, Thanos was angry. He parried Mjolnir and slashed at Luke like crazy, itching to cut him into pieces. Luke didn't stop grinning like a villain boss. Relying on Mjolnir's short length, he was no slower than the giant blade. Mjolnir was as agile as a dagger in his hand as he firmly blocked the endless slashes from Thanos's blade. Even though Luke was at a disadvantage, Thanos's plan to cut him up and feed him to the dogs was a failure. After slashing at Luke for a few seconds, Thanos got even angrier. "DMN it, why was this D*MN thing as good at using the hammer as Thor? What proper person would use such a short hammer?" Thor, who had used it for 1,000 years, was already very unseemly, and this muscle monster in front of him was even more so. Chapter 2010. Setting a trap, interception at the very least. Thor still adhered to the basic laws of the human body, and just used a standard one-handed attack with his short hammer, which just had additional recall and lightning attack functions. Luke's stretchy arm, on the other hand, twisted and turned like an electric cable, and alternated between short and long-ranged attacks with the hammer. The attack range was so wide that even Thanos's 3-meter-long blade couldn't keep up. A normal long-range attack with a chain weapon just relied on inertia to smash into a person, so it wasn't hard to predict where the attack would land. Luke, on the other hand, could do whatever he wanted with this manual muscle chain weapon. He could twist his arm however he wanted and the hammer would hit whatever he wanted it to hit. If it wasn't for the fact that Thanos had a huge physical advantage, he would have long been brought to bear by this cheat-like attack. However, he soon discovered something odd about Luke's attack. There was no lightning. Compared with Steve, who had been able to call down lightning when he wielded the hammer earlier, there was no lightning on Luke's hammer. It had to be pointed out that the Mjolnir hammer was Thor's exclusive divine weapon, and had been created with lightning runes. Using it in battle without the lightning was as funny as eating a bun without tasting the stuffing. Sensing this anomaly, Thanos immediately changed part of his attack strategy. He no longer guarded against Mjolnir's lightning discharge, and simply treated Luke's attack as a purely physical one. In less than 10 seconds, Luke lost ground. He couldn't help but admire how shrewd Thanos was. The latter had immediately realized that Luke wasn't making full use of the Mjolnir hammer. That was because Luke really couldn't lift this divine weapon on his own. He had already tried it when he first saw Mjolnir in Shackleford. He had no affinity with it. But once the system started accumulating the power of faith, which the ancient enchantress had called divine power, it had given Luke some ideas. At that party, he had secretly tried it out in front of everybody. As long as he wrapped his hand in the power of faith, Luke could easily lift the hammer. But this was clearly a cheat, and was equivalent to using the power of faith to bypass Odin's workshop setting. A proud divine weapon like Mjolnir naturally wouldn't cooperate with him. Steve could call down lightning and throw the hammer at people, but Luke could only use it as a dumb hammer. In any case, Luke was a grand old magic insulator. Wasn't it very normal for him not to be able to release electricity when he was holding the divine artifact? As someone who used free, pirated versions, it made sense that his user experience was worse than the real deal. As for the proficiency with the hammer which astonished Thanos, that was naturally Thor's advanced one-handed hammer proficiency ability. As a combat master, Luke spent 2 million credit points to buy this ability, which was the only advanced ability in the system, and he practiced and studied it repeatedly. Magical traits aside, Luke was slightly better at using the hammer than the 2023 beer-bellied Thor. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have charged at Thanos with Mjolnir. Unfortunately, his clone's stats were too weak. Even with a cheat and all sorts of tricks, he couldn't last long. Thanos finally broke through forcefully, and Luke could only defend himself with the hammer for On's moment. The huge blade lashed out to cut him in half. Luke's body twisted out of the way in the shape of AC to buy himself some time. Clang! The huge blade struck the hilt of the hammer and cut off 3 of Luke's fingers. Swoosh! The blade swept upward diagonally to cut a huge gash from the left side of Luke's abdomen to his chest. He was sent flying, and blood rained down. A relaxed expression appeared on Thanos' face as he chased after Luke with the giant blade. Spending a few more seconds to cut this D*MN muscle monster into pieces was definitely worth it. Swoosh! Bang! A slender figure fell from the sky, and scarlet energy rippled out, causing Thanos to stop. A young woman in a dark red leather jacket glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Wanda had finally broken through the blockade of gunfire and soldiers and found an opportunity to fight her archenemy one-on-one. Her eyes burned with the red fire of revenge. "You took everything from me." Thanos. He was confused. "I don't know you at all." Wanda said, "You will." As she spoke, she made a grabbing motion with both hands, and 2 mounds of rubble floated upward. With a wave of her hands, they flew at Thanos. Thanos swung his giant blade and easily cut through them. Wanda put her hands together, and a huge ball of scarlet chaos energy hit him. Thanos felt his armor creak as the energy corroded it. With a fierce expression, he spun the giant blade in his hand so that it acted like a shield and charged at Wanda. Undaunted, Wanda threw out balls of scarlet energy. Even though the spinning blade blocked them, Thanos was still hit by a violent rain of chaos missiles. Luke, who had used elementary concealment and was lurking again, smacked his lips. A sorcerer throwing missiles at the face. That was ridiculous. Sure enough, losing control of your emotions really affected a battle. However, Wanda wasn't losing at the moment. Her turbulent emotions gave her strength. At that moment, Luke's body had returned to normal, but he had lost 3 fingers on his right hand, and 1/3 of his chest and abdomen had been split open. These injuries were insignificant. They weren't even as bad as when he used his clone in experiments. However, he couldn't take out Life 1, so his 3 fingers couldn't regenerate for the time being, which would affect his combat ability. The gash on his chest and abdomen, on the other hand, hadn't affected his bones or internal organs at all, and was almost healed. He had been able to twist his body into AC earlier. Manipulating his muscles and stacking them on the left side of his body was too easy. All it took was a thought to contract his muscles to stop the bleeding, which ensured that he lost no more than 10 milliliters of blood. So, what Thanos had cut was basically muscle. Even the blood from the injury was something Luke deliberately squeezed out to dupe Thanos. Unfortunately, Wanda was too vengeful and ruined Luke's trap. Luke cursed inwardly, but wasn't in a hurry to attack again. The previous 80%, 100%, 120% power outburst plus weapon fight was nothing more than a basic combat test as Luke took a rough measure of Thanos' strength. Thus, when his trap failed, he stopped pushing. Now, Luke was just waiting for Thanos to enter a range of 100 meters from the Infinity Glove, which was under less bombardment from his aerial troops. That would be the best time to grab the glove and end things once and for all. Charge in. What a joke. Tony, who was wearing the Mark 85, had been knocked unconscious. Even if Luke wore knight's armor, he might instantly lose an arm or a leg, or even be smashed to pieces. Luke wouldn't take a gamble before the very last moment. Not far away, Thanos finally reached Wanda. In fact, she had covered the remaining distance herself. But that didn't stop Thanos from attacking, and the giant blade directly slashed down. Luke tensed, ready to rush forward to save Wanda. Chapter 2011. Madwoman, shameless tyrant Luke, who had just fought Thanos 4 times in a row, could tell at a glance that Thanos had put his full strength behind this slash. As a magic user, Wanda didn't stand a chance of dodging Thanos' attack. However, Wanda's entire body suddenly glowed with a bright red light. She raised her hands and blocked the attack. Thanos' giant sword glowed red, and instantly froze in the air. Stunned, Luke silently stopped. Then, the point of contact between the scarlet energy and the blade grew brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it was as white as the sun, and it quickly spread to the rest of the blade. Veins throbbed on Wanda's forehead and she gritted her teeth, clearly struggling. But then, A delighted smile broke out on her face as she suddenly pushed with her right hand. The chaos energy suddenly exploded. With a clatter, the giant blade flew out of Thanos' hand and broke in half in the air. Luke's eyes widened. WTF. This was a super weapon that could leave sword marks on Steve's shield and clash with Mjolnir. Even Luke himself only had a pair of silver katanas that might be able to compare with this double-edged giant blade. In the end, Wanda broke it in one go. Did chaos energy have to be such a cheat? But what surprised him even more was what happened next. Wanda made an upward grabbing motion with her right palm, and the chaos energy in her hand lit up to cover Thanos. This tyrant of the universe, who was unrivaled on the battlefield, had a pained expression on his face. He couldn't help but scream as his entire body was wrapped in scarlet energy and he slowly rose. Not only that, he was completely suppressed by the scarlet energy and couldn't move at all. The red light in Wanda's eyes intensified. Keeping her right hand in a grabbing motion, she bent her left hand and drew a line with her finger. With a swipe of her finger, part of Thanos' indestructible golden armor cracked and flew off. In just a few seconds, with a few swipes of her fingers, many of Thanos' weaknesses were exposed. At that moment, Wanda was sweating profusely, but the sense of revenge made her forget everything as she enjoyed torturing her enemy. As a bystander, Luke could only sigh at how boorish he was. If this Scarlet Witch had crippled this golden turtle shell at the very beginning, Tony, Thor, Steve and Luke would have had a 50-50 chance of winning against Thanos. Now, it looked like Thanos would fall at Wanda's hands. Steal the kill. What a joke. Luke wouldn't be able to break through Wanda's chaos energy, which could crush Thanos, in a short period of time. There was no way for him to pretend he made a mistake either. Unless the target of his mistake was Wanda, it might be possible to, accidentally, knock her out and then kill Thanos. But this was a woman who was obsessed with killing. Luke hadn't even been able to pierce Thanos' armor, while with a flick of her fingers, Wanda had broken both Thanos' armor and his sword. Luke didn't think that he was sturdier than the giant blade. If he stepped forward, he might be sent flying by this red-eyed woman. But there was still a chance. How could Luke, a psychologist, a master hypnotist and a mind reader, not see that Wanda was irritable and trigger-happy? If he were in Wanda's place, he would definitely rip Thanos' head off right away. Only an idiot would waste time dismantling that golden turtle shell. Thus, there was an 80% chance that Wanda wouldn't kill Thanos directly. What she needed was a little torture to vent her hatred. If something unexpected happened during this period, and Luke intervened, Wanda wouldn't be able to blame him. After all, she had already been given a chance. If she didn't grab it, that just meant she wasn't any good. Thanos, who was floating in the air, was also cursing. When Thor, Tony and Steve attacked earlier, it could just barely be considered a battle between leaders. When Luke, this weird guy, appeared to intercept him, it hadn't felt right. Now, it was a woman who was one-sidedly crushing him. What the hell was with this Earth? Why did he always run into extremely abnormal guys? After struggling for a moment, Thanos realized that he couldn't break free from the scarlet energy that was wrapped around his body. He completely understood why Ebony Maw had died so quickly. He had been trapped by the scarlet energy and then sucked into a black hole. Seeing his armor gradually collapse, Thanos cursed inwardly. This woman was crazy. Sensing danger, he roared without hesitation, "Fire cover, now!" Startled, Corvus Glaive turned around. "Lord, our troops." Thanos didn't answer at all. He couldn't even protect himself. Who cared how many soldiers died? Hearing this roar, Luke cursed inwardly. He resolutely took out his armor, and it quickly unfolded. His body wouldn't be able to withstand the heavy cannons of a space warship. No matter how much his heart ached for his armor, he had to increase his chances of surviving first. In about 3 seconds, a lot of the cannons on Thanos' warship dropped and aimed at the battlefield. The charging muzzles glowed with faint blue light. Luke's armor was almost closed up. Boom, boom, boom. Huge blue plasma beams sizzled and whistled through the air. Boom. The plasma beams hit the ground. 1 blast, 2 blasts, and then countless blasts rained down. The ground troops on both sides were bombarded indiscriminately. Bodies were blown up and there were non-stop screams. Wanda, who was obsessed with revenge and the tyrant Thanos, couldn't escape either. A plasma cannon hit her and sent her flying. Thanos was also blown away by a blast and escaped. Looking at Wanda, who couldn't move anymore, Luke shook his head helplessly. The witch's offensive power was off the charts as an adult, but her defense was still terrible. She had actually fainted from one blast. He picked up the unconscious witch and ran. The front lines were now in complete chaos. On the other hand, a large number of sorcerers behind Earth's allied forces waved their hands and opened enough portals above their heads to ensure that the plasma beams didn't hit them. There were also a few sorcerers who opened portals above their heads to protect the area dozens of meters around them. Luke had no choice but to carry Wanda as he relied on his sense for danger to guide his steps. Even the aftermath of a space warship's heavy bombardment wasn't something his telekinesis could withstand. Only his armor and body were the best form of protection. The witch's damage output was heaven-defying. Naturally, he couldn't let her die. Staggering into the protective circle cast by a Kamar Taj sorcerer, Luke heaved a sigh of relief. He threw out a few darts to clear the area around the sorcerer. It wouldn't be good if some diehard soldier on Thanos' side wanted to take the sorcerer down with them. At the same time, Luke used Light of Life on Wanda's head to ensure that there was nothing wrong with her brain. Naturally, there was no need to worry about minor injuries. Chapter 2012. One must die. Another arm. Take one stone out. A dozen plasma blasts hit and completely destroyed a rampart on the side. At that moment, the rampart collapsed, and water surged out of the gap toward the low-lying areas of the battlefield. Given the formation of the ground troops on both sides, Thanos wouldn't suffer too many casualties, while Earth's allied forces would be trapped in the water and become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Luke darted under another sorcerer's protective shield. After a few more times, he would be close to where the glove was. Once the area was flooded, who knew where the water would take the glove? At that moment, he was already planning to drag a Kamar Taj sorcerer along with him to create a portal. He hadn't done this earlier because the battlefield still hadn't been in too much chaos then, and the Kamar Taj sorcerers couldn't protect against firepower from all sides. Now that the cannon fire had already scattered the ground and air forces on the battlefield, the sorcerers only needed to resist the cannon fire from above, so the danger was significantly reduced. Suddenly, Luke saw an eye-catching red cape in the gap in the rampart. Two raised hands glowed with orange runes, and a huge twister appeared in the gap, sweeping the water back inside. Without a doubt, this big shot who had come to save the day was Sorcerer Strange. Luke couldn't help but mutter, "So what if you have magic?" HMPH, actually, it was quite impressive. For Luke to do something like that, he would have to make preparations in advance and use a lot of equipment. It was impossible for him to create a huge twister like Strange. The charm of magic lay in its completely unreasonable effects. Of course, the most important thing was, it was 2D*MN handsome. Luke was already very strong, at least in his ability to survive, but he severely lacked the skills to act cool on a large scale. For example, just now, Thor had been able to create a field of thunder and lightning with a roar, which was so eye-catching. The moment Wanda attacked, red light filled the air, like a blood-red fire. As for Luke, his telekinesis was colorless and tasteless. Even when it was buffed with credit points, ordinary people could only see a faint golden light. The Kunlun Iron Fist could indeed glow, but it looked like an incandescent light bulb. The most powerful 120% state made him look more like a villain than Thanos. So FC King annoying. Murmuring to himself, Luke's luck finally ran out. After dodging one plasma blast, he was hit by a stray one, and was blasted into the ground. One muscle monster and one witch were sent flying by the barrage, and Thanos, who hadn't been able to fight smoothly, finally stopped acting indifferent. He casually gave the order for the bombardment to stop, then charged at the Infinity Glove. But Luke and Wanda had kept him busy for about 5 minutes. Tony, who had been unconscious at first, had already woken up, and he quickly rushed over. Thor, who had been pressed down under a massive foot, also gave a mad bellow, and grabbed the Stormbreaker axe which flew back to him from not far away. Steve also recalled Mjolnir, and followed closely behind. Thanos was angry to discover that after fighting for more than 10 minutes, everything seemed to have returned to when the battle first started. It was still Thor, Tony and Steve on the other side, but Thanos' sword and armor were all damaged, and he looked even more wretched than the other party. The four started fighting once more. After killing a Kamar Taj sorcerer, Corvus Glaive decisively brought the remaining soldiers with him to provide support when he saw Thanos under attack. Covered in dust, Proxima Midnight crawled out of a huge pit, and joined her husband. The rest of the Avengers also noticed the situation and rushed over. Thanos' troops moved as well, and everyone finally closed in on the Infinity Glove. However, the earlier barrage had already broken their formations, and the battle had turned into complete chaos. Enemies kept popping up everywhere, and everyone had to face hostile attacks from all sides. But nobody could back down. Retreating meant giving the initiative to the enemy. Corvus Glaive charged into the center of the battle without any regard for his own safety. The double-headed polearm burst forth to keep Steve busy. Proxima Midnight fired at almost the same time and sent Thor flying. Thanos seized the opportunity to grab Tony and punch him in the face. Tony blocked left and right, but was finally punched twice in a row. He saw stars, and had no choice but to retreat. Thanos didn't give chase. He turned around and slashed repeatedly at Steve's shield with his broken blade. Steve, who was using Mjolnir against Corvus Glaive, was caught off guard. The shield cracked, and both he and the shield were sent flying. Unhindered, Thanos immediately charged at the Infinity Glove 10 meters away. Now that he knew better, he gave the order for firepower support at the same time, and the area 100 meters around the glove fell under fire again to delay the other Avengers who wanted to provide backup. Dazed, Tony shook his head. It felt like he was seeing double of the virtual screen in front of him. Thanos didn't hold back at all. If Tony hadn't been fast enough, he would have passed out again after 2 more punches. Then, he noticed a familiar glove 10 meters in front of him. He jerked and looked around quickly, just in time to see Steve retreating under Thanos' attack. His shield shattered under the heavy blows, and he was sent flying. For some reason, Tony looked at Strange, who was hundreds of meters away. The armor easily zoomed in so that he could clearly see this Sorcerer Supreme. Strange was looking at him from a distance. Maintaining a spell with his right hand, he held up his left hand and raised one finger. A thought flashed through Tony's mind, and he suddenly understood what the one chance at victory, which the sorcerer had never divulged all this time, was one person had to die, to bring happiness to the entire world. So, it seems that person is me. Tony felt conflicted. Not far away, Luke, who was braving the barrage to rush over, sensed Tony's emotions, and he noticed the other man's final exchange with Strange. Luke was a little startled by the finger Strange was holding up. What did that mean? The Hulk had one more arm. Wait, drive. Banner was still outside the firing range. Perhaps, it meant, take out 1 stone. Without all 6 stones, the Infinity Glove would be even more dangerous. Then, Tony charged forward and crashed into Thanos. With the glove right in front of him, Thanos couldn't be bothered to fight. He pushed Tony away with one hand and grabbed the glove with the other. Shaking off Tony, he decisively put the Infinity Glove on his right hand. An extremely powerful force surged out of the 6 stones, and Thanos couldn't help but roar in pain. Suddenly, 2 hands grabbed the Infinity Glove, interrupting the process. Stunned, Thanos lowered his head, only to see a red and gold suit clinging to his right hand. Chapter 2013. I am inevitable. No, I'm Batman. Thanos, who was only 1 step away, punched Tony without any hesitation. In terms of head-on combat, Tony was indeed the weakest of the trio. He was sent flying again after a few punches. Tony rolled to a stop on one knee on the ground, and glared at Thanos. Thanos, who was about to succeed, met Tony's gaze, and slowly raised his right hand. I am inevitable. As soon as he said that, he exerted strength with his gloved thumb and middle finger. Snap. Stunned for a moment, Thanos turned to look at his right hand, only to see that the 6 stones were gone. He instantly realized something, and turned around to look at Tony, who was half kneeling on the ground. Tony slowly raised his right hand, and the nanomaterial quickly reshaped itself into an Infinity Glove. The 6 stones appeared on the back of his hand and glowed. Thanos. But it didn't matter how Tony had taken the stones from the glove. What mattered was that he saw determination in Tony's eyes, determination to kill him at all costs. Thanos charged forward. Not everyone could use the Infinity Glove. When a person put it on, the energy from the stones would course through their body and things would be at a standstill for one moment. Given Tony's small physique, he might not be able to last long enough to snap his fingers. So, Thanos still had a chance. But Thanos didn't notice how Tony fell into a daze one moment before he put on the glove, nor that he wasn't connected to the 6 stones. To put it simply, the 6 stones were actually resting on a separate patch of nanomaterial, and not in the complete Infinity Glove. Anxious, Thanos didn't have time to think. He raised his broken sword and slashed at Tony's raised right hand. Suddenly, there was a huge push from the side. Thanos, who was completely focused on Tony and the glove, couldn't react at all. He was sent spinning out of Tony's sight. WTF? Tony was stunned. You flew away without saying anything. Should I snap my fingers or not? He subconsciously looked at Strange again. This time, he saw clear shock on the Sorcerer Supreme's face, as if he was also surprised. Wait, why did it seem like the Sorcerer Supreme was looking to the side? Before he could figure it out, he heard a cold and calm voice. Leave it to me. Tony was in a daze again. The nano armor on his right hand immediately broke off as an Iron Man version of the Infinity Glove appeared. Luke, who was standing quietly next to Tony, picked up the glove easily. The moment he obtained the Infinity Gloves, Luke finally heaved a sigh of relief. His efforts hadn't been in vain. From the moment he met the Avengers, Luke had secretly been using the subtlest mental suggestions on them. Except for Nebula, who was basically a robot, he had left behind a secret door in everyone else's minds. Although he didn't see much of them in the week after, that didn't mean that he couldn't do anything. It had to be pointed out that Luke's mental strength had an effective range of almost 500 meters. Although the Avengers' base was huge, the main buildings in the 4 zones were less than 500 meters apart. Tony also went home to keep his wife and daughter company from time to time, and passed within Luke's range many times. However, this sort of covert mental suggestion wasn't enough to make the Avengers trust Luke fully. If he made them give him the task of saving people with the Infinity Glove, their first reaction would probably be to sense that something was wrong, and they would become suspicious. Naturally, Luke wouldn't do something so stupid. He had set up the secret door mainly to ensure his safety, not to deal with the 2023 Avengers. At the last moment in this fierce battle, however, it would be normal for Luke, who had proven his position as Knight, to nobly sacrifice himself. If the Avengers still had suspicions about Knight after he killed Thanos and returned the Infinity Glove to them, would they even be human? As for using telekinesis to send Thanos flying, that was nothing. He had learned Ebony Maw's intermediate telekinesis in a hurry, which made him a lot more efficient. He had been able to successfully fling Thanos aside firstly because he had caught him by surprise, and secondly, because Wanda had dismantled part of the golden armor, thereby destroying the way it blocked telekinesis. Otherwise, would Ebony Maw revere Thanos if he could toss the latter around like a ball at any time? Even as Luke's mind whirled with thoughts, he didn't stop moving. The armor on his right hand retracted to reveal his right arm, and he put on the glove. Wait, Tony couldn't help but ask, do you know the consequences of using it? At that moment, he no longer doubted Luke's motives, but he didn't want this knight, who had fought alongside him, to die. Luke nodded at him. Don't worry, I'm very strong. At most, I'll have one roasted arm, like Dr. Banner. Tony, is your arm a pork knuckle? Don't describe being roasted so easily. Also, now that the Avengers had the upper hand, it wasn't hard to kill Thanos. At most, it would just be a little harder to take down his warship. Of course, Luke wouldn't say that he coveted the experience and credit points for eliminating Thanos' entire army. If someone else did it, his contribution rate would definitely be several times, or even over 10 times lower. Rather than that, it was better to let him sacrifice himself, and all the credit points would go to him. At the same time, he could deal with Thanos' warship and reduce casualties among Earth's allied forces. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone would benefit, so why not? Having already thought it through, he didn't waste any more time. He curled his fingers, and the Infinity Glove immediately connected to the energy circuits of the 6 stones. Energy from the 6 stones rushed into his body, and Luke grinned lightly. It does hurt a little. No wonder Drive, Banner and Thanos, these 2 super strong existences, had roared when putting the glove on. This energy was too much and too violent. The pain was just one thing. What was even worse was that it felt like this energy would tear him to pieces and burn him to ashes in the next moment. Boom. There was the sound of huge footsteps, and Thanos' purple figure re-emerged in the dust. He had the highest command over the warship's cannon fire. He was able to avoid any accidental injuries and charge back unhindered. But just as Thanos returned, he saw that disgusting guy appear again, and he was wearing the Infinity Glove. Thanos didn't even bellow anymore. He simply jumped forward and slashed with his broken blade. This last gamble was between Luke snapping his fingers first or Thanos killing this monster first. What Thanos didn't know was that Luke's clone was indeed far inferior to him and Dr. Banner in terms of tenacity and strength. But in terms of the ability to withstand damage, Luke, who had abilities and tens of millions of credit points, could definitely last until the end of time, as long as he wasn't killed in one hit. Although the energy released by the Infinity Stones was fierce and the pain was intense, it wasn't enough to shake his resolve to be victorious. Hearing the noise, Luke simply turned his head and looked up. Thanos, who was holding the giant blade high as he leapt through the air, seemed to move in slow motion. The purple face no longer had the tyrannical air from before, and was only filled with madness on the verge of despair. Luke smiled. Like Thanos earlier, he didn't look at the Infinity Glove, but smiled at Thanos. I am Batman. Snap. Chapter 2014. A finger with endless implications. A crisp metallic snap rang out. Without any hesitation, Luke snapped with his thumb and index finger. Why didn't he use his middle finger like Thanos? Because Thanos had cut off his middle finger earlier, and it hadn't grown back. As soon as the sound rang out, Thanos' body suddenly went limp and he crashed dozens of meters away from Luke and Tony. All of Thanos' troops fighting Earth's allied forces stopped, and the gunfire stopped. They could sense the descent of a mysterious power, which was telling them that the outcome was already decided. There was no way to resist or escape it. Thanos struggled to get up from the ground, and his fierce expression suddenly calmed down as he slowly scanned his troops. In the sky, a huge worm battleship lost control and was about to crash on the little raccoon rocket that was firing at it. Rocket screamed and covered his head as he dodged. But the moment the big battleship touched it, it disintegrated into black ash and disappeared like sand. Rocket, who had escaped disaster, put his hands down and looked around. All of Thanos' air units lost control and fell like flowers. But there were no explosions or collisions. Like a dream, they turned into black dust which scattered. So did the huge drop ships. The four-armed monsters, the giant beasts, the foot soldiers, the heavy tanks, and even the gargantuan Thanos began to disintegrate into black mist and dust. Everything that belonged to Thanos was taken away. Proxima Midnight was dozens of meters behind Thanos. At that moment, her face was full of despair and sadness. She took one step forward and fell into Corvus Glaive's arms, and stroked his face. Corvus Glaive looked into her eyes, and could only murmur, "I hope we will meet again." His face and her hand turned into black dust almost at the same time. Reluctant to part with each other, they quietly turned to dust. The black dust mixed together for a few seconds before they disappeared without a trace. Looking at everything, Thanos gasped and took 2 steps back to sit on the remains of a building behind him. Stabbing his broken blade into the ground, he wiped his face heavily with both hands and heaved a long sigh. After that, this tyrant of the universe didn't say anything, and disintegrated like all his subordinates. Only Earth's allied forces and the Avengers were left. Their eyes were filled with the joy of victory, but looking at the bodies of their comrades everywhere, they couldn't smile. Sacrifices were inevitable, but the tragic casualties in front of them couldn't be treated simply as numbers. At that moment, a dazzling comet-like light streaked down from the sky in the direction of the battlefield. Looking at the situation, Tony asked nervously, "Friday, what's that?" Luke's heart jumped. Holy sh**t. Had Thanos been hiding some boss at this late stage? Suddenly, he remembered something, and his face darkened as he looked at the Sorcerer Supreme, who was still holding back the water. "DMN, did your finger just now mean another one behind you? Or, Night has another arm?" Luke grimaced and sucked in a cold breath. That sounded very possible. The Sorcerer Supreme had always been this crazy, and would definitely do something like that. Thinking that, he patted Tony's shoulder and stretched out his right hand in front of the Tycoon's eyes. "How about you make a left-handed version? I should be able to use it one more time." Hearing this outrageous request, Tony's eyes widened and he turned around. "Do you have to work so hard?" Tony was mortal. He was arrogant, proud, sensitive and sharp-tongued. He liked beautiful women and research, and was obsessed with being the boss. Now that he had a daughter, he was even more hesitant about sacrificing himself. Although he would still step forward in the end, he had experienced a lot of this hesitation and dilemma in the last few days. But this dark knight from another world had nothing to do with this world, and was the #1 superhero there. What kind of mental fortitude could make this knight say, "Switch hands and do it again," so naturally after half his body was burnt? Luke patted the dazed Tycoon's shoulder unhappily. "Don't waste time. That thing will be here soon." Tony woke up from his shock and quickly shook his head. "No, don't worry. That's our reinforcements, Luke. WTF. Don't tell me it's some cosmic SWAT team, the kind that cleans up after you're done. The moment Tony finished speaking, the reinforcements that looked like a falling comet finally took shape. Sensing that something wasn't right, Luke's mouth dropped open. Your reinforcements is a person. After receiving Friday's reply, Tony, who was half kneeling, leaned back against the rubble with a complicated expression. That's right. If she had arrived sooner, your arm might have been saved. Luke cursed inwardly. What kind of person was this to make Tony say that she was better than Night? If she could take care of it, then do you even need me? Wait. Luke looked at the Sorcerer Supreme again. Could it be that this guy had held up one finger to say, hang one for one more minute, or, we still have reinforcements? On the other side, Strange called a few Kamar Taj sorcerers over to open a portal so that the water in the gap could be sent back into the lake, thus freeing him from the predicament of being unable to move. At that moment, he realized that he was being watched. Strange followed his senses and saw that the strange dark knight was looking at him again with an expression that wasn't right. The Sorcerer Supreme couldn't help but mutter to himself. This plot wasn't right. This guy never appeared in all the 14 million possibilities. Why was he the one to snap his fingers in the end? He had held up one finger to remind Tony that he only had one chance. Now, the way Tony was lying against the debris behind him was exactly as he had predicted. But, in the one outcome where they won, half of Tony's body had been burnt and he had been dying as he sat against the rubble. Also, as the wielder of the time stone and having experienced 14 million possibilities, Strange knew the precise time points in this victory. Based on his calculations, Captain Marvel did indeed arrive at the right time. The reason she seemed late now and hadn't been able to do anything was because of Night, who ended the battle several minutes earlier. Tony had survived, and so had even more of the Allied army soldiers, which utterly baffled Strange. Chapter 2015. Saving the Wounded, convincing people with virtue. Strange had never forgotten that those who played with time would eventually be played by time. In 2023, the Avengers revived the dead, but there was a slip-up in 2014, which led to Thanos crossing over from that time, almost wiping out Earth. Changing something would lead to an even worse outcome. This was the most common backlash. Strange had predicted this outcome, and also knew that this sole chance of victory wasn't absolute. If something went wrong, this one chance would become the end of all life in this universe. Controlling time was a risky gamble. So, the appearance of Night, who didn't exist in this timeline, wasn't necessarily a good thing. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle had just ended and he had yet to take back the time stone, Strange would have immediately recalculated the future. On the other side, the reinforcements soon landed. She immediately looked at Luke. It couldn't be helped. After all, he was still holding the Infinity Glove. Luke tactfully gave the glove to Tony, patted his shoulder, and went to the side to save people. This woman was very guarded, and the energy she contained was even more terrifying. He wouldn't act recklessly at a time like this. Besides, the system had just calculated a huge amount of experience and credit points for the mission. However, Luke had always been a conscientious and diligent person. After making so much, would he stop doing good in the future? Of course not. Saving a life was worth 20 points, and he also got points for treating non-lethal injuries. Taking out the cost of the clone using Light of Life, he could earn 80 to 100 points a minute. This was much more cost-effective than helping drug dealers clean out their inventory for free. To clean out inventory, Luke had to confirm the target and gather intelligence before he took action, whereas here, there were injured people everywhere with points ripe for the taking. A moment later, Wanda couldn't help but come over to thank Luke, who had helped her get revenge, and to persuade him to treat himself first. In the end, Luke caught hold of this able-bodied person, who became responsible for finding the wounded and moving them over, while the people who had been treated were immediately moved away. With such a fully automatic and intelligent porter, Luke's rescue operation became even more efficient. As Luke saved more and more of the wounded, the atmosphere became even more solemn. Most people consciously started to help send those with minor injuries to Wakanda through a portal to reduce the pressure on treatment here. However, this knight in black armor, whose right side was charred black, still insisted on using his left hand to release a gentle white light to save the severely wounded, which left a deep impression on everyone. Actually, Luke wasn't interested in increasing his popularity. However, the backlash from activating the Infinity Glove had been too violent, and a lot of the armor on his right side had melted. His nanotechnology was far inferior to 2023 Tony's, and it wasn't like he had anything to cover his injured right side. With experience and credit points all over the ground, how could he waste time? In any case, he didn't feel too much pain thanks to the taffy ability, so he simply decided not to bother with his injuries for now. On the other hand, Wanda, who was helping out, had red eyes. It was the rims of her eyes that were really red this time, not her pupils. She couldn't help but persuade Luke in a low voice, "Your injury is very serious. Why don't you go back to Wakanda to recuperate first?" Luke turned his head and gave her a kind smile. "Trust me, this injury can't be treated." Wanda's eyes widened. "Are you going to?" She swallowed the last word, "die," but her mind fluctuated violently. Luke raised his left hand and slapped the back of her head. "Hey, girl, what are you thinking? I'll definitely live longer than you." Wanda was stunned, and so were many Avengers who had been paying attention to the commotion. Hit the back of this violent witch's head. Did he want to become a second Thanos? It had purely been automatic on Luke's part. He smacked the witch in 2012 because she was still young and unruly. His hand couldn't help but slip. What was wrong with slapping the head of this 30-year-old witch? Would she have the nerve to bully a heavily injured person like him? Wanda stared blankly. Her head didn't hurt. Then, the person who had just smacked her drew back his hand. "Don't just stand there. There are still a lot of injured people." She didn't know what to think. He could still be so blasé after hitting someone. But the person in front of her gave her the feeling that it was only par for the course. Looking at Wanda, who was still in a daze, Luke stretched out his hand again, and a faint white light seeped into the back of her head. "All right, even if I did hit you in the head, it's healed now. Let's get to work." Wanda was lost for words. Why did she suddenly feel like she was being treated like a kid? Coming back to herself, she demonstrated her talents as a porter again and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with your injury?" Wanda wasn't an idiot. Luke was saving the lives of so many heavily wounded people. Most of those with cuts or stab wounds, broken bones, internal bleeding or burns were healed in 10 seconds, while it took 20 seconds for some others. Also, he had sounded very professional when he told her to pay attention to how she moved the wounded. Why didn't a superhuman who knew his stuff when it came to medical treatment treat his injuries first? There could only be one reason. Sure enough, Luke replied, "My injury is like what happened to Dr. Banner's arm. It can't be treated. You can consider it a price to pay for using the Infinity Glove." Hearing that, Wanda subconsciously looked at Drive Banner, who was sitting not far away. He was discussing a plan with Tony to quickly close the gap in the lake. Sure enough, his right arm was exactly the same as Luke's. It rested limply against his chest, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Recalling the Hulk's physique, Wanda could only believe this conclusion. Her heart sank. "Then what will you do in the future?" Luke healed the major blood vessels in a wounded man's abdomen and gestured for the next patient. He said casually, "Is it hard to switch to a metal arm?" "That man's arm looks good to me." Wanda followed his gaze and saw a melancholy-looking Bucky. For a moment, she was lost for words. That was because Bucky's left arm was indeed much stronger than his right arm, and it really didn't affect him in any way. What the witch didn't know was that Luke hadn't just injured his right arm, but also his right side. If he could change it all out, he would become at least 1/3 a Nebula, and the title of Mechanical Knight would be just around the corner. Thankfully, Luke didn't care at all. The injuries to the clone were still useful. This was first-hand information on the backlash generated by using the Infinity Stones. No one else would be able to get this sort of thing. In 2023, only Thanos, Drive Banner and Luke put on the glove and snapped their fingers. Thanos was dead, and Luke couldn't abduct Drive Banner. Naturally, he had to do his own research. Once he was done with his research, he could summon another level 2 clone, and the injuries would most likely disappear. So, he didn't care about these minor injuries at all. Chapter 2016. Of Noble Character and Integrity, Returning Empty-Handed, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the lab in the basement, Selena and the dog had counted down to 5. Swoosh. Luke suddenly appeared where he had just disappeared. Excitement flashed in Selena's eyes, but when she saw that his armor was damaged, she was shocked. "What's wrong?" The dog had also scratched the glass anxiously. Woof. Luke opened his helmet to reveal Bale's face. "Don't worry, everything's fine. I'll disinfect first." Saying that, he entered the sterilization room. A few minutes later, After switching with the clone in the sterilization room, Luke walked out. Selena and the dog head didn't know that the clone they had just seen had been quietly switched out. They asked anxiously, "How was it?" Luke nodded. "I gained a lot. Let's talk outside. Gold nugget, go get some snacks and drinks." Just like that, Selena and the dog head left, and the clone came out of the sterilization room and entered a separate lab. This level 2 clone was precious research material. It could only stay in the basement of the research institute for a while. On the other side, Luke began to selectively describe his experience. In 2023, Luke had a private chat with Sorcerer Strange after the battle, and learned a lot about the rules of space and time. Those who played with space and time would eventually be played by space and time. This warning from the Sorcerer Supreme made Luke very wary of traveling through the quantum realm. Thus, there was no need to tell Selena and the dog head about the situation in 2023. Even after the battle, he himself hadn't learned about the major events there. Without Batman there, even if the development of major events was similar, there were even more differences. He didn't want Selena and the dog head to create a butterfly effect in 2012, so he just explained the danger of interfering too much. At most, he answered some gossipy questions like, "What are the Avengers like over there?" In fact, Luke didn't bring back anything from 2023. He also brought back with him the PIM particle which he had traded to Scott. It wasn't him going back on his word, it was his reward for helping the 2023 Avengers fight. Scott's father-in-law's family was back, so Scott didn't covet this PIM particle, and hence gave it to Luke. Luke wanted only this small reward, which made the Avengers very embarrassed. But after he explained the reason to Tony, although everybody felt that this knight was being too cautious, they had to admit that his decision not to take anything back with him made a lot of sense. Perhaps taking some ordinary items from 2023 might not necessarily cause Thanos to attack, but nobody could guarantee that there wouldn't be any other backlash. Just like that, Luke rejected the temptation of a lot of superior technology and vibranium weapons. He went empty-handed and came back empty-handed. Only the abundant harvest in the system waited quietly for its master to take stock. That was also one reason why he didn't take more benefits from that universe. After all, he already had the true benefits in the bag. System: kill Thanos and his army and save mankind on Earth. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 143.7 billion. Total credit: 143.7 billion. Contribution rate: 20%. EXP plus 28.7 billion. Credit plus 28.7 billion. Hosts level: 40 extra stat points. 119 host has reached level 30. Free ability module activated. Host has reached level 40. Free stat module has been activated. Preset message activated. At level 50, host will be free from the system. Use and treasure it. Looking at the notifications carefully, even Luke was shocked. After the battle in 2023, he had a quick and private, heart-to-heart, with Sorcerer Strange and did his best not to take anything with him. There were two important reasons for this. Apart from the possible space and time backlash, the other reason was naturally to return to 2012 as soon as possible and take stock of his new assets. Technology and vibranium were all external things, and he would be able to get his hands on them sooner or later in 2012. How could they compare with a sharp increase in strength? Just like this time, had he relied on his armor or vibranium to grab the Infinity Glove? No, from the moment he started using mental suggestions to the desperate fight later, it was all thanks to his hybrid abilities. If Tony, who was as weak as a chicken, snapped his fingers, he would die on the spot. Of the Avengers in 2023, Scott, Wanda and Rocket were closer to Luke. However, Captain Marvel and Sorcerer Strange, these two most terrifying individuals, were suspicious of him. Luke didn't want to take stock of his gains under the noses of these two big shots at all, much less increase his strength in this away game arena. Who the hell knew what these two would sense and think? If Luke was treated like some otherworldly demon, it would be a problem. Thus, he had no choice but to flaunt his relationship with the Ancient One in 2012. Hearing that, Strange simply closed his eyes and shook his head for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he had an indecipherable expression on his face, and agreed to let Luke go. Using a mental suggestion in real dream to snoop around and influence Strange. What a joke. Only an idiot would do such a stupid thing in front of the Sorcerer Supreme. It wasn't until he returned to 2012 that Luke had the system deactivate the information blocker which he had requested. Experience and credit points were already nothing to him. To reach level 41, he needed 10 billion experience and credit points. Luke would have leveled up once already if Thanos showed up in 2012. He had an extra 119 stat points from leveling up 13 times in a row. Because he was cautious, he hadn't allocated any stat points yet. His total stats were still 71 strength, 63 dexterity and 65 mental strength at level 27. Even without considering the additional stat points he got from cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique, his stats were close to reaching 100. Breaking 100 for all three stats was a dream. He had thought that it would take many years for it to happen, but it had now unexpectedly appeared in front of him and was at his fingertips. But this was just the appetizer for the two mains which came after. The first was that after the host reached level 30, the free ability module was activated, and the fusion, complement and disassembly functions were unlocked. There were too many basic abilities on his list to count. For example, there were thousands of basic firearms. In the very beginning, when he had very few options, Luke would become proficient with the abilities of one person before he switched to the next person and learned their abilities one by one, thereby completely grasping the strengths of each original owner. Later, there were too many similar basic abilities, and this method couldn't be used at all. However, the system was honest and didn't charge him for the same thing again. A basic ability only cost 100 to 200 credit points. In switching to thousands of similar abilities from different sources in the future, there was no need to fork out credit points. Luke had already brought this up to the system earlier on, but there had been no response. Now that the free ability module was activated, he could finally save himself some trouble. Although he still had to pay a fee, which fluctuated depending on the situation, that was exactly what he wanted. After all, Luke was now a rich man. Chapter 2017. Free System, Free Harvest. Luke tested the new module. Naturally, the test subject was basic firearms, an ability which he already had for a long time. He had already upgraded to elementary combat proficiency, and shouldn't be far from the intermediate level. On the other hand, firearms had only become elementary in the last 2 years, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. After all, he only had one body, and he could cultivate at any time, cultivating the Kunlun Kai. Refining technique could increase his combat experience. On the other hand, he couldn't take out a gun to use anywhere and anytime, plus, there were too many types of firearms. Including alien weapons, there was no end to them. Fusion was very simple, he just needed to throw the abilities together with a thought. Also, after the free ability module was activated, it became much easier to operate. Whether it was fusing all the basic abilities together or fusing dozens of them together, all it took was a thought. Luke planned to combine all his basic firearms abilities into a perfect version. At that moment, a distant memory suddenly flashed through his mind. It was of a certain rookie, who had just obtained the system, adding 3 points to each stat at one go. Recalling the painful experience of adding 3 points in a row, he resolutely stopped courting death. What would happen if an ability created from fusing thousands of basic firearms was stuffed into his head? Would his head explode? Probably not. However, it was very possible that the overload might cause permanent brain damage. Luke came back to his senses and didn't dare mess around anymore. Instead, he adopted the most scientific approach. It was simple, safe and efficient to progressively combine 2, 4, 8, and 16 basic firearms abilities one by one. Was it a waste? No way. There were still a lot of basic abilities on the list that could be used for testing. Besides, it only cost 10 credit points for each ability in a fusion. In other words, it cost Luke no more than 100,000 credit points to fuse thousands of basic firearms abilities together. Luke smacked his lips. Daddy system, are you really that conscientious? In the end, his brain felt a little uncomfortable at 16:1, but only for a few seconds. By a conservative estimate, 64:1 wouldn't be a problem, and 128:1 wouldn't kill him. This also had yet to take into consideration how much more his brain would be able to tolerate once his stats reached 100. The effects of fusion were pretty good. Most of the common and repetitive knowledge of basic firearms was removed, and only some knowledge that Luke hadn't touched on was left behind. Clearly, the 10 credit points was the cost of garbage disposal. After fusion, the basic abilities were simplified tremendously and saved time and effort. It was possible that elementary firearms would see a significant boost. Exchanging tens of thousands of points for a substantial increase in an elementary ability was undoubtedly worth it. He stopped here with the initial tests. The remaining complement and disassembly functions couldn't be comprehended in a short period of time. He would take his time experimenting with them later. After calming down, Luke checked the second main thing. When the host reached level 40, the free stat module was activated. After a quick look, he realized that leveling up wasn't important anymore, since he could now adjust his stat points, including for his clones. The three attributes could lend each other up to 10% of their points. In other words, his clones' stats weren't limited to fixed increments of 10 or 20, instead, their stats could be adjusted to turn them into strength-type warriors or sorcerers focused on mental abilities. However, what was more important was the impact on the stats. The 10% limit might not look like much, but after Luke added the extra stat points, his stats would exceed 100. At that time, he would be able to transfer 10% of his dexterity and mental strength to his strength, which would be enough to break through another 20-level threshold. The actual effect of 120 strength should be 144% of 100 strength, which was an increase of almost 50%. This boost wouldn't apply to just the strength of his attacks, but also to his physique and abilities. For example, what would happen if the effect of self-healing was increased by 44%? 120 strength might even meet the condition for upgrading self-healing to an advanced level. After his strength reached 80, Luke would definitely be able to learn intermediate self-healing. After fusion, he might be able to obtain advanced self-healing. By the same logic, adjusting his other two attributes to exceed the upper limit of 120 might yield similar gains. These ideas all came from the word free from the system. However, the consumption for the free stat module was also very free. Different from the fixed consumption for fusing abilities, adjustments to stat points could be predetermined. The system would give Luke the required points, and Luke would decide whether or not to make the adjustments. Thus, he simply set a plan for breaking 80 in strength. From 72 to 79, each extra point only cost 1,000 credit points, but when it reached 80, it turned into 100,000 credit points. Also, when he asked, the system replied that he would be charged a fee each time he adjusted the stat points. He had to make full use of these adjustments. Otherwise, he would have to pay on both ends. For example, his dexterity and mental strength had dropped under 60. If he wanted to break past 60 again in the future, he would have to pay the corresponding price. Also, Luke's stats would exceed 100 in a few days. When that happened, one of his stats would drop by 100, and if he transferred it back, it would probably cost more than 100,000 credit points. The credit points required to break past 120 strength would also be wasted. After taking stock of these two most important gains, Luke relaxed. This was quite different from his previous conjecture, but it still followed a similar line of thought, as if he had thought about it occasionally in 2023, but had never relied on the notion that it would be free at all. After all, it was only at level 20 that the system determined that he was no longer a novice, though it had released a free module at levels 30 and 40 respectively. The last preset message was even more straightforward: at level 50, you're free. The person who had left this message didn't sound reliable at all. Wasn't it a big shot's fate to eventually surpass the system? Why expose this point so early? This was as bad as spoilers. That was because while it sounded like he was only 10 levels away from level 50, the day he could reach this max level was actually quite far away. Based on the rules, 10 billion experience points were required to level up from 41 to 45, and the experience points required to level up from 46 to 50 were hundreds of billions. For example, in this mission to kill Thanos and save the entire world, even if Luke obtained a 100% contribution rate and more than 100 billion experience points in one go, he would still need to complete 17 to 18 missions to reach level 50. Were there 17 to 18 other figures like Thanos in this universe? Maybe. When it came to forces that had enough power to crush Earth, like Thanos, there would probably be even more. But who would have nothing better to do than vow to destroy Earth? There were no absolutes in the world, but could there be 17 to 18 weirdos like Thanos who wanted to purge the universe and come to Earth one after another to give Luke points? It was better to wash up and go to bed. At the same time, He prayed that this nightmare wouldn't happen. One Thanos had already caused so much chaos among the 2023 Avengers. If another dozen or so appeared, there was basically no hope for this universe. It would be easier for everyone to wait for death. Chapter 2018. You're just greedy for my credit. Putting aside the preset message in the matter of graduating at level 50, Luke decided to take a few days off and take it easy. Putting everything else aside, how to spend almost 30 billion credit points in the system was a problem. It was too much. So much so that he had to give himself 10 minutes to make his cheerful mood less obvious, before he dared share his happiness with Selena and the dog head. He also gave director Selena a week off in passing. With such a huge harvest, it didn't matter if she played for a week. After he obtained 100 mental strength, there would be few people on Earth who would be able to withstand real dream. From today onward, whether or not director Selena's subordinates were a little more or less efficient wouldn't affect Luke's foundation. Besides, there was Jennifer and Mindy to take care of things. At most, Luke would give them some special bonuses like medical treatment or cosmetic surgery without side effects. Life 1, that was what men were mainly after. Compared with men who on the whole pursued strong and robust bodies, the first priority for women was looks. In a situation where they were healthy, it was better to offer them small non-invasive surgeries to make them more beautiful rather than reward them with Life 1. Luke, Selena and the dog head slipped out of the research institute through a hidden passage with spare barbecue equipment and food ingredients. 2 people and 1 dog found a spot by the sea in Nassau County and started an outdoor barbecue. As they chatted, Selena mentioned offhandedly that the dog head needed a freezer with more convenient storage. Luke, who was enjoying the barbecue, agreed casually and smiled at Selena's impatience even as she repeated the dog head's exact specifications for the new freezer. Suddenly, he remembered a thought that had flashed through his mind when he was worrying about how to spend his credit points. That was right, as long as he had the credit points, the volume of his inventory could be upgraded again. He had spent 10 million credit points to upgrade the volume of his inventory last time. With 100 million, and then a billion credit points, he could completely turn it into a small world. He didn't stop grilling meat even as he looked at the system description of the inventory in his mind. Sure enough, he discovered a new world. Apart from an increase in volume, there were other options. After a rough look, Luke was both surprised and delighted. He was glad because even the inventory functions were now more flexible. For example, with a new settings function, Space 2 could automatically operate on its own. In the past, Luke had to deal with moving daily necessities, air circulation and sewage disposal. Even if it was just replacing the daily essentials, oxygen tanks, and garbage and sewage containers, he still had to do it himself. As long as he activated the settings option and set up the process, he would be automatically sent a notification about these miscellaneous tasks in Space 2, and he just needed to agree or refuse. To make it even easier, he could install settings for agreeing or refusing, and he would just need to check the operation logs every now and then. All Luke needed to do was prepare all sorts of supplies in Space 1 to prevent the supply to Space 2 from being cut off. However, such a considerate system function naturally wouldn't be free. After Alfred set up the operating procedure, the system estimated that it would cost 1 to 2 credit points a day per person in Space 2. This didn't include how much the various experimental projects consumed, which was too big a variable to calculate. There was also a space separation function, which could set apart a subspace in Space 1 for other people to use. This subspace could be bound to an item. A ring, a necklace, a bracelet, a belt, glasses, underwear and so on weren't a problem. A car, a plane or a building could also be used. As the maker, Luke had full authority over this subspace, and could even take it back. As for other people, they only had access to the subspace. To put it simply, someone else using the subspace for storage was equivalent to them putting their things in Luke's hands. Whether Luke took the things or not was completely up to him. However, creating this sort of subspace wasn't cheap, and for Luke, it was 100-fold. 1 cubic meter was worth 1,000,000 credit points, and 100 cubic meters was 100 million. Even though Luke had just made a fortune, he couldn't help but grind his teeth when he saw the price. It was too expensive. A moment ago, he had wanted to give his friends and family 100 cubic meters of space storage. Now, he decisively changed his mind. Working out how much each person should get was too tiring. For example, Selena and the dog head in front of him. Naturally, Selena would need 100 cubic meters to store her and the dog head's equipment and necessities. The dog head, it was good enough if it had an exclusive space that was 1 cubic meter in size to store snacks and toys. Even people who had undergone the compulsory 9 years of schooling might calculate the volume wrong. This dog plus alien symbiote combo would definitely get it wrong. The others were the same. For example, if Robert had 100 cubic meters of space at home, which was enough for the entire family, Catherine would only need 1 cubic meter. The Bat Squad could have 100 cubic meters for common use, which would be under the care of whoever was watching the Bat Cave. There was no need to worry about this thing being lost or stolen. The team members would only be allowed to purchase 1 cubic meter of space storage, and it would have to be at an astronomical price in order for Luke to earn back the 1 million credit points. Also, he never forced anyone to take on missions if they weren't willing. There was no need for people who didn't do missions to be equipped with such divine support. Credit wasn't money, it was far more precious. He still had to control how much he spent. After making up his mind, he instantly gave Selena a space necklace and the dog head a space collar. Not to its liking, he could just switch to something else. Watching Selena and the dog happily put on their new accessories, he sent Selena a secret voice transmission and warned her not to let the dog head notice the difference between the size of their spaces. Selena chuckled and nudged him hard with her shoulder. She murmured, "Don't worry. In any case, it's not good at math. It definitely won't be able to tell." The dog's ears twitched, and it turned its head suspiciously. Looking at the two of them gazing meaningfully at each other, it felt that something was wrong. Huh, Luke and Selena looked at it calmly. Luke asked, "What?" The dog head whined. Selena said, "I'm not talking about you. Go gnaw your bone." The dog head looked between the two of them several times before it gave up and continued gnawing on a pork rib. Luke smiled but didn't say anything as he watched the dog head being suppressed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, that wasn't right. Why did he have to pay for Daddy System's main functions this time? And each one was more expensive than the last. So, this really was a scam. System, you just want my credit points, right? Luke couldn't help but interrogate the system. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.